Chapter 1. Shenzhou. In the 10th year of Jingming, the Jianghu dynasty, having endured through 7 illustrious sovereigns, finally triumphed under the leadership of the current Emperor Shenlin, vanquishing 7 great nations and 5 smaller ones, thus concluding the era of contention among the heroes of the Central Plains. The former capitals of the 12 nations were dismantled, their bricks and stones transported to the capital of Jianghu, culminating in a grand reconstruction that spanned over a decade, now known as the 13 national capitals. It is little wonder that the common folk proclaim the current capital as the most magnificent place ever recorded in history. Today's imperial palace is extraordinarily vibrant, adorned with lanterns and decorations, bustling with figures. A decree was issued 2 weeks prior, proclaiming a grand feast, the Eternal Celebration Banquet, to commemorate a decade of peace and to honor the emperor's achievements, inviting venerable elders from surrounding counties to partake in the festivities. To revel in the joys of the people is a noble pursuit. Seated at the viewing pavilion, Shenlin maintained a serene demeanor, though the slight furrow of his brow betrayed the contemplations of this mortal emperor. A nearby attendant dispersed the surrounding palace, made to prevent any disturbance to His Majesty's thoughts. It is often said that an emperor's station is exalted, capable of commanding the heavens and controlling the earth, wielding the realm as if it were a cherished possession. Yet, this does not imply that Shenlin is free from burdens. Having begun his reign at 16, he has waged bloody battles for 30 years, securing a prosperous realm and establishing the Jingming era. Now at 56, he faces a dilemma. Though he has 3 sons, the question of the crown prince remains unresolved. His eldest, Crown Prince Shun Qingjing, is renowned for his virtue, grace, and profound filial piety, earning the loyalty of many courtiers. Should he ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly become a wise and benevolent ruler. The second son, Prince Shun Qingshuo, has been by Shenlin's side since childhood, well-versed in military strategy and renowned for his bravery, having personally led troops to conquer the formidable capital of the Chu kingdom at the tender age of 14. The third son, Prince Shun Qingyu, unlike his brothers, prefers the company of books and is regarded as a scholarly seed capable of carrying forth the literary legacy of the Central Plains. The passage of time has only influenced him through the warmth and chill of his pen. Each of the 3 princes possesses their own supporters. The officials favor Crown Prince Shun Qingjing. The military trusts Prince Shun Qingshuo, while Prince Shun Qingyu is favored by the esteemed intellectuals. Shenlin's thoughts are more complex despite the merits of his sons. Even the youngest, Prince Shun Qingyu, is now 32. According to the divinations of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, he is destined for at least another 20 years of life. Is it prudent to pass the throne to a man in his 50s? This would diminish the vitality of a newly established unified dynasty. Moreover, a century of peace is the aspiration of every dynasty, a symbol of a flourishing era. To achieve this goal, a stable transition of imperial power across 3 generations must be ensured. Under the weight of various pressures, Shenlin has refrained from establishing a crown prince, primarily due to these 2 considerations. He envisions first solidifying a 3rd-generation heir apparent, then designating a crown prince, leveraging his authority to execute an unprecedented dual abdication, ensuring that the new monarch is a young and ambitious leader, while averting any contention for the throne and the ensuing chaos. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlin inscribed several names upon a piece of paper. Suddenly, with a slight tremor of his finger, he pondered deeply before erasing the final 2 characters, Shenzhou. The reason was simple. The young master, Shenzhou, was the sole heir of Prince Qi, Shun Qingyu. Over the years, he had not inherited his father's literary talent, but instead devoted himself entirely to indulgence and revelry, gallivanting through life amidst the pleasures of wine, women, and song. Since the establishment of the Prince Qi's residence, Shenzhou had become a frequent patron of the capital's entertainment districts, where numerous courtesans regarded him as a confidant, reveling in nightly festivities without a care. Had it not been for the fact that the princess consort hailed from the affluent Lin family of Jiangnan, the entire estate of Prince Qi might have been squandered by this young master. He earned the dubious honor from the citizens of the capital as the royal prodigy of a century, a paragon of waste. Not only that, but Shenzhou was also infatuated with martial arts, frequently instigating conflicts amongst wandering knights from distant lands to observe and document their encounters. It was only when the authorities intervened to apprehend these ruffians that he reluctantly withdrew from the scene. When the knights paid their fines and, upon realizing the ploy, sought retribution from Shenzhou, the young master would employ his financial prowess to invite them to the most extravagant brothel in the capital, Bone China Pavilion, treating them to lavish gifts and heaps of silver. It is said that one must fight to truly know another. I did not intend to sow discord among you. It is merely in the crucible of life and death that true character is revealed. I implore you, esteemed knights, to forgive my earnest desire for knowledge. To gather his fate, let us share a cup and drown our grievance. No need for further words. It is all in the wine. Feel free to indulge today. All is on me. The knights, witnessing the young man's opulent attire, dared not act too recklessly, especially with the allure of fine wine and beautiful companions at their disposal, deeming it a profitable arrangement. After several rounds of drinks, Shenzhou would produce a small notebook, cautiously eliciting information. Initially, some knights remained guarded, reluctant to reveal their trump cards. However, observing their intoxicated companions winning hundreds of taels with a mere flick of their wrist, they soon shed their pretenses, boasting about the prowess of their sex and the legendary figures who founded them, leaving the young man in awe. Before long, this matter somehow reached the palace, inciting a furious outcry, leading to severe penalties for martial conflicts in the capital, now punishable by exile of 3,000 miles. Shenzhou was disheartened for quite some time, even going to the Ministry of Justice to lament, claiming that the laws were excessively harsh and that a nation built on martial prowess would eventually suffer from such regressive practices. The officials at the ministry, confronted with the young master of Prince Qi, were at a loss as to how to respond, ultimately relegating him to wait outside, allowing him to throw his tantrum, knowing he would tire and leave before long. Shun Lin sighed, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Prince Qi, Shun Qingyu. Years ago, the Lin family of Jianghu had supported the Jianghu dynasty with all their might, enduring the direst of times when their household had to subsist on tree bark. Yet, even in those bleak moments, they never faltered in providing for the military coffers. Thus, Shun Lin had arranged for Shun Qingyu to marry the daughter of a merchant, ensuring that the Lin family would prosper alongside the nation. It was unfortunate for Shun Qingyu, however, that he lacked the backing of his wife's family in court, diminishing his prestige compared to his two elder brothers. Fortunately, he did not aspire to such ambitions and felt no sense of loss. This sense of indebtedness, Shun Lin sought to alleviate through Shenzhou. Otherwise, given his intolerant nature, he would never allow his grandson such reckless behavior. In the twilight, a handsome young lad stealthily slipped into the residence of the Qi king. The doorman, accustomed to such occurrences, feigned ignorance and continued with his own tasks. The youth, clutching a collection of books, hurriedly dashed across the corridor bridge, his breath noticeably quickening. Back already? A refined voice resonated from a nearby pavilion. Do take your time. The boy hastily concealed the books within his garments and, nonchalantly flicking the riding whip in his hand, replied, "There's nothing particularly intriguing happening in the capital today. I shall take my leave." The gentleman in the pavilion took a delicate sip of tea and pointed at the youth's chest, inquiring, "You haven't pilfered anything from the palace again, have you?" Chapter 1. Shenzhou. In the 10th year of Jingming, the Jianghu dynasty, having witnessed the reign of 7 illustrious sovereigns, ultimately flourished under the leadership of the current Emperor Shenlin. He has vanquished 7 great nations and 5 smaller ones, thus bringing an end to the fierce rivalries that once plagued the Central Plains. The former capitals of the 12 kingdoms have been dismantled, their bricks and stones transported to the capital of Jianghu. After more than a decade of labor, they have been transformed into the present-day 13 capitals. It is no wonder that the populace declares this city to be the most magnificent in terms of architecture since the dawn of recorded history. Today's imperial palace is an extraordinary sight, resplendent with lanterns and vibrant decorations, teeming with figures. A decree had been issued a fortnight prior, proclaiming a grand banquet, the 10,000 years feast, to commemorate a decade of peace and to honor the emperor's achievements. Elders from neighboring counties, those who have surpassed their 60th year, were specially invited to partake in the festivities. To celebrate with the people is indeed a noble endeavor. Seated upon the observation pavilion, Shun Lin's expression remained serene, though the slight furrow of his brow betrayed the contemplations of this mortal emperor. A courtier discreetly dispersed the surrounding maidens, ensuring that the emperor's thoughts remained undisturbed. It is often said that the emperor's status is exalted, commanding the heavens and the earth, wielding the power of the realm as if it were a cherished possession. While this may ring true, it does not imply that Shun Lin is devoid of worries. Having ascended to power at the tender age of 16, he has fought valiantly for 30 years, securing a prosperous realm and establishing the Jingming era. Now, at 56 years of age, he bears the weight of his responsibilities. Though he has 3 sons, the question of the crown prince remains unresolved. His eldest, Prince Shun Qingjing, is renowned as a virtuous ruler, possessing grace and compassion, and is beloved by many officials who have benefited from his kindness. Should he inherit the throne, he would undoubtedly be a wise and just monarch. The second son, Prince Shun Qingsha, has closely followed Shun Lin throughout his life, mastering military strategies and demonstrating remarkable bravery. He led troops to conquer the formidable capital of the Chu kingdom at merely 14 years of age. As for the third son, Prince Shun Qingyu, he diverges from his brothers, spending his days immersed in scholarly pursuits. He is regarded as a promising scholar capable of shouldering the cultural legacy of the Central Plains time, has only influenced him through the warmth and chill of his quill. Each of the 3 princes has garnered their own supporters. Among the 6 ministries, Prince Shun Changjing is favored, while the military trust Prince Shun Qingsha and Prince Shun Qingyu is cherished by the literati. Shun Lin pondered deeply despite the commendable qualities of his sons. Even the youngest, Prince Shun Qingyu, is now 32 years of age. According to the divinations of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, he has at least 20 more years to live. Should he pass the throne to a man in his 50s? Such a decision would lack the vigor needed for a newly established unified dynasty. Moreover, a century of peace is the aspiration of every dynasty, a hallmark of a flourishing age. To achieve this, it is essential to ensure a stable transfer of imperial power within 3 generations. Under immense pressure, Shun Lin has yet to designate a crown prince, largely due to these considerations. In his vision, he must first establish a 3rd-generation heir apparent and subsequently appoint a crown prince. By doing so, while still in possession of authority, he could orchestrate an unprecedented dual abdication, ensuring that the new sovereign is a young and ambitious leader, while simultaneously averting the chaos of succession disputes. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Lin inscribed several names upon a piece of parchment. Suddenly, he trembled his fingers, deliberating deeply before erasing the final 2 characters, Shinzhou. The reason was simple. The young master Shinzhou was the sole heir of Prince Shun Qingyu of Qi. Over the years, he had not inherited his father's literary talent, instead devoting himself entirely to indulgence in feasting, revelry, and the pleasures of life, galloping through the city amidst the snow and moonlight. Since the construction of the prince's residence, Shinzhou had become a frequent patron of the city's entertainment districts, where numerous courtesans regarded him as a confidant, reveling in nightly festivities with unabashed delight. Had it not been for the fact that the prince's consort hailed from the affluent Lin family of Jiangnan, the entire estate might have been squandered by this young master. He was even referred to by the citizens as a rare genius encountered once in a century, yet the epitome of idleness. Moreover, Shunzhou harbored a fervent passion for martial arts, frequently instigating brawls among wandering knights from distant lands, all the while observing and documenting their encounters until the authorities intervened to apprehend them, at which point he would reluctantly withdraw. When the knights eventually paid their fines and sought to confront Shunzhou, he would exercise his wealthy charm, inviting them to the most opulent brothel in the capital, Bone China Chamber, presenting handcrafted beauty vases and generous stacks of silver notes. It is said that one must fight to truly know another. My intention was not to sow discord among you, but rather to reveal the truths that lie between life and death. I kindly ask for your understanding of my scholarly pursuits. Meeting is a matter of fate come. Let us drink away our grievances and let our words flow with the wine. Feel free to enjoy today. All expenses are on me. The knights, observing the young man's lavish attire, dared not become overly unruly. Furthermore, with fine wine and beautiful companions at their disposal, they deemed themselves fortunate. After several rounds of drinks, Shunzhou would produce a small notebook, meticulously extracting information. Initially, some knights were cautious, reluctant to reveal their trumps, but witnessing their inebriated companions winning hundreds of taels and rewards with a mere flick of their wrist, they soon abandoned their pretense and began boasting about the might of their sex in the martial world, recounting tales of their legendary founders, leaving the young man in astonishment. Eventually, news of this matter inexplicably reached the palace, provoking a thunderous ire, leading to severe penalties for martial disputes in the capital, which now entailed exile for 3,000 miles. Shenzhou was deeply saddened by this turn of events, even going to the Ministry of Justice to voice his grievances, lamenting the harshness of the law, proclaiming that a nation founded on martial prowess would ultimately suffer from such backward policies. The officials of the ministry, faced with the young master of the Qi royal family, were at a loss, merely keeping him at bay outside their doors, allowing him to throw his tantrums, knowing that he would tire and depart in due time. Shun Lin sighed, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Prince Shun Qingyu. Years ago, the Lin family from Jianghu had supported the Jianghu dynasty with all their might, enduring dire straits when their entire household had to subsist on tree bark. Yet, despite their hardships, they had never faltered in providing military funds. Thus, Shun Lin had arranged for Shun Qingyu to marry the daughter of a merchant, ensuring that the Lin family would prosper alongside the nation. However, it was unfortunate for Shun Qingyu that he lacked the support of his wife's family in court, which diminished his prestige compared to his two elder brothers. Fortunately, he did not aspire to such power and did not feel disheartened. This sense of indebtedness was something Shun Lin sought to remedy through Shunzhou. Otherwise, with his intolerant disposition, he would never permit his grandson to act so recklessly that in the twilight, a handsome youth stealthily slipped into the residence of the king of Qi. The doorman, accustomed to peculiar occurrences, feigned ignorance and continued with his duties. The young man clutched a collection of books, sprinting through the covered bridge, his breath noticeably quickened. Back already? A refined voice resonated from a nearby pavilion. Do take your time. The youth hurriedly concealed the books within his garments, flicking the riding whip in his hand nonchalantly as he replied, "There's nothing novel in the capital today. I shall take my leave." The man in the pavilion took a delicate sip of tea and pointed at the youth's chest, saying, "You haven't pilfered another tome from the palace, have you?" Chapter 2. Do you wish to become an emperor? The civil and military officials, along with the common folk of the capital, find no peculiarity in a royal grandson who has grown up rather peculiar. After all, adorned in fine garments and enjoying abundant meals, what else is there to do but revel in the pleasures of life? The real conundrum, however, lies in the identity of this grandson's father, the prodigiously talented Prince Qi, whose literary reputation rivals even that of the esteemed head of the Imperial Academy. This raises eyebrows. Could it be that Shun Qingyu is so engrossed in his scholarly pursuits that he neglects his child's education? Does he not fear for his own reputation? Shenzhou glanced down at the corner of the book peeking out from his chest and ceased to conceal his thoughts. It is all the fault of those old fogies in the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, why would I need to sneak into the palace to pilfer secret texts? It has nothing to do with them. You can only blame yourself, Shun Qingyu replied calmly. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Shenzhou, brimming with excitement, retrieved the book hidden in his bosom and eagerly inquired, "Old man, being of your age and experience, do take a look and see if there are any legendary martial arts within these pages. If you find any, I would like to practice them early, so that when I attain mastery, you may boast to others that you are the father of the great master Shenzhou." Shen Qingyu's fingers skimmed over a dozen titles: bone-breaking brick lift, 9 consecutive chops, clumsy pig grounding technique, 18 flips of the lame dog. Whether or not there exists any legendary martial arts is uncertain, but should you practice these, you might just manage to leave your opponents in fits of laughter. Shenzhou followed the direction of Shun Qingyu's finger and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the urgency of the moment, he had merely seized whatever he could find, failing to discern the nature of the items. The palace armory is indeed chaotic, crammed with all sorts of things. The armory consists of 9 levels, and the higher one ascends, the more valuable the texts become. Shun Qingyu, deeply indulgent of his only son, shed his usual demeanor of caution and decorum, offering advice. Next time, venture up a few more floors. Do not confine yourself to the first. It sounds easy, but old man, have you ever been to the armory? The guards on the upper levels are all formidable, exuding an air of transcendence that makes them seem quite formidable. What? Do you wish for a white-haired man to send a black-haired one to his doom? Shen Qingyu chuckled. Of course not. It is merely that each time you enter the palace, you do so with trepidation, only to end up stealing trivial things. I worry for the future of the great master. You are 15 now, no longer a child, and you have surpassed the prime age for honing your physique. I fear your future achievements may be limited. Shinzhou, stepping onto a stone bench, retorted furiously. Are you cursing me, old man? I have surpassed the prime age for physical training? This is all your fault. Where were you when I was young? Now you bring up these useless matters. Shen Qingyu spread his hands. Who could have foreseen that you would grow up to be this way, not resembling me in the slightest? Can you not predict the future? Have all those years of study been in vain? Even the wisest of men may occasionally err. As the father and son conversed, a graceful woman clad in green approached, her features exquisitely painted, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that brimmed with tenderness, an extraordinary beauty unlike any mortal. Just as Shinzhou was about to demonstrate something to his father, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze, turned, and embraced the woman's arm, exclaiming, Mother, did you not say that grandfather was to find me a master? Why has he not yet arrived in the capital? Do not fret, considering the days. He should be here shortly. Suddenly, the woman tapped the boy's head playfully, feigning anger, and said, You cannot lay hands on your father. He is a scholar, incapable of harming even a chicken. For now, let him off the hook. Shen Qingyu chuckled silently, rolled up his sleeves, and remarked, A gentleman nurtures himself with virtue, disregarding others for the moment. Even a mere Shinzhou is an easy target. Old man, what did you say? The boy released the woman's arm, cleared his ears, indicating that he had not heard clearly. I initially wanted to spare you from embarrassment before your wife, but since you insist, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he struck a few stances. The woman observed the two, who were at odds, shaking her head helplessly. As for her son, he had always been like this since childhood, but now her husband too had taken on this demeanor. One might think he was learning from his son. The woman curved her fingers and gently tapped the boy's head, reprimanding him. Have you both forgotten about today's events? Shinzhou pondered for a moment, then mused. I haven't forgotten. I woke up, had breakfast, stole the secret manual to take home, and then went to sleep. But I isn't a bit early for that. Shen Qingyu clapped his hands and declared, the Thousand Elder Banquet. The tales among the people spoke of the emperor summoning hundreds of elders, along with princes and ministers, to celebrate longevity for the Jianghu dynasty, seeking auspicious beginnings. The woman urged, The palace has already sent people to hurry you. Both of you should change your clothes quickly. Shinzhou rolled his eyes and declined. I will not be attending. The food in the palace is notoriously unpalatable. I'd rather have Uncle Fu cook for me. His Majesty has specifically summoned the prince along with the crown prince to the banquet. Attendance is mandatory, the woman replied with a smile. Only then did Shinzhou leisurely make his way to the small courtyard, instructing, Mother, have Uncle Fu roast a duck for me to eat when I return. Half an hour later, Shinzhou boarded the carriage to the palace, noticing his father was already seated. He called out, Let us go. Shen Qingyu placed his hands over his abdomen, gently closing his eyes, lost in thought. As long as he was not at home, he transformed into the charming prince of Jianghu. Shinzhou removed his shoes, stretched his legs, attempting to make himself comfortable. The evening breeze rustled through the curtains, lifting Shen Qingyu's hair. Shinzhou speculated, Old man, is it this visage that won my mother's heart? Otherwise, who do you think your looks were inherited from? Complimenting you would be a divine favor. As the carriage approached the palace gates, Shen Qingyu slowly opened his eyes and cautioned, Do not speak out of turn at today's banquet. Shinzhou, unfazed, retorted, A son reflects his father. Do you now disdain my lack of decorum? What father would ever scorn a foolish son? Shen Qingyu replied, Then why waste words with me? Ultimately, you'll only be scolded by the emperor. I am famously known for letting words go in one ear and out the other, unable to remember a thing. Shen Qingyu, with earnestness, stated, Do you still wish to become a grand master in the martial world? Of course. I dream of it. Shinzhou eagerly inquired, Do you have any good methods? This path requires your own diligence. Your father cannot assist you. However, since you are fond of the martial world, remember what I just said. Shinzhou scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Are you, perhaps, aspiring to become emperor? Shen Qingyu asked sternly. Shinzhou's expression momentarily faltered, and he promptly retorted, Unless my mind has gone awry. I would abandon the clamorous world of the rivers and lakes to seize that dilapidated dragon throne. Noting Shen Qingyu's unwaveringly serious demeanor, the youth impatiently remarked, all right, I'll heed your words for today. Shen Qingyu closed his eyes once more and murmured, after tonight, no one shall obstruct you from becoming a grand master any longer. Chapter 3. Stepping Stone. Shen Zhou felt as though he had misheard, but seeing Shen Qingyu's disinterested expression, he opted not to pursue the matter further. This old man relished in feigned profundity. Thankfully, he had not been educated by him in his youth, or he would have inevitably become a pretentious fool. The grand plaza of the Taiji Hall was adorned with colorful banners, with palace maids and eunuchs bustling about. Numerous elderly gentlemen from both within and beyond the capital had gathered here early, eagerly awaiting the royal invitation. They sought a spot close to the main hall, hoping to catch a glimpse of the esteemed voices of the dignitaries within. If His Majesty were to make an appearance and stroll about, they could return home to boast to their grandchildren, inspiring them to study hard and achieve greatness in the future. Shen Zhou deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Shen Qingyu to move away before choosing a secluded seat within the great hall. As for how the Ministry of Rites and the eunuch department had arranged matters, he was indifferent. An elderly man clad in scholarly robes chuckled and inquired, "Young sir, which family do you hail from? Why do you not sit with your parents?" Those who could attend the 10,000 years feast were the future pillars of the Jianghu dynasty. One would expect their elders to hold at least a fourth-rank title, which piqued the elders' interest. Shen Zhou laughed heartily. "My father and the others are rather dull, since it's merely a meal. I thought I might as well find a place to sit." The elderly man's expression suddenly turned grave, and he raised his voice. "Matters of the state are no triviality. All these officials serve the Son of Heaven. As their descendant, you ought to possess a heart that is concerned for the nation and its people." Shen Zhou glanced around, his gaze perplexed. "I am 73 years old this year, and though I am but a commoner, I am certainly qualified to impart wisdom upon you. Young man, you must harbor lofty aspirations and strive for extraordinary achievements. Do not be lazy, nor engage in underhanded tactics." The elder's words resonated with weight, his white hair trembling, prompting a round of applause from those at the table. Shen Zhou regained his focus and pointed to himself, asking, "Are you speaking to me?" The elder, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "Who else could it be?" Regardless of the youth's lineage or status, an elder of such age was well within his rights to educate a younger generation. Even the laws of the dynasty could not constrain him. The words he had just spoken, even if overheard by others, were merely uplifting counsel, impervious to criticism. It was possible that the youth's elders might even pay him a visit to express their gratitude, becoming the talk of the capital. Shen Zhou's eyes twinkled as he inquired, "Does your family have any younger members serving in the court?" The elder suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he continued to raise his voice. "What? Do you intend to retaliate?" "I fear nothing. The politics of Jianghu are transparent. I have never heard of anyone suffering for their words. Do you wish to set such a precedent?" Shen Zhou waved his hand and lowered his voice. "If you wish to pave the way for your juniors, do not tread upon me as you ascend. I am but a small figure. Perhaps you should scold someone else." The elder, having been unmasked in his intentions, felt no remorse but rather astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you, perhaps, a trespasser? That would be a capital offense." Shen Zhou cast a discontented glance at the other party, then amended his words, stating, "Money can indeed move mountains. I have legitimately spent to gain entry." The elder, understanding the implication, stroked his beard and chuckled. "Then let it be. The son of a merchant ultimately lacks the stature for prominence." Shen Zhou suppressed a laugh and pointed to an individual in the center of the grand hall. "Do you see that person?" "Who?" The elder replied, squinting. "My old eyes cannot see far." "Ah, the one dressed in red," Shen Zhou clarified. "What of him?" "Go and scold him. I assure you, it will yield unexpected delight. I've long found that fellow displeasing. Consider it a favor to me." "Really?" "Indeed." The elder reflected on his son, who had served in the Dusher's supervisory office for years and still held only an 8th grade official rank, unable to afford even a modest residence in the capital. With his grandson nearing adulthood, the elder steeled himself and rose. The man in red seemed to sense the commotion and glanced over, quickening his pace upon spotting Shen Zhou. The elder, prepared with a scathing retort to establish a reputation against unwarranted authority, hesitated upon noticing the crimson robe adorning the newcomer, swallowing his words. The man in red smiled and inquired, "Old sir, have you encountered some trouble?" The elder stammered, "No, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Shenzhou fanned the flames from the side. You, come here and face the music, stand tall. The man in red indeed straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. Is it merely because I owe you a few taels of silver from yesterday's mahjong that you're making such a fuss? Repaying debts is only right, given your brazen demeanor. One might think I owe you money. Today, I find myself clinging to a powerful ally while someone else scolds you. The elder felt as though struck by lightning. He had merely sought to gain some reputation, but did not wish to risk his life in the process. He remarked, while repaying debts is indeed necessary. What justification could there be for such a situation? As the only peer in the capital capable of matching Shenzhou, Shunhao had inherited the title of Prince Yongxin from his deceased father before reaching 10 years of age. If Shenzhou's character was a product of the indulgence from the Qi royal couple, then Shunhao's was simply the result of neglect. Shunhao, not wanting to complicate matters for the elder, assisted him back to his seat and addressed Shenzhou. Are you not going to sit over there? Not a chance. With the sounding of the banquet's opening bell, everyone promptly stood, and Shunhao returned to his previous position. Shenzhou patted the elder on the shoulder, saying, You have truly disappointed me. The elder, regaining his composure, replied, There is no need to clash with a prince over a few taels of silver. Your family is of merchant stock. Having the opportunity to align with a prince should be seized, even if it means conceding a bit. With such connections, you need not worry about future earnings. Did you not hear what was just said? Hear what? Never mind, please continue. After pondering for a moment, the elder suggested, If the amount is not substantial, might I settle the debt for that gentleman? You need only mention it at an opportune moment. Is that acceptable? As Shenzhou followed the eunuch's commands for the formalities, he jested, I did not realize your family possessed such wealth. It seems I have been rather greedy. If the elder were not currently kneeling, he would have lunged forward to cover the boy's indiscreet mouth. It was perplexing how the youth had been raised to utter such words in this setting. The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was keenly aware of the potential repercussions. Should the remark reach the throne, it would be akin to a mud-stained garment, an embarrassment of the highest order. The boy's sharp gaze seemed capable of piercing through all veils, and he laughed, assuring, Do not fret. Even if someone reports this, it will go unnoticed by those above. Upon the completion of the kneeling ceremony, the elder returned to his seat, visibly irate and with a countenance far from pleasant. Shenzhou, disregarding the continuous chorus of congratulations echoing within the hall, poured himself a cup of wine and was the first to pick up his chopsticks. In the vastness of the world, one's hunger reigns supreme. After an exhausting day, he had yet to dine. He would settle for a modest meal now and save his appetite for the roasted duck awaiting him at home. After all, his elder had advised him to maintain silence this evening. Should he fail to do so, perhaps food could serve as a makeshift remedy. Chapter 4. Good brothers. The banquet within the palace was prepared according to ancient rites, with dishes that bore no relation to deliciousness. One could only say that form surpassed substance. Once Shenzhou felt a semblance of satisfaction in his belly, he set down his chopsticks and indulged in his own drinking. The wine was commendable. Each time the elder savored his meal, he would close his eyes in deep appreciation, nodding in approval while occasionally reproaching the boy for his lack of decorum. Such exquisite dishes deserved slow and deliberate enjoyment. One could not grasp their profound essence through hasty consumption. Shenzhou chuckled softly. He often frequented the humble eateries tucked away in the corners of the capital, where the flavors were far superior to those presented today. The so-called profundity that the elder spoke of stemmed merely from the experience of dining alongside nobles and dignitaries. Having indulged a bit too much, Shenzhou playfully nudged a plate of greens toward the elder, grinning, If you like it, do partake more. The elder immediately donned a look of condescension, as if he were a mentor observing a promising pupil. Suddenly, the sound of bells resonated through the hall, prompting everyone to pause their meals, leaving only Shenzhou, cradling his wine pot, murmuring to himself about the identity of the master his grandfather had found for him. Would he be a flamboyant swordsman or a beautiful fairy? Fortunately, his secluded position meant that few noticed the boy lost in his daydreams. Shunlin's authoritative voice echoed throughout the great hall. It has been 10 years since the war of national self-destruction concluded. I have dedicated myself earnestly, without a moment's respite, pouring all my energy into governance. Yet I still feel overwhelmed, knowing many areas remain unaddressed. His words startled the officials present. Could it be that His Majesty intended to issue a self-reproach during the grand banquet? What could have prompted such a declaration? No significant events had transpired recently. Lu Yu, the Minister of Revenue, rose and stated, "Your Majesty, in the prime of your reign, it is essential to recognize that governing a nation is not an endeavor accomplished in a day. Jianghu is on the cusp of a flourishing era. Within 10 years, peace shall reign supreme." Shenlin waved his hand dismissively. "I am fully aware of the principles at play. Since the blame did not lie with the emperor, it naturally fell upon them. The officials, seasoned veterans of the bureaucracy, understood the underlying nuances. This was the emperor's deliberate ploy to remind them before the populace. A quintessential strategy to garner support and cultivate reputation. In unison, the officials knelt, proclaiming, "We are guilty." Regardless of the emperor's intentions, they were committed to playing their part in this unfolding drama. Many elderly individuals remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet upon witnessing the prominent figures kneeling, they mimicked the gesture, prostrating themselves and uttering in disarray, "We, the commoners, are guilty." Consequently, Shenlin, seated in a position of authority, noticed Shinzhou, who was slumped drunkenly over the table, and shook his head in resignation before continuing, "I do not blame you." Only then did the crowd rise and return to their seats. "I have been contemplating the future of Jianghu and the foundations that have endured for millennia. Where do they lie?" No one dared to answer. This was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather the complexity of the question, which could yield 3 distinct answers. Until they discerned His Majesty's thoughts, none were bold enough to take the initiative. The first answer posited that the future of Jianghu rests with His Majesty, and its enduring foundation lies in His Majesty's wisdom and might, ensuring no issues arise. The second suggested that among the many officials, emphasis should be placed on selecting talent and appointing the virtuous. The third revolved around the common people and the concept of inheritance. While the sentiments of the populace could be articulated, the notion of inheritance was far more precarious. The transmission of cultural heritage and the succession of the throne both carried risks. Although all officials wished for the emperor to appoint a crown prince, none dared to openly declare their support for any particular prince. "Lu Qing, you have accompanied me since the end of the national war. Share your thoughts." Shenlin called upon him. Lu Yu rose, contemplating carefully, and chose the most prudent answer. "Jianghu belongs to your Majesty, and the realm belongs to your Majesty. I too shall age and eventually pass away. Throughout history, countless have been hailed as eternal, yet none have truly lived for 10,000 years. In that moment, Lu Yu felt his heart plunge into despair, regretting his earlier decision to speak. At this juncture, the Minister of the Central Secretariat, Qin Guanyin, interjected, "We, in our declining years, find it arduous to keep pace with your Majesty. Perhaps we should allow the youth to express their views on governance, enabling your Majesty to assess the state of Jianghu's civil affairs over the years." A glimmer of insight flashed in Shenlin's eyes. Indeed, as one grows older, one becomes increasingly cunning. Having acquired the desired response, he graciously spared Lu Yu, a disciple of Qin Guanyin. "You are correct, Qin Qing. They represent the future and the foundation of Jianghu." Qin Guanyin clasped his hands in a bow and took his seat. "Each of you as elders in the court and a lineage steeped in both familial and scholarly traditions, speak freely about your perspectives on governance today, and you shall incur no blame." A young man, eager to rise, was restrained by a nearby elder, creating a commotion, and he apologized, saying, "My clothing is soiled. It is merely the attire that is dirty." Observant individuals recognized that this inquiry was not tailored for them. Only 2 among them were truly capable of responding. After a brief interval, a young man clad in splendid attire departed from his seat, standing in the center of the grand hall, and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I have some thoughts to share." "Then, Emperor, you may set an example for them," Shenlin replied. As the heir apparent of the Jin Wang, Shen Yi, the eldest son and grandson of Shenlin, had always aspired to the role of crown prince, holding himself to rigorous standards. He bowed to those present and proclaimed, "The sage says, filial piety is the foundation of virtue. It is through education that it is cultivated. The nation is akin to a family. Both the state and the household are intertwined. A father serves as a guide for his son, a ruler serves as a guide for his ministers. Governing a nation through filial piety, the sovereign assumes the role of a paternal figure. Henceforth, the realm may achieve great stability. Even if there are petty individuals who incite rebellion and challenge authority, they shall inevitably be branded as unfilial and consequently shunned by the masses." The ministers nodded slightly, acknowledging the conventionality of this response, which referenced the wisdom of the ancients and adhered to traditional governance. although it appeared somewhat idealistic. It was commendable for a youth of merely 20 to articulate such thoughts. Xin Lin maintained a stoic expression, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Is there anyone else? At that moment, another gentleman stepped forward, Shun Zhua, the heir apparent of the king of Qin. Your Majesty, I too have something to say. Very well, do share. Shun Zhuo asserted. Our nation of Kangwu was established through martial prowess, having conquered from horseback. Thus, it is only fitting that we govern with strength. Although the central plains are now settled, the northern territories remain rife with ambitious warlords who invade our borders annually, causing untold suffering among the populace. As the adage goes, the strong shall prevail in battle. Only a formidable army can ensure a lasting dominion. His impassioned speech elicited applause and cheers from the generals, who, with peace prevailing, found their authority diminished under the bureaucratic elite, naturally yearning for another martial emperor in Kangwu. Xin Lin felt a twinge of uncertainty. The two responses diverged significantly in focus, and he could not render a hasty judgment regarding the position of Crown Prince. At that juncture, Prince Yongxin, Xin Hao, stepped forth, unaccompanied by any immediate elders, thus unencumbered by restraint. Howard, do you have any thoughts? He hesitated momentarily and replied, I am known for my penchant for leisure. A notorious spendthrift in the capital, utterly ignorant of governance. Xin Lin found amusement in this candid admission. And what, pray tell, do you propose? I have a good rapport with the heir of the Qi kingdom. He often shares astonishing insights. Perhaps we should allow him to speak. Shun Hao believed in not forgetting his brother in such fortuitous circumstances and promptly mentioned Shun Zhou's esteemed name. Chapter 5. The intermingling of royal authority and governance. Silence enveloped the grand hall, a profound stillness prevailing. Who in the capital was unaware that these two were notorious companions, often entangled in Shun Zhou's mischief, while Shun Hao bore the brunt of the repercussions? They were subjects of scorn among the populace and viewed as a bane by the various governmental offices, yet their noble status was undeniable. One was the sole offspring of the Qi king, while the other, despite lacking immediate familial support, came from a lineage of valor. With both father and grandfather having sacrificed their lives for the nation, thus evading imperial scrutiny. Suddenly, Shun Qingyu's hand quivered as he held his wine cup, but he quickly regained composure. Xin Lin hesitated. Zhou'er, perhaps we should refrain from this. The royal family possesses its own dignity. Allowing an unlearned royal grandson to speak recklessly here would surely tarnish the family's reputation. Shun Hao knelt with sincerity, imploring, I beseech your Majesty to grant Xin Zhou a chance. To reach this point, your brother must surely be blessed by his ancestors. Acknowledging Howard's insistence, Xin Lin acquiesced, then let him speak. Turning to the ministers, he remarked, This grandson of mine is unrestrained and whimsical, enamored with the world of chivalry. And today he even sneaked into the arsenal. The implication was clear, a precautionary note to the assembly. No matter what they might hear, they should take it lightly. For he was but a child yet to reach maturity. The ministers chuckled, particularly the Minister of Justice, Tong Hongren, who was most delighted. For months, the drums of grievance outside the Ministry of Justice had nearly been worn thin. After today's uproar, they would surely have no face to show again. Zhou'er, Xinzhou. Xin Lin's tone gradually exhibited signs of losing control. The attendant hastily made his way into the banquet hall, finally locating the slumbering Xinzhou. Supporting him, he whispered, Little ancestor, do not sleep any longer. Huh, has the banquet concluded? Then I shall return home. Old man, I'm leaving. Uncle Fu even saved me some duck. Would you care for half? Shun Qingyu suppressed a smile, noting that he even remembered to offer half a duck. The attendant trembled uncontrollably, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Zhou'er, do you have any insights on governing the state? Xin Lin's face darkened like a winter frost. He had anticipated this grandson's potential for embarrassment, yet it exceeded his expectations. Xinzhou knelt, presenting himself with a raised rear, and greeted, Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty be in good health. Xin Lin, growing somewhat impatient, nearly lost his composure after years of tempering his spirit. Speak quickly. What is it you wish to convey? Once you finish, you may return home to sleep. A resounding snore broke the silence in the grand hall. Had he really fallen asleep in such a position? The assembled ministers pinched their thighs, struggling to suppress their laughter. Xin Lin's voice turned icy. Fetch him a bowl of wake-up soup. Lying down is quite comfortable. Xinzhou suddenly awoke. Little ancestor, first observe your surroundings and ponder before speaking. The attendant urged as he assisted him to his feet. Xinzhou opened his eyes, immediately knelt again, and greeted, "Your Majesty, may your Majesty be in good health. I am not entirely well at present." Xinzhou raised his head, mumbling, "Oh, should we not summon the imperial physician? I am asking you a question." "What question?" "Governing the state." "Oh, governing the state, simple enough." Xinlin narrowed his eyes. While the entire court deemed this a formidable task, he found it simple. "Pray, share your esteemed insights." Xinzhou laughed heartily, "But I do not know how." Xun Yi's expression darkened as he interjected, "Xinzhou, do you dare mock the ministers? Are you aware of the consequences of such insolence?" Xinzhou swayed as he stood. "And who are you to meddle so? I request punishment for the disrespect shown by Zhou," Xun Yi declared sternly. "If he cannot provide a cogent argument, I shall naturally address his transgressions." Shen Hao, sensing the situation escalating, leaned close to Xinzhou and whispered a few words. Xinzhou's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. "Really? If I were deceived, I would be a fool." Receiving affirmation, Xinzhou shed his previous drunken demeanor, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he approached Xun Yi, poking him lightly in the chest. "In the name of filial piety, one must pursue the path of kingship. Have you heard of the promotion of filial piety and integrity, where the father resides separately? Setting that aside, let me pose a simple question. If a father rebels, should the son honor the father or the sovereign? Which form of filial piety is more commendable?" Sweat beaded on Xun Yi's forehead as he momentarily struggled to respond. Xunzhou seized the opportunity, echoing, "I believe Zhou's argument holds merit." "You didn't just claim he spoke, did you?" Xunzhou paused, taken aback. Relying on military force to assert dominance may indeed strengthen governance initially, yet as time progresses, the drawbacks become increasingly pronounced. How can you ensure that every general remains loyal to the emperor and devoted to the nation? Must the emperor constantly oversee military affairs? Not to mention the challenge of managing hundreds of thousands of troops. Who will handle state matters? Who, indeed, is the emperor? Is it the general seated upon the dragon throne or the esteemed ministers within the Tai Chi hall? A nation founded on military strength will ultimately be undone by military might. Xinzhou had not anticipated that Xinzhou's words would be so incisive. It was unclear when the hall had fallen silent, devoid of mocking laughter, as all eyes were fixed on the so-called greatest waste of the capital. Xinlin straightened his posture and smirked, urging him to continue. Xinzhou cast a glance toward Xun Hao and remarked, "Your Majesty must keep his word. The emperor speaks truth. Anything I have proclaimed shall surely be upheld." Xinlin added, discerning the subtle undercurrents between the two. "My son has acted with little regard and has offended your Majesty. May I request permission for him to depart?" Shen Qingyu understood that if he did not intervene now, he might not have another opportunity, especially since his son had no desire to be emperor. Xinlin waved his hand, declaring, "I have stated that today. All may speak freely and without consequence." Shen Qingyu, resigned, took his seat. Wasn't he this impudent boy usually prone to foolishness? Why was he so earnest tonight? Xinzhou patted his chest, signaling that everything was under control. Historically, wise sovereigns have governed with a blend of virtue and authority. Who has ever heard of a cripple outrunning a healthy individual, excluding the grand masters of martial arts? The well-being of the populace is the foundation of the nation. Thus, it is imperative to value their sustenance and cherish their lives. Those who comprehend the leaks in the roof dwell beneath it, and those who recognize political failures reside in the fields. The people are the foundation of the state. When the foundation is solid, the state flourishes. The path to governance begins with enriching the populace. The principles of state affairs dictate that rewards correspond to contributions, and abilities must be recognized and duly rewarded, while penalties must be just. Governance is about righteousness. When a leader embodies integrity, who would dare act otherwise? Any shortcomings must be rectified, and any corruption must be contained. Integrity is the embodiment of the people, while greed is their foe. To uphold righteousness, one must first correct oneself. When laws are enacted and discipline is upheld, no realm remains ungoverned, and no populace is untransformed. The assembly was left astounded, rendered speechless by the brevity of a mere 100 words that articulated the imperative of prioritizing the populace, the necessity of remaining connected to the masses, the clear delineation of rewards and punishments for officials and the military, and the emphasis on the emperor and officials maintaining integrity and adherence to the law as exemplars for the world, educating the populace. Benevolence and law must coexist. As Xunzhou had initially asserted, this is the essence of virtuous governance. Shenlin's hand trembled slightly around his wine cup, having awaited this moment for years. At last, Kangwu encountered a wise ruler again, allowing him to feel he had honored his ancestors. Chapter 6. Departure. Once more, the hall fell into a profound silence. Yet this time it was different. The astonishment rendered the attendees unable to utter a word. Shenzhou, the crown prince of Qi, a disgrace to the royal family, had managed to articulate such profound thoughts. Not merely shocking, his words were substantial. Should he continue to elaborate, detailing specific policies, it would indeed constitute an excellent council. Even if dissenters existed within the court, their opposition would merely reflect differing perspectives, devoid of absolute right or wrong, requiring only further negotiation. From this day forth, the noble lords present would no longer regard Shenzhou as an immature child, but rather as an ally, a youth dedicated to the court's welfare. Perhaps his apparent inebriation was merely a ruse, a ploy to seize an opportunity to express the depths of his thoughts. However, his rhetoric did not shy away from subtly mocking the officials. Otherwise, why would he assert that laws must be enacted and discipline must be maintained? If not to chastise the current state of Kangwu, where laws existed but discipline was lacking. Yet, these were trifles. Every individual present had once been young and impetuous. Who among them had not been reckless? They were still youthful, and with time, they would surely come to understand. It is often said that rumors can be fatal, and the current wave of misconduct in the capital certainly warrants stringent rectification. How dare one so brazenly slander the royal princes? Is there no longer any sense of justice? Such a remarkable talent, how could it be reduced to mere waste? If he is deemed worthless, then what of the officials in the court? Someone discreetly cast a glance at Prince Qi, Shun Qingyu, but quickly dispelled their doubts. If one wishes to see a child shine brilliantly, meticulous preparation is essential. It would be absurd to let him take the stage inebriated, especially considering the gravity of today's audience. Given Shenzhou's previous reputation, a single misstep could spell the end of any opportunity. Shenlin inquired, "Esteemed ministers, do you have any insights to share?" The assembly fell silent, realizing that discussing the competition for the crown prince was best avoided. "Shall I call upon each of you by name?" The Minister of Justice, Tong Hongren, could scarcely remain composed. His earlier remarks clearly favored the legalists. Even if Shenzhou ultimately did not ascend to that position, the implementation of policies would elevate the Ministry of Justice to the forefront of the 6 ministries, bestowing it with immense power. "I have something to say," declared the minister. "Speak freely," encouraged the assembly. After bowing to the 3 heirs, Tong Hongren continued. "The words of the Crown Prince of Jin and the Crown Prince of Qin are indeed sound, whether governing through filial piety or martial prowess. Both have historical precedents and have yielded commendable results, serving as worthy references for our Kangwu dynasty. As for the Crown Prince of Qi, it is true, as your majesty has said, that he possesses an imaginative approach, contemplating a blend of royal authority and governance." Upon hearing this vague commentary, Shenzhou's frustration grew. He had come anticipating recognition, not vague platitudes. "Just tell me who won. Spare me the useless talk," Tong Hongren respectfully replied. "I have further inquiries I wish to pose to His Highness, Prince Qi." "Proceed," Shenzhou replied. Tong Hongren hesitated before continuing. "It is indeed commendable to govern through both Confucianism and legalism. However, which should take precedence? Should instances arise where Confucianism disrupts the law or chivalry transgresses prohibitions? How should one resolve such conflicts?" Stop. I don't have time for extensive discourse. I am quite anxious," Shenzhou interjected, his hands slowly forming fists. "Confucianism molds the heart, and the law corrects actions. The two are not in conflict, and there is no bias towards either. As for the latter question, I will ponder it further." Silence enveloped the room once more, as no one dared to disrupt the discourse. Shun Yi and Shenzhou trembled slightly, their gazes fixed on Shenzhou with a predatory intensity, akin to serpents lurking in the shadows. They had previously considered him the least threatening peer, but it appeared that perception was shifting. "I have it," Shenzhou exclaimed, clapping his hands. "I am eager to hear your thoughts. To address this matter, I believe we must start with the law. Currently, the laws of Kangwu are excessively harsh. For instance, the punishment for street brawling in the capital, exile for 3,000 miles, is simply outrageous." Shenlin snorted in disdain. "Respond appropriately, without infusing personal grievances. This stipulation is non-negotiable." "How tiresome," Shenzhou retorted. "The purpose of law is to maintain national stability, Yet humans are inherently fallible. We must allow those who err the chance to amend their mistakes while ensuring they face sufficient consequences. The balance lies with the Ministry of Justice, which must manage this judiciously. I believe that the amalgamation of Confucianism and legalism necessitates the infusion of new elements into the concept of Confucian propriety, such as the acknowledgement of the value of law. This matter should fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights and the Board of Civil Office, while the methods of implementation must be pondered independently. Ultimately, the various departments and local offices must prioritize justice in their cases, fostering public trust and ensuring that there are no wrongful convictions. It is imperative to legally combat those who disrupt the order of civil law and those who resort to violence. A peculiar light sparkled in Tong Hongren's eyes as he continued. Is there more? King Wu needs heroes. As stated, do not mix personal motives with this discourse. Shen Lin, who had been listening with great enjoyment, was once again jolted back to reality. This young man truly was incorrigible. Shun Zhou belched, declaring with righteous fervor, Your Majesty. This is not a personal agenda. Tong Hongren replied, I implore Your Majesty to allow the Crown Prince to continue. After a lengthy pause, a voice from the elevated platform finally uttered, agreed. Jianghu currently comprises 15 districts and 37 states, bordered by vast oceans to the south and grasslands to the north. The capital has limited direct control over its territories, and as time elapses, it is inevitable that dissent may arise, leading to local factions or the exploitation of the populace. Those passionate and ambitious individuals witnessing the oppression of the common folk cannot be expected to remain apathetic. To do so would make them complicit. Hence, King Wu requires heroes. Like myself, a true champion. If one disregards the final sentence, Shen Lin would have been quite satisfied. However, his expression turned sour once more. I still have questions. Tong Hongren intended to continue his discourse, but was interrupted by another. You have already monopolized sufficient time. It is now the turn of my ministry. The speaker was Feng Zhu, the Minister of Rights. May I inquire, Your Highness? Do not rush to ask, Shen Zhou interjected, turning to the Emperor. Is it not true that my performance in this audience was particularly outstanding? Shen Lin stifled his annoyance, acknowledging that at least he possessed some insight, thanks in part to his father's diligent guidance over the years. This has nothing to do with the old man. He merely plays tricks. Just tell me, was my performance not more remarkable? Shouldn't the reward rightfully belong to me? Shen Qingyu smirked, gently swirling his wine cup. Shen Lin's expression darkened. Had he not been clear enough? He could only add, indeed. Shen Zhou laughed heartily. In that case, I shall return home to pack my belongings and set forth on my adventures come tomorrow. Farewell, old man. Farewell, Your Majesty. Await my triumphant return in the capital. The dashing young hero Shen Zhou's debut will surely astonish the entire Central Plains. With that, he strode out without a backward glance, truly embodying the flamboyance he espoused, albeit with a swaying gait. Shen Lin realized that silence could indeed elicit laughter. A royal grandchild, with a prestigious identity, forsaking the throne to wander the world? Dream on. Chapter 7. Half a duck Shen Zhou made his way directly out of the Imperial Palace and returned to the residence of the Prince of Qi, calling out, Manager Wang, send someone to assist me in packing my belongings. I am departing on a journey tomorrow. Do not forget to bring my sword. That sword, forged by Shen Zhou himself at the tender age of 10, was named Swallowing the Sea. The youth aspired to emulate the legendary sword sage Shen Shihui, who once cleaved waves and pierced the skies with a single strike. A woman clad in green emerged from behind the screen, teasingly inquiring, Are you not waiting for your grandfather to help you find a master? Shen Zhou waved his hand and declared, This time I leave the capital. I shall surely make a name for myself in the martial world. Let my master seek me according to the direction of the wind. The woman affectionately tousled the boy's hair and advised, Do not stray too far from home. Do not be away for too long. And remember to eat well and sleep soundly. The youth, unaware of the burdens of sorrow, took 2 steps back and responded, Mother, I am no longer a child. Oh, once you become a great hero, you will forget your mother, you heartless one. Shen Zhou understood that the woman was not truly angry, yet he comforted her, saying, How could that be? A mother is always a mother. With that, he strolled towards his small courtyard, devoured half a duck, and after indulging in a fragrant bath attended by maidservants, he nestled under a fur blanket and drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the palace, the banquet had concluded, and Shen Lin deliberately retained a few seasoned ministers, who gathered around in the hall of contemplation. Shen Lin fiddled with the charcoal fire in the basin. His health was adequate, but these aged gentlemen could hardly withstand the biting autumn winds. Today's affair was a spur-of-the-moment decision on my part, and I fear it has been rather rough. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you, my esteemed ministers. As the only official of the second rank in the court, Minister Jianghu held a steaming cup of tea and remarked, "It was our urging that hastened matters. The establishment of an heir is of utmost importance, and it warrants your careful consideration, your majesty." Shen Lin shook his head, saying, "I do not blame you. I share your urgency. 10 years of peace has passed. Yet Jianghu has yet to designate a crown prince. It would be a laughingstock if it were made public. I am satisfied with the 3 princes, but as for the younger generation, they have yet to truly engage in governance, and thus cannot be assessed deeply. That is why I devised such a plan." Jianghu replied, "Your Majesty shows great foresight." Shen Lin then turned to the chancellor and inquired, "Surely you do not hold it against me for deliberately challenging Liu Yu today?" Qin Guanyin stroked his beard and chuckled, "As a scholar, I am only responsible for educating others. Whether a fine timber grows into a sturdy tree ultimately depends on its own fortune. The Ministry of Revenue has indeed behaved somewhat out of line in recent years, and it is time for a reprimand. I can protect him once, but I will not do so a second time. These individuals, advanced in years, would soon depart from the center of power, having once fought together to establish the realm. Their conversations bore no pretense. Moreover, Shen Lin held them in high esteem. Without their staunch support, the vast dynasty would not have achieved its current stature. I shall speak plainly. I am aware of your thoughts, and you are clear about mine. Let us be candid. What is your opinion on today's memorial?" The ministers exchanged glances. They were prominent figures in the 3 provinces, the true core of the court. Although they desired the emperor to designate a crown prince, they lacked a definitive candidate, or rather, they believed that as long as the court remained stable, it mattered not who it was. None of the princes sought their favor, and considering their high ranks, they had little ambition left. Furthermore, with the emperor still in power, if they wished to enjoy a peaceful later life and secure a favorable legacy for their descendants, they must uphold their loyalty to the throne. Despite Shen Lin's current demeanor as a wise and enlightened ruler, he was notorious for his cunning and ruthless nature during times of war, frequently resorting to harsh measures, including the destruction of kingdoms and cities. After all, how could he have restored the old territories in merely 30 years if not by employing the formidable strategy of waging war to sustain war? Silently observing, the minister Cheng Yen-nong clasped his hands and remarked, "To speak of today, the performance of the crown prince of Qi truly shone, distinctly surpassing the other 2 princes by several degrees. Particularly, his words, 'He who knows the leaking roof is beneath the eaves. He who knows the failure of governance is among the commoners,' resonated deeply with me. Unlike my esteemed colleagues, I hail from humble beginnings as a farmer, and it is only through His Majesty's grace that I have ascended to such a high position. Thus, I comprehend that even well-intentioned edicts from the court may inadvertently harm the people's interests. The path of governance ultimately leads to the populace." The left minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Lu Guanchao, interjected, "Indeed, history teaches us that those who win the hearts of the people gain the world, while losing it often stems from losing the people's trust. The Crown Prince's discourse embodies clarity for officials, fairness for generals, and love for the common folk, echoing the teachings of the sages." With a dry chuckle, Shen Lin remarked, "This seems to be a subtle jab at me." He then redirected his inquiry, "What of the other 2 princes?" Jianghu replied candidly, "There is no necessity for discussion. The 2 princes must dedicate themselves to the affairs of the state. Given this, your sentiments align closely with mine. Is there anything further to add?" Shen Lin asked. After a moment of contemplation, the right minister Jiang Wangshi rose and stated, "The crown prince of Qi, under the deliberate leniency of the 3rd prince, has indulged in debauchery, thus compromising his character. And what of it? In my youth, I was far more unruly, yet I stand as the foremost among the ministers today." Upon perceiving the emperor's clear stance, Jianghu rolled up his sleeves to reveal the tattoos on his arms and said, "Your Highness is still quite young. There remains ample time for correction." Jiang Wangshi, dismissive of the frivolity, continued, "That is not my point. According to the Crown Prince's own words, he intends to depart the capital tomorrow. I implore your Majesty to intervene swiftly." Shen Lin scoffed, "That drunken fool has yet to leave the palace, and I have already ordered the city gates sealed. Carriages may pass, horses may pass, and ordinary citizens, both civil and military, may pass, but the crown prince Xinzhou shall not. Your majesty is wise. The assembly responded as they rose in respect. Shenlin waved his hand, signaling their departure. Just as they were about to exit the hall of contemplation, a voice echoed from behind, devoid of emotion. Ensure the 6 ministries remain vigilant. We shall obey the command, they replied. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Wang residence, Shen Qingyu had just removed his outer robe when he heard the reproaches of his wife. Lin Exine, why did you not stop Zhou? At the very least, wait until he has completed his coming-of-age ceremony before allowing him to venture out. Exasperated, Shen Qingyu replied. At that moment, the imp was thoroughly intoxicated. Speaking incessantly in the great hall, how could I possibly restrain him? I care not for your excuses. Zhou is to leave the capital tomorrow, and I have already sent word to the Lin family. You must also make arrangements. We cannot allow our son to be bullied outside. Noticing his wife's furious expression, Shen Qingyu stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not worry, he shall not get far. Did his majesty not give his consent? I remained in the hall, yet I heard no such promise from the emperor. This revelation piqued Lin Exine's curiosity, prompting her to swiftly inquire about the events of the evening. Shen Qingyu succinctly recounted the scene, expressing his astonishment at Shenzhou's audacity. Though Lin Exine came from a merchant background, she understood the perils of the imperial succession struggle. The thought of her son facing various unforeseen dangers brought tears to her eyes. Why could he not live his life joyfully according to her desires? Alas, human plans often fall short of divine will. Shen Qingyu gazed at the half-duck resting upon the table and consoled. Do not worry, I am here. There will always be a way. Chapter 8. Deceived due to the royal banquet, the Ministry of Rites had coincidentally lifted the long-standing curfew. Thus, the capital city was abuzz with excitement that night. Children carried lanterns, literati recited verses atop elevated platforms, and women strolled in groups, each visage radiant with joy. A carriage traversed the streets, halting before the residence of Prince Jean. A man clad in opulent attire disembarked first, his countenance grim, with hands clasped behind his back. Following him was a middle-aged man in a python robe, who murmured, "Who are you sulking for? Let us return home." The two gradually made their way into the prince's estate. Seated in the main hall was Shun Qingjing, who remained silent. Shen Yi's gaze fixated on the maidservant who approached with tea, his expression unfriendly. Perhaps intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere, the maid trembled slightly as she set down the teacup, producing a faint clatter. Shen Yi, in a fit of rage, kicked her down and commanded harshly, "You cannot even manage such a trivial task. What use are you? Someone, drag her away and execute her." Immediately, guards entered and seized the maid. "Your Highness, young master, spare my life. I am but a humble servant." Her cries dwindled until silence enveloped the room, a faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, soon masked by incense, as if nothing had ever occurred. Shen Chongjing spoke in a low tone. "Have you vented your frustrations?" Shen Yi snorted coldly. "If it were not for my unpreparedness today, how could I allow Shenzhou to overshadow me? Do you challenge that? Perhaps our esteemed grandfather has also considered Shenzhou as a candidate," Shen Yi countered. Avoiding the question, Shen Chongjing shook his head. "Losing is not to be feared. I have lost to your uncles on multiple occasions. What is alarming is when your heart becomes unsettled." Startled, Shen Yi suppressed his vexation and bowed. "Please instruct me, father. It is not yet beyond redemption. If you continue as you have just now, I have several sons. The title of heir apparent to Prince Jean can be transferred. I acted out of momentary anger. I beseech you, father, do not hold it against me." A cold sweat broke out on Shen Yi. As Shen Qingjing had stated, aside from Prince Qi, Shen Qingyu, the other two princes each had numerous offspring. "I inquire of you, did Shenzhou's rhetoric today surpass yours?" Shen Yi's face darkened, begrudgingly admitting, "Yes. Recognize your shame and strive for courage. Now I ask you, what is the influence of your two uncles in court?" Shen Yi replied, "Prince Qin's faction boasts many martial generals, yet currently, Jianghu is peaceful. Only minor skirmishes occur at the borders, which do not necessitate their intervention, as the local governors can handle it. The martial forces have grown insignificant, a settled matter. Prince Qi rarely engages in political affairs, occasionally assisting in the 3 ministries, while the other officials seem to have no connections." Shen Chongjing nodded. "Correct. The officials from the 6 ministries, along with the 9 temples and 5 supervisory agencies, lean towards me, as they have some unsavory dealings that the Prince Jean estate has helped to eliminate. However, Today, the departments of punishment and rights clearly favored Xinzhou. Shen Chengjing waved his hand dismissively. This is unrelated to the struggle for succession. They merely seek to accrue more power for themselves. According to your words, my chances of victory are greater? Shen Yi scoffed. What of the three ministries? Shen Yi was taken aback. Did you not instruct me to avoid contact with them? They say they will depart in a few years, and the positions of the three provinces are esteemed, rarely engaging in the struggle for succession. It would be more prudent to cultivate individuals from among the 6 ministers and elevate them to the chancellorship. Shen Qingjing sighed and remarked, that was when your grandfather had yet to express his stance. After tonight, the 3 provinces may be compelled to take action. With their assistance, how could Xinzhou possibly lose? Shen Qingjing took a deep breath and added, let us ponder further. Shen Yi murmured to himself. The senior officials of the 3 provinces are quite advanced in years, and their time of support for Xinzhou will not be extensive. Moreover, with your grandfather in the prime of his life, we hold a temporal advantage. Furthermore, given Zhou's temperament, though his ideas may be astonishing tonight, he is rebellious and difficult to discipline. Thus he may not garner the complete support of the 5 eminent officials. I have not failed to educate you over the years. Indeed, the 3 provinces hold a prestigious position, second only to the emperor and the crown prince. Yet time is their greatest adversary. Is my father suggesting I endure a few more years before pursuing grand ambitions? You just praised me, yet your true intentions are revealed. Shen Yi lowered his head and said, my intellect is lacking. I cannot keep pace with my father's brilliance. Shen Qingjing took a sip of tea and stated, what Xinzhou articulated today indeed astonished me and gained your grandfather's acknowledgement. However, that does not imply we cannot amend our course. Ultimately, the myriad rules of this world are but games among people. As long as we hold on to him, we need not fear his departure from our grasp. Thus you must assist him in the future. Assist him? Indeed. Where shall we begin? In the realm of the underworld. Shen Yi's eyes brightened with realization. Who in the capital does not know of Xinzhou's yearning for the vast world beyond? In that case, one must find a way to fulfill his wishes and assist him in leaving the capital in a reasonable manner. Once Xinzhou is out of the emperor's sight, there are countless ways to ensure he cannot return. Shen Qingjing seemed to have discerned Shen Yi's thoughts and cautioned, do not resort to underhanded tactics. Should His Majesty discover that you have harmed your kin, I need not elaborate on the consequences, for the entire Jianghu residents would pay the price for your rashness. Is it truly just an act of assistance? Shen Qingjing chuckled. A wise person must engage in wise endeavors. Other matters will naturally be handled by others. Shen Yi felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He realized he was not the only one agitated tonight, but also the Qin Wang and his son. Given their fiery tempers, could they endure? When the time comes, it would be a dual victory, and the throne would surely be within grasp. Then what about you, father? Your adversaries are Xinzhou and Xinzhou. I have my own opponents. The valiant and fearless Qin Wang Shun Qingxue, who always leads from the front in battle, and the enigmatic Qi Wang Shun Qingyu, who clandestinely schemes in the shadows. While Shun Qingyu may not vie for the throne for himself, he might fight fiercely for his son Xinzhou. The image of the scholar waving a fan atop the city walls of Luoyang, with a myriad of soldiers bowing in submission, remains vivid in memory. Had he not voluntarily retreated behind the scenes at the war's conclusion, the title of Qin Wang would never have fallen to the second prince Qingxue. As dawn's light began to break, Xinzhou arose early, donned the attire of a wandering hero, slung a bundle over his shoulder, and strapped on an iron sword, stealthily slipping into the small courtyard where his parents resided. Just as a maid was about to speak, the youth interrupted, "Are you not yet awake?" The maid nodded in response. Xinzhou waved away the attendants, taking care to observe his surroundings, ensuring no one was near before he knelt on the ground with a soft thud, lightly coughing 3 times. He then turned to leave, leaving behind a faint farewell, "Until we meet again in the world." Lin Xian, hidden behind the door, misty-eyed, murmured, "The child has grown up." Shen Qingyu suppressed a chuckle, knowing that soon he would return home in a fit of anger. Lin Xian playfully punched her husband's chest, scolding him for teasing the child, unaware of the tempest that would soon arise. Half an hour later, at the city gate, a handsome young man pointed his sword towards the sky, exclaiming in anger, "You dare to toy with me?" Chapter 9. Outside the Qingtian gate, Xinzhou paced anxiously at the city gate. For 2 hours, he had contemplated countless schemes to escape the city, only to be thwarted each time by the left guard. Is there truly no room for leniency? The youth clenched his teeth, demanding an answer. A soldier replied, "Orders were issued last night. While anyone may enter or exit the 4 gates of the capital, the heir of Prince Qi is expressly forbidden to do so. But my grandfather the emperor just granted my request yesterday." The youth protested. "The order stands. We implore you, Your Highness, not to make things difficult for us. Perhaps you could seek a decree from the palace." Shenzhou sheathed his sword with a fierce motion, sneering. "If I must go to the palace, so be it. The esteemed Emperor Kangwu cannot simply go back on his word." Passers-by glanced curiously at the audacious young man, astonished that anyone in the capital would dare to curse the emperor. Shenzhou pushed through the crowd, striding toward the palace, determined to demand an explanation today. Upon reaching the Chengtian gate, the youth's anger mounted as he addressed the guard of the left guard. "Go and announce, say Shenzhou has come to collect a debt, and wishes to see His Majesty." The guard, not daring to be neglectful, quickly bowed. In all these years, he had never witnessed a royal grandson daring enough to request an audience for such a reason. After a brief interval, a black-clad inner servant appeared in the corridor, likely one of the 6 inner attendants ranked at the 5th grade. However, Shenzhou rarely visited the palace and did not recognize him. The inner servant approached swiftly, yet his breath remained unruffled, clearly a skilled individual. He bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, the emperor has decreed that he shall not meet today." "Not meet? Not meet?" Shenzhou exclaimed in frustration. "Indeed, not meet," the servant confirmed. Shenzhou, exasperated, replied, very well, so it shall be." Before he could finish, the inner servant had already vanished, evidently having received instructions from above. Shenzhou looked skyward with a bitter smile, thinking, "So, you wish to bully me, do you? Then do not blame me." Instead of leaving, he sought out a nearby painting stall, producing a silver ingot from his pocket and tossing it over. The stall owner, seeing the generous visitor, beamed and said, "Have you taken a liking to a particular painting? I assure you, there are few in the entire capital who can surpass my artistry." Shenzhou glanced at the works with disdain. Such shabby pieces would be an embarrassment even in a restroom. Though his own brushwork was modest, his eye for quality was remarkably keen. His grandfather from Jianghu often sent precious jade and antiques, filling his small courtyard to the brim. Any connoisseur who entered his room would understand the true meaning of priceless value. "Could you assist me in writing a few characters? Large ones, particularly large," he requested. The stall owner stroked his beard and replied, "Of course. May I inquire what characters the young master wishes to have written? For what purpose?" The stallholder displayed a troubled expression. Crafting large characters truly tests one's skill. "If you require an extensive number of characters, I fear this modest sum may not suffice." "Not much, just 6 characters will suffice," I replied. The stallholder spread a piece of coarse cloth on the ground and retrieved a brush as tall as a person, moistening its tip. "Then allow me to demonstrate my inadequacy. Please, dictate what you wish me to write." Shenzhou scoffed. "Just write that the emperor owes a debt and has yet to repay it." The stallholder felt a wave of dizziness, his legs turning to jelly. Could such words truly be penned? Such audacity was beyond comprehension. What would become of his clan if he dared to write? Seeing the stallholder hesitating, Shenzhou urged, "What are you pondering? I have already paid." The stallholder, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "I beg you, do not jest, sir. I have an elderly mother to care for and a hungry daughter." Shenzhou's expression turned icy as he pushed the stallholder aside, regarding the payment as merely a fee for the materials. Whatever unfolded thereafter was of no concern to him. Left with no means to resist, the stallholder reluctantly allowed the young man to proceed. Soon, the peculiar scene captured the attention of those nearby. However, as they gathered, they witnessed Shenzhou inscribing the second character, prompting them to scatter in haste. What had once been a bustling street now bore an abrupt emptiness, while the opposite side grew more congested. Moments later, the young man surveyed his work on the cloth below and nodded in satisfaction. He called out to the surrounding crowd, "Is there anyone brave enough to help me hold this cloth up? The reward is negotiable." The stallholder, with a grimace, urged, "Sir, you should flee. No one dares assist you in such a matter. It could cost them their heads." Shenzhou pondered this and acknowledged the truth in the stallholder's words. He hurried to the side, purchasing, or rather, forcibly acquiring, 2 bamboo poles, which he used to secure the ends of the cloth, before making his way to Chengtian Gate. With considerable effort, he planted the poles into the ground and sat cross-legged beneath the cloth, determined to see who possessed the greater audacity. For he cared not for the consequences. The guards on duty glanced at the contents of the cloth and felt as though the sky had fallen. They immediately split into two groups, one rushing toward the palace and the other heading outside. "Your Highness, this is—" Shenzhou wore a visage of indifference, exclaiming, Come, not satisfied? Have me executed. Whoever shows fear is a coward. Were an ordinary person to engage in such behavior, execution might suffice. But Shenzhou was a legitimate prince, leaving them in a quandary. They could only disperse the populace and await news from within the palace. At that moment, the court meeting was concluding. An official streamed out of the palace, immediately spotting Shenzhou in the distance. Those of lower rank looked around anxiously, unsure where to direct their gaze, regretting not having consulted the almanac before venturing out. Those of higher rank, however, deliberately slowed their pace. The Minister of Rights, Jianghu, smirked. Well, it seems my guess was correct. Trouble has come knocking. A young man should indeed possess such vigor. The Minister of the Right, Jiang Wangshi, expressed concern. Is it too difficult to change such a temperament? He hailed from a distinguished family, valuing propriety above all else. Had he not been outmatched in civil affairs by Jianghu, he would have long since petitioned to impeach his superior. The Minister of the Left, Lu Guanchao, remarked with a smile, his calligraphy is commendable. It is evident he has put in the effort. Where there is ambition, success will follow. Jiang Zuahui initially addressed Jiang Wangshi's inquiry, then continued, The horizontal stroke beneath the character for your majesty possesses a touch of Yan's elegance, embodying both form and spirit. If such grandeur can be achieved in larger characters, the smaller ones will undoubtedly surpass it. I must seek a calligraphy piece when the opportunity arises. Jiang Wang, she inhaled deeply and remarked, You too. Could you perhaps display a semblance of decorum? Your Highness's actions today shall surely invite censure from the censorate. What then shall we do? Let them censure. The impetuous proclamations of youth shall hardly pass the scrutiny of the three provinces. Jiang Zuahui retorted nonchalantly. At that moment, a soft voice resonated from behind the trio. Esteemed gentlemen, court has adjourned. I kindly ask you to make way. Lu Guanchao thumped his thigh, lamenting his age and the sluggishness of his legs. Shenzhou finally encountered the inner minister once more, rising to grasp his sword, his gaze sharp. Should the other attempt to seize the burlap, he would strike without hesitation. Come forth. Chapter 10. Digging a pit, the inner minister, sensing the latent murderous intent surrounding him, lowered his head and inquired, Does your Highness intend to draw steel? I have heard that the 6 inner ministers of the inner ministry are formidable masters. Perhaps your Highness might consider testing your mettle. Let us test indeed. Do you think I fear you? Shenzhou unsheathed his sword with vigor and struck forward. The inner minister nimbly retreated a few steps. With a failed stroke, Shenzhou's legs surged with power, charging forth like a wild stallion. In broad daylight, a sword fight with an inner minister was a sight unseen by the populace. Alas, the guards of the left guard prevented them from advancing. Eager minds flooded the shops lining the streets, climbing to the second floor just to catch a glimpse. Don't push. You're stepping on my foot. The remnants of the national war stirred chaos in the capital once more. He seems rather young. With such feeble moves, he is no match for a mere butcher. If you think you're capable, then step up. Amidst the clamor, a woman's sharp rebuke pierced through, likely a victim of opportunistic ruffians amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, a man exclaimed, That youth resembles the Prince of Qi. He has visited my tavern before. I recognize him. A chorus of hissing arose around him. This comes as no surprise. In the entire capital, none other than he would dare such actions. Even Prince Yongxin, Shenhao, would not be so audacious. A scholar lamented, How can such a flamboyant figure as the Prince of Qi raise such a progeny? A son who is unfilial to his father is truly a disgrace to our Kangwu. Someone nearby inquired, Have you just arrived in the capital? The scholar, astonished, replied, How did you know? Stay a while longer, and it will no longer astonish you. You will grow accustomed to it. The man shrugged and shook his head. Accustomed? How could one ever grow accustomed to this? The man laughed heartily. Compared to 2 years ago, when this young lord set fire to the Imperial Academy's library to escape studies, this is but a trifling matter. Such a breach of decorum is utterly disgraceful. When I achieve high honors, I shall certainly bring him to account before His Majesty. The man fell silent. Those who come from afar are often like this. During the peak of the Prince of Qi's mischief, at least half of the documents presented to the censorate were against him, while the other half criticized the prince for his laxity in parenting. Ultimately, the outcome was merely a thunderous clamor with a light drizzle. The emperor merely imposed a sentence of house arrest, which was neither painful nor impactful. The following day, individuals once again observed the crown prince of Qi being carried leisurely through the streets. While the ban was in effect, people remained unrestrained. Shenzhou, having caused quite a commotion for the better part of an incense stick, found himself fatigued, his hands gripping the sword as he gasped, "Impressive, impressive. Given your state, you must be a first-rate grandmaster. I concede my defeat without grievance." The inner court attendant shook his head, replying, "I am but a flawed individual. Aspiring to reach the pinnacle of martial arts is indeed a formidable challenge." Seizing the opportunity during the attendant's speech, Shenzhou suddenly launched a surprise attack, exclaiming, "So you are indeed." The attendant deftly sidestepped, allowing Shenzhou to tumble clumsily. "Your Highness is too kind," he remarked. Shenzhou, with great effort, turned over to face the azure sky, resolutely declaring, "I shall not leave until I receive my dues today. His Majesty summons you to the palace for an audience." Upon hearing this, Shenzhou regained his vigor, attempting to rise, yet his feet felt as unsteady as a fish thrown onto dry land. After several futile attempts, he could only manage a forced chuckle. The inner court attendant hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. As they made their way to the Chengtian gate, Shenzhou cautioned, "No one is to touch the words I have written." Navigating through the corridor under the attendant's guidance, they arrived at the Chongzheng Hall. Without waiting for an announcement, Shenzhou strode in, exclaiming, "Grandfather Emperor, you are not keeping your word." Shenlin, seated behind the desk poring over memorials, did not lift his gaze, retorting, "Shall you not first pay your respects? You came to demand your dues today. I do not recall having promised you anything," he continued. The sovereign, who had just yesterday asserted that a ruler speaks no falsehood, cast a glance upward, acknowledging, "Yes, I did say that. I wish to leave the capital." Shenlin calmly inscribed a character of approval in bright red ink upon the memorial, stating nonchalantly, "Whoever made you that promise, you should seek them out." Shenzhou quickly grasped the implication, realizing that in his previous elation, he had overlooked the fact that the emperor's reward for his grandson would hardly be an excursion beyond the capital. Such a notion was utterly unreasonable. "Shenhao, that scoundrel." Shenlin set down his brush and descended from the throne, smiling. "Since you performed so admirably in last night's examination, I indeed ought to reward you. Speak. What do you desire?" Then, leaving the capital is not an option, Shenzhou felt his spirits deflate once more. "Not sure what you want, are you? Perhaps I shall assist you in pondering?" "Then let Grandfather Emperor decide," Shenzhou replied, akin to a deflated balloon. "Return to the Guozijian? Or perhaps after your coming-of-age ceremony, you might participate in governance? Alternatively, how about joining the Jianghu province as a Raichi? While an 8th-rank official may seem modest, the Jianghu province is tasked with drafting edicts, a desirable position indeed. Little do you know, your council from last night has already been approved by the 3 provinces, and they are preparing the specifics. Your presence there could help rectify any oversights." Shenlin expressed with anticipation. Had this been any other royal grandson, such words would have elicited boundless joy. Currently, only 3 imperial princes were allowed to engage in state affairs, while other grandsons were entirely excluded from the matters of the court. As for the role of Raichi, it was a position few dared to dream of, responsible not only for drafting edicts but also for recommending officials, making it ideal for attracting talent. Who would dare to underestimate the officials of the Jianghu province amidst the 6 ministries and 9 temples? Shenzhou scoffed. "To have me attend court is no better than returning to the Guozijian." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shenlin's heart, although it was not the most favorable response. At least he had made a choice. "Since Zhou Heir possesses a heart for learning, I shall permit you to return to the Imperial Academy." Shenzhou was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" That was not his intention. Before him lay 3 heaps of refuse. The one on the left was somewhat better, yet it hardly negated its status as trash. He then struggled to express, "I have already been dismissed from the Imperial Academy by the Grand Scholar. I can no longer go." Shenlin patted his shoulder, his gaze resolute as he assured, "I shall write a letter to the Grand Scholar. There is no need for concern." Shenzhou was uncertain how he had exited the Chongzheng Hall, feeling as though his future was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Wandering aimlessly towards the Taiji Hall Plaza, he suddenly halted and turned, making his way to the Imperial Garden. Deceptive, these officials were exceedingly cunning. Listening to the report from the eunuch, Shenlin chuckled heartily. Let Zhou Heir clear his mind. Having been wronged, his spirits will surely be dampened. Coincidentally, the ink orchid I planted last year has also bloomed. As an emperor, he was constrained by myriad responsibilities, each word and action requiring careful consideration, lest he find himself in irreversible circumstances. In his dealings with his 3 sons, he often felt more like a sovereign than a father. Today marked the happiest occasion since Shun Lin ascended the throne. Not only had he found the next wise ruler for Jianghu, but he also relished the joys of being a grandfather, delighting in the antics of his grandchildren. Suddenly, an eunuch burst into the hall. The head eunuch coldly remarked, "What is the matter? Why are you so flustered as to disturb His Majesty? Do you possess enough heads to lose?" Chapter 11. The most unfilial son of the Shun family, the eunuch, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it is terrible. The Crown Prince of Qi is wielding a sword in the Imperial Garden, having hacked down all the ink orchids." Shocked, Shun Lin's wrist trembled, causing ink to splatter across the memorial document like a vivid red flower. These ink orchids were nurtured by his own hands, transplanted into the Imperial Garden only after they had matured. Regardless of his busy political duties, Shun Lin would always find time to water and fertilize them. They were among his few passions, a means of cultivating his spirit, and he never permitted anyone else to tend to them, not even the Empress. Now they were gone. Shun Lin, unwilling to accept this, inquired, "All of them were chopped down?" The eunuch cradled an empty flower pot, mourning as though he had lost a beloved mother, replying, "Reporting to your Majesty, they were all destroyed." Shun Lin felt a tightening in his chest, exclaiming, "This rascal, this scoundrel, this wretched child." The head eunuch discreetly glanced at the attendant in the corner and quietly cautioned, "Your Majesty, might that last term be somewhat inappropriate?" "Inappropriate? This wretched boy commits such an act and still expects me to save face? What of my dignity? What of my flowers?" With that, Shun Lin shoved past the head eunuch and hastily made his way outside. Within the Imperial Garden, dozens of palace maids and eunuchs knelt nearby, awaiting their fate. Shun Lin surveyed the chaos, his steps faltering. The once splendid Imperial Garden now resembled a mere commoner-esque vegetable patch, which at least retained some greenery. Here, all that remained was a barren expanse. He trembled as he reached out to touch the petals of the fallen orchids, but hesitated, withdrawing his hand. He bellowed, "Have I raised a bunch of idlers? Did no one attempt to stop him?" The leading eunuch scrambled out of the crowd, fear etched on his face as he explained. "The Crown Prince declared it was by your Majesty's command to clear the weeds from the Imperial Garden, sending us all away. It was only after his departure that anyone recognized the gravity of the situation." The supervisor of the inner court cast a glance at the eunuchs behind him, and immediately someone stepped forward to take the group away, where only death awaited them. Shun Lin raised his right hand to halt them, stating, "The charge of forging the Emperor's decree is one that this rascal cannot bear." The supervisor of the inner court bowed and approached, saying, "All that has transpired today is by His Majesty's command. Do you understand?" The crowd promptly replied, "We understand." Shun Lin turned to leave, knowing that lingering here would only deepen his sorrow. Suddenly, an attendant remarked, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has left a message for you." "What message?" The attendant quickly led Shun Lin to a pavilion, where a phrase was carved into the stone steps with a sword. "A brave man should act like a brave man. Shenzhou remains." Good, good, good. Shun Lin could not help but chuckle, though his expression held an unsettling quality. "You rascal, are you declaring war against me? If that is the case, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Before departing, Shun Lin instructed not to disturb the stone steps, and then proceeded to the Shun family ancestral hall located in the Ministry of Rites. After dismissing those around him, Shun Lin lit 3 incense sticks, placing his hands within the incense burner, and spoke to himself. "Esteemed ancestors, today I bring you 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that the Shun family has produced another promising ruler, embodying the spirit of our forebears. Skilled in both civil and martial affairs, adept in governance, and under his leadership, Jianghu could thrive for another century. The bad news is that this child is uncontrollable, disregarding ancestral laws and customs, showing no respect for rank or hierarchy, indulging in reckless pursuits, squandering his talents, and even more infuriating is his disdain for the throne, treating the martial world of bravado as a treasure. He is indeed the greatest unfilial son of the Shun family. The more I speak, the more agitated I become. Yet such a scoundrel, with a heart full of chasms, is beyond reach for others. Is it possible that heaven is deliberately toying with me?" Only when the incense had burned out did Shun Lin compose himself, hoping that the ancestors would bless him to guide this child onto the right path. After exiting the palace, Xinzhou did not return to the Jianghu, but instead headed to the Bone China studio. The studio, which had risen to prominence above all the brothels in the capital, owed its success not merely to carnal affairs, but to its unique bottle-making craftsmanship. The beauty vases produced by the Bone China studio were as pristine as freshly fallen snow, with a translucent quality akin to cold ice. In the candlelight, one could even see threads of rosy hue permeating the vessel's body, surpassing even the Imperial Seals. A single beauty vase could embody a lifetime of fragile souls. Do not ask who applied the vermilion. Simply observe the butterfly shadows dancing around the open door. Each time a new vase was released, countless dignitaries and literati would come to purchase them, eager to place them upon their desks for daily admiration. The Bone China studio, therefore, flourished, becoming the most refined establishment in the capital. As soon as Xinzhou entered, a woman clad in red gauze greeted him, playfully chiding, "Your Highness, it has been quite some time since you last visited our Bone China studio. The courtesans are eagerly awaiting your return." The youth lifted her chin with his index finger and smiled. "I have been occupied with important matters lately." "Indeed, you are ever so busy, but alas for those sisters, who have spent the night gazing longingly at the moon, waiting for their beloved. They have grown rather weary." Xinzhou continued, "I must disappoint you once more. I am here to attend to serious business." The woman exclaimed with delight, "Have you recently found the desire to create beautiful vases yourself?" The exquisite vases are classified into 3 grades, with the finest being the most precious. The Bone China studio claims that the creation of the finest pieces is no easy feat, often requiring dozens of attempts before achieving success. The true reason, however, is that there is but one master artisan in the entire capital capable of crafting such extraordinary vases, Prince Qi's heir, Xinzhou. Consequently, any vase bearing the character Shen on its base is nearly priceless, and once the Bone China studio hints at availability, noble patrons quickly place their orders, each bidding higher than the last. It is said that some wealthy merchants have spent thousands of taels of silver merely for the chance to share a drink with the vase maker, though their wishes often go unfulfilled. As for Xinzhou's motivation for making these vases, it stems from a genuine passion, but there is also a hint of mischievous intent. The literati of the capital criticize him the harshest, so he plans to emerge and assert his identity once the vases have sold well. He relishes the thought of watching the self-proclaimed purists among the scholars wear expressions of defeat when they realize they cherish the vases he has crafted. Despite their disdain for him, Xinzhou looked at the woman and shook his head, expressing disinterest. "Perhaps another day. And what brings you here today?" Xinzhou drew the iron sword from his waist and bellowed, "Shenhao, come down here at once." Immediately, chaos erupted from the second floor. A young man, bare-chested, emerged from the private room, shouting, "Who dares to call my name? Do you wish to die?" Xinzhou shifted the point of his sword and retorted, "I thought of you as a brother, yet you treat me as if I were an enemy?" Upon recognizing Xinzhou, Shenhao hurried back into the room and slammed the door shut. "Calm down, brother. I'm trying to help you. Calm down. I will be calm after I run you through with my sword." Xinzhou sneered as he approached the second floor. Chapter 12. The young man in white standing before the crimson door. Xinzhou growled, "I will count to 3, and if you do not open the door, feel free to try and break in." Shenhao hastily donned his clothing and anxiously opened the window, but upon seeing the height, he quickly withdrew his leg. With a flash of inspiration, he concealed himself within a nearby intricately carved cabinet. Knowing each other's temperaments well from their youth spent together, he understood that if Xinzhou were to unleash his wrath, there would be no mercy. Thus, he could only hope to remain hidden a little longer. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Xinzhou entered with his sword drawn, commanding, "Everyone unrelated, get out." Several courtesans promptly bowed and hurriedly exited, closing the door behind them. Xinzhou took his time before making a move, first finding a clean cup for himself and pouring a drink, declaring with righteous indignation, "Whose bribes have you accepted to betray the code of the martial world and sell out your brother? Frankly, it pains me." Shenhao slowly opened the cabinet door, creating a narrow gap. "It's not as you think." During the banquet, the emperor clearly posed a challenge to the princes. "If you answer well, how could you not be rewarded? If you seek neither gold nor silver, nor official titles and salaries, but simply to be granted an audience with the emperor, would that not be easily within your grasp? The room is so small, where can one hide? It would be wiser to ease the tension before the other party takes action. Speaking of which, I almost forgot." Xinzhou cracked his knuckles. Producing a series of sharp sounds, and teased, "I've successfully obtained a reward. Why don't you take a guess at what the Emperor has bestowed upon me?" Just as Shunhao was about to respond, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him, and the sword's edge pinned the cabinet door shut. Struggling, he pushed the door open and cautiously stepped out, disheartened. "Whatever it is, I doubt it will please you. Your keen perception and quick wit are truly remarkable," Shunzhou commended. "Please, do not speak in such a manner. It frightens me," Shunhao replied, clutching the collar of his garment, leaning against the bed. In a swift motion, Shunzhou lunged forward, twisting Shunhao's wrist and throwing him forcefully to the ground, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. "Do you realize that the Emperor has sealed all the city gates, allowing everyone to pass freely, except for Prince Chi's heir, Shunzhou? Do you also know that, because of your deceit, I had to go to the palace early this morning to demand an explanation, humiliating myself before the court? You should also be aware that after losing face, the Emperor had the audacity to send me back to the National Academy for studies. Is that a place of learning? No, it is a prison, the most vile prison under heaven." With a bruised face, Shunhao flailed his arms wildly, mumbling incoherently, I confess. Please, stop. If you continue, I shall perish." After venting his fury, Shunzhou sat breathlessly on a stool. "This time, you must take full responsibility for the incident. Rest assured," Shunhao replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Even if the Emperor allows you to return, the headmaster would never agree. You have no idea. Ever since that fire incident, the National Academy has flagged you as a high-risk individual. There are even signs at the entrance stating that Prince Chi's heir is not permitted within. Is that true?" Shunzhou pondered. However, the Emperor did mention he would write a letter. The headmaster may not outright refuse. It's only polite to give him some face. Shunhao retorted, "And so what? Last time we burned the library at night. This time we'll set the dormitory ablaze during the day. In any case, there will be hardly anyone around in those places." Outside the bone china studio, a young man clad in white, wearing a veil hat, pondered for a moment before summoning the courage to step inside. Noticing that everyone on the second floor was watching him, he spoke, "Is no one going to greet me?" An old matron approached, smiling apologetically. "Dear guest, please wait a moment. We must allow that esteemed individual upstairs to finish venting his frustrations first." The young man found a seat by the window, removed his veil hat, revealing a countenance of extraordinary beauty, and calmly stated, "I merely wish to enjoy a cup of wine." The old matron was momentarily taken aback, barely steadying herself, and hastily sat beside him. "Young master, I do not believe I have seen you in the capital before. Have you found suitable lodgings? If you do not mind, the Bone China Studio is a place of pleasure, and we would be delighted to accommodate you free of charge, provided you simply grace us with your presence on the first floor each day. This is not a gesture of kindness from the madam. Rather, the striking beauty of this young gentleman surpasses even the courtesans they have painstakingly cultivated with lavish sums. Were he to linger at the porcelain studio for some time, he would undoubtedly attract a plethora of extravagant patrons eager to spend lavishly for a mere smile from him. The prices for seating on the first floor would surely double, rendering it an indisputably lucrative venture. Just as women can be alluring, so too can men, and there are indeed many noblemen who have an affinity for such charm. "No need for that. I shall take my leave after my meal," the young man in white declared, tossing a pouch of coins. The madam sighed, "If you are unwilling, I cannot waive the cost of the drinks. This amount hardly covers half the banquet." The young man in white felt a flush of embarrassment. He had brought a substantial sum with him when he set out, but had given much of it to destitute families along his northern journey, leaving him with so little now. This scene left those around him momentarily astonished, prompting several to raise their hands and say, "Allow me to cover this gentleman's bill." The madam scoffed inwardly. To think one could secure such a beauty with merely the price of a meal was nothing short of a fantasy. "No need for that," the young man in white replied resolutely. "I have only this much silver. I will pay what I can. I am not in the habit of incurring debts." The madam tucked the pouch away, conceding, "Very well, I shall make an exception for you." After a brief interval, a servant brought forth the food and drink. The young man in white took a sip of the aged Huadiao wine from Jiangnan and grimaced. The taste was disappointingly bland compared to what he was accustomed to at home. He then inquired, "Was that the heir of Prince Chi, Shunzhou, who just ascended the stairs?" Seizing the opportunity for conversation, the madam seated herself with a beaming smile. "Indeed, this young lord is a frequent patron of our porcelain studio and is renowned as the most talented gentleman in the capital. If you visit often, you are likely to encounter him regularly. Talented? In what way? The young man in white asked, puzzled. The madam lowered her voice and recounted tales of Shunzhou's romantic escapades with the courtesans of the porcelain studio, emphasizing, this young lord, in addition to his lavish generosity, is also remarkably attuned to a woman's emotions. Otherwise, so many courtesans would not vie for his affection. Just in this establishment, his mere association could easily command an expenditure of 5,000 taels of silver. Shameless. A wave of anger surged within the young man in white, prompting him to mutter under his breath. At that moment, a woman in white appeared at the corner of the second floor. It was Murong Shui, one of the 4 premier courtesans of the porcelain studio. The onlookers below found themselves in a quandary. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to retain their attention on the young gentleman on the first floor. Though Murong Shui rarely made appearances, she was still somewhat accessible, whereas the next encounter with the young man in white could be uncertain. Besides, there was a considerable disparity in their appearances and stature. As Murong Shui approached the door to the private room, she performed a deep bow. Might I inquire if the young lord has arrived? In the porcelain studio, there was but one young lord, Prince Qi's heir, while the offspring of other princes were cautious, reluctant to visit due to the multitude of watchful eyes. Should the imperial clan court become aware of their presence, they would undoubtedly face severe familial reprimands, making the privacy of a residence outside the city far more appealing. Jianghu seemed to grasp a lifeline, hastily opening the door to let the woman inside. You troublesome one. Have you forgotten about me because you found another vixen outside? Murong Shui rushed into Shunzhou's embrace, her words laced with playful reproach. Where could I forget? I could never forget Shui, but I have been overwhelmed with mundane matters of late, truly unable to break free, Shunzhou reassured her. So busy that you cannot spare a moment to meet or share a drink. It's not like I'm asking you to stay the night at the porcelain studio, she retorted, inhaling the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from her neck. Shunzhou gently patted her shoulder, saying, but you are here now, aren't you? You troublesome one. I've fallen into your trap. I don't know what kind of spell you've cast, but I yearn for you dearly after just a day apart. Murong Shui murmured softly, her gaze brimming with allure. Jianghu, sensing the moment, exited the room and encountered a youth in white ascending the stairs. He extended his hand and remarked, you lack perception. Can one simply intrude upon the private chambers of the second floor? What if someone inside is in a hurry? Step aside. The youth in white replied coldly. Is my voice no longer of consequence? Jianghu scrutinized the newcomer, his pupils widening in surprise. He swiftly turned to adjust his attire, donning a smile. I am Jianghu of the Kangwu Yongxin Kingdom. May I ask for your esteemed name? Had it not been for the bruises adorning his face, he might have appeared a dashing young man. The youth maintained his impassive demeanor. Step aside. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jianghu laughed heartily. I admire your fiery temperament. Come with me, and I shall ensure you enjoy the finest luxuries. In a few years, when I tire of the game, I could even secure you a position in court, allowing you to bring honor to your family. The youth in white swatted away Jianghu's hand, locking his arm with the scabbard of his sword. I am on my way to kill someone. Do you wish to share that fate? Jianghu was taken aback, about to respond when a voice from within the room cried out, There's an assassin. Help! Save me! Before the brothel keeper could issue commands, the guards below charged upstairs with their weapons drawn. Having never encountered such audacity at the porcelain studio in all their years, the door was forcefully thrust open, revealing Murong Shui with her left arm wrapped around Shunzhou's neck, her right hand gripping a hairpin tightly, her hair flowing freely in the wind. The crowd hesitated, fearful of harming Shunzhou. The brothel keeper collapsed to the ground, lamenting, Murong Shui, we at the porcelain studio have invested so much effort to raise you, and yet you dare to act in such a manner today? Release His Highness at once. Mother, I do not wish for this. Some matters are beyond my control. Once I have killed him, I shall atone with my life, Murong Shui replied. Hearing this, Shunzhou, instead of becoming alarmed, looked at Jianghu with a smile. You are involved in this as well. Truly, a brother in arms. Jianghu struggled momentarily, exclaiming weakly, You are indeed remarkable. Maintaining your sense of humor in such a dire situation. Do you not realize that the one outside has come to kill you? I merely took the bullet for you and got caught. Enough. Stop talking. Murong Shui interrupted their exchange sharply. We have known each other for some time. Do you have any final words? Shunzhou calmly remarked. The selection process at the Porcelain Bone Studio is meticulous, especially when it comes to courtesans. Their backgrounds are thoroughly scrutinized. Your Highness, please refrain from further idle chatter. Morong Shui responded. Thus, your attempt on my life today must surely be under duress. You possess some compromising evidence that you are desperate to protect, Shinzhou deduced. Morong Shui, tears streaming down her face, murmured, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. As Shinzhou saw the dagger drawing ever closer, he hastened his words, regardless of the circumstances, once we are gone. The puppet masters will erase any incriminating evidence to prevent any investigation, be it a person or an object. In the end, you will gain nothing. Why go down this path? Morong Shui's right hand hovered in the air, contemplating the youth's words, yet soon her resolve solidified. I cannot take the risk. I have no capital to wager, nor can I afford to lose. The young man sighed. Then it seems there is no other option. It is a pity, however, that I have no memories beyond the capital. My parents have only one son. I feel quite remorseful towards them. But my father is still young. Perhaps he could have another. Just as Shinzhou decided to fight to the death, Shenhao bellowed, Morong Shui, should you dare to harm Shinzhou, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. The rulers of Yongxing have always been warriors. We have methods to torment spies and assassins. Do you wish to test that? In that fleeting moment, as the dagger was about to pierce Shinzhou, the white-clad youth released Shunhao's restraint, causing the sword to slip from his grasp and strike Morong Shui's wrist. Seizing the opportunity, Shinzhou crouched and scurried towards the door, hiding behind the crowd. He touched the blood on his neck and exclaimed, if my handsome face were to be marred, I'd de-cell your entire family to make amends. Seize her and take her to the Ministry of Justice. No, to the Prince Chi's residence. I shall personally interrogate her when I have the time. Morong Shui, still intent on self-destruction, was pinned to the ground by the water and fire staff, unable to move. Once the crowd dispersed, Shinzhou clasped his hands in gratitude towards the white-clad youth. Your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Shunhao rubbed his sore shoulders and interposed himself between the two, stating, I was not jesting. He was also here to kill you. Shinzhou shoved his large head aside. Are you a fool? He just saved my life. He said so himself. Shinhao retorted, irked. The white-clad youth spoke coldly. Desire is a double-edged sword. I hope today's events serve as a lesson to you, Your Highness, to steer clear of establishments of ill repute in the future. Shinzhou dismissed the warning with indifference, circling around the youth and clicking his tongue. What a pity. If you were a woman, you would have the right to speak such words after marrying me. The white-clad youth's expression darkened instantly. That woman deserves death, and you deserve it even more. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Shinzhou, momentarily perplexed, turned to Shunhao and inquired, what is going on? Chapter 14. Master Shinzhou dismissed the left guard who had arrived upon hearing the commotion, assuring that once the investigation was complete, Morong Shui would be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Since the 5th year of Jingming, the remnants of the national war had withdrawn their claws, hiding in the shadows. Although assassination attempts occasionally occurred, they were mostly perpetrated by foolish youths, misled by fervor, who dared to infiltrate the palace with knives, misguidedly aiming to take the Emperor Shenlin's head as a tribute to their fallen homeland. The assassination of the imperial grandson is indeed a first. Shinzhou gestured towards Shunhao and whispered, investigate whom Morong Shui has encountered in recent days, and also look into her background. Find someone to reassess, to see if there are any discrepancies. Shunhao nodded. As a legitimate prince of the Jianghu dynasty, it was within his means to delve into the affairs of a woman of dubious reputation. Shinzhou did not hold any grudge against the Bone Porcelain Studio. Their ability to erect grand edifices in the most bustling streets of the capital suggested that their connections were formidable. Once the news of the assassination reached the inner court, it was inevitable that someone would come forth to provide an explanation. With matters momentarily settled, Shinzhou departed alone, wandering through the capital for quite some time. Upon confirming that he was not being followed, he turned into a narrow alley and finally found a dilapidated Taoist temple. Taoism was the state religion of Jianghu, and aside from aiding during times of war, the Shin clan had a long-standing tradition of having a member renounce official duties to pursue the Tao. Folklore suggested that the Shun family's rise to power was due to the blessings of an ancestral figure who had attained immortality. Shinzhou had never put stock in such tales. If immortals truly existed, they would have manifested during times of drought and disaster. Was it possible that their incense offerings had rendered them foolish? Though referred to as a Taoist temple, it bore little distinction from the surrounding residences. save for the main hall which had been stripped bare, now housing a statue of Jianghu whose gilding had long since worn away, revealing the earthen core within. Lacking any solemnity, only one Taoist priest resided there, nameless except for his surname, One. The local populace affectionately called him One Taoist, often bringing offerings during festivals. In Jianghu, managing a temple to such a state was indeed a rarity. Shenzhou pushed open the door to the side room, skillfully removed his shoes, and entered. Master, it is rather inconvenient today, so I haven't brought you fine wine. I shall make amends next time. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow and an emaciated visage, sat at a table, his brush pausing and resuming as he scribbled illegibly. 3 years prior, Shenzhou had engaged in a duel with the heir of the Qin prince, Shenzhua, under the pretense of a one-on-one contest. To his dismay, the opponent had no sense of chivalry and had brought a host of supporters. The young man, acutely aware of the wisdom in avoiding immediate peril, sought to bide his time and gather allies to reclaim his honor. However, his adversaries relentlessly pursued him, forcing Shenzhou to flee and take refuge within the temple, where he became acquainted with the Taoist priest. Coincidentally, at that time, One Taoist was crafting porcelain vases, which intrigued the youth immensely. Yet the elder remained unyielding, declaring that even if the vase were broken, he would not sell it. Ultimately, Shenzhou devised a win-win solution, employing his unparalleled audacity to adopt the elder as a mentor, leading to the creation of the renowned Bone Porcelain Studio's beauty vase. Pray tell, what brings you to my humble abode today? The elder inquired, his voice frail, as if his last breath was imminent. Shenzhou had long grown accustomed to such encounters. Over the years, he had brought numerous supplements and herbs, all of which had ultimately succumbed to mold and decay, the old Taoist not even casting a glance at them. Today, however, after encountering an assassination, he felt a nagging sense of confusion and sought the elder's counsel. The old man paused his writing and replied, "Speak, then." Shenzhou thoughtfully analyzed. Firstly, the assailant who attempted to take my life was a courtesan from the Bone China studio. Had I not been caught off guard at that moment, her frail physique would have afforded her no opportunity. Secondly, the assassination was executed in haste, so much so that the attacker did not prepare adequately, resorting to using a hairpin as her weapon. Moreover, the timing was also amiss. When I visited the Bone China studio, I had informed the matron that I was there for serious business, leaving her with no reason to alert Murong Shui in the backyard. This implies, as the scholar continued to write, that there were indeed servants from the Bone China studio involved in the conspiracy against me. Upon seeing my appearance, they hastily rushed to the backyard to deliver the news, indicating that Murong Shui had received her orders only recently. If you had deduced this sooner and charged into the backyard with your men, you might have encountered the mastermind behind it all, the scholar remarked calmly. Shenzhou sighed, lamenting that in such an urgent situation, there was no time for contemplation. Now it was too late to reflect. Who do you think would wish to kill me? He mused. There are typically two motives for murder: personal vendetta or profit. Consider whom you may have offended lately, and who stands to gain the most from your demise, the scholar suggested. Shenzhou pondered quietly. A vendetta? I have made my share of enemies, but none to this extent. Could it possibly be the emperor over a few flowers? That seems unlikely. As for profit, I am my family's only son. My death would yield no one a share of the inheritance. The scholar responded with indifference. Then it seems someone simply finds you distasteful. After all, your martial prowess is rather mediocre, making it an easy task. At this point, Shenzhou felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he aspired to be the greatest man in the world. He stepped forward and remarked, "You, who scribbles away each day, are hardly worth much. Why not create some vases to sell instead? You could treat yourself to a feast. This humble abode is sufficient, for my virtue is fragrant," Shenzhou countered, seizing the paper from the old man's hands and exclaiming, "Why does the civil ranking list include my father's name?" Shen Qingyu was indeed exceptional. A strategist of remarkable depth, many of the top 10 strategists during the national conflict had suffered losses at his hands, so it was only fitting for him to be ranked third in the civil list. The old sage sipped his aged tea and calmly replied, "Go on and boast." Shenzhou scoffed. "Am I not aware of my father's character? A complete charlatan." He cast aside the civil ranking list and turned to the martial ranking, inquiring, "What of Shen Shihui, my great sword immortal?" Shenzhou's admiration for the martial world was largely inspired by the legendary figure of the white-clad sword immortal, Shen Shihui. He traversed the martial realm with unparalleled charm, and wherever he roamed, Countless heroines and celestial maidens fell under the spell of his sword, becoming a legend of his time. The old man shook his head. Shen Shihui has not wielded his sword in many years. Whether his strength has waned or grown remains a mystery. Shun Zhou returned the papers and advised, Master, let us refrain from these trivial rankings in the future. No one is interested. Fortunately for me, had it been someone else, they would have bound you and sought a secluded place to thrash you. The scholar smiled in silence, recognizing that their discussion had reached an impasse. Shen Zhou stood to leave. The threat of assassination was not yet over, and caution was paramount. I am too old and frail to attend your funeral, the scholar remarked, not wishing to partake in such grim affairs. Shen Zhou turned around with irritation, saying, Do you all enjoy speaking behind others' backs? Next time, speak your mind all at once. Chapter 15. Another Master? After a day of toil, Shun Zhou returned home only when the sunlight had turned a golden hue. Butler Wang, with his hands folded respectfully over his abdomen, announced, Your Highness, the prince requests your presence in the main hall. Standing at the threshold, Shun Zhou retorted, That old man made you wait here for me? Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. Fuming, Shun Zhou stepped over the threshold, circumventing the shadow wall, and shouted, Old man, did you already know about the Emperor's command? Not reporting it is a grave offense. Lady Lin Xin, seated in a grand armchair, covered her mouth and chuckled, advising, If Shower decides to strike, make sure to run swiftly. Shen Qingyu chimed in. With those skills of his, he would struggle even to catch a chicken. Lin Xin huffed lightly, You only bully our son. How could I resist? This boy is simply too amusing. A mere tease sends him into a frenzy. Shen Qingyu replied indulgently. As they conversed, Shen Zhou charged into the main hall, baring his teeth, and exclaimed, How can you still smile? Am I not your flesh and blood? Shen Qingyu picked up his tea bowl, blew away the steam, and replied slowly, That is a question for your mother. Lin Xin playfully struck her husband's arm, feigning anger. What nonsense are you speaking to the child? Then turning to Shen Zhou, she reassured, Silly child, of course. You are your father's son, otherwise he wouldn't indulge you so. Shen Zhou unsheathed his sword from his waist and scoffed, Is this indulgence? Today, I was humiliated beyond measure. Shen Qingyu chuckled, It won't reach Jianghu and Dao so swiftly. It will take a few days. This is a rhetorical device. Do you not understand? Shen Zhou, flustered, hastened forward to grasp his father's sleeve, only to twist his ankle and kneel with a thud. Such grand gestures are unnecessary. Rise, rise, Shen Qingyu said, though he showed no intention of helping him up, maintaining a composed demeanor. I warned you last night. If you wish to leave the capital, refrain from speaking foolishly at the banquet. If you cannot control yourself, can you blame your father? Old charlatan, next time you discuss significant matters, be more earnest and precise in your words. Oh, I forgot. Your education is lacking. I shall strive to be more straightforward next time. Mother, look at him. Shen Zhou pouted, seeking his mother's sympathy. The woman, filled with concern, helped Shen Zhou to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and playfully kicked her husband, comforting. I will help you teach him a lesson. He should show more respect. Observing the mother and son, Shen Qingyu's smile widened. This was the life he desired, a compassionate wife and a mischievous son. He wondered how long this warmth would last. Lin Xin took her son's hand and asked, I heard you were attacked today. Were you harmed? Shen Zhou immediately lowered his head, concealing the bloodstains on his neck within his collar, and turned slightly, assuring, Do not worry, mother. With my skills, how could I possibly be injured? It is precisely because of your skills that I worry, she replied gently. Shen Zhou's expression fell. Mother, do you not trust me? Lin Xin responded tenderly, Of course I believe in you. How could a mother doubt her own son? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou immediately became intrigued, embellishing the details of the assassination attempt with fervor, emphasizing how he had grappled with the assassin, demonstrating various techniques from different schools of martial arts amidst numerous perilous situations. In the end, both parties even entertained a mutual respect for one another as heroes. Although the woman was already aware of the true circumstances, she feigned surprise to indulge her son. Suddenly, a cold laugh emanated from the doorway. Lin Xin then remembered that guests had arrived at their home, introducing, This is the master your grandfather found for you. He just arrived in the capital today. Shen Zhou turned to see the young man in white whom he had encountered at the porcelain bone studio. An awkward emotion surged within him, akin to being caught in a scandal by one's spouse. Fortunately, he had enough composure to quickly regain his demeanor, clearing his throat and stating, I have met him. He assisted me today, albeit in a minor capacity. Lin Xian wore an expression of curiosity, whispering, "So, how was it? His skills are quite commendable, aren't they? You should train under him." She added, "Is grandfather perhaps getting old, causing his judgment to falter?" Although the young man in white had saved Xinzhou's life, the idea of becoming his disciple did not sit well with him. The youth appeared to be of a similar age. No matter how gifted he might be, how formidable could he truly be? In Xinzhou's mind, the ideal master would at least be renowned, if not the foremost sword immortal. At the very least, he envisioned a graceful, distinguished disciple from a prominent sect. While the young man was indeed handsome, he was still a man, of no utility and lacking in aesthetic allure. The young man in white clasped his fists in salute, declaring, "I have the honor of meeting your highness, the princess consort." Lin Xian took his hand and brought him before her son, admonishing, "You two must get along well and avoid any discord." "Understood," the young man replied, bowing his head. Xinzhou could not suppress a shiver, thinking, No way. How could this be? Who do you think you are?" The young man's voice remained cool. "I am Wen Su, a commoner, honored to meet his highness. Has grandfather lost his senses, selecting such a person as my master?" Lin Xian gently patted her son's back, admonishing him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Wen Su maintained an impassive expression, stating, "Whether to teach or not is my prerogative. Whether to learn or not is yours." With that, he took his leave. "Oh, quite proud. It seems he possesses some merit." Xinzhou quickly followed him outside, pressing, "Pray tell, from which school do you hail? Who is your master? If it aligns with my desires, I might not mind you teaching me a few techniques." As the two walked further away, Lin Xian expressed her concern. "Will this truly work out? Will Zhou mind? And what about his majesty?" Xin Qingyu wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, responding, "There are no alternatives. Your father has only 4 children. You married into the capital. 2 of your brothers perished in the national war, leaving only one younger brother who has sought numerous physicians but has yet to produce offspring. Hence, he wishes for Zhou to bear a child to carry on the Lin family name. His Majesty would not want to see the Lin family extinguished, so he should not object. It ultimately depends on Zhou. This sewer is quite admirable, having been raised beside my father-in-law, well-versed and cultured," Lin Xian said proudly. "Indeed, my family's education surpasses that of your Shun family by far." Xin Qingyu did not refute, but sighed, saying, "It is merely that Zhou currently holds no thoughts in this regard. Perhaps we must wait a few more years." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Lin Xian retorted. As a mother, how could she not be aware of her son's character? The scent of rouge clings to him, detectable from quite a distance. Xin Qingyu chuckled mischievously. "Do you not know? Zhou has been diligently striving to perfect his martial skills, endeavoring to maintain his pure yang form. It is indeed a hardship for him. Yet he frequently visits the porcelain bone studio." Lin Xian inquired, but before awaiting a response, she scolded, "As a father, you should not incessantly pry into your child's private matters. The capital is dreadfully dull. With Sewer here now, she should be able to keep him in check somewhat." Leaning her head against her husband's shoulder, Lin Xian smiled. What a delightful pair they make. Zhou Henji crosses the cold river, while Shun drunkenly revels in the eastern winds, unanchored by clouds. Indeed, quite splendid. Chapter 16. Like mother, like son in the grand inner court of Chongzheng Hall, Emperor Shun Lin paced within. Even when betrayed by his kin on the battlefield, leading to the demise of tens of thousands of soldiers, he harbored only resentment towards his own inadequacies. Never a trace of anger. Yet today, this sovereign was genuinely incensed. The grandson who had shone brightly on the court the previous night was now the target of an assassination attempt. How chaotic had the Jianghu dynasty become? Fortunately, the assassination failed. Otherwise, he would have been unable to face his ancestors. Kneeling before him were the head of the inner court, 2 junior supervisors, 6 internal affairs officials, and Yu Wujiao, the general responsible for maintaining order in the capital. At times, I ponder whether I have been overly lenient in recent years, allowing you to become complacent and forget your duties. Shun Lin's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. "We are guilty." The assembly bowed their heads in unison. "The palace is not under the jurisdiction of the left guard. Yet what of the capital? The soldiers who once fought alongside me, drenched in blood, have now fallen so low, arriving only after the matter concluded. What is this? Have you all become so bloated from feasting that you can no longer move swiftly?" Sweat beaded on Yi Wujiao's forehead, his armor clattering. The incident occurred suddenly. Upon receiving the news, I rushed to the scene immediately. Shinlin scoffed. What a sudden occurrence. Were I on the battlefield with an enemy's sword at my throat, would you still claim it to be sudden? I dare not. I am guilty. Taking a deep breath, Shinlin declared, while I cannot control the assassin, I can certainly govern you. This time, the left guard in below shall receive a punishment of 3 months' salary as a reprimand. Should a similar incident occur again, and you remain this sluggish, there will be no need for the left guard to exist. You may wish to prepare coffins for yourself and your family. You have served honorably, and I shall not allow the Yi family to be left to rot in the wilderness. I accept the decree, Yi Wujiao responded, striking his chest with his fist. You may leave now, and also bring forth the remnants of the national war from the Ministry of Justice. They shall be executed at noon tomorrow. I wish to demonstrate to those hidden in the shadows what it means to incur the wrath of the Son of Heaven. Blood shall flow 1,000 miles. Yi Wujiao bowed and departed. Once he had distanced himself, the head of the inner court deliberately reminded, Your Majesty, was it not stated that these individuals still hold value? Shinlin tightened his grip on the jade rui in his hand. His intention was to soothe the remnants of the national war and compel them to submit to Jianghu, preventing further disputes. However, these individuals were obstinate, and their continued existence was a waste of resources. The assassination attempt on the Crown Prince of Qi might not have been fully articulated by the Inner Palace's officials. Shinlin was certainly aware that this incident was unlikely the work of the remnants of the national war, yet he sought to make an example of them. Contesting for the throne was permissible, but it must be done on merit. After a moment's contemplation, Shinlin spoke, re-established the Wind Inquiry Department, summoned the former members, and dispatched both the Wind Listener and the Weaving Muse to observe any disturbances within the capital, reporting any occurrences promptly. The royal offerings should also be put to use. All specters of the Mist Concealment Department and the Night Wanderers must be on standby for my command. Your servant obeys. If it were not for today's events, Shinlin would have preferred not to reactivate these two significant institutions during such peaceful times, for it felt excessively brutal and sanguinary. At the residence of the Crown Prince of Qi, Princess Lin Xin placed the garments that Shenzhou had changed out of into a basin, meticulously scrubbing them herself. Never entrusting such tasks to maids, convinced they could not cleanse them adequately. Suddenly, a streak of red caught her attention. She hurriedly leaned in to sniff the collar. A faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. Just then, Shen Qingyu strolled by and expressed his concern. Such matters should be delegated to the servants. Otherwise, every time you hide away to wash, Zhou will remain oblivious. Lin Xin threw the damp clothing into her husband's arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Our son is injured, and you, as his father, are unaware? What purpose does your sent-out personnel serve? No wonder Zhou has been keeping his head down since returning home. He fears we will worry. Shen Qingyu examined the garments, his brow furrowed. The injury should not be severe, otherwise, he would not have returned so sprightly. Lin Xin fixed her gaze on the clothes. Zhou has never endured such hardships. He would cry for half a day over a mere scrape. I must see him. You must go to the palace immediately and summon the imperial physicians. Shen Qingyu soothed her. By doing so, wouldn't you be wasting Zhou's heartfelt intentions? The child has grown. Then I shall go to the dungeon. I want to sever that little vixen's hand. Madam. Seeing he could not dissuade her, Shen Qingyu followed her. In the dungeon, he watched his wife selecting instruments of torture and could not help but remark, This hammer weighs 70 pounds. You cannot lift it. Let us return. I trust Zhou will handle it well. Lin Xin exerted herself several times, but found herself unable to budge it, redirecting her focus to a nearby broadsword. Grasping it with both hands, she swung it a few times, finding it manageable. She then descended the stone steps. Normally, she would not venture here, for the ominous underground space was illuminated only by flickering candlelight, casting an eerie ambience. Yet, for her son, Lin Xin could not afford to hesitate. Today, she would ensure that the assailant paid a price. You little vixen, which hand harmed Zhou? Show it to me, and do not make me repeat myself. Truly, like mother, like son. Shen Qingyu stepped forward to embrace Lin Xin, gently urging, Calm down, let us remain composed. With great difficulty, Shen Qingyu wrested the knife from his wife's grasp, exhaling a long breath. My dear, allow me to express my thoughts. Since Zhou has brought her home, he naturally intends to resolve this matter himself. We should refrain from taking matters into our own hands. We can assist Zhou temporarily, but we cannot support him for a lifetime. Lin Xin, panting heavily, questioned, Are we truly to let her go? Shen Qingyu quickly refuted this notion. I absolutely do not mean that. All decisions must rest with Zhou. Our role is merely to support him quietly. Noticing his wife's continued fury, Shen Qingyu glanced around nervously. In our haste to enter, I forgot to bring incense. I wonder if there are any wandering spirits lingering here? Upon hearing this, Lin Xine trembled, resembling a startled rabbit, and sought refuge in her husband's embrace, her expression shifting. Let Zhou handle this. We should leave swiftly. With a gentle smile, Shen Qingyu leaned down, right away. In the dungeon, Morong Shui was covered in filth. Her white, gauzy dress stained, her dark hair obscuring her face as she weakly uttered, I would be grateful if your highness could disseminate the news of my death. She had awaited this moment to encounter the significant figures within the Qi Wangfu, believing that such news would lend authenticity to her plight. After much hesitation, Shen Qingyu finally spoke. You chose to assassinate Zhou because someone has found your long-lost parents and is using this to coerce you. Am I correct? Morong Shui bit her lip fiercely, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Did Zhou not inform you? Regardless of the outcome, your family cannot possibly survive. Moreover, your parents sold you into a brothel at a young age. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Observing her continued silence, Shen Qingyu pressed on. Your parents were discovered at the mass grave outside the city. Fortunately, the mastermind acted slowly, and they were rescued. You still possess a valuable life. Perhaps you will see them again. Morong Shui smiled brightly, then forcefully struck her head against the ground. Lin Xine urged, we must hurry, we must hurry. Shen Qingyu scooped up his wife and left with a final remark. One must cherish life. If your parents genuinely cared for you, they would not wish to see you in such a state. As the two departed, the dungeon was left with only Morong Shui, her manic laughter echoing endlessly. As night fell, Shen Zhou donned a black outfit and stealthily entered Wensu's courtyard. Though the assassination had occurred recently, uncovering the mastermind would require the investigative results from Tsigu Zhai and Xin Hao. There was no need for haste. The matter at hand was to seek a manual from the palace armory, intending to practice under Wensu's guidance. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must engage in relentless training to forge their body, but success ultimately hinges on discovering a style that suits them. Some individuals are inherently suited to wielding a sword. Even the most intricate sword manuals can be grasped after a mere 2 readings. Yet, if one is forced to wield a saber instead, it would only squander time and talent. As the saying goes, what is deemed a weed to the east may be regarded as treasure to the west. This encapsulates the truth. Shen Zhou held confidence in his own abilities, yet at the age of 15, he had passed the prime years for cultivation. He was unwilling to squander time. Wensu's martial skills might not align with his own. He feared that enduring hardships could lead him back to square one, leaving him with no choice but to bang his head against the wall in frustration. As Shen Zhou entered the brightly lit room, he surmised that the other party had yet to retire for the night. Just as he was about to speak, a veil of white mist obscured his vision, and in the haze, it seemed something rushed past him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself kicked against the outer wall, leaving a mark on the ground where he had slid. Rubbing his abdomen, Shen Zhou rose and remarked, we are all gentlemen here. What is there to hide during a bath? If need be, I shall allow you to see it next time. Suddenly, the door swung open with a gust of wind, and a voice, tinged with both shyness and irritation, inquired, did you see? Shen Zhou reminisced, it was just the mist. In an instant, a flash of cold light cut through the air. He quickly corrected himself, asserting, I only referred to the vapor. I saw nothing else. The cold light then altered its trajectory, embedding itself in the ground with a quivering sound. Shen Zhou patted his chest, exclaiming, you nearly scared me to death. Moments later, Wensu appeared at the doorway, still clad in male attire, calmly asking, what brings you here at such a late hour? Shen Zhou picked up the long sword lying on the ground, twirled it with a flourish, and commented, not as good as my sea swallow. It feels too light. Kindly ask His Highness to leave, Wensu said, her fingers beckoning, causing the sword to return to her grasp. Shen Zhou's eyes brightened. This was impressive, and he wished to learn. Wensu coldly replied, it is still too early. Your priority is to solidify your foundation, understanding the importance of patience. Shen Zhou candidly expressed his intention to select a martial arts manual and establish his basics first. Wensu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, she quickly sensed something amiss. Why would they need to leave the manor to select a manual? Was the destination the Imperial Palace? Seeing through her thoughts, Shenzhou casually picked up 2 candied hawthorns from a nearby stall, paying while explaining, the collection in the manor consists solely of my family's antiquated texts. None are of practical use. Naturally, we must venture to the palace. To ensure she understood, he elaborated, during the fall of Jianghu, many sects and families participated, some aiding, others complicating matters. Therefore, in the ensuing peace, the emperor compiled the martial arts of the realm into the armory. Thus, the martial artists, stripped of their trump cards, became vassals of Jianghu. After handing her one of the candied hawthorns, Wensu did not take it, but retorted, if that is the case, why do you still wish to learn martial arts? Even if you become the strongest, what difference does it make? Can you rival a prince? Shenzhou replied, of course. It is for the sake of style. Imagine, amidst a clash of armies, the foremost swordsman of Jianghu, Shenzhou, strides forth, effortlessly claiming the enemy general's head with a smile, and then departs with grace. What a scene to behold! Who would not be moved? Wensu scoffed, naive. Shenzhou shook his head and paused before saying, a true friend in life is rare. You do not comprehend. The two fell silent as they approached the entrance of the Chengtian gate. It was then that Wensu spoke, the palace is closed at night. Did you obtain the emperor's permission beforehand? Just as Shenzhou swallowed the last piece of candied hawthorn, he flicked the stick, attempting to shoot it toward a nearby willow tree. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking, and it merely left a faint white mark on the trunk. No, I did not. Wensu turned and walked away, while Shenzhou hurriedly exclaimed, but I have a plan. Entering the palace is merely a trivial matter. Half a stick of incense later, Wensu, breathing somewhat heavily, pointed to a corner and said, crawling through a dog hole. This is your brilliant idea? Shenzhou, with an air of confidence, began to clear away the withered branches and leaves, saying, how about it? Quite concealed, isn't it? Though I have been captured multiple times, this entrance has never been discovered. Wensu scoffed, I refuse to crawl through a dog hole with you. Since we are both children of the rivers and lakes, what harm is there in crawling through a dog hole for the sake of honing our martial arts? Moreover, after observing for several days, I can confirm that there are no dogs raised in the palace, which means this hole has never been traversed by dogs. It's clean. For a moment, Wensu was at a loss for words and opted for silence. Shenzhou crouched down and called out, come on, I will lead the way. Yet, before he could wriggle through, he noticed something amiss. Hey, is this hole a bit too small? That shouldn't be the case. I just crawled through yesterday. Have I gained weight so quickly? Give me a push from behind. Wensu watched as he wriggled, utterly unsure of how to assist. Suddenly, a squad of the left guard appeared around the corner, led by a lieutenant general. Hearing voices nearby, they came over to investigate. Sensing the impending trouble, Wensu swiftly concealed herself in a nearby tree. Don't leave me here alone. Although Shenzhou could not see the situation outside, he clearly heard the footsteps receding. The youth's cries soon caught the attention of the left guard. The soldiers, armed with halberds, formed a half-circle, and the lieutenant general stepped forward, pondering the absurdity of the world. Could anyone truly be an assassin these days? After much effort, Shenzhou extricated himself and noticed shadows around him. He chuckled awkwardly. Just taking a stroll at night, and accidentally got stuck. Wensu, perched in the tree, held her forehead with one hand, bemused by the excuse he concocted. One would have to be extraordinarily clumsy to get wedged in the palace walls. Chapter 18. The Armory. Upon discovering that the supposed assassin was the Crown Prince of Qi, the lieutenant general immediately turned and said, no abnormalities detected, continue patrolling. Shenzhou was aware that his explanation was flimsy and interjected, how about I accompany you back? Otherwise, if an inquiry arises, it would be difficult for you to explain. The lieutenant general remained unfazed, continuing to organize his troops. Hey, I'm talking to you. Shenzhou suddenly raised his voice, startling a flock of birds. This very action drew the lieutenant general's attention to Wensu hiding in the tree. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and demanded, who goes there? Shenzhou stepped forward to speak. She is with me. He had no intention of causing trouble today and aimed to avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant general felt relieved, looking past the youth to address his soldiers. The capital has been unsettled lately. Brothers, do not let your guard down. Devote yourselves to protecting the palace. Oh dear, I wasn't trying to sneak in. I truly was just out for a stroll tonight. Why can't you believe me? How about? Before Shenzhou could finish, the lieutenant general turned to leave, and the soldiers seemed to share a tacit understanding, deliberately avoiding the youth as they passed. Wensu gracefully descended from the tree, having been discovered. It seemed wiser to retreat for now. Shenzhou shook his head, declaring, "Something feels off. Indeed, it feels exceedingly off." Previously discovered within the palace. It was customary for the guards of the left guard to promptly report the matter and send the individual back to the Qi Kingdom's residence. However, today, they seemed utterly oblivious, offering no response whatsoever. To validate his suspicions, Shenzhou, accompanied by Wensu, retraced his steps to the Chengtian gate, displaying no intent to conceal their presence. The guards at the palace gate exchanged glances, silently turning their backs to one another. Shenzhou chuckled, remarking, "It appears they dare not look at me. Could it be that something has transpired within the palace?" Wensu inquired, perplexed, "What does it matter? Since no one is obstructing us, let us proceed directly inside. If we are caught, we shall simply be escorted out," he declared, striding confidently through the corridor into the palace. At the city gate, the middle-ranking officer, having just spotted Shenzhou, saluted a middle-aged man clad in silver armor. "General, shall we simply allow them entry into the palace?" The silver-armored general replied with a smile, "Those fools from the left guard were just penalized with 3 months' salary this afternoon. Yi Wuji has been in tears for quite a while. Do you wish us to share in their misfortune? Yet the duty of the left guard is to protect the palace. If the emperor were to assign blame, we would not be able to bear the consequences." With a sweeping gesture, the general continued, "Since you are so eager, let us take a gamble. I wager 100 taels that the emperor will not only absolve blame, but will also bestow rewards." "I shall refrain from betting," the subordinate replied. Given that their superior was unconcerned, what could a mere middle-ranking officer of the 4th grade worry about? Moreover, everyone in the capital knew that the left guard general, Xiao Yu, possessed a notoriously volatile temperament, and his reputation for gambling and defaulting on debts was well established. "Do not be hasty in rejecting my offer. You are about to wed. Do you not wish to acquire a larger residence in the capital? The savings from your salary must still be lacking. With my 100 taels, it would not merely be a stroke of fortune, but rather a delightful enhancement. I must continue my patrol of the palace city and cannot linger to converse with the general," the officer stated. As Xiao Yu watched the middle-ranking officer depart, he sighed. To turn down free money, the youth of today truly do not understand their own interests. Let me ponder who else possesses surplus funds. As Shenzhou and Wensu traversed the inner palace, they found that not only the guards of the left guard, but even the palace maids and eunuchs kept their distance. The royal armory lay in the northeast corner of the palace, and upon crossing the 1,000-step corridor, they were greeted by a vast expanse of water known as the Shanshui Pond. In the summer, one could glide across its surface amidst clusters of lotus flowers, with the gentle sound of fish splashing in the water, creating an atmosphere of exquisite elegance. In his youth, Shenzhou often brought Crown Heir to stealthily pluck lotus pods, which they would then cook into a large pot of lotus seed porridge, chilled and sprinkled with sugar. A rare delicacy. However, ever since learning of a palace maid who had drowned in the pond, he developed an aversion to the place, feeling as though restless spirits lingered among the lotus pods, causing him distress and a loss of appetite for several days. Crossing the Shanshui Pond, they finally arrived at the armory that Shenzhou had long yearned for. Wensu felt a sharp pain in her brow, sensing several powerful presences surrounding them, and instinctively straightened her posture. Noticing her tension, Shenzhou, oblivious to the danger, reassured her, "Do not worry. Everyone experiences a first time, and soon it will become familiar." Just then, the door to the storeroom was pushed open from within. An aged man with white hair, stooped and frail, held a broom as he gently swept away the fallen leaves from the ground. Shenzhou observed him for a while, puzzled, and inquired, "Elder, weren't you on the first floor before? What happened to Grandpa Li?" The old man rubbed his aching lower back and coughed. Due to persistent mischief from young rascals sneaking into the armory, old Li has been punished to guard the latrines. Shenzhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched his nose, resolving to find an opportunity to visit Grandpa Li, given that the mischievous rascal was none other than himself. Wensu suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Zhou Qilan from the Shadow Bamboo sect? I thought you were dead." The old man chuckled, surprised that someone still remembered the name of Zhou. It felt gratifying, indeed. Shenzhou, intrigued, asked, "What is this?" "It sounds like this elder was quite the expert." Wensu nodded, saying, "The Shadow Bamboo sect was once a third-rate faction in Jianghu, specializing in assassination. 20 years ago, they finally nurtured a third-grade master, but were sabotaged by rivals, leading to their downfall. It is said that in their final battle, Master Zhou Qilan fought against several second-grade masters amidst the bamboo groves of Shu, ultimately perishing together. The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily, reveling in the memories. Shinzou's eyes sparkled, and with a respectful bow, he declared, "If that is the case, I must make the acquaintance of this esteemed elder. I am Shinzhou, honored to meet Master Zhou." "What small master? Isn't that an insult? Moreover, 20 years ago he was a third-grade master. He must have ascended to first grade by now. Do you wish to learn martial arts from him?" When Su asked, "Isn't that obvious? You little brat, do you think you can compare to the seasoned experts?" Shinzhou maintained his stance. "A teachable child, indeed. How delightful. Is that settled then? Shall I proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship?" When Su nudged Shinzhou's descending knee with her toe, "Consider this carefully. He is barely in his 40s. Shinzhou immediately straightened up, gazing at the old man's gaunt visage in disbelief. "You're jesting with me." When Su retorted coldly, "The unique internal skill of the Shadow Bamboo sect is called 9 cicada molts, allowing a dramatic surge in internal energy thrice in times of crisis. Master Zhou used it to slay second-grade masters. Isn't that impressive? You can go play while I pursue my apprenticeship." When Su continued, "However, the downside is that it depletes one's life force. It is said that after 9 uses, one is bound to die. Given his current condition, he may only have 1 use left. So what say you, young master? Will you still seek to be his disciple?" Chapter 19. Illuminating the night in white, Shinzhou observed when Su's earnest demeanor, sensing no deceit, and then asked, "Master Zhou, do you still require a disciple?" Though he posed the question, he secretly hoped the old man would decline. "Not at all. Do say you do not." Contrary to his desires, Zhou Qilan smiled. "With the Shadow Bamboo sect nearly annihilated, I remain alone in this world, struggling for existence. I am indeed in need of a young hero such as yourself to join me." Shinzhou chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps that is best left for another time. "What a pity," he thought, swiftly changing the subject. "Master Zhou, I wish to enter the armory tonight. You would not hinder me, would you?" Zhou Qilan replied languidly. "As this young lady has stated, my remaining vitality is barely enough for 1 more use of 9 cicada molts. I am not yet ready to depart this world. How could I possibly obstruct you, young master? Please, proceed." With great caution, Shinzhou stepped over the threshold, turning to call out, "Come in, everyone." The armory occupies an expansive area, housing tens of thousands of martial arts manuscripts on a single floor. The essence of martial arts lies beneath this roof. And this assertion is not made lightly. When Su respectfully clasped his fists in greeting to the elder before stepping inside, he casually withdrew 2 volumes and perused them, unable to suppress a frown. Shinzhou gritted his teeth and remarked, "When the emperor established the armory, many in the martial world flocked to the capital upon hearing they could receive a handsome reward for presenting their manuscripts, resulting in this heap of subpar works, which has squandered much of my time." When Su suddenly interjected, "Your foundation is weak. You should avoid direct confrontation. The 9 cicadas molting of the Shadow Bamboo sect, when paired with their Bamboo Shadow 7 kill sword, would suit you well." Shinzhou retorted, "I intend to live a few more years, thank you." He declined, for those in the martial world often found themselves in dire straits, and he did not wish to face an early demise after only a few skirmishes. The two then ascended the wooden ladder together. The armory was overseen by 4 guardians, each managing 2 floors, with the 9th floor serving as an observation deck devoid of any manuscripts. In contrast, the 2nd floor was notably more spacious, featuring a designated tea break table for rest. Due to prior restrictions imposed by the guardians, Shinzhou had never ventured up here and had only been able to pilfer a few manuscripts from the 1st floor. Gazing upon the myriad of volumes, he lamented, "With such a grand armory at our disposal, it is a travesty that no members of the Shun family wish to study martial arts." He retrieved a volume titled 13 Laws of the Startled Magpie, instantly recognizing that it surpassed the hodgepodge of martial arts on the 1st floor. The white cat fanning a dog's mouth. Is this truly considered martial prowess? One wonders how much the officials who collected these manuscripts were bribed. Upon opening the 1st page, he was struck by the bold characters inscribed. 1 string shatters the wind. 3 strings tear the clouds. 7 strings release the startled souls. Adjacent to this were annotations in smaller script, indicating that this martial art was conceived by a musician of the previous dynasty who, seeking vengeance, fused sword intent with musical score. On the day the sword was forged, he dispatched foes on a snowy night, thereafter severing the strings and vanishing without a trace. This one is good. I must keep it. The Moth of Ashes manuscript. A fragment of an esoteric sword technique, focused on killing, With the greater the sword intent, the deeper the self-inflicted harm, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. No. What if I fail to kill my opponent and end up injured myself? That would be a foolish exchange, Shinjo assessed, noting the evident lack of skill in the author of this sword manual. After approximately half an hour, he had amassed over 10 manuscripts in his arms and eagerly sought out Wen Su, declaring, "This will suffice for today. I shall return for more another time." At that moment, Wen Su was intently observing a painting titled White Plum Blossoms on the wall. Shinjo followed her gaze and casually remarked, "The artist's skill is mediocre. The plum blossoms are depicted somewhat rigidly, lacking a continuous flow of spirit, and the ink is of poor quality, clearly a piece from a street vendor. If you fancy this, the Chiwang mansion has a plethora. I can gift you one upon our return." Noticing Wen Su's continued silence, he continued, "The most renowned plum blossom painter was the Southern Yu's prince consort, Liu Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, after Southern Yu was besieged by Jianghu, this prince consort self-immolated in the princess's residence, leaving few masterpieces to endure through time. Coincidentally, my grandfather recently acquired one, which is currently hanging in my room." Wen Su then prompted, "Examine the inscriptions on the painting closely." As the moon hung low in the third watch of the night, casting a silvery glow upon the white plum blossoms, I strolled hand in hand with a dear friend through the forest. We observed Shinjo, who, after perusing the inscriptions on the painting, expressed his confusion. "What is this? It appears rather ordinary." Wen Su replied, "If I am not mistaken, this artwork conceals the swordsmanship of Yun Ni, the female assassin of the state of Chu, known as Zhao Yibai. She once bravely infiltrated the forces of the Jianghu army, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and meeting a gruesome fate, her body reduced to fragments by errant blades." Shinjo's eyes widened in realization, recalling that her husband had been slain by Jianghu, leaving her in a state of despair. As an assassin, she chose to confront the army head-on, vanquishing hundreds before falling in sorrow. My second uncle was present at that time, admiring her loyalty, and he arranged for her remains to be collected, ensuring she and her husband were laid to rest outside the former capital of Chu, where people still come to pay their respects. Do you remember what I mentioned to you downstairs? A false foundation? I assure you, it is not falsehood, but rather the price of growth." Wen Su scoffed, "Even Zhao Yibai is an assassination technique. Even in open confrontation, it often yields unexpected results." Shinjo set aside the tome he held, retrieved the painting, and declared, "Then what is there to discuss? Let us take it with us." At this moment, in the 9th level of the armory, two individuals sat cross-legged on opposite sides of a chessboard. A nearby inner servant listened intently to the conversation below, relaying every word accurately to the two men. The elder inquired, "Is this the person chosen by His Majesty?" Shen Lin smiled wryly. "I fear I have provided you with a source of amusement, Mr. Gu." The elder, without hesitation, placed a white piece on the board, responding, "No harm done. To retain an innocent heart while residing in the imperial household is indeed a rare virtue. This youth is quite playful. However, I also wish for him to cultivate some martial skills. Strengthening the body is never a disadvantage." The elder was none other than Gu Linyuan, one of the 10 great strategists of the national war. He had played a pivotal role in the destruction of the state of Qi by Jianghu and the campaigns against Han and Zhao. Though he should have held a position in one of the 3 provinces, he had chosen to retreat from the political arena, asserting that the war was settled and Jianghu had no further need for a cunning strategist, instead opening a chess house and immersing himself in the art of the game. "Mr. Gu, have you come to the palace tonight to share something with me? If there exists anyone in the realm who could earn Shen Lin's complete trust, it would undoubtedly be this venerable elder." Between the two, there was no need for pretense. Even if he were to scold him openly, it would be of little consequence. "Your Majesty is a great sovereign. I did not misjudge your character in the past," Gu Linyuan spoke slowly. "Tonight's events involve remnants of the national war, which should fall under the purview of the Astronomical Bureau. However, upon reflection, I deemed it more appropriate to handle this matter personally. I hope your Majesty will not take offense. You and I are united as sovereign and minister. To speak of offense would be too severe." Suddenly, a tempest swept through the capital, dark clouds gathering in the sky as if drawn by an unseen force towards the city gates. Shen Lin laughed heartily, placing a black piece on the board. "Even without your words, I had already surmised he would come tonight." Chapter 20. A lost cause. Shen Lin inquired. "Years have passed. The once wayward rogue now commands renown across the realm. How does his prowess measure now?" Should a martial ranking be established anew, he may well secure a place among the top 3. The elder replied, "It is uncertain whether the 13 capitals I meticulously crafted could withstand a master of such caliber. Your Majesty's words are an exaggeration." Shenlin lightly tapped the ground with his toes, shaking his head. "It is merely an untimely arrival. Should the child's heart wander, it would be irretrievable." Gu Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "In this world, there are countless martial artists, yet there is but one Xie Yan. Your Majesty need not worry. Let us hope so." Outside the city, a man in a green robe soared into the air on his sword, bringing with him a storm that rushed towards the imperial palace. The citizens of the capital turned their heads in unison, speculating on the identity of this figure. Shenzhou followed closely behind Wensu, chattering incessantly about local customs and practices in preparation for his future adventures in the martial world. Just then, he caught sight of the green-robed man and gasped in astonishment, letting the manuals in his hands scatter to the ground. Grabbing Wensu's arm, he exclaimed, "Sword Immortal. This is undoubtedly a sword immortal of the highest rank. He is truly dashing." The reflection of the 1,000-step corridor in the pond was swept away by the fierce wind, shattering into a shower of silver scales, only to be crushed beneath the foot of the green-robed man. "Shenlin!" A furious voice suddenly bellowed as the 12 carved wooden windows of the armory swung open with a bang, scattering pages of manuals everywhere. Shenzhou, brimming with excitement, asked, "Did you hear that tone? Is it grand or not? I ask you, is it grand?" Wensu positioned herself protectively in front of the youth, unwilling to speak. The man in green continued, "Years ago, you promised me that after unifying the realm, you would govern alongside the remnants of the national war. Why have you now broken your word?" Shenlin placed the final piece on the chessboard and rose, saying, "Brother Xie, I have instructed my men to prepare wine and dishes early. May we share a drink?" Xie Yan retorted angrily, "Answer my question." Gu Lin Yuan leaned against the railing, declaring, "I am the old man who made that promise with you. You two conspire together, indistinguishable from one another. What? Has a disagreement over spoils caused a rift?" Shenlin shook his head, stating, "I have never violated the oath made back then. Indeed, being an emperor changes one." Xie Yan sneered, "Your skill in fabrication has evidently improved. If you have not broken your oath, then why order the execution of the national war remnants today?" Shenlin responded calmly, "Before I answer that question, I wish to pose a few inquiries of my own. Speak. Does King Wu, in comparison to the chaos of the national war, not suit your name? Hai Qinghian, I shall not require your response. Allow me to ask you again. How many of the national war remnants have sought you over the years? How many wished for you to rise and cause upheaval, bringing suffering to the populace? Do you truly think I am unaware? It is only for the sake of our brotherhood that I have remained silent." Xie Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. "I know of your agreement with the Empress of Qi to protect the remnants of the national war. Yet you are well aware of my bottom line. If anyone wishes to stir the pot, I shall don my armor once more, and the head shall roll. Rivers of blood shall flow. I will show no mercy." Xie Yan's imposing presence diminished until he stood completely calm by the pond. "These individuals I must eliminate. You cannot stop me. Consider it a lesson for the hidden remnants of the national war. However, since we are brothers, I shall not make it difficult for you." Shenlin called out, "Cut off the isolation." No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of silver shot passed from the 9th floor of the armory. Xie Yan sidestepped to evade, as 3 penetrating nails instantaneously embedded themselves in the pillar of the 1,000-step corridor, their tails entwined with silken gold threads, the ends leading directly to the inner chamber of the palace. "Brother Xie, how fare you?" Xie Yan chuckled and remarked, "I never expected a eunuch such as yourself to attain the 1st rank. Congratulations are in order." Gugu responded, "With old friends dwindling to near extinction, the sight of you today brings immense joy to my heart. Let us dispense with pleasantries and see how much you have progressed over the years." Xie Yan let out a long, resounding shout, and a fierce wind surged from his sleeves, causing the water in the pond to rise tumultuously as if a dragon were stirring. Gugu, like a shadow, stepped upon the waves and unleashed a barrage of needles, weaving an intricate web of martial prowess. "Since you have come in high spirits, I shall ensure you do not return disappointed." Shenzhou, suppressing the sting in his eyes, intently observed the 2 individuals stirring up chaos in the pond. The man in the blue robe could be excused, but what was the matter with the previously timid eunuch? He recalled this person had once cautioned him about propriety during the 1,000 Elders banquet, showing no signs of a master back then. Shenzhou marveled. Truly, one cannot deny the prowess of a first-rank grandmaster. He has concealed his strength remarkably well. When Su remarked, in the realm of martial arts, one is but an ant if they cannot reach the pinnacle. Curiously, Shenzhou inquired, who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? The first rank is divided into 4 realms: thunder body, chi transformation, and vastness, each corresponding to body, technique, and mind respectively, with the ultimate realm, Tai Chi, returning to the void, representing the culmination of all 3. However, practitioners often refer to the 4 realms as thunder body, cloud transformation, emptiness, and return to truth. The man in blue had evidently entered the realm of emptiness, while the later eunuch was merely in the cloud transformation stage, unlikely to endure for long. Shenzhou pondered aloud. I wonder when I shall ascend to the first rank? When Su, without mercy, replied, in dreams, anything is possible. Only when you can wield a sword for an hour without gasping for breath can you claim to have just stepped into the 9th rank. As their conversation unfolded, the battle intensified. Xie Qingyan waved his large sleeves, lifting the entire pond into the air, and then thrust forward with a sword gesture, laughing maniacally. Let us see if you can withstand this move. Countless blades of water coalesced, blotting out the sun, and shot forth. Gugu hastily retracted his penetrating nails, swiftly circling himself, leaving behind several white afterimages. The water swords collided with the golden silk threads, shattering into myriad droplets that rained down. Shenzhou, drenched to the bone, remained undeterred in his enthusiasm for the spectacle. Moments later, the pond returned to tranquility, as if a torrential downpour had merely passed. Xie Qingyan turned to depart, laughing. I shall forego the wine today, prepare a feast for my next visit. Gugu knelt upon the water's surface, his 3 penetrating nails shattered. His official robe torn in several places from the sword's energy, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Thank you for your guidance." Shenlin descended from the high tower and snapped his fingers at the still-dazed Shenzhou. Awaken, the day has dawned. When Su bowed respectfully, I pay my respects to your majesty. Shenzhou could not help but shiver, wiping his face with Shenlin's sleeve. Grandfather, did you see that? It was utterly spectacular. Shenlin, exasperated, withdrew his sleeve, retorting, you tell me. Just then, Gugu emerged from the water, kneeling and declaring, I am lacking in skill. I humbly request your majesty's punishment. Shenzhou's eyes twinkled with mischief. Grandfather, my household is in need of a steward, and I find him quite suitable. Why not send him to the Prince Chi's residence? Shenlin snorted coldly. You think to impose your whims upon me? Not a chance. Shenzhou lowered his head, gently patting Gugu's shoulder, offering consolation. Do not blame yourself. Blame the opponent for being too formidable. If it were I in your place, the outcome would have been the same. Let us engage in more discussions when time permits. I will find a way to extricate you. A sense of alarm surged within Shenlin, prompting him to amend his statement. It is not entirely without hope. Chapter 21. Past events and martial arts. Before Shenzhou could respond, Shenlin turned to Wen Su and inquired, Has the Lin family from Jianghu arrived? Wen Su replied with a composed demeanor, Indeed. Shenlin nodded, stating, I have already reviewed the secret correspondence sent by the Lin family to the palace. There are no issues. However, I have one stipulation. Please, your majesty, speak plainly. The first male heir must bear the surname Shun. Wen Su's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from replying. Shenzhou, uninterested in their cryptic exchange, prioritized finalizing matters regarding Gugu. He promptly asked, So, does what you just said hold true? Shenlin responded, Naturally, it does. You are set to attend the National University. Should you excel and the chief instructor pen a favorable remark in your year-end evaluation, I shall consent to sending Gugu to the residence of Prince Chi. Shenzhou's expression turned troubled, not due to a lack of confidence, but because the chief instructor harbored resentment towards him, making an impartial assessment unlikely. What if we consider the position of the academic officer or the overseer instead? Finding the young man's antics amusing, Shenlin waved his sleeve dismissively. That will not do. It must be the chief instructor. Shenzhou urged Wen Su to carry the secret manual and hastened to follow, insistently stating, You are aware of my talents. When I do make a mark, it is remarkable. Winning at the National University is but a trivial matter. Thus, by all logic, Gugu is already affiliated with the residence of Prince Chi. Why not allow him to accompany me home today? If His Majesty is concerned, I can even write an IOU, though I see no necessity for that. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement, shall we? Shenlin halted, observing his hopeful grandson struggling with the hem of his garment, wringing it out with effort, his body shaking from the cold wind. He pretended to casually remove his outer robe and draped it over Shinzhou. The chill of late autumn nights is not to be taken lightly. I cannot trust your character. Should you end up at the residence of Prince Qi while still idling at the National University, I would be at a considerable loss. Though Shinzhou might not perceive the deeper implications of the emperor's gestures, this scene caused Gugu, who stood behind, to feel an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. The sight of a royal grandson in dragon robes would provoke envy and frustration in any other contender for the throne. Never had Emperor Shenlin shown such concern for a junior. It is not that emperors are devoid of emotion. Rather, excessive care could incite suspicion among other princes and grandsons, leading to estrangement among brothers. Moreover, Shenlin spent his days seated in the Hall of Governance, preoccupied with state affairs, leaving little time for personal attentiveness. Only today, in the absence of others in the harem, was he afforded the opportunity to display a tender side. Regrettably, this concern was directed towards the notoriously carefree heir of Prince Qi, who had survived an assassination attempt in the afternoon and dared to breach the palace at night. Such affection was destined to be misinterpreted. Seeing his proposal dismissed, Shenzhou felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained his composure. Shifting the conversation, from the Grandmaster's words earlier, "It seems you have long been acquainted with my grandfather?" Shenlin chuckled. "In those years. I was but 2 years your junior, having spent several years wandering through various nations. I encountered a young wanderer who, at that time, was mediocre in martial arts, brandishing a broken sword while challenging others, only to return bruised and battered each time, clinging to me for sustenance and comfort. Subsequently, I returned to Kangwu, while he ventured to Qi. When we met again, I had ascended as the Emperor of Kangwu, and he was a revered figure in Qi. During a fierce battle in Qi's capital, he was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It was I who dispatched skilled warriors to rescue him from the battlefield." Shinzhou pondered. "So, he still wishes to come and kill you, showing ingratitude?" He recalled the recent battle at Shanshui Pond, where every word from the man in the azure robe resonated with power, though the emperor's voice had been but a faint whisper from the 9th floor, rendering it indistinct. Shenlin shook his head. "He has renamed himself Xie Qingyan, and as such, he shall not be my adversary. However, he had made a promise to a lady, and with righteousness at stake, he feels compelled to act." Shinzhou breathed a sigh of relief. This was the great master he revered, clear in his debts and obligations. A man of his word. He then audaciously patted the emperor's shoulder, saying, "Grandfather, you are indeed fortunate to call such a great master your friend. I, however, am not so lucky." Shenlin swatted his hand away, jesting, "Birds of a feather flock together. Naturally, you are surrounded by rascals." Upon hearing this, Shinzhou, infuriated, flung his dragon robe to the ground and stormed out of the palace. Days later, when Su stood by Shenzhou's bedside with a sullen expression, she had finally witnessed the demeanor of the crown prince of Qi. How could one be so indolent? He had promised to train in martial arts. Yet he would tire after merely half a stick of incense, calling for a rest, which would stretch for hours, followed by meals and naps. It seemed as if he awaited pastries to fall from the sky. Without mercy, when Su yanked away the deerskin blanket, her voice laced with anger, "Today, unless you train for 5 full hours, do not expect a meal. I have already spoken to the prince and princess about this." In the corner, several exquisitely featured maidens dared not breathe too loudly. This young master, whose beauty rivaled that of celestial beings, was said to hail from Jiangnan, and even when angry, his voice retained a soft, almost delicate quality. The prince and princess treated him with extraordinary kindness, almost as if he were the second heir of the household. Whispers among the servants suggested that Princess Lin Xin wished to entrust her affairs to him, but he had declined. Though the courtyard was equipped with heated floors, Shinzhou felt a chill upon leaving the blanket. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. "So early, and you won't let anyone sleep well? How can one cultivate martial skills without proper rest? Have you heard of practicing in the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter? With such a lack of willpower, you might as well dream of becoming a master." Indeed, Shinzhou pulled the blanket back over himself, settling comfortably. "If that is your perspective, then let us wait until the bitter cold of winter to train. Spring drowsiness and autumn fatigue are perfect for slumber." When Su took a deep breath to steady her emotions, tugged at Shinzhou's collar, and pulled him from the bed, instructing, Assist the young master in dressing and grooming. I wish to see him in the courtyard in half a stick of incense." With that, she turned and shut the door with a heavy thud. The maidservants hurriedly gathered around, assisting the drowsy Shinzhou as they busied themselves. This was not merely out of self-interest. Rather, if the young prince were to become irate, a playful pout would suffice to quell his displeasure. Should that gentleman outside direct his ire toward them, they would certainly face expulsion from the royal residence. In such a case, life in the capital would be arduous. And where else could they find such a leisurely occupation with such generous monthly remuneration? The residences of the other princes? Best not to consider that. Every few days, the outskirts would reveal the bodies of young women, their deaths gruesome, and the authorities dared not investigate. A modicum of thought would reveal the identity of the perpetrator. Chapter 22. The contest. A gentle young maid dampened a towel with warm water, delicately applying it to the princess' face, and shyly inquired, "Your Highness, who is that person outside?" Seizing the moment, Shinzhou squeezed her small hand and jokingly asked, "What is this? Are you lovesick? Would you like me to play matchmaker for you?" The maid playfully retorted, "Your Highness, you jest. What regard could someone of my station possibly hold for anyone of his caliber?" When Wensu first arrived at the residence of Prince Qi, the Princess Lin Xin wished to select several maidservants for her. Many volunteered, hoping to win favor with this young gentleman, envisioning the prospect of warming his bed at night. However, this endeavor bore no fruit, leaving the maidservants disheartened for quite some time. How could such a charming youth be so oblivious to their affections? Shinzhou carelessly wiped his face and boasted without shame, "In terms of looks, I am not lacking, though I may not rival that gentleman outside. The difference is but a hair's breadth." The maidservants smiled silently, refraining from undermining the prince's pride in the moment. Clearing his throat, Shinzhou declared earnestly, "For men, it is not merely a handsome face that matters. Strength is the foundation upon which one conquers the world." Suddenly, he pondered that when it came to strength, he seemed to fall short of his rival. A wave of helplessness washing over him. Following this feeling of powerlessness came frustration, and he abruptly stood, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that I am inferior in any regard." Wensu, witnessing Shinzhou fling open the door and hurl his sword, replied coldly, "Today, we shall practice the basics. 300 lunges with thrusts, 300 downward strikes after turning, and 300 knee lifts followed by horizontal cuts. Once completed, run 10 laps around the estate, and then review the 300 movements. If you move quickly, you might still make it in time for lunch." Shinzhou swatted away the flying sword, scoffing, "Some claim you excel in every aspect over me. Today, I shall rectify this misguided notion." When Sue paused, having not heard such words before, unsure of his intentions, but she nonetheless asked, "If you lose, will you commit to your training?" "Of course." "Very well," she said, crossing her arms. "What shall we compete in?" "If it's in the art of charming young ladies, I could concede right now." It was evident she had overheard their earlier conversation. Shinzhou dismissed her claim, saying, "That is simply my innate talent. It hardly qualifies as a skill." Soon, they found themselves in the backyard of the Qi residence, beside the reflecting star lake. While it could not compare to the palatial gardens, its expanse was considerable, and thanks to its presence, the Qi residence had risen to become the second largest structure in the capital, second only to the Imperial Palace. Shinzhou instructed his attendants to steer 2 black boats into the lake. Once they reached the designated spot, he exclaimed, "All right, halt. Place the archery targets at the bow ends, and you shall return on the other vessel." Upon saying this, he accepted the intricately carved curved bow handed to him by a maid and chuckled, "As a martial practitioner, you mustn't take advantage of me. In this contest, we shall refrain from using internal energy. It will be purely a test of skill and precision." When Sue chuckled softly, her amusement evident as she browsed the weapon rack, ultimately selecting a hardwood bow crafted from sumo. The young prince could not suppress a gulp. He wielded only a 60-pound soft bow, while when Sue held a formidable 300-pound hard bow, reserved for the mightiest warriors in the army. Shinzhou reassured himself that the target was merely 70 paces away, and the 60-pound bow would suffice, as the target was not armored. Ultimately, it would hinge on accuracy. The small boats bobbed on the lake's surface, their movements entwined with the water's ripples, presenting the very challenge he had devised. While those of the martial world excelled in close combat, he had yet to hear of any master practicing archery. Shinzhou, a fervent lover of hunting, had never missed the royal autumn hunts, always returning with ample spoils. which bolstered his confidence. When Su raised her hand, signaling him to commence, Xinzhou, opting for no further words, nocked an arrow, steadied his breath, and exerted all his strength to draw the bowstring to its full crescent shape. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, tracing an elegant arc through the air, striking true at the center of the target, its tip embedding slightly within. The surrounding maidens and servants erupted in applause, exclaiming, "The young prince is valiant." Seizing the momentum, Xinzhou loosed 2 more arrows in rapid succession, resulting in 3 arrows forming a triangular arrangement on the target, quivering slightly. He then gasped, "It is your turn." When Su smiled subtly, after spending time together, it became clear that while this young prince was not as inept as rumored, his knowledge of the martial world was still quite limited, giving him a somewhat self-satisfied air. Archery ultimately boiled down to mastering distance, coupled with keen eyesight and steady hands, fundamental skills for any warrior. Calculating her strength, when Su drew back the bowstring, a resounding thwack echoed. Unlike Xinzhou, who had to account for the arrow's trajectory, her arrow shot straight towards the target, piercing through completely before gradually coming to rest. The onlookers were eager to cheer, but Xinzhou silenced them with a glare. It was merely 1 arrow, sheer luck. When Su drew the bow once more, and astonishingly, the arrow followed the exact trajectory of the last, its tip tearing through the previous arrow's fletching and embedding itself in the middle. Xinzhou leapt up with a triumphant shout. "You have lost. My target bears 3 arrows. Even if your last arrow hits, it can only yield 2. Will you concede?" When Su drew back the bowstring one final time, gazing ahead with calm composure. "So, this is how victory and defeat are determined? It seems the young prince has celebrated too soon." With that, she subtly shifted her left hand on the bow's grip. Xinzhou immediately grasped her intent and shouted in protest, "No, don't." Yet it was too late. The arrow had already been released. In an instant, the target belonging to the young prince exploded from the impact, fragments scattering across the lake's surface. Xinzhou stomped his foot in indignation. "You cheated. That doesn't count." When Su, a playful smile gracing her lips, replied, "But your highness did not specify that one could not shoot at the opponent's target." Xinzhou, feeling indignant, declared, "This is unacceptable. It simply will not do. No one would endorse such a notion if it were to circulate. Shall we have another competition? I believe this time we can set our sights further afield." Gradually calming down, Xinzhou contemplated, "A contest is indeed necessary, but let us alter the method of comparison." When Su carelessly tossed Su Mu's sturdy bow back onto the rack, remarking, "Suit yourself," Xinzhou discreetly whispered a few words into the ear of a maid. Moments later, a servant arrived, bringing a plethora of tools, including 2 pottery wheels, which seemed rather excessive. "Prepare for your demise." Xinzhou rolled up his sleeves and grasped a mass of clay, a splendid blend of kaolin and porcelain stone powder sourced from Ruzhou. Having undergone intricate washing and aging processes, an exquisite material for crafting exquisite vases. This time, we shall compete in porcelain making, and the criteria for judgment will be the price fetched by the finished wares when sold outside. The higher the price, the victor shall be. Unable to suppress a laugh, he continued, "You've likely never tasted the bitterness of defeat, but today, I shall ensure you experience it. If you lose, you shall wash my socks for a month." When Su, vexed, retorted, "A competition it shall be. After all, how difficult can making porcelain be? If you lose, you must dedicate yourself solely to martial arts henceforth." Sensing he had baited the hook, Xinzhou began to focus, diligently molding the clay into shape. Chapter 23. The truth of the assassination. Crafting porcelain and shaping clay are indeed technical endeavors. To the untrained eye, it may appear straightforward, akin to a child's play of molding figures from clay. Yet, for true artisans, every step is of paramount importance. Applying excessive force can ruin the shape, while too little will prevent it from taking form. Throughout the continuous process of kneading, one must intermittently add water to achieve the optimal consistency. Additionally, the rhythm of the pottery wheel must align with each artisan's unique style. Xinzhou always approached porcelain making with unwavering concentration. It was the only task that could calm his restless spirit. Without such steadfastness, how could he have produced the renowned porcelain beauties of Jing City? Before long, the clay in his hands began to take on a discernible shape, the curves of the vase resembling a graceful figure bending gently, with the neck slightly inclined downward, akin to a maiden weeping softly. Xinzhou slowed the rotation of the wheel, delicately adjusting the opening with a wooden stick. his focused demeanor reminiscent of an erudite scholar engrossed in ancient texts. After another half hour, he stood upright, exhaling deeply, gazing contentedly at his creation. He refrained from branding the base of the vase, lest it raise suspicions of inflated value. Now, all that remained was to apply the glaze and fire it to perfection, followed by placing a gold bead the size of a child's thumb within the vase, marking the completion of his work. When a buyer gently swayed the vase, the sound of the bead dancing within echoed like a lover's soft call to their beloved. Proudly, Shinjo glanced over at Wensu, only to find her in a flurry, her clay still a mere lump, having likely wasted countless attempts in the process. Specks of clay adorned her cool visage, and her expression showed signs of mounting frustration. Shinjo approached, nudging her left foot aside, stating, "Allow me to operate the wheel. You shall follow my instructions." Wensu retorted defiantly, "No need for that. I refuse to concede." With that, she pushed him away with determination. Shinjo, unperturbed, patted the mud stains on his chest and leaned down to whisper, "With so many eyes upon us, you wouldn't want to lose too embarrassingly, would you?" Wensu paused her actions, contemplating seriously before replying, "All right then, you guide me." Shinjo gradually applied pressure with his feet, causing the pottery wheel to rotate once more. However, the pace was considerably slower compared to his own pottery making. He began by repeatedly slamming the clay body until it achieved an even consistency before dampening his hands and pressing his thumb into the center of the clay. Wensu, having quickly grasped the technique since her early school days, found her rhythm without much delay. Although she was still far from crafting a beautiful vase, at least the clay form now resembled a bowl, or perhaps a basin. Shinjo retracted his right leg, signaling her to take over. A smile blossomed on Wensu's face as her movements became increasingly familiar. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, someone coughed, causing her right hand to tremble reflexively. Seeing the precarious situation, Shinjo instinctively reached out to stabilize the clay body. Thus, their four hands inadvertently intertwined. Wensu was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond as she gazed blankly at the approaching youth. Meanwhile, as the heir to the Qi royal family, who had experienced countless romantic encounters, Shinjo found himself inexplicably drawn to the gentle demeanor of the person before him, almost overwhelmed by an urge to embrace her. However, he quickly realized the inappropriateness of his thoughts and swiftly withdrew his hand. "Focus, this is a man." He patted his chest, reassuring himself of his orientation before nervously stating, "It's fine, we can just make another." The next day, a maid presented two freshly crafted porcelain pieces on the table. Shinjo held up a sock and declared, "I see no need for comparison. This creation of yours wouldn't even be accepted as a gift." Wensu reluctantly accepted the sock with two fingers, covering her mouth and nose with her other hand, suppressing her disgust as she remarked, "This time, consider it a victory for you. But there's no negotiation regarding martial training. You must be more diligent." Before she finished speaking, Shinjo had already sprinted several meters away, calling back, "We can practice again tomorrow." Wensu scoffed, stepping forward to retrieve her own creation, muttering to herself, "It may be a bit large for food, but isn't it just right for soup? It's not entirely without merit." From that day onward, the family banquets at the Qi royal residence featured a peculiar, oversized white bowl. Shinjo dashed to the entrance of the royal manor, stretching lazily just as the visiting prince of Jianghu, Yongxin, arrived. Shenhao leaped from his carriage and pulled Shinjo aside, whispering conspiratorially, "Is this a good place to talk?" At times, Shinjo felt that having a friend like Shenhao was indeed a blessing from a previous life. After all, if the entrance was inconvenient, why not just enter the manor? However, out of consideration for his friend's feelings, he kept such thoughts to himself. "Let us go to my courtyard." On their way, Shenhao once again spotted the white-clad youth he had been longing for and waved his arms, exclaiming, "Do you remember me?" From the porcelain bone studio. Wensu didn't even glance his way and continued on her path. Shenhao attempted to follow her, but was restrained by Shinjo, urging him to focus on the matter at hand. In the courtyard, the two sat facing each other, having dismissed the maidservants. Shenhao, with a serious demeanor, whispered, "The matter regarding Murong Shui has been thoroughly investigated." Shinjo shook his head and replied, "Speak a bit louder. We are in the Qi Wangfu, and there are no outsiders here." Shenhao realized his reaction was somewhat excessive and continued in a more composed manner. "According to my investigation, a couple of elderly individuals came to the capital half a month ago seeking Murong Shui. According to the surrounding populace, they claimed to be her biological parents, specifically searching for her. Missing? Shenhao abruptly spat out his tea, incredulously asking, "How do you know?" "Consider it a mere guess. Proceed." "They are indeed missing. But I later heard that someone intended to kill them outside the city at a mass grave. Yet they were rescued by your people from the Jianghu." "Are you certain it was the Jianghu?" Shinzhou inquired, puzzled. "How could there be any doubt? As the legitimate prince of Kangwu, I possess a modicum of credibility." Shinzhou pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, this implies that my father was already aware of the truth, but chose to conceal it from me. What could be his reasoning?" Shenhao produced an envelope from his bosom, stating, "This contains the rationale your father has withheld from you." Shinzhou took the envelope and examined it. It bore the seal of the Tsigu Zhai, presumably indicating their findings. As he was about to open it, Shenhao restrained his wrist. "Should, hypothetically, someone with considerable power wish to eliminate you, what would you do?" Shinzhou tore open the envelope with a cold smile, declaring, "I would confront him directly. I do not coddle my father. What is he in comparison?" Shenhao let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Hearing you say that reassures me. Indeed, Shinzhou is worthy of his name." The extensive sheet of paper contained merely two prominent characters, Qin Wang. Shinzhou, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Shun Qingshua and Shinzhua, those father and son. I suspected as much. Only they would act so thoughtlessly in the entire capital." Shenhao suggested, "Shall we go directly to the emperor and seek justice?" Shinzhou dismissed the idea, asserting, "Since my father is already aware, how could the emperor remain ignorant? He simply chooses not to intervene. What then do you intend to do? Take matters into your own hands. First, let us meet someone." Chapter 24. A desperate plea in the dungeons of the Jianghu, which had remained unused for many years. The sound of rusted iron scraping echoed as the caretaker opened the door leading underground, evoking a sense of discomfort. As is typical of dungeons, the environment was far from pleasant, and following a heavy rain the previous night, water dripped incessantly from above, creating muddy blooms upon the ground. Shinzhou lifted his hem and tiptoed down, guided by the faint glow of candlelight. During the late stages of the national war, he was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. This place was not the Jianghu. Whenever his parents ventured into battle, to evade the enemy's plundering and assassination of important figures' families, he would often be hidden in the dungeon by servants, making him quite familiar with the space, even feeling a sense of intimacy toward it. He and Shenhao arrived at the interrogation room. Due to the dungeon's structure, the prisoners inside could not see the outside world. The sound of a woman weeping reverberated around them. "Kaiwa, your mother merely wished to come to the capital to bring you home. Who would have thought we would encounter such circumstances? You should never have attempted to assassinate the Qi Wang's heir. Such divine beings are beyond our reach. Now, ensnared in this dark prison, what shall we do?" A middle-aged man struck a woman across the face, scolding her. "Who are you pretending for now? If this wretched child had given us the silver earlier, we would have long since departed from the capital and would not have been captured by rogues." Indeed, it was true that the woman had been rescued by the Prince Qi's residence. As for why Shin Qingyu had not disclosed this matter to Shinzhou, it was likely to test his courage to investigate further. If he dared to step into the dungeon, he would naturally uncover the truth. The woman wept even more fiercely, frantically lunging at her husband, clawing and biting. "It is all your fault, you lazy man. Upon hearing that our daughter became a courtesan in the capital, you abandoned the crops and insisted on coming here to demand silver, which has brought about this calamity." The man, exasperated, threw his wife to the ground and stomped on her twice, asserting, "We gave birth to her. We are merely here to claim what is rightfully ours. This is a matter of natural justice. This wretched child sleeps with the powerful daily. How could we not receive rewards? If we could just scrape together some leftover scraps, it would suffice to grant our family a prosperous life." The woman, clutching her belly, cried out, "Kaiwa has told me that she secretly gave you a large sum of banknotes to help redeem her. It is your greed for the capital's splendor that has kept you from leaving." Her sobs grew louder, transforming into wails. The man, seeing his deceit exposed, displayed no shame, only retorted, "This wretched child knows nothing of the hardships of village life. If she can enjoy herself in the capital for so many years, why should I not indulge as well? That amount of money is barely enough for a half-month's stay at the porcelain bone pavilion." Murong Shui remained kneeling on the ground, her face illuminated with a smile as she observed the couple without uttering a word. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Many parents, upon discovering that the daughters they had sold had made a fortune, would come to demand a share. If they encountered a soft-hearted daughter, a few tens of taels would suffice to dismiss them. Conversely, some, harboring resentment towards their parents, would have the brothel guards throw them out. The contract of sale, written in black and white, would hold no ground even if brought before the authorities. Shinzhou found little to be concerned about. After all, it is said that one grain of rice nurtures a multitude of individuals. Even the most virtuous ancestors merely advocated for the learning of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, indicating that many do not adhere to such principles. However, Shun Hao was incensed, having lost his parents at a young age and never receiving love. He greatly admired the Qi family and could not tolerate such words. He angrily exclaimed, "You two, lower than beasts, are fit to be parents?" Upon the arrival of a well-dressed young noble, the man immediately shed his previous arrogance, pulling his wife to kneel and exclaiming, "Your Grace, we are wronged." This assassination plot was all concocted by this wretched child herself. Shun Hao surveyed the surroundings, seized a long pole, and knocked the man down, declaring, "You sold your daughter for money when she was young, and now you come to demand repayment? I have never heard of such a principle in my life." Upon realizing the newcomer was a prince, the man suppressed his pain and pitifully protested, "We did not wish for this. We were simply unable to make ends meet." "You dare to claim injustice? Where's the knife? Bring me a knife. I must flay these two beasts clad in human skin." Shinzhou approached and gently patted Shun Hao's back, soothing him, "Calm down. Let me handle this. Yes, you know the imperial edicts. First, you must expose their flimsy arguments." Shin Hao took a few steps back and could not help but slam his fist onto the table. Shinzhou inquired, "From your accent, you hail from the southern west road. Are you from Liangzhou?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, replied, "Indeed." Shinzhou nodded, addressing two matters. First, according to the records of the porcelain bone studio, when they purchased your daughter from the trafficker, she was merely 6 years old. Now 12 years have passed, which means that by the time you sold her, the nation was already in the throes of war, with only the eastern Qi and northern Yan still standing. The southern west road has long been under the dominion of Jianghu, and following the fall of Han and Chu, there has been no further conflict. Second, after Jianghu swept through the central plains, particularly after conquering the south, there were no longer concerns regarding provisions. Taxes were virtually non-existent. And with favorable weather conditions over the years, it was entirely feasible to support a few children with a bit of diligence. If a man in the household was valiant and chose to enlist, not only would he receive a substantial settlement, but the government would also supply food and vegetables monthly until the children reached adulthood. This policy remains in effect even in the 10th year of Jingming, with the Ministry of Revenue still allocating over 10 million for this purpose. Shun Hao stood up in indignation, exclaiming, "What other excuses can there be? You claim you cannot afford to eat, yet how could you possibly have more children? Can you not control your desires? Allow me to assist you in that regard." The man shook his wife's arm, pleading, "You must have that wretched child speak up for us. If we perish, what will become of our son?" The woman, having resigned herself to her fate, acknowledged the truth in the gentleman's words. Had they truly wished to keep Murong Shui all those years ago, it could have been accomplished. Yet her husband had always insisted that raising a daughter was of no use, as she would ultimately be married off. So they might as well convert her into silver to secure a good position for their son in the future. But upon thinking of their only son, the woman snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing to her daughter, saying, "Chaohua, please save us, I implore you." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Murong Shui smiled radiantly. Did her mother wish for her to die? The woman shook her head vigorously, yet murmured, "Your brother is still young. Once he grows up, your father and I will accompany you, all right? I always believed that it was my own childishness that led to our separation." A single tear, crystal clear, fell from the corner of Murong Shui's eye, slowly tracing down her fair cheek. She placed her hands on her forehead and bowed deeply, declaring, "The assassination was solely my doing. I beseech His Highness to spare my parents. Whether to kill or to maim, I leave it entirely to your discretion." If she must die, she no longer wished to refer to herself as a mere servant. After spending so many years in the porcelain bone studio, she had grown weary of such titles. Shin Hao, disappointed, remarked, "Are you really pleading for them? Silly girl, awaken." Shinzhou entered the interrogation room holding a sharp saber. Approaching the cell of Murong Shui, his fingers glided over the blade as he said, "I offer you a chance. Exchange their lives for your own. Simply nod your head, and I shall have someone escort you away. The world is vast. You may live as you please." "I seek only death," she replied. Chapter 25. A young lady very resolute. It is no wonder that I hold you in such high regard. Do you have any final words? Shinjo asked. Murong Shui lifted her head, revealing her delicate neck, gazing dreamily at the young man before her, a gentle laugh escaping her lips as she feigned anger, saying, "In the past, you were always the one to bully me. If we meet again in the next life, I shall make sure to torment you thoroughly, for only then can my heart's resentment be alleviated." As she spoke, the woman slowly closed her eyes, smiling as she awaited death. "Very well. Let us meet in the next life." A glimmer of cold light flashed momentarily. The blade fell, severing a strand of her hair, and Shunzhou teased, "I won't grant you this opportunity. From now on, your life is mine to command." Murong Shui opened her eyes in disbelief, still grappling with the sudden turn of events. Shenzhou retrieved the key to the prison door from the wall, liberating the three captives. The man in the left cell crawled desperately to the youth's feet, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "I realize my mistakes. In truth, we have missed Chaohua. No, Snow, greatly over the years. I implore you, grant us the chance to reunite as a family." His intentions were transparent. He sought to exploit Shenzhou's naivety and benevolence to elevate his family's status and secure wealth. Before Shenzhou could respond, Shenhao kicked the man down in a fit of rage, declaring, "Without the government's permission, the illicit trafficking of people is enough to have you both exiled to the borders to build walls. A criminal's fate is no different from that of a death row inmate." Though slightly older than Shenzhou by a few months, he was still just 15, not yet of age. As a prince, he need not sully his hands with such matters, for that would tarnish the dignity of the nobility. They cared little for the consequences, as this was a time of national conflict, where the sale of sons and daughters was rampant, especially in territories conquered by King Wu, where the authorities were powerless to intervene. "If I command them to act, they shall comply. The laws of Kangwu are not merely written words." Shenzhou remarked in surprise. "I never expected to hear such sentiments from you." He continued, "As for Murong Shui, as long as I choose not to pursue the matter, the Ministry of Justice will not intervene. However, I will send one of them away, for they still have a son to support." A pitiable courtesan's fate, whether to kill or not, was inconsequential. His true target lay in the shadows, the one who issued the orders. The man was taken aback, rendered speechless. Shenzhou rummaged through Shunhao's belongings, retrieving a golden bead, and with a mischievous air, he said, "Let us play a game. Each of you must choose a side." The man hesitated before pointing at the youth's right hand, his voice trembling. "I choose this one. You want to change your mind?" The man observed the subtle retraction of the youth's hand and resolutely replied, "I want to change my mind." Shenzhou opened his palm, feigning to grasp at the air, and said, "I'm sorry, you guessed incorrectly. Take him away." The newly arrived servant immediately seized the man's shoulder and dragged him outside. The man wore a dazed expression, muttering in disbelief. Shenhao scoffed, "Such a trick. What if Ent noticed? Would you truly allow such a person to escape punishment?" Shenzhou extended his empty left hand, confidently asserting, "The one who chooses first will die." Given his nature, how could he possibly relinquish the chance of survival to his wife? A look of terror crossed Shunhao's face as he gritted his teeth. "You are so cruel. Compared to you, I am utterly naive." Shenzhou smirked, lifting the other's chin with his finger, jesting, "Now you see it. But what a pity. If you were a girl, you would have a match with the heir of the Qi King." Shenhao turned his head away in disgust, exclaiming, "Get lost. You are not my type." The woman, realizing her involvement had come to an end, staggered backward until her hunched silhouette faded from view. It was only then that Murong Shui emitted a sorrowful laugh. Shenzhou reached out to interject, saying, "Stop, that's rather unsettling." The emotions that Murong Shui had painstakingly summoned were abruptly interrupted. She wrinkled her nose and let out a light snort, seemingly reproaching him. "You once claimed that my voice was melodious. Indeed, words spoken by men, whether in bed or out, are utterly unreliable." The three of them departed from the dungeon, once again basking in the warmth of the sun. The woman, liberated from the shackles of her heart, seemed to transform back into the renowned beauty of Jingqing's Siju studio, playfully remarking, "Does His Highness require my companionship tonight?" Shenzhou, pinching his nose, retorted, "Get away. You haven't bathed in days and reek. Dreaming of sharing my bed is pure folly." Murong Shui, unfazed, felt an immense sense of relief, although the youth's words were harsh. He no longer regarded her as a woman of ill repute. Shenzhou suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, asking, "Was it someone from the Qin Wangfu who instructed you to kill me?" Murong Shui nodded, affirming, "Yes, the steward of Qin Wangfu arrived shortly after you at Siju Studio." Shenzhou contemplated this revelation, then turned to Shun Hao, saying, "You two go on and enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare a grand gift for the Qin Wangfu tonight." Shun Hao led Murong Shui across the corridor bridge and into the backyard. Within the Qi Wangfu, the only woman of note was Princess Lin Xian. Shun Hao had often played with Shenzhou in the residence as a child, and Shun Qingyu and his wife treated him like family, allowing him free access. "Little Zhou, I want to mention where I'll place you. Why not come with me to the Yongxing Wangfu? It's just me at home, and there are many vacant rooms." Murong Shui, frowning, replied, "Are you not even sparing your brother's woman, my lord?" Shen Hao nearly stumbled at her words, exclaiming, "Stop your nonsense. You have no idea how formidable Aunt Lin is. If she discovers your background, who knows what might ensue. She wouldn't dare strike little Zhou. Whenever we got into trouble, it was I who faced the consequences. Staying with me, you will be safe. I swear I won't lay a finger on you." A woman cannot compare to a brother. Anything that captures Shenzhou's interest remains untouched. Murong Shui chuckled, "Then why do you still frequent the Qi Wangfu?" Shun Hao replied candidly, "Aunt Lin is just like my mother. I was foolish enough to call her mother when I was young, and she accepted it. There's even a small courtyard reserved for me." Suddenly, he appeared to recall something, questioning a servant before making his way to a secluded courtyard. Murong Shui, standing at the entrance, inquired, "Where is this?" Shen Hao spun around a couple of times to dispel the foul air from the dungeon, straightened his collar, and asked, "What do you think? Is there anything inappropriate?" "You look quite presentable," Murong Shui boldly remarked. "Ah, you don't understand. A man must appear impressive to captivate the heart of his beloved." As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked on the courtyard door. After a brief pause, a young man in white emerged, asking, "What is it?" Shun Hao lowered his voice, explaining, "Shenzhou is busy. I brought this young lady to freshen up and change into clean garments, hence I seek your assistance. In such a vast estate, why choose this place?" When Su questioned, his expression unfriendly. "Though the Wangfu is grand, as an outsider, it would not be appropriate for me to intrude upon the smaller courtyards. It would be unseemly to allow this esteemed young lady to venture into the servants' quarters. After much contemplation, I find that your abode is the most suitable. We do share a modicum of acquaintance." Murong Shui could hardly bear to witness this. "Given your connection with the young master, would you truly presume to trespass? Surely, you are merely taking advantage of her recent arrival." When Su pondered for a moment and replied, "Please feel free," before promptly departing the small courtyard. Shen Hao exclaimed, "What a figure!" As Murong Shui watched the young man in white walk away, she chuckled, "She is indeed a remarkably beautiful young lady." "What?" Shen Hao responded, looking as though he had just received devastating news, and questioned sharply. Chapter 26. Testing the waters. Murong Shui mimicked when Su's steps, narrowing her eyes. Men and women have inherently different gaits. Although she attempted to conceal it, I emerged from the Bone China studio. Surrounded daily by a host of elder sisters and younger siblings, I could never mistake her. Shen Hao, in a fit of agitation, stamped his feet and deluded himself, saying, "That is utterly impossible. I have witnessed his skills. He is as swift as lightning. How could he possibly be a girl? What of it? Is it not possible for a woman to practice martial arts?" Murong Shui replied with a smile. "Moreover, I can assure you that the young master is utterly unaware of her true identity." Shen Hao sighed in resignation. "You need not assure me. If Xiao Zhou were to discover this, that young lady would stand no chance of escaping his grasp." As Murong Shui entered the courtyard, she reminded, "Your Highness, remember what you just said, no peeking." At that moment, Shen Hao could hardly think of anything but the figure of the young man in white. It was one thing for Shenzhou to remain oblivious, but the Qi prince and his wife were undoubtedly informed and had intentionally arranged for Wensu to reside within the estate, teaching Shenzhou martial arts. Even a fool could see the intention behind this, to foster a bond between the two. Shen Hao, still unconvinced, pounded on the door, calling, "Are you done? Hurry up. We must seek out that person for clarification." From within, a feminine voice playfully protested, "What's the rush?" After finally escaping the dungeon, "Must I not have a chance to clean myself?" Half an hour later, the courtyard door was finally pulled open from within. It was a moment that should have showcased the lady's beauty, yet Shen Hao's gaze lingered not upon her, but rather urged, "Let us go. Follow me to find the one who just departed." Murong Shui tucked her damp hair behind her ear and reluctantly trailed after the Yongxin prince, stating, "I have already told you, she is a girl. Why do you still refuse to believe it?" The Bowen China studio boasts 3 treasures: beauties, beauty vases, and here. Beauty does not solely refer to courtesans, but also to those finely nurtured young gentlemen, whose appearances, with a touch of powder, rival that of any woman. Each time Shunhao visited the Bowen China studio, he would order a few, not as a sign of twisted desire, but as a vestige of ancient customs that many dignitaries in the capital still appreciate. Perhaps only the rigid old fossils would deem this practice contrary to the principles of yin and yang, and of course, this includes the Qi prince's heir, Shenzhou, who could not reconcile with it either. As they strolled beside the Yingxing lake, Shunhao slowed his pace, hands clasped behind his back, pretending to meander as he casually kicked stones from the shore into the lake, causing splashes to erupt. Not far off, when Su sat with a fishing rod in hand. Perhaps due to the scarcity of food in the late autumn, each time she raised the rod, she was rewarded with a catch. She did not partake for the sake of sustenance, but rather sought to cultivate her character and spirit. After washing Shunzhou's socks that morning, she felt an indelible scent lingering on her hands. Shunhao, at a similar distance, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What exquisite taste you possess, young sir." When Su released the fish she held and cast her line again, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" Shunhao settled onto a stone stool, his expression grave, and remarked, "Someone has just shared a conjecture with me, which I find hard to believe. Fortuitously, I encountered you fishing here and thus sought your insight." Ever since her arrival in the capital, when Su's spirits had not soared, and it was of no concern to her, Shunhao, with a forlorn countenance, cast a pleading glance towards his companion behind him. Mu Rongshui patted her chest, signaling her readiness to handle the matter, and stepped forward, saying, "Autumn waters fish in crimson canals, while immortals await a simple letter. Yet I fail to comprehend why one would return the caught fish to the waters." When Su intended to offer an explanation but reconsidered, deeming it only a source of amusement for others, Mu Rongshui drew closer, leaning in gently, her lips brushing against Wen Su's ear, playfully murmuring, "You can't possibly be the favored one of the young master in the outside world, can you?" When Su felt her mind explode, her internal energy surging uncontrollably, snapping the fishing rod in her grasp into several pieces. Mu Rongshui, akin to a child reveling in her success, leapt back, exclaiming, "Look, look, your ears have turned red. I can even see the piercings." Shunhao's anxious heart plummeted, shattering like fragile glass, and he lamented, "Oh, vast heavens, why must you be so cruel to me?" With that, he plunged into the lake, intending to drown himself. If there exists anything more painful than a broken heart, it might very well be the autumn waters. However, this prince of Kangwu, having scarcely endured half a cup of tea, emerged from the lake, shivering. "Since you are Xiao Zhou's person, I shall harbor no ill intentions towards you. Yet, may I inquire if there are any unmarried siblings at home? If an elder sister, that would be splendid. Should it be a younger sister, I would have no choice but to address Xiao Zhou as my brother-in-law." When Su suppressed her indignation, her face resembling a winter frost, wielding her fishing rod like a sword, aiming it at the pair, Shunhao raised his hands in surrender, saying, "If there are none, then let it be. No need for anger." Mu Rongshui shot him a disdainful glance. "The intricacies of a woman's heart are not so easily deciphered," she asserted. "We shall absolutely not disclose your identity as a maiden to the young master." After which, she prudently covered her mouth and shook her head. Shunhao appeared troubled. Deceiving a brother is rather unbecoming, is it not? As when Su prepared to strike, Mu Rongshui flashed a sly smile and whispered, "The Qi prince doesn't inform the young master. Why should you meddle? Besides, do you not wish to see what transpires between them? One is the infamous heir of the Qi prince, who dazzled at the banquet of elders, and the other, a young hero clad in male attire, skilled in martial arts. Should their identities be unveiled, oh, how thrilling it would be." Furthermore, Shenzhou holds particular admiration for those of the martial world, only to discover that his martial arts instructor is none other than the future princess consort. Even if he were to become a master, he would likely feel too embarrassed to reveal his name before arrival. "I am the foremost swordsman in the capital, Shenzhou." "Oh, so you are that man living off a woman's fortune." As Shunhao contemplated this, he couldn't help but chuckle. He was unwaveringly supportive of Shenzhou in significant matters, even willing to risk his life. Yet in trivial affairs, he truly relished witnessing his brother's moment of embarrassment. At that moment, the young prince appeared at the water's edge, flicking a fire starter in his hand, and called out, "What is so amusing? Share it with me." When Sue's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and without looking back, she hurriedly departed. As she passed by Shen Hao, he whispered, "Don't worry. I won't say a word." Watching when Sue retreat, Shen Zhou inquired, "Who has provoked her this time?" Shen Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Rongshui. "You two have issues." "No, all three of you do." Fearing further scrutiny from the others regarding the matter, Shen Hao pointed towards the two large chests behind Shen Zhou and asked, "What's in those?" Shen Zhou's eyes brightened, promptly casting aside previous thoughts. And instructing the servants to carefully place the chests down, he smirked. "These are the grand gifts I've prepared for the Qin Wangfu tonight." Chapter 27. Retribution. Shen Zhou did not rush to leave, but instead invited Shen Hao to stay for dinner. During the banquet, when Sue aggressively served herself, as if determined to pierce the dishes, Shen Zhou, on the other hand, held his head high, embodying a victor's demeanor, for he had indeed triumphed that day. It is said that joy invigorates the spirit, and now he understood the essence of that sentiment. Princess Lin Xin's gaze flitted between the two, finally discerning the underlying dynamics. She playfully tapped her son's head and admonished, "You shouldn't always bully her." Shen Zhou burst into hearty laughter, preparing to share the day's events with his mother, but was abruptly met with a sharp pain as when Sue stepped on his shoe. Grimacing, he struggled against her hold, yet could not free himself, and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, really." This statement, while ostensibly addressing Lin Xin, was in truth a plea for mercy, albeit expressed with subtlety. Shen Hao swallowed his food, gesturing towards the large white bowl filled with soup to change the subject. "Aunt Lin, did Uncle Shun bring this back from outside? Its design is quite reminiscent of ancient times." He refrained from directly asking Shen Qingyu, as the Qi Wang was known for his silence during meals, adhering strictly to the teachings of sages. This practice had long been upheld in the household until the young Prince Shen Zhou began to speak at the age of 2, after which the tradition fell into disarray, leading to a significant decline in the Qi Wangfu's reputation. If anyone still praised the Wangfu, it was merely due to Shen Qingyu's former renown. Lin Xin chuckled lightly. "This was made by Su'er today. I thought it looked rather nice, so I had it served. What do you think?" Shen Zhou wished to offer a mocking remark, but as pain shot through his foot once more, he begrudgingly complimented it instead. Shen Hao, aligning with Lin Xin's sentiments, declared that as long as Aunt Lin found it appealing, even if it were a lump of dung, it would be the rarest treasure in the world, sincerely adding, "This bowl is exquisitely crafted, the body rugged like an ancient toad resting upon snow, the plain glaze imbued with the chill of winter, resembling the moon's essence freshly refined, with star patterns hidden within its cracks, revealing traces of mountains and seas when illuminated." This declaration nearly exhausted Shen Hao's entire repository of knowledge, but after much contemplation, he managed to conclude that it was undoubtedly of superior quality. Lin Xinxin comforted, "Indeed, Hauer possesses discerning taste, unlike these two, who couldn't produce even a whisper with a few strokes." Shen Qingyu set down his utensils and, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, gently remarked, "My thoughts align with Hauer's. However, one individual may not share this sentiment. He is, after all, a master of porcelain and may not hold our efforts in high regard." Such frankness in sales, Shen Zhou exclaimed, abruptly withdrawing his right leg, his heel striking the leg of the stool with force. Suppressing the pain, he said, "Do you not feel a pang of conscience speaking this way?" Yet, upon noticing when Su's fierce glare beside him, he realized his impulsiveness, suppressing the urge to retort, and instead uttered insincerely, "To achieve this on the first attempt is commendable, yet there remains ample room for improvement. We must endeavor further in the future." As night descended, Shen Zhou summoned a throng of household servants, offering a few instructions before escorting Shen Hao out of the estate. Lin Xin rested against her husband's shoulder, her demeanor languid as she expressed her concern, "I hope no mishap occurs." When Su tightened her grip on the slender sword at her waist, preparing to follow, only to be halted by Shen Qingyu's outstretched hand. "Rest assured, he has summoned Steward Wang. No one at the Qin Wangfu can harm Zhou'er." The city, devoid of curfews, was even more vibrant than by day, with flickering lights and crowded streets. Exhausted farmers from the outskirts seized the night to venture into the city with their children. Yet the throng resembled a river obstructed by a boulder, the rushing waters forced to diverge, inevitably causing congestion. A prince and a young heir, accompanied by several brutish servants carrying crates, strode confidently down the street, instilling fear in all who encountered them. especially the finely adorned young ladies who hastily sought refuge among the crowd, unwittingly making targets for lecherous rogues seizing the chaos. Shinzhou grinned mischievously. Is your character truly so lacking? Without hesitation, Shunhao retorted, men fear me, and women fear you. Let us not speak ill of one another. Qin Wang Shun Qingsha, having served in the military from a young age, could not abide the clamor of the marketplace. Thus specifically established the Wangfu in the remote northwest corner of the capital. Shinzhou's current endeavor did not evade notice. Several patrolling guards of the left Weiwei had encountered the young heir. Shunhao expressed his concern. We should have arrived later. Despite being mortal enemies, the evidence remains insufficient. Should a confrontation arise, it would ultimately be to our detriment. Shenzhou scoffed. The royal family is not subject to the jurisdiction of the government. Even if we collect all evidence, we must await the emperor and the decisions of the ancestral hall. Those old fellows will invariably advocate for familial stability and harmonious development. In the end, they'll downplay the matter. I refuse to fall for this trick. Since the Qin Wang family dared to orchestrate an assassination, he would ensure they bore the consequences. Concealment? What nonsense. Sometimes I truly fail to understand you. Shunhao mused, propping his chin on his hand. Just days ago, you extolled the principles of governance through ritual and law in the Grand Hall, yet now you engage in clandestine vendettas. If you fear, then leave, Shinzhou replied, toying with a jade fire starter. Such matters are for the emperor to contemplate. I am merely a notorious scoundrel. If a scoundrel does not engage in scoundrelly affairs, can he still be called a scoundrel? It is often said that in times of chaos, one must rely on capable leaders, while in prosperous times, wise officials are preferred. However, in his heart, he believed that a competent official who knows when to advance and retreat, and who understands restraint, is always superior to a merely incorruptible sage. Regardless of the era, such sentiments, of course, could not be voiced at the banquet of the elders, lest they foster ill winds and malevolent influences. Shinhao whispered, I believe that if one day you ascend to the throne, it may not be as disastrous as one might think. To which Shunzhou retorted without mercy, those who curse me shall be reborn as pigs in their next life. Governing a nation is no simple feat, and managing a vast empire is even more arduous. A single cauldron must nourish countless souls. Thus, one must commend the cook when warranted, chastise when necessary, and above all, endure when required. His reluctance to endure led him to disdain the throne. The weight of responsibility can be perceived as both light and heavy, but only when it truly rests upon one's shoulders does its difficulty become evident. With a frail constitution and a lack of foundational strength, he felt incapable of shouldering the burdens of Kangwu. Shunhao spat 3 times, clasped his hands in prayer, and exclaimed, May the deities forgive us. It is all this fool-esque folly. As they conversed, the two arrived before the Qinhuang mansion. A doorman rushed out, but was immediately detained by attendants from the Qinhuang mansion. Upon opening a wooden crate, an impressive display of fireworks emerged, towering to the height of men, each as robust as an adult's arm. Shinzhou commanded his men to arrange them and adjust their angles. Stepping onto a firework tube, he bellowed, Listen well, those within. Quickly lay down your weapons and surrender. Do not engage in futile resistance, or you shall face death. Chapter 28. A return of courtesy. A group of attendants from the Qinhuang mansion, armed with sharp blades, surged to the entrance, their faces etched with murderous intent upon hearing the commotion outside. As seasoned veterans who had served in the military, they could not bear to witness their commander being insulted and wished to teach the intruders a lesson, so they would know that the Qinhuang mansion was not to be trifled with. However, upon recognizing the faces of the troublemakers, they found themselves in a dilemma. Setting aside the issue of the young Qinhuang, the Qinhuang's heir was notoriously difficult to deal with. His father held a prominent position in the palace and maintained close ties with powerful figures in the 3 provinces, making him a formidable contender for the position of crown prince. Should they harm him in public, it would be a difficult matter to explain to His Majesty. Shinzhou was acutely aware of this dynamic. Those with desires are also fearful. Thus he felt no trepidation and smiled radiantly, stating, I am not unreasonable. I shall grant you a moment to inform Shun Qingshuo and the Shunzhou father-son duo to come forth, and do not forget the steward of the Qinhuang mansion. The chief steward managed a wry smile, pondering whether such a request was even feasible. Who among Kangwu, aside from Emperor Shenlin, held the right to summon a prince? Nevertheless, he did not dare to be neglectful, and with a respectful bow, he replied, "I kindly request that the Yongxin Wang and the Qi heir wait for a moment." With that, he hurried into the mansion. Seizing the opportunity, Shenzhou sought to spark a conversation. "I have heard that many of you have valiantly fought on the battlefield, as I was born later. Might someone share with me what is of utmost importance in the clash of two armies?" The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately a tall man stepped forward. Once a legitimate 7th-rank officer in the military, he had lost an arm in the brutal battles and, in gratitude for Shun Qingshua's life-saving assistance, chose to forsake his rank to serve as a stableman at the Qin Wangfu. He performed a standard military salute and, with a robust voice, replied, "In the face of battle, the most crucial element is morale. The brave fear not, and the few can triumph over the many, achieving victory in a single encounter." Shenzhou straightened his posture and returned the salute, holding deep admiration for those valiant warriors who fought for their country. Yet, admiration aside, tasks needed to be accomplished, and he soon resumed his nonchalant demeanor. It was no wonder his second uncle wanted to kill him. It seemed he aimed to accomplish his goals in one fell swoop. Shenzhou had learned this lesson well. The one-armed man's pupils constricted instantly. Such words could not be engaged with, lest he inadvertently implicate the prince in wrongdoing. Although he hailed from the military, he was no mere brute. Shenzhou shrugged helplessly. This small tactic was easily discernible, and failure bore little consequence. He then remarked, "Half the time has passed, and my patience is rather thin." In the back courtyard of the Qin Wangfu lay a temple, dedicated to the great deity Go-Chun. The statue towered 9 zhang high, clad in dark golden battle armor, with a visage as cold as iron. His left eye housed the sun, while the right cradled the moon, with a beard that resembled intertwining thunderbolts and hair cascading like the Milky Way, adorned with star-like ornaments that clinked together in the wind, echoing the sounds of clashing weapons. His left arm was bound with the red chains of demon subjugation, while his right hand held the heavenly contraption that governed the affairs of war. Emperor Shenlin adhered to the faith, and naturally, Shun Qingshua did too, often bringing his son Shun Zhuo to meditate there for half an hour each day. At that moment, the steward rushed in, flustered, and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the heir of Prince Qi has come knocking." Shun Qingshua's eyes widened in anger, his voice booming. "Are you unaware that I despise being disturbed while meditating? Had you still been in the army, you would have faced military justice by now." "I am aware of my transgressions," the steward replied, kneeling on one knee. "However, the visitor harbors ill intentions, and I must report it." Shun Qingshua steadied his breathing and closed his eyes once more, instructing, "You shall receive 20 strikes of the rod." Even after a decade away from the military, he maintained the discipline of a soldier, unwilling to let his spirit wane. The steward wished to say more, but ultimately held his tongue, striking his chest with his left hand. "I shall obey." As he was about to exit the temple, a voice called from behind, "Did Shenzhou come alone?" The steward quickly turned, standing upright. "There is also Prince Yongxin, Shenhao." I asked whether Prince Qi, Shinqingyu, accompanied him. "Add 10 more strikes." "There is no one else but the two of them." He then proceeded to face his punishment. In the Qin Wangfu, the prince's commands were akin to military orders. The servants had no recourse to protest, for any utterance could lead to a far worse fate. Only when the incense in the furnace had burned out did Shun Qingshua finally speak. "The assassination plot has been exposed. How do you intend to respond?" Shun Zhuo exhaled slowly, stating, "In response to soldiers, one must deploy soldiers. In response to water, one must bury the earth. I have never regretted this course of action." "Very well. In that case, you shall go out and meet him." Suddenly, a blinding light flashed within the inner courtyard of the Qin Wangfu, followed by the urgent cries of the servants. "Fire! Quick, extinguish the fire. Maintain decorum. Remember to instruct the servants to speak softly before we depart," Shun Qingshua commanded. Shen Zhuang rose, stretching his numb right leg, and inquired, "Father, would you like to retreat to the back? The sound of explosions is not far off." Shen Qingshua cast a glance at the divine statue and replied calmly, "With the emperor's protection, I shall remain unharmed." Outside the royal residence, Shenzhou waved his hand to disperse the smoke and coughed. "Have you resolved to be a coward? You can act boldly, but cannot admit your limitations." Shen Zhuang, arriving at the scene, pushed past the servants and stepped out, coldly stating, "Shenzhou, refrain from your insolence." "Refrain from insolence?" Shenzhou retorted. "He has been brazen for many years, setting fire to the Imperial Academy and beheading in the royal garden. Rumors of those events are far graver than today's antics. It seemed Shinzhou paid no heed to the words of his counterpart, as he ignited another firework. What? Too noisy. Time and again provoked. Shun Zhuang watched as the fireworks erupted within the residence, unable to suppress his derision. These firecrackers cannot claim lives. At most, they will scorch some buildings. The Prince of Qi is wealthy, and I, the Prince of Qin, am not lacking either. What purpose does this serve, other than gratifying your petty ambitions? Shinzhou clutched his stomach in laughter, momentarily losing his breath and nearly toppling over, yet he could not contain his mirth and merely waved it off. Shenhao, close enough to share the same trousers with him, understood his brother's intent and added, "The essence of life is joy, unlike you and Shun Yi. Perpetually wearing those morose expressions, I wonder what the point of living is." Shun Yi and Shun Zhuang, one the crown prince of Jin, the legitimate heir of the royal family, and the other the heir of the Prince of Qin, a supporter in the military, were both figures of immense expectation, representing the two foremost factions in Jianghu. Eventually stifling his laughter, Shinzhou adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "My cousin has bestowed upon me a grand gift. Naturally, I must reciprocate. Though my upbringing may be lacking, I understand the basics of etiquette." Shinzhuang seized a fire stick, waving it in his hand. "I cannot comprehend. All I see is the crown prince of Qi bombarding the Prince of Qin's residence. How long can your meager forces endure? Will you, once again, be driven to flee like 3 years ago?" Chapter 29. The Cat and the Mouse, the Eagle and the Snake. Shinzhuang, having studied military tactics from a young age, though not true martial arts, could easily contend with the Prince of Qi. The royal Shin family, since Shun Lin's time, had seen few willing to pursue martial training. Such endeavors were deemed too time-consuming, and even those who became adept would still feel a profound sense of impotence in the face of a large army. Even a formidable figure like Xie Qingyan, wielding a single sword, once felled 2,000 foes, yet nearly perished at the hands of an ordinary soldier. A third-tier master might vanquish 300 armored foes, but once the numbers exceeded 500 and formations were established, their only fate would be bitter defeat, with no second chances. Nevertheless, those who reached the third tier typically did not harbor grievances against the military, nor were they foolish enough to charge headlong into battle. They excelled in covert assassinations and ambushes. During national conflicts, Jianghu had no fear of martial artists in open combat, but often found themselves troubled by underhanded tactics, ultimately leading to a grim cycle of mutual slaughter among the martial world. It is precisely for this reason that the Central Plains now suffer from a dearth of talent. With skilled practitioners being exceedingly rare, a decade has passed, and the situation has yet to recover. Upon hearing this matter, Shinzhou recalled the scene of hiding in the dilapidated Taoist temple, a somber smile crossing his face. "You almost made me forget. Today we shall settle both new grievances and old grudges. Do you dare to challenge me once more?" Shenhao exclaimed in terror. "No, you are no match for him. Wasn't the plan to lead him around the streets before heading to the palace?" Their conversation unfolded without any pretense. Shinzhou rolled up his sleeves and declared, "A commendable idea. Let the citizens of the capital witness this first. Then we shall seek refuge in the palace. With this, the ancestral hall cannot overlook my actions." "I have changed my mind," Shinzhou stated as he tucked his garment into his belt, adopting a posture of determination. "You may choose between fists and feet or weapons," Shinzhou asserted confidently. Shinzhou swiftly changed the subject. "Behold my hidden weapon." A luminous pearl flew from his hand, striking his opponent squarely on the forehead. Without lingering, he turned and fled, shouting, "You are only worthy of tasting my disdain." Blood trickled through his brows, slowly tracing down his face. Shinzhou brushed his fingers over the wound, his expression shifting as he turned to confirm the palace's location. Grabbing a fire staff, he charged in the opposite direction, commanding, "Stop them for me." In a panic, he chose an erratic path, leading him to an abandoned garden where there was no refuge to be found. The servants of the Qin Wangfu formed a circle, clasping their hands in respect. "Please, Your Highness, do not make our tasks difficult." His Highness would not truly harm the Prince of Qi. Shenhao appeared frantic, pacing anxiously, wishing to assist, but unnoticed, a subtle smirk curved his lips. Striding confidently to the Qin Wangfu, he allowed them to believe that only a small group accompanied him, provoking them into a rash challenge. Feigning ignorance and revealing a false plan, all while Shinzhuo's guard was lowered, ready to strike and draw the enemy deeper into the trap. "Ah, Xiaozhou, you claim to be devoid of ambition, merely wishing to drift through life. Yet who would believe such a tale? Everyone, including him, was ensnared within the web of strategy. As they ran intermittently, Shinjo could feel his body being drained. Had it not been for practicing the stepping on bamboo technique days prior, he would have been caught long ago. Nevertheless, the distance between them dwindled, his pursuers clearly relishing the game of cat and mouse, deliberately waiting until his strength waned. But now was not the time to halt. Otherwise, the mouse would not draw the hound, and would indeed become a lifeless rodent. Shinjo took a few deep breaths. Silently reciting the incantation of his technique, his legs once more resuming their motion. Closer, ever closer. The darkened garden had once belonged to a wealthy merchant of the capital, who, due to colluding with bandit leaders and committing numerous acts of ambush against rival shipments, had ultimately been captured by the authorities. His family was imprisoned, and their estate confiscated, with even the outer walls not spared. Now, only immovable trees and massive stones remained. Seeing that his opponent truly followed the predetermined escape route, Shinjo felt a surge of delight. With witnesses present, he could not deal a fatal blow, but breaking a leg should pose no significant issue. Even if it escalated to the palace, it would merely be a lesson for his younger cousin, a matter of sibling discipline. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Shinjo crossed an arch bridge and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Today's exertion equated to that of half a month's worth of training, leaving him no choice but to wait until a fortnight later to resume his martial practice. Soon, Shinjo caught up, grinning menacingly. "Run. Why have you stopped running? The young prince can still accompany you for quite a while longer." Shinjo's throat was parched. Feeling as if countless ants were crawling within, he extended his hand and asked for water. "This was not your Jianghu, and there were no servants to attend to you." As soon as the words fell, from the depths of the dark forest emerged an aged hand, cradling a celadone cup once favored by the imperial court. Shinjo swiftly poured the tea down, revitalizing himself, and calmly remarked, "I wasn't speaking to you, so there's no need to be anxious." How could such an unexpected turn of events not cause Shinjo to feel apprehensive? He felt a weight at his waist and assumed a defensive stance, gripping his staff tightly, demanding, "Who goes there?" The previously dark garden was suddenly illuminated by dozens of torches, dispelling the surrounding chill. Shinjo smiled and replied, "Brother Zhua, which one are you referring to?" The servants of Jianghu erupted into laughter, encircling Shinjo on the arch bridge. With the assistance of the steward, Shinjo rose and declared triumphantly, 3 years ago, we agreed to a one-on-one duel. Now a multitude of us face you alone. This is what we call reciprocity." The staff in Shinjo's hands was knocked away by a diminutive servant, who then spoke, "Brother Zhou, things are not as you perceive. The assassination was not orchestrated by me. In such a predicament, conceding was not disgraceful. If he could endure this night, countless opportunities would arise to regain his standing." Shinjo clapped and laughed, retorting, "I may have spoken of the assassination before your household servants, but if memory serves, you were not present then, were you?" Shinjo's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing he had heard it from others. "Your audacious display tonight, targeting the Jianghu, must surely relate to this matter." Shinjo waved dismissively. "We are all kin. I do not wish to lose face. Let us jump into the pool, and this matter shall be put aside." The pool beneath them was known among the locals as the Golden Pool, rumored to have yielded countless treasures of gold and jewels during a past confiscation. Though not extensive in area, it was incredibly deep. Shinjo squinted. He had never learned to swim, no matter how hard he tried. Even the emperor, Lin, had teased him about it, warning that should war arise again, he must not be allowed to participate in any waterborne engagements. Yet now, jumping was seemingly unavoidable. Despite Shinjo's ever-present smile, the ferocity in his eyes was unmistakable. "A gentleman's word is his bond," Shinjo declared fiercely. A promise is not easily broken. He was certain that his opponent would not dare to truly take his life. For the presence of Wang Shunhao served as a talisman for both Shinjo and himself. With a resolute heart, he leaped into the frigid waters. Sputtering and gasping for air, Shinjo flailed desperately to the surface, just in time to see Shinjo grasping a long bamboo pole. Chapter 30. Rescuing others. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against the schemes of others. Shinjo had often heard his father, Xingyu, utter this phrase daily, but had never grasped its profound significance. Aspiring to become a hero who roamed the world, he had focused all his thoughts beyond the capital. Was it not said that confrontations in the martial world were best conducted openly? Both parties would sign a death warrant, and regardless of how fiercely they clashed. When the dust settled, friends remained friends, able to sit together, feasting heartily and drinking copiously. Much like the Shiujian Pavilion and the Qingming sword sect, both renowned for their mastery of the sword in the Central Plains, these are among the most prestigious sects of Kangwu. Every decade, a pinnacle contest among the younger generation is held. If both contenders are fortunate enough to survive, they shall unite in matrimony, creating a tale of romance. It is a peculiar tradition, yet Shenzhou finds it delightful, even fantasizing about joining the Qingming sword sect, triumphing within its ranks, and then feigning defeat to the most beautiful female sword maiden of the Shiujian Pavilion. Ultimately, they would wander hand in hand through the mountains and forests, and once they have enjoyed their adventures, they would settle down, raising a few mischievous children, teaching them the art of the sword together. Thus, he often forgets that he resides in the capital, oblivious to the fact that this esteemed land conceals myriad shadows and conspiracies. Sometimes, the most profound wounds are inflicted by those closest to us. Such a lack of decorum is utterly intolerable. Therefore, Shenzhou resolved to take on the role of a mentor, to instruct the capital on the importance of adhering to his principles. Each time Shenzhou surfaced, he would be promptly thrust back into the lake by a bamboo pole. With no leverage underwater, his martial prowess was rendered futile. Having made the decision to assassinate, one must possess the resolve to be slain. Surely that is a given? Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unfair. Shenzhou's life is valuable, but his own is not. Observing the crown prince of the Qin dynasty struggling for survival in the water, Shenzhou's expression remained impassive. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and inquired of the servant holding a torch, "Is there no one to intervene on behalf of this young master?" A hearty laughter rang out in the tranquil garden, rendering the questioner somewhat awkward. Steward Wang, still clutching a teacup, replied with deference, "Our people are quite loyal. Whatever His Highness wishes to do, we wholeheartedly support." A bolder servant stealthily approached, grinning foolishly. "Your Highness, are you weary? Allow me to take your place for a while." Shenzhou recognized him. He was from a fishing family, skilled in the water, rumored to be able to hold his breath for a good while. Certainly a capable hand. However, such tasks must not be delegated. Otherwise, if the ancestral court were to investigate, none would escape unscathed. Tonight, a waning moon hangs in the sky, its brilliance obscured by the lights of the capital, and the hour remains early. Given Shenzhou's stamina, he could endure at least another half an hour. After a while, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the garden, accompanied by flickering flames. The Qin Wangfu responds so swiftly? Shenzhou took hold of his sword, swallowing his emotions. Perched upon the arch bridge's railing, should the situation turn awry, he would plunge into the lake, swiftly ending Shenzhou's life. However, the newcomers were not Qin Wang Shun Qingxua, but rather a young man clad in splendid attire. Not long after Shenzhou had departed, the Jin Wang's heir, Shen Yi, learned of the news. Upon discovering that his counterpart was seeking trouble at the Qin Wangfu, he was filled with elation. Under the subtle urging of his father, Shun Qingjing, he hastily gathered his men and rushed over, having remained hidden nearby, witnessing the events unfold at the gates of the Qin Wangfu. Initially, he had planned to wait until Shenzhou had nearly defeated Shenzhou, or perhaps even killed him, before revealing himself to catch them in the act. Yet, he never anticipated that the situation would reverse. The once dominant crown prince of the Qin dynasty had become the one in dire straits. Had he known, he would have delayed his arrival. Shenzhou patted the scabbard at his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Since when have Shen Qingjing and Shen Qingxua been so close? I seem to be unaware of this." Shen Yi chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Brother Zhou, what jest are you speaking? My father has always maintained a good rapport with the two royal uncles. Want to save someone?" The servants of the Qi Wangfu gradually gathered, standing at the arch bridge, poised for action. Shen Yi feigned surprise upon noticing Shenzhou in the water. "What has happened? It's freezing tonight, and you still have the mind to float in the water." Shenzhou beamed brightly, affirming, "Indeed, Brother Yi is correct. I too find this matter perplexing, which is precisely why I came to inquire. Stop swimming. Get up quickly. Catching a chill could be detrimental. What if you fell ill?" Shenzhou only had time to surface for air, unable to respond. "Gurgle, gurgle." Shenzhou shrugged and tossed a bamboo pole toward him. "Brother Yi, he may simply dislike me, hence his silence. Perhaps you should give it a try?" Shen Yi swiftly dodged, realizing that this object was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would bear the consequences of tonight's events. Stop pretending. Your little schemes are not hidden from anyone. Should I take action, you may merely observe. When the Zhongrenfu inquires tomorrow, you can truthfully inform them that Shenzhou struck down the heir of the Qin Wang in the city gardens, with over 100 witnesses. Shen Yi sighed in resignation, contemplating that had he arrived to find Xinzhua already deceased, such a response would have sufficed. However, now it felt hasty, truly hasty, and a grand opportunity was squandered. Brother Zhou, although I am unaware of how Zhou offended you, could you spare him this once? After all, we share the surname Shen. Is the surname Shen something to be revered? Shen Zhou retorted to himself, we all bear one head upon two shoulders. A knife plunged within can still leave a wound. Shen Yi shook his head resolutely, declaring, what if I must save him? Shen Zhou scoffed, saying, then let us see. Without further ado, Shen Yi issued the command. Instantly, both parties plunged into chaos, hundreds entangled in a fierce struggle. What should have been a balanced confrontation unexpectedly revealed the Qi Wangfu's servants as ruthless and cunning. One individual seized his opponent's wrist, displaying disdain, and with a sharp twist, rendered the arm useless before delivering a kick that shattered a thigh. Perhaps finding the screams too jarring, he did not hesitate to dislocate his opponent's jaw, stuffing a fist-sized stone within before lunging for the next target. Others cackled, wrapping their arms around an enemy's neck, whispering, do not fear, it won't hurt. It will be over swiftly. With a powerful thrust, a crack echoed as the guards trained by the Qin Wangfu met their demise. Shen Yi, taken aback, attempted to retreat, only to be halted by a lean man grasping his sleeve, warning, my lord has not permitted your departure. In but a moment, the men accompanying the Qin Wang heir lay sprawled on the ground, while the servants of the Qi Wangfu remained unscathed. Observing the scene before him, Shenzhou could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the old man's deception. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and leaped down from the railing. Shen Yi's expression shifted multiple times as he spoke. Many witnessed this heir's departure. Do you truly intend to slay 2 royal grandsons in a single night? The Zhongrenfu will not overlook your actions. Let them come. Shenzhou tugged at Shen Yi's collar, forcefully dragging him to the lakeside, where he delivered a sharp kick to his knee, compelling him to kneel. Did you not wish to save him? I shall ensure you witness his demise. Chapter 31. The Ancestral Hall. Shen Yi's mind raced with calculations. Although there was insufficient evidence regarding the assassination at the Porcelain Bone Pavilion, Shenzhou, in his quest for vengeance, had provoked the Qin Wangfu, drawing out Xinzhua. He sought to intervene and halt this farce. Yet the guards within the manor valiantly fought, but were ultimately overwhelmed, leaving him to helplessly watch as the heir of the Qin Wang drowned in the lake. This was not merely a misfortune. It could even be deemed a significant stroke of good fortune. He was not without the means to save, but rather, he was incapable of doing so. The sole dilemma lay in why he had ventured out of the manor, necessitating a plausible excuse to completely absolve himself of suspicion. As Shenzhua's struggles began to wane, a shadow emerged from the garden's periphery. In a flash of silver, Butler Wang positioned himself behind Shenzhou, catching the incoming projectile with his hands. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow plunged into the lake, lightly skimming the surface to gain leverage, and swiftly rescued Shenzhua from the water's grip. Shenzhou's expression darkened as he regarded the newcomer. Uncle, your agility remains impressive. Even after a decade of idleness as a prince, your martial prowess has not waned. Shen Qingxua placed a foot upon his son's abdomen, forcing the water from his lungs. His voice rumbling low, I cannot compare to you youngsters. Years of military life had imbued him with an indomitable presence. Merely standing there, he exuded an air that rendered the atmosphere stifling. This was not merely the pressure of a martial artist's internal force, but rather an overwhelming sensation, akin to a battle standard that, despite being crafted from embroidered canvas, inspired unmatched courage in soldiers. Shen Qingxua was indeed a banner of war. Shenzhou crouched down, cupping the lake water to wash his face, then gestured towards the kneeling Prince of Jin with emotion across his throat. What shall we do? Our plan has been discovered. Shall we not be resolute and dispose of them all? Shen Yi's face reflected shock. Uncle Qin, this matter does not concern me. Shen Qingxua's expression remained unaltered as he replied coolly, Zhouder still enjoys jesting. Shenzhou shook his head. This is no jest. Shenzhou sought to take my life. Now that you have saved him, it is inevitable that one of you must pay the price. The sound of military boots echoed from outside the garden, and accompanying them was Prince Yongxin, Shenhao. Upon arrival, he inquired, "Is it settled?" "Almost. You cannot fathom how much time was wasted," Shinzhou reproached. "Wasted? Look around at the armored guards. Who could possibly delay them?" "You overestimate my abilities," Shenhao retorted. "A near miss," Shinzhou sighed, rising to depart, only to witness a severed head rolling to his feet. Its state gruesome. Shen Qingxua wiped the blood from his hands, declaring, "The mastermind behind the porcelain bone pavilion assassination has been personally executed by this prince. Are you satisfied, Zhou?" Shinzhou nudged the head on the ground with his foot, confirming it belonged to Su Nianhou, the steward of the Qin Wangfu, and sighed, "I wonder if he could have served a better master." Once their party departed, Shunzhou finally regained consciousness, retching a few times before angrily exclaiming, "Father, will we simply let them go? I nearly lost my life at his hands." Shen Qingxua did not directly answer the question, instead remarking, "In tonight's battle, to venture forth without understanding the enemy's thoughts is akin to a solitary soldier deep in enemy territory, faced with dire straits. To hesitate and not fight with abandon is to court self-destruction. You have violated the cardinal principles of warfare. Upon returning home, transcribe the military treatises 100 times and deliver them to the study before noon tomorrow, as I wish to review them." He held this son in high regard, for in his youth, the boy had demonstrated a remarkable talent for military strategy. Were it not for this, Shen Qingxua would not have personally executed his lowborn mother and entrusted him to the care of the Princess of Qin. "Yes, I understand, my son," Shinzhou replied, bowing his head. Not long after Shenzhou departed, he encountered the guards of the left guard rushing from the palace, led by the previously met Zhonglong General Lingquan. "We kindly request His Grace, the young master, to accompany us to the House of Ancestors." This time, there was no danger to his life, and recognizing the situation, Shenhao prudently took 2 steps back. Without the guidance of elders at home, bearing this burden was somewhat beyond his capabilities. Shinzhou gestured for Lingquan to lead the way, turning to his close friend to suggest he return home first. The House of Ancestors, situated within the Imperial Palace, was presided over by the current ancestral lord, Shun Emoan, who held the title of Duke of Lu and was the half-brother of Emperor Shenlin. Shenzhou glanced at the 3 prominent characters inscribed on the plaque and stepped inside with a measured gait. The younger members of the Shun clan held this place in deep reverence and would never intrude without a royal decree. The furnishings within the room differed from those of typical government offices, resembling more the hall of a wealthy household. On the northern wall hung a large silk tapestry, not depicting the auspicious cranes of longevity or the vast landscapes of the empire, but rather a piece titled 9 Leaves from the Same Root. Gnarled ancient cypress trees rose from the crevices of stone, their 9 branches intertwined, supporting one another. Flanking this artwork were ebony couplets, their calligraphy powerful and vigorous. The jade tablet bears frost, discerning warmth and cold. The golden branches, drenched in rain, share both withering and flourishing. In front of a finely carved Nanmu table stood 3 Zetan armchairs, draped in fabric of autumn fragrance and adorned with python patterns. The main chair's armrests were intricately carved with 5-clawed dragons, whose eyes were inlaid with jade to resemble closed eyelids, symbolizing the dragon's latent power within the clan, exuding an inherent majesty. Noticing the absence of company, Shenzhou settled onto the slightly lower yellow rosewood chair on the left, idly tapping his toes. In the inner chamber, 4 men stood side by side. At the center was Emperor Shenlin, clad in yellow robes. After listening to the eunuch's report, he refrained from immediately speaking, preferring to observe the reactions of the other 3. Ancestral Lord Shin Emoan could hardly conceal his anger. This son not only attempted to assassinate his brother, but also displayed a complete lack of remorse, exhibiting extreme arrogance. According to clan rules, he ought to be stripped of the Shin surname and relegated to commoner status. To the right stood a man holding a folding fan, its surface adorned with images of graceful women. He spoke slowly. This can be somewhat excused, had there been a prompt resolution regarding the assassination at the Porcelain Bone Studio. Perhaps we would not have reached this point. Ultimately, it appears we have been too lenient. Being a full-blooded brother to Shenlin, he was acutely aware of his brother's deep affection for Shenzhou. The man on the far left tossed a handful of fish bait into the pond and remarked, setting aside the lack of sufficient evidence, "What can one expect from a courtesan? I refuse to believe that Qingyu's subordinates are merely a band of ineffectual drunks." They might have intended to assist in the assassination, seeking to discipline their son in the process. However, Shunzhou's murderous intent today seems rather excessive. What has come over this child? However, acting decisively and embodying the spirit of the Shun family is commendable. Fourth brother, do you possess a steadfast position? Shun Moen declared with righteous conviction. We are currently in a prosperous era, with no more wars in the Kangwu realm. What purpose does ruthless action serve? This individual possesses a cruel disposition and must not remain within our clan. The fan-wielding man countered, according to second brother's reasoning. Should Shunzhua also be expelled from the Shun family for his cunning actions? If this is the conclusion, then Zhuqi has no further words to offer. He calculated that Shun Moen, being partial to the Prince of Qin, would not take an extreme course of action, thus deliberately placing his opponent on the hot seat with his rhetoric. The man on the left slightly bent his body, and Yinshi also found himself at a loss for words. Shun Moen was deeply angered by the two, asserting that the evidence was insufficient, as the clan's decree. Matters within the clan could be resolved with a single command. Shunzhua was to reflect in isolation and, without orders, was barred from leaving. Shunzhou faced the forfeiture of his surname and name, destined for a life of wealth in Jiangnan. Chapter 32. Sophistry. The stances of the three were unequivocal. The clan leader Shun Moen clearly sought to impose severe punishment on Shunzhou. The forfeiture of name and surname was a penalty only second to the most severe execution after autumn, and for certain princes with aspirations to the throne, it was even less honorable than a swift death. In the eyes of the left clan leader Shinjuchi, Shunzhou's actions were justifiable. The so-called lack of evidence merely stemmed from the absence of the testimony of the Prince of Qin's steward. Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that how could a steward of a royal mansion act against the heir of the Qi royal family without provocation? There was no enmity between the two. He must have been incited by unseen forces, and in the entire capital, who besides the father and son of the Prince of Qin could possibly command him? Between fact and truth lay but a thin veil, yet alas, with Sun Yan's demise, the opportunity to pierce through it was lost. As for the right clan leader Shin Yinshi, he was indifferent to the outcome of the proceedings. He was merely intrigued by how a minor royal heir could orchestrate such a sophisticated scheme of assassination in so short a time. Any slight miscalculation in the execution could have led to an entirely different outcome. What if the father and son of the Prince of Qin had exited the royal mansion together? Or if Shunzhua had chosen not to indulge in idle talk and had acted directly? He could have even opted to deal with Shun Hao first before pursuing further. Strategy hinges on the manipulation of human emotions, and the human heart is often the most inscrutable. No matter how adept a strategist may be, unforeseen circumstances can lead to utter defeat. The three engaged in endless debate, ultimately seeking the emperor's judgment. Shenlin had actually been privy to the information much earlier. From the moment Shunzhou stepped out of the royal mansion, the secret missives from the intelligence bureau had not ceased, meticulously documenting every move of the Qi royal heir. His intention was to observe how far Shunzhou could escalate the situation, but he did not anticipate that he would come so close to striking down Shunzhua. The foremost figure of Kangwu was engulfed in a complex array of emotions. As an elder, he abhorred witnessing kin turn against one another, yet as an emperor, he was more concerned that Shunzhou's methods lacked the necessary ruthlessness. The struggle for the throne is inherently a process of climbing over the corpses of adversaries. Had he been in that position, he would have immediately slain Shunzhua and Shunyi, brandishing their heads, mustering all forces at his disposal, and storming the imperial palace under cover of night. Failure would be an acceptable fate. He would never foolishly present himself alone at the clan's office to accept punishment. Shenlin paused in contemplation, patting his belt and declaring, "This child, I shall protect. If the imperial clan court has any objections, they may voice them." The three esteemed officials of the imperial clan court, witnessing the emperor's instinctive gesture, broke into a cold sweat. Even the most resolute Shin Moen bowed respectfully, stating, "We shall obey your command." Shenlin, a man seasoned in military affairs, often remarked during national conflicts, "My sword of Kangwu is never without merit." Although he bore no sword at his waist now, his kin understood that this elder brother had murderous intentions. Should the imperial clan court oppose, they might inquire if my sword would acquiesce. After a moment of reflection, Shun Moen suggested, perhaps a slight reprimand. Let him reflect in solitude. Shenlin chuckled softly, briefly recounting Shunzhou's situation, emphasizing, "This child possesses a wild spirit. Even Chengyu cannot rein him in." Now that he has presented himself, I ask you to intimidate him, so he does not wander aimlessly, and instead returns to the Guozijian to study, a task he has yet to fulfill. Despite the memorial from the sacrificial wine already gracing my desk, Shenjuchi closed his folding fan and inquired with a smile, "To what extent does your majesty wish to intimidate him? Lift him high, then gently lower him. The higher the better. Should he utter the words, 'I was wrong,' a generous reward awaits," replied Shenlin. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the three bowed their heads and responded, "We shall diligently heed the imperial decree." After waiting for an eternity and consuming an entire pot of tea, Shinzhou, feeling impatient, called out, "Is anyone there? If not, I shall take my leave." For figures emerged in succession, and with Shun Lin's presence, the three purple sandalwood chairs proved insufficient. Left Zongjing, Shinjuchi smoothly took a seat to Shinzhou's right. "Is grandfather also here?" Shinlin replied with a knowing smile. "Family matters do not concern me. I cannot assist you, so seek your own fortune." Shun Moen adjusted his robe and spoke sternly, "Bombarding the prince's residence and attempting to assassinate your elder brother. Do you not regard the Imperial Shin family at all?" Shinzhou, preoccupied with more urgent matters, raised his hand. "I urgently need to relieve myself. I shall be but a moment." Without heeding the astonished expressions of those present, he departed to find the privy. Shun Yinshi stifled a laugh, remarking, "Second brother's initial display of authority has not quite made the intended impact." His impression of Shunzhou improved further. He wondered why he had not thought of this approach years ago. The corners of Shun Moen's eyes twitched slightly. He now understood the weight of the phrase wild spirit as used by the emperor. This was indeed too wild. To act so brazenly within the imperial clan court. What chaos would ensue if he were outside? It seemed they would need to address the matter directly. Shenlin empathized. "I too find this quite troublesome." After a brief interval, Shunzhou returned, feeling quite at ease, and nonchalantly stated, "I do not acknowledge my fault, nor shall I accept punishment. Do you have any further words, esteemed uncles?" Moreover, he felt he had committed no wrongdoing. Merely attending the imperial clan court was already a significant concession. Shin Moen found the situation amusing despite his anger, asserting, "To kill the young in favor of the old is a violation of human ethics. So many witnesses are present. Do you still wish to argue?" Shunzhou defended himself. "Though my education is limited, I recall from the classic of filial piety that our bodies and hair are bestowed by our parents, and we must not harm them. This is the essence of filial piety. Do you agree, second uncle?" Observing the boy's darting eyes, Shenlin sensed impending trouble and quietly cautioned, "Be careful." Yet, he was a moment too late, as Shun Moen nodded. "Naturally, I agree. But how does this relate to today's events?" Shinzhou could not afford to ponder over much. He hastily declared, "The Shun clan is renowned throughout the land for its filial piety. Shunj was plotting to assassinate in the name of the porcelain bone studio, tarnishes the legacy bestowed upon me by my parents, aiming to obliterate the Shun family's honorable reputation. Is this not akin to striking the faces of our esteemed elders? Thus, I have risen to confront this audacious villain, just as my illustrious ancestor, the emperor of the Shun family, proclaimed. The imperial family is devoid of selfish strife. It is solely the protector of the cauldron." His fervor grew with each word. Fists clenched tightly, as he gazed fervently at the ceiling. "You are resorting to sophistry." Shinmon stood up in agitation, pointing at the youth. Shinzhou promptly sank to the ground, propping his chin with one hand, retorting, "If my esteemed uncle insists that I am being disingenuous, then I invite you to refute me." Shenlin could not help but rub his temples, a throbbing pain intensifying. "Now you choose to associate yourself with the Shin family?" Observing her brother's discomfort, Shinjuchi interjected, "Zhouer, the ancestral court will naturally handle matters regarding Zhouer, but do you comprehend the repercussions of tonight's events?" The members of the ancestral court seldom interacted with the younger generation, and their knowledge was limited. Shenlin felt as if his head might explode, cursing himself for not articulating the gravity of the situation earlier. "Brother, please refrain from speaking." Shinjuchi continued. "The penalty of losing one's name and being exiled to the southern Jiangnan, never to return to the capital, awaits." At these words, Shinzhou first appeared taken aback. Then slowly a smile crept across his face. "Dear uncle, you mustn't jest with your nephew." Shinjuchi looked bewildered. Could it be that I have frightened the child into silence?" Shinmon also found the situation perplexing. Such a punishment as name forfeiture was a catastrophe for any royal descendant. It signified not only a severance from the central court, but also a lifetime devoid of power. More dreadfully, the illustrious honor of the Shun family, amassed over centuries, would henceforth be detached from the punished, relegating the remainder of their life to that of a remnant of national strife, akin to a stray dog of misfortune. Under normal circumstances, even a titled prince would bow and plead for mercy upon hearing such a fate, at the very least collapsing in despair, eyes vacant. Yet the boy's reaction was decidedly peculiar. Indeed, profoundly so. The youth stood, dusting off his garments, chastising himself without mercy. Shun Zhou's reckless behavior, devoid of respect for his elders, warranted severe repercussions. Having committed such a grievous offense, to escape death was already an act of exceptional leniency from his uncles. Banishment from the capital was entirely justifiable, serving to illustrate the imperial family's impartiality while providing a cautionary example for the unfilial descendants. His rapid speech inadvertently revealed some of his hidden thoughts, but he adeptly adjusted his demeanor. Without delay, he resolved to return home, pack his belongings, and depart the capital under the cover of night. The three members of the ancestral court exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. As silence fell, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. As the only informed party present, Shenlin felt as if he were a mute ingesting bitter gall. After all, he had just asserted that clan matters were beyond his purview. As the emperor, one could hardly reverse oneself before the younger generation. Just as he contemplated setting aside his dignity to forcibly detain Shen Zhou, the previously silent Right Zongjing, Shen Yanxi, chuckled softly. "Wait a moment." Shen Zhou turned around, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "What commands do you have, my lord? If it is within my humble abilities, I am willing to serve." He insisted on finalizing the matter of exile, asserting that regardless of the demands posed by the other party, once they departed from the capital, the subsequent actions would be at their discretion. Shen Yanxi poured himself a cup of steaming tea, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "The decree has yet to be issued. You are still the Prince of Qi and need not refer to yourself as a commoner." The young man's heart sank, realizing the predicament he faced. This was the ancestral hall, with the wise emperor as witness. Words once spoken could not simply be retracted. However, before he could finish his thought, Shen Yanxi casually stated, "Everyone can see your sincere desire for repentance, and thus, I have decided to grant you an opportunity." A sense of foreboding filled the air, and Shen Zhou acutely sensed the unusual atmosphere. He had never realized how cunning his great-uncle was. For the benefit of the Huang family, we, as elders, cannot disappoint. Let us move into the ancestral hall starting tomorrow, where several great-uncles can conveniently offer daily guidance. Shen Zhou's expression darkened further. How malicious! Was this not akin to imprisonment? The capital, as a prison, was merely more spacious. Shen Moen spat out his tea, exclaiming, "Malicious? Go ask around. Aside from the princes with hopes of inheriting the throne, who wouldn't wish to enter the ancestral hall? Are you being ungrateful?" Just as he was about to speak, Shen Lin interrupted, "I find this approach quite agreeable. After all, Zhou'er enjoys tending to the imperial garden. From now on, that will be your responsibility. Are you waiting for me to burn down the palace?" Shen Zhou shouted in anger. Shen Lin replied nonchalantly, "Burn it down. I too find it rather unappealing, lacking warmth. Once it's gone, you may rebuild it to your liking. The years have been prosperous, and the treasury holds a considerable surplus." These words made Shen Moen furrow his brow. Could it be that the emperor dotes on this child to such an extent? If so, would Prince Qin's chances of ascending the throne be utterly extinguished? In response to one failed scheme, Shen Zhou devised another. "I have heard that grandfather's Imperial Seal is the ancestral dragon seal of the Gui dynasty. Do you like it?" His intention was to suggest that if he remained in the palace long term, there might come a day when he could steal the seal and sell it for money. But Shen Lin's response clearly indicated a misunderstanding. "Is that so? Now everything makes sense. No wonder the old man warned me not to speak out of turn at the banquet. And no wonder grandfather sent me to the Imperial Academy. It appears he views me as a fool. Like it? How could one not?" Shen Zhou boldly declared, seeking to shatter the unrealistic fantasies of these old men. "If one day I were to become emperor, I would transform the morning court into a wrestling arena, using the Imperial Seal as the prize." Shen Zhuqi, who had consistently supported Shen Lin, was taken aback and quickly cautioned, "Zhou'er, do not speak such foolishness. This is no mere folly. Should our esteemed uncles still be alive at that time, they may also be invited to compete," Shen Zhou insisted gravely. In an instant, Shen Lin appeared significantly aged, lamenting, "Is it truly so disgraceful? Even dogs would scorn it." Shenzhou replied candidly, for he did not wish to be left alone in a desolate palace devoid of vitality and camaraderie. Shenlin wearily waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. After the youth departed, the three rose and bowed, expressing their hopes for the emperor's well-being, declaring that this child was indeed the most unfilial son of the Shen family. Shenlin interjected, stating that he was, nonetheless, a remarkable heir of Kangwu. As emperor, there were countless matters capable of stirring his emotions. A single failure could hardly signify anything significant. Shenlin remained confident that he could guide Shenzhou back onto the right path. Though it might take a considerable amount of time, he was willing to wait. Shinjuchi pondered, recognizing the child's quick wit. Had they been aware of his vulnerabilities earlier, they would not have been led astray. From the outset, his refusal to acknowledge his mistakes compelled them to impose severe penalties, which he later accepted with alacrity. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the right minister, he might have triumphed. Nevertheless, even then, the ensuing discussions veered off course, allowing him to depart gracefully without suffering any loss. It was all rather hasty, Shenlin remarked. Shen Yinshi observed, no wonder he is the child of Qingyu. He is intriguing, albeit misdirecting his thoughts. In my view, he could be urged to attend the National Academy. A spark of insight flashed in Shenlin's eyes. Indeed, he still possessed an unplayed card. Upon returning to the manor, Shenzhou perceived everyone as a master, bombarding the servants with inquiries. It was not until the late hours of the night that he drowsily collapsed onto the soft couch. The following morning, he stood before his lenient master, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and shouted, "I want to practice martial arts. Rise at once." When Su abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively burying her head beneath the covers. After a moment, she replied, "You may leave first. I need to freshen up." Shenzhou turned to leave, disdainfully remarking, "This room smells delightful, hardly fitting for a man." After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, when Su emerged, only to discover the reason for Shenzhou's unusual diligence that day. Standing outside the small courtyard was a row of guards from the left guard. "Your Highness, the Emperor has issued a decree for you to attend the National Academy today," they announced. Seated on the stone steps, Shenzhou lazily replied, "I intend to practice martial arts today. I have no time." The guards continued. "The Emperor also stated that should your Highness refuse, we are to bind you and escort you there." Chapter 34. Enrollment. Shenzhou sprang to his feet, forcing himself to appear spirited, in the Qi Wang mansion. "What waves can you all create? Not to mention others, just this companion by my side, capable of striking across 3 provinces and 6 prefectures. Who would not tremble at the sight of him?" He had always possessed a talent for whimsical exaggeration. Before he could finish, when Su slammed the door shut, succinctly stating, "Study during the day, practice martial arts at night. Wait until you return." Shenzhou pleaded at the door, "Please, save me. You have no idea. That place is unbearable." With silence prevailing within, he feigned calmness. "In these past days, I have made some progress in martial arts. Would you like to witness?" Approximately a fragrant incense stick later, a youth bound in ropes appeared at the gate of the Qi Wang mansion, revealing beneath the bindings a blue scholar's robe. The National Academy stood as the largest educational institution in Kangwu, renowned for its mastery in the classics and historical texts, encompassing the doctrines of Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, and other mainstream philosophies, with its students hailed by the populace as the 3,000 sages. Apart from the esteemed royal offspring, others desiring to enter the National Academy for study must endure rigorous selection. Those lacking proper appearance, moral integrity, or scholarly merit are summarily rejected. Stricter than the nation's triennial talent selection ceremony, even some top scholars voluntarily renounced official positions to pursue further studies at the Imperial Academy, which has become a cherished tale in literary circles. However, to presume that this gathering consists solely of dull men would be a grave misconception. Benefiting from the Empress Dowager's 70th birthday celebration last year, Emperor Shenlin decreed a grand festivity, granting women admission to the Imperial Academy, proclaiming that only with blossoms amidst the green leaves does true beauty emerge. In truth, the civil and military officials were well aware of the emperor's intentions. Over the years, as peace settled across the realm, many officials grew discontent with their unsightly wives, some taking young concubines outside the city, while others married several secondary wives in succession. This was not considered a significant matter, yet as this trend escalated, officials' salaries fell short of their expenses, leading to rampant corruption and misconduct. Numerous laws existed, Yet they could not withstand the onslaught of desire. It was at this juncture that Shun Lin heeded his mother's suggestion and conceived this rather futile remedy. Hoping that the women from distinguished families would possess more talent and skills to manage their future husbands, or at the very least, to temper their excesses. The emperor's patience, after all, has its limits. Unfortunately, the options available to women for study were exceedingly few, and some critical disciplines were strictly off-limits to them. Today marked the day of recruitment for new students at the Imperial Academy, and the entrance was particularly lively. The distinction between the young scholars and the anxious candidates awaiting results was stark. Those on the right wore smiles, playfully betting with their companions on who would become their junior brothers, often wagering a chicken leg for lunch or schoolwork for a day. In contrast, the scholars on the left were far more tense. For those who could gain admission, it would be a boon, while those who could not needed to leave the capital swiftly, hoping to return home before the spring planting, lest they miss the opportunity for a good harvest. Suddenly, a cohort of palace guards intruded upon the scene, 2 of whom were carrying a peculiar bundle, leaving the onlookers puzzled. They halted at the entrance, carefully placing the bundle on the ground, untying it, and stepping aside, showing no intention of departing. Shinzhou struggled fiercely against his bindings, but the ropes were too tight, rendering him unable to free himself for quite some time. A kind-hearted scholar approached to assist, but upon recognizing the features of the bundle, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can it be you?" Shinzhou extracted a silk handkerchief lodged in his mouth, spat several times, and declared, "Indeed, it is I. Fellow classmates, long time no see." Only then did the crowd realize that the sign previously standing at the entrance had vanished, leaving them to wonder what means Shunzhou had employed to sway the school's decision. Once admitted to the Imperial Academy, no distinctions of nobility or commonality remained. Any attempt to leverage status was best left at the door. Even if Xin Lin were to attend, he would be dressed in scholarly robes, perhaps adorned with a jade hairpin as a subtle reminder of his status. Overjoyed, Shunhao navigated through the crowd, mockingly saying, "Didn't you say you'd never come? What has changed?" Shinzhou stretched his numb limbs, responding with displeasure, "How could I not come? These people are like bandits. Is this punishment for attempting to assassinate Shinzhua? Nonsense. Those old men had nothing to retort after I challenged them. This was merely the pitfall they had previously dug." Through their conversation, the scholars on the left finally understood that this remarkably unconventional youth was none other than Shinzhou, the heir of the Prince of Qi, which explained his audacious attempts at assassination. Shinzhua? It seems that the name of the crown prince resembles that of the Qin dynasty. Is there still any law to uphold? Even the scholars in blue robes could not help but take a few steps back. This rogue has truly lost his mind. Is His Majesty not taking action? Where is Shinzhua? His figure is nowhere to be seen amidst the crowd. He is never late. Could it be? Shinzhou yawned and said, "Stop searching. He is alive, just barely." Only then did the crowd feel a semblance of relief, yet their faces remained etched with anger. The offspring of the imperial family may not express familial affection, but they ought to maintain a facade of unity. Otherwise, how could they serve as a model for the realm and guide the populace? As news spread like wildfire, hurried footsteps echoed within the Imperial Academy. The students outside, mostly children of officials and locals with residences in the capital, were spared the need to crowd into the dormitories with their out-of-town peers. Soon, the grand doors of the academy were pulled open from within, revealing an elderly man with graying hair who solemnly proclaimed, "Enrollees, announce the list." The initial words were directed at the blue-robed scholars, while the latter served as a reminder to the arriving students to maintain silence. Shinzhou remained stationary, relishing the delay. The elder unfurled a scroll, holding it horizontally in hand, and raised his voice, "From Jianghu, Jianghu." A man, overwhelmed with joy, wept profusely, embracing his companion as he cried out, "Father, Mother, I have been accepted into the Imperial Academy." Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. It was no wonder they were so agitated. Once admitted to the Imperial Academy, a prosperous future was all but assured. The 3 provinces particularly favored those who hailed from this esteemed institution, hence the Academy's entrance was colloquially dubbed the Dragon Gate. Leaping over the Dragon Gate, one could soar to greatness. Shinzhou found it incomprehensible. What joy could there be in imprisonment? Even if one were to attain an official position, it would merely confine them to a certain bureaucratic office. One could only say that each harbors their own aspirations. Those whose names were not called wore expressions akin to bitter gourds, striving to suppress their tears. Upon concluding the announcement, The elder rolled up the scroll and stated, "Being admitted to the Imperial Academy does not guarantee a smooth journey. Those who indulge in frivolities shall still fail to graduate. And those who were not accepted should not lose heart. You are still young, and opportunities abound." Shinjo scoffed at such platitudes. They sounded more appealing than sincere. Suddenly, he noticed a few young ladies peeking in from the entrance, waving and smiling. "Did you miss us, young master?" With a collective gasp, the young ladies dispersed towards the classroom. They had initially come to see if there were any handsome junior scholars this year, only to find him present, which was truly unfortunate. Each of them had brothers or fathers serving in the capital, and they had heard of Shunzhou's notorious reputation. Moreover, this rogue had previously studied at the academy, his crude jokes incessantly flowing. What unmarried lady could endure such banter? The elder cast a glance at the youth and admonished, "As you re-enter the academy, remember to appreciate the Emperor's grace and refrain from mischief." A smile graced Shunzhou's lips, yet his words were far from respectful. I thank his ancestors for their blessings. Were it not for the guards outside, he would have already bolted away. In the morning mist, the Imperial Academy appeared just as it had years prior, with the on-duty officials wielding brooms to sweep away fallen leaves. The branches scraping against the stone tiles producing a sound akin to jade clinking against jade. Passing through the vestibule and crossing the second gate, the light suddenly dimmed. Towering cypress branches intertwined, casting dappled sunlight that danced slowly across the stone monument of the holy proclamation and grand teachings, resembling golden ants in their measured progression. Numerous glass lanterns hung from the trees, each inscribed with the names of the sovereigns of Jianghu, swaying gently in the breeze. Shenzhou gazed at the newly erected structure behind the academy, surmising it to be a new library. Nowadays, large basins filled with water were placed everywhere, making it considerably challenging to ignite a fire. Suddenly, he spotted a figure in the corner and approached, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! Has His Majesty allowed you to come out?" Gugu had changed into a simple hemp robe, no longer adorned in the attire of an inner servant. Bowing his head, he replied, "His Majesty has commanded that I come to the Guozijian every day." Shenzhou snapped his fingers, a thought striking him. Why not seize the opportunity to slip out of the capital? "I shall come to find you in due time. With your skills, no one should be able to stop you." Gugu maintained his usual demeanor of calm indifference, stating, "Since I have met your highness, it is time for me to return." Shenzhou sighed, feeling the anguish of something so close, yet so unattainable. He vividly recalled the scene outside the armory that night, where a man in a blue robe effortlessly commanded a pool of water with a mere wave. Yet the elusive Xie Qingyan was as hard to find as a needle in the vast ocean. Moreover, Gugu had performed admirably, at least not faltering in the first several exchanges. It remained a mystery which martial art he had mastered and whether it suited him. It seemed fair that only through exceptional talent could one procure such a skilled individual from the Guozijian. Shenzhou entered the academy brimming with confidence, resolved to make the most of his time. Alas, this confidence did not endure long. Merely after a single incense stick's burning, his eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and the words of the teacher possessed a certain enchantment that lulled him into a deep slumber. When Shenzhou next opened his eyes, his classmates had already departed for lunch. Shenhao had just awakened as well, stretching languidly. "Let us go and eat." Shenzhou buried his face in the pages of his book, mumbling, "It's over. Everything is over. What did I expect, having been at odds with books since childhood?" Without the Emperor's approval, no one could summon an inner servant from the palace, let alone Gugu, who was a proper third-rank inner official from the inner servant department. Shenhao, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, nonetheless pulled his friend to his feet, asserting, "Nothing is more important than a meal." "It's all right," Shenzhou reassured himself. Since studying had proved futile, his immediate priority was to devise a plan to escape the Guozijian, ideally to be expelled, which would silence that individual in the palace. He had kept a certain lady named Jianghu waiting far too long. They say that true masters are forged through hardship. Without venturing out, how could one achieve excellence in martial arts? Relying solely on the few techniques taught by Wensu, after practicing for so many days, he found even killing a pig to be a laborious task. The cuisine at the Guozijian was quite palatable, though somewhat bland, always tofu and greens, one after another. Could one cultivate virtue merely by consuming such fare? Shenzhou ladled himself a few extra spoonfuls of soup and made his way toward the table of charming female scholars. Shenhao discreetly gave his best friend a thumbs up before refraining from following. The Imperial Academy does not explicitly prohibit social interactions between men and women. However, the majority of students adhere strictly to their roles, fearing to cross the boundaries. This caution arises from concerns about reputational damage that could hinder future prospects, as well as a lingering trepidation. While these young women may not seem intimidating, the fathers and brothers backing them can be quite formidable. To attain prominence in public, one must inevitably endure trials in private. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice half a lifetime of happiness for a splendid future. As the first batch of experimental subjects for Shenlin, success is imperative for them. Consequently, students with even a modicum of familial connections have been subtly advised by their elders to maintain a respectful distance from these women, lest they find themselves in a situation akin to that of a consort. As for those from impoverished backgrounds, they may not even be considered worthy of attention. Shenzhou remains unconcerned. He has always relied on words rather than actions. Even if he were to become entangled with someone, and the emperor were compelled to issue a decree, as the future prince of Qi, he is entitled by law to 1 primary wife, 2 secondary wives, and 10 concubines, sufficient by any measure. However, such a scenario seems unlikely, as both parties currently regard each other with mutual disdain. Observant young women have noticed the approaching youth and quietly alerted their companions. Shenzhou nonchalantly seated himself nearby and addressed a round-faced girl, inquiring, "Why did you ignore my greeting this morning?" The girl immediately cast her gaze downward, retreating behind a taller companion in a flustered manner. The tall girl gently reassured her, frowning slightly, "We would appreciate it if your highness would refrain from such remarks. We are not your courtesans." Lu Ziyuan. "It has truly been a tormenting few years missing you," Shenzhou jested, hoping to extricate himself from his plight, believing they might be the key to his escape. Noticing an opportunity, the round-faced girl poked her head out, curiously asking, "You speak so charmingly, yet we haven't seen you visiting Sister Lu these past years?" Men are indeed foolish. The esteemed Minister of Rites, Jiang Zuohui, dotes on his youngest son, Jiang Cha, who is particularly favored. The round-faced girl is named Jiang Shetong, the daughter of Jiang Cha. In contrast, Lu Ziyuan is the granddaughter of Lu Guanchao, the left minister of the Department of State Affairs, noted for her striking beauty. In her youth, numerous suitors sought to establish a betrothal with the Lu family, including Shenzhou's father, Shen Qingyu. Alas, on the day the engagement was to be formalized, the young couple quarreled outside the gate. The boys, typically slower in development, found the slight and slender Shenzhou bested by Lu Ziyuan, who mounted him and delivered a flurry of blows, leaving him to depart with a few harsh words. Since then, the relationship between the Prince of Qi's household and the Lu family has become rather delicate. While they are technically in-laws, the children have not been formally betrothed, and the Lu family has spurned other suitors. Shenzhou clutched his chest, lamenting, "Jiang Shetong, you do not understand. For us men, the more we wish to avoid someone, the more we think of them, and the more we think, the greater the pain." Suddenly, a loud shout from a distance startled the boy who was preparing mischief. "Shenzhou, you scoundrel! How dare you return to the Imperial Academy?" Chapter 36. A fight. The voice, although clearly feminine, belonged to someone clad in masculine attire. Yet the scenery before her could not be concealed by mere scholars' robes. Yi Wangshu arrived like a gust of wind, urgent and fiery, embodying a spirit eager to pick a fight. Her father is General Yi Wujiao of the Left Guard, and she has been raised with a fiercely spirited disposition. With a fondness for blades and clubs, yet a disdain for Confucian rituals, she often clandestinely attended the military lectures intended for men, only to be caught by the instructor each time. If anyone were to see a scholar napping beneath the cypress tree, it would undoubtedly mean she had been punished. Yi Wangshu seized Shenzhou by the collar and gestured towards the female scholars, urging them to depart. Once they had risen, she exhaled in relief, though her demeanor remained tempestuous as she exclaimed, "Little traitor, caught again, have you?" Her ire was not unfounded. The previous incident involving the burning of the library had 3 participants. The punishment meted out by the National Academy was a 3-day fast, and the copying of the Academy's rules 100 times. To their astonishment, one individual boldly betrayed his companions, brazenly claiming sole responsibility before departing the Academy amidst the incredulous gazes of his cohorts. Shenzhou blinked and replied, "I was merely concerned you and Shun Hao might starve. It's not about treachery, it's about loyalty." Yi Wangshu retorted, "Do you have any idea how stern the instructor's gaze was upon us? Even using the restroom required an escort. Indeed, It must have been arduous for you. Shinjo conceded, but my time outside was hardly a walk in the park. Yi Wangshu smirked wryly. Even if his words bore truth, they warranted a significant discount in their credibility. She then cast a cautious glance around and lowered her voice. Do you have any clever ideas this time? Something that could facilitate the escape of all three of us? Shinjo shot her a withering look. There was an idea, but you scared it away. Realizing the implication, Yi Wangshu scoffed. So this plan excludes me, does it? After all the times I've helped you, especially when you peeked at the women's bath, I was the one who provided you with the opportunity. Like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, Shinjo sprang up. Stop exaggerating. That was just once. No, wait. It was only an accident. Someone threw a jade pendant at me, and I was merely looking for it. A playful smile curled Yi Wangshu's lips. Recalling their first encounter, the girl had just emerged from the bath, towel in hand, and noticed movement in the bushes. There lurked a boy, behaving suspiciously. An idea struck her. She approached quietly and tapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Which girl has caught your eye? Do you need my assistance? The boy, flustered and only 10 years old, knew nothing of romantic matters and stammered an explanation. The slightly older girl feigned recollection. I believe I just saw someone in the room pick up a white jade pendant. Why don't you lean closer to the window to check? Shinjo, gullible to her ruse, punctured the window paper, only to hear her shout, Catch the pervert. Startled, the boy stumbled and fled the scene. However, as he grew older and more mischievous, he bore no grudge against the girl. Instead, he considered her a confidant. And 3 years later, they would conspire together in the notorious arson of the National Academy. Pouting in feigned grievance, Yi Wangshu looked ready to weep. You heartless wretch. Shinjo quickly closed his eyes and shielded her charming face with his hand. Don't try that on me. It won't work anymore. Yi Wangshu retracted her expression, seemingly reproaching. You were quite interesting as a child. How have you become so twisted now? Have you heard of the saying, a man changes greatly by the age of 18? It's supposed to be for women. I assenti it? Stop rambling nonsense. Shinjo responded earnestly. If my plan succeeds, you could easily imitate me. Yi Wangshu glanced at the crowd, shaking her head in disappointment. You shameless one, I still have my dignity. What if that person is drawn to my beauty, and I take the initiative to tease him? What if he comes to propose? Shinjo, exasperated, replied, You're being foolish. Just seek out Shinhao. I assure you he harbors no intentions towards you, and your father would certainly look down on him. With that, he did not forget to nod at his good friend in the distance. Shinhao, perplexed, responded in a simple-minded manner. Yi Wangshu, her face full of resistance, said, No one would believe this if it got out. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. If you cannot accept that, then I am of no assistance. Shinjo remarked, digging into his food with gusto. Having missed it after 2 years, he truly was a glutton. Yi Wangshu seemed to have an idea. Raising an eyebrow. How about this? You take action against me, then you get punished, and I'll pretend to be too embarrassed to show my face. Everyone wins. Get lost, Shinjo replied without hesitation. I've heard that your father has been penalized for his incompetence, along with the left guard. And now he spends his days at home berating me. If I were to act against you, I cannot imagine the consequences. Yi Wangshu clapped her hands. That's exactly why it's credible. The son of the Qi King, unable to endure insults, retaliating and bullying the daughter of the left guard general. After saying this, she closed her eyes, presenting herself as a willing target. Come on. I'll let you have this chance. Will you ever marry? Marry whom? I am determined to become the first female general of Jianghu, just like the loyal marquis of old. And is this even your concern? Have you never thought about the other girls you admire? Will they marry in the future? As they spoke, someone approached leisurely. Shinjo, shrewd and calculating, commented, Of course, I've considered it. Look, someone is coming to the rescue. As long as I can find a suitable pretext to give him a good beating, I'm sure he'll be expelled from the National Academy. Mere brawling would not suffice. Such actions could not escape the scrutiny of the ritual liquor and the palace. And resorting to violence would only invoke a stringent response from above. For instance, having someone constantly by his side would ensure that whatever he did would be hindered. Justification is crucial. Shinjo learned this lesson only after suffering many setbacks. Living in the capital is no easy feat. The youthful rivalry over romantic interests provides ample justification, no need for regret. A brawl involving a royal grandson differs significantly from one where he fights for a woman. The former may merely reflect a clash of egos, while the latter jeopardizes the reputation of an innocent woman, especially with the morally dubious Shinjo involved. others would undoubtedly perceive him as a villain. And indeed, he was one. The many learned men in the capital, who valued propriety and decorum, would surely join forces to petition for his expulsion from the National Academy. A place of purity cannot tolerate filth and corruption. At that time, even though Shen Lin held the exalted position of emperor, he could not silence the voice of the masses. The only recourse was to heed public sentiment. Contemplating this, Shen Zhou abruptly rose, rolled up his sleeves, and declared to the newcomer, "It was I who did it. Unsatisfied, let us settle this with a duel." Chapter 37. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed sir. The visitor was none other than the Crown Prince Shen Yi of Jin. He bore no true animosity toward Shen Zhou, yet a minor grievance had emerged the previous night. Shen Zhou had been submerged in water, and he was reluctantly drawn into the rescue, resulting in the demise of all the guards he had brought. However, in Shen Zhou's eyes, it seemed as if the two young lords had privately conspired to bring about his downfall, particularly after emerging from the Department of Rights, which further solidified his suspicions. That chair was coveted by far too many. Recalling the scene from the previous night when he was forced to kneel, Shen Yi felt a chill run down his spine. The gaze directed at him had been one of utter predation. Yet now, within the confines of the Imperial Academy, before numerous peers, he could not afford to display even a hint of fear. He feigned composure and said, "Brother Zhou, what is the meaning of this?" This statement caused Shen Zhou to pause momentarily. It was a well-known secret among the students that Shen Yi harbored feelings for Lu Ziyuan. Although tradition dictated that men must marry only after coming of age, the protracted wars had decimated the population of the Central Plains, rendering such customs nearly obsolete. Even within the royal Shen family, many young men wed at the age of 16. Shen Yi, however, had postponed his marriage in hopes of waiting for his beloved. If all went according to plan, Prince Shen Chengjing would seek her hand in marriage within the next few months. Shen Zhou nonchalantly crossed his legs and remarked, "Isn't your visit related to Lu Ziyuan?" Clearing his throat, Shen Yi retorted, "Brother Zhou, she is to become your sister-in-law, and you ought to show her the respect she deserves. I recently heard that you have been rather disrespectful in your words. Go and apologize to her." Shen Zhou jabbed his chopsticks into his food as though presenting incense, then pushed the bowl forward and asked, "Is this sincere enough?" At that moment, a student could no longer contain himself and rebuked, "Though you are also of royal blood, you show no respect for your elders and act with impunity. Last night, you attempted to assassinate Shen Zhou, and today, you dare to tease your elder sister-in-law. Were I in your position, I would have no face left to remain at the Imperial Academy." Others chimed in, agreeing, "Brotherly speaks truthfully. In a place of such scholarly prestige, there is no room for scoundrels." Shen Yi valued his reputation and could not express such sentiments in front of others, opting instead to borrow the words of his peers. However, Shen Zhou was utterly unfazed by this tactic, scoffing, "You call her your elder sister-in-law, but has she consented to marry you? Or have you two exchanged secret vows?" Yi Wangshu punched him playfully and defended her good friend, saying, "Ziyuan is quite virtuous. She never speaks to men in the academy, except for the teachers." "Am I not considered a man?" Shen Zhou asked, bewildered as he pointed to himself. "You merely pressed her too hard," Yi Wangshu replied with exasperation. Shen Zhou comprehended the situation, exclaiming, "So it is but a one-sided affection. The illustrious Crown Prince of Jin cannot even secure the heart of a lady. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks?" Shen Yi's breath became short and rapid. He had long regarded Lu Ziyuan as his fiancée, allowing no one to provoke him in such a manner. He retorted sternly, "Ziyuan is unlike other women. Save your despicable tactics for the courtesans in the brothels." Shen Zhou rose, leaning close to the other's ear and softly suggested, "Let us compete fairly and see whose methods prevail, your righteousness or my shameless cunning. What say you?" "Do not force my hand." Shen Yi suppressed his emotions. Though he claimed those tactics were futile, his heart was heavy with worry. It is said that a virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor. What if this rogue not only pursued her, but also took the opportunity to slip Lu Ziyuan some sleeping powder? Would he not end up with nothing but an empty basket? Shen Zhou continued, "A man who cannot protect his beloved cannot hope to safeguard a kingdom." This statement struck Shen Yi like a sword, piercing deeply into his most cherished concerns. Shen Zhou felt a gust of wind rush past him, instinctively ducking for cover. He patted his chest, relieved to have escaped the encounter. These days have not been entirely fruitless, he mused, since his opponent had struck first. He called out to Shun Hao, "Leave Shen Yi to me. You handle the rest." The previously calm dining hall erupted into chaos. Shen Hao, with the might of a solitary warrior, leapt onto the table, toppling a group of people beneath him, embodying the indomitable spirit of the son of the old Yongxin king. These scholars, frail and bookish, had never witnessed such a scene. They were at a loss for how to evade the tumult, resorting to spouting lofty phrases, only to be knocked down by Shen Hao's fists. Shenzhou attempted to recall the martial arts he had practiced in recent days, but found himself drawing a blank, resorting instead to a flurry of punches and kicks, grabbing and throwing anything within reach in desperation. The onslaught was relentless, and food flew in every direction. Shen Yi found himself retreating under the barrage. Hot soup obscured his vision, and in a moment of carelessness, he slipped on a stray vegetable and fell to the ground with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Shenzhou mounted him, pinning his arms with his knees and raining down punches like a torrential downpour. At that moment, the supervisor, Hua Songzi, entered the dining hall with newly enrolled students. Hearing the commotion within, he proudly proclaimed, "Our National Academy thrives on scholarly exchange, even during meals. You must learn from your seniors in the future." The students, clad in freshly tailored blue scholar robes, clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Yes. However, as Hua Songzi stepped through the doorway, his expression shifted dramatically, flickering between hues of red and green, his white hair trembling with agitation. The new students, confused, craned their necks, wondering, isn't this supposed to be an exchange of knowledge? Why resort to fists? Clearly, a disagreement had escalated into a brawl. The National Academy, as expected, was brimming with vitality, igniting a fervor in all present. Hua Songzi's eyelids twitched as he struggled to voice his authority, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. After several attempts, he finally shouted hoarsely, "Cease this at once." Shen Hao turned to see the supervisor, casually discarding a student he had just thrown to the ground, feigning anger as he sat nearby. "Have you not heard the elder's command? Halt this at once." Amidst the chaos, only Shenzhou remained unfazed, continuing his actions until someone finally pulled him away. Even then, he did not forget to deliver a couple of parting kicks. Hua Songzi darkened his face and declared, "You lot, come with me." In the courtyard of the Guozijian, Shenlin was engaged in a convivial drink with the sacrificial wine master Yi Song. The figure of Gugu, standing beside them with hands clasped over his abdomen, softly remarked. Today, when His Highness the Crown Prince entered the academy, he appeared remarkably spirited. Shenlin wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he replied, "I hope I have not caused you any inconvenience." Yi Song stroked his beard and chuckled. "I am unperturbed by inconvenience. My only concern is not to hinder these children." The previous expulsion of Shenzhou from the Guozijian was also in consideration of the other scholars. "I beseech your majesty to bear no ill will." Shenlin assured him earnestly, "It is only proper. However, by employing Gugu to keep him in check for a time, I believe he will find a measure of tranquility. If he can cultivate good habits, instructing him later will undoubtedly be much simpler." An elderly official hurriedly traversed the corridor, and upon hearing the report, Shenlin's smile faltered. "I am beset with numerous affairs. I implore you, master, to exert more discipline over Zhou." With that, he exited through the back door of the Guozijian without a backward glance. Chapter 38. Disappointment. As Shenlin ascended into his palanquin, he quietly inquired, "Was it not said that he was in high spirits?" Gugu, with an awkward expression, replied uncertainly, "Indeed, I believe so." Left alone in the courtyard, Yi Song remained in a daze, muttering incessantly, "Such a disgrace to scholarship. It is truly a disgrace." Once he regained his composure, he realized Shenlin had already departed and bitterly mused, "His Majesty has left me with a hot potato." At over 70 years of age, Yi Song hailed from a prestigious lineage and had devoted much of his life to teaching. Originally from the state of Chu, he had once stood at the gates of the academy, brandishing a blade to protect his students against the formidable forces of Kangwu. Having just bitten off the toughest bone in the Central Plains, Shenlin held immense confidence in unifying the realm and even contemplated future governance issues. Thus he sought an audience with Yi Song. When Yi Song presented himself before the new sovereign, his demeanor remained unflinching, and he spoke with fervor, ultimately expressing his desire to exchange his life for a chance at survival for countless scholars of Chu. Shenlin, moved by his sincere heart, vowed not to harm any student who did not engage in treasonous actions, and invited him to the capital to serve as the sacrificial wine master of the Guozijian. At that time, Yi Song, overwhelmed by the loss of his homeland, could not conceal his sorrow. He lamented the impotence of scholars in safeguarding their families and country and resolutely declined. Shenlin did not press him further, but merely encouraged the elder to travel and observe, to compare the governance of Kangwu with that of Chu. When the two met again, it was already the third year of Jingming. Yi Song, alone and riding an old horse, journeyed to the capital. Upon learning of his arrival, Shenlin led the civil and military officials 10 miles out of the city to greet him, thus culminating in Yi Song's current role as the sacrificial winemaster of the Guozijian. Huasongzi cursed along the way, disregarding the sage's counsel that gentlemen should not speak indiscreetly. Shun Yi grimaced in pain, probing the injuries on his face with his fingers. With each touch, he gasped, hoping fervently that no scars would remain. Meanwhile, Shinzhou hopped across the stone bricks, meticulously avoiding any cracks, having already jumped 200 times. He only needed to persist a little longer to break the record. Shen Hao, clutching his belly, complained, "You should have waited for me to finish eating before commencing. My punches lack any power." Huasongzi brought the three individuals before the esteemed Master Yi, bowing respectfully as he recounted. It is these individuals who have displayed their brutishness in the dining hall, not only tarnishing the sacred grounds of Wenhua, but also undermining the esteemed reputation of our institution in front of the new students. A mere reprimand would do little to quell public outrage. Just as Shun Yi was about to offer an explanation, Shinzhou interjected, "This is a grave injustice, Master Yi." Everyone witnessed that they initiated the conflict. Shun Hao chimed in, "Indeed, they were the aggressors. We were merely compelled to retaliate." "Do not utter such nonsense," Huasongzi asserted with conviction. "You two are clearly colluding, and your testimonies lack credibility." Shun Yi has always excelled in both character and scholarship at the Guozijian, showing respect to his mentors and kindness to his peers. How is it that upon your arrival today, he has suddenly changed his demeanor? Shinzhou tossed his hair dismissively, remarking, "Perhaps it is due to his envy of my charm?" He was met with Huasongzi's scornful retort, "Beauty may adorn the outside, yet the inside may be rotten." Shun Yi bowed deeply, confessing, "It is true that I was the first to strike, but this was incited by Shunzhou's provocation. I implore you to discern the truth." He was adept at leaving a favorable impression on those he sought to win over, always courteous in his demeanor. Yi Song, with hands clasped behind his back and eyes closed, remarked, "One must exercise self-restraint to master anger." "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Xie." Observing the situation, Shinzhou sensed that something was amiss. Compared to the previous incident involving the burning of the library, Yi Song's demeanor was unusually composed. Such tranquility often indicated that the repercussions would not be severe. He then embellished the story dramatically, emphasizing how he had been led astray by the allure of Shun Yi, step by step provoking his emotions, and how, during the altercation, he had deliberately struck Shin Yi's face, all while attempting to deceive their mentor and cry out his innocence first. Upon hearing this, Huasongzi was infuriated, pointing at the youth and exclaiming, You infuriate me beyond measure. Since the establishment of the Guozijian, never has there been a student with such a wicked heart." Yi Song, though no less agitated than Huasongzi, refrained from showing it, weighing his options carefully in light of Shun Lin's request. "Since your resolve is so unstable, shall you be expelled from the Guozijian?" Shinzhou, with eager anticipation, quickly interjected, "Then go tend to the horses for a while. Do not neglect your studies." Sometimes, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. To engage in brawling only to be relegated to horse tending? How much effort could that possibly require? Shinzhou, undeterred, remarked, "Master Yi, you should also consider Hua Jianchong's opinion. If I were him, I certainly would not acquiesce." Huasongzi took a few deep breaths, muttering a few phrases about inclusivity to suppress his anger, before stating, "You must have invested considerable effort to re-enter the Guozijian. Let this matter be settled. As per Master Yi's words, you shall not err again in the future. I will ensure additional guards are stationed within the courtyard. Please, do not be so harsh." Shinzhou pleaded, "It was not my intention to return. Grant me a chance." Yi Song waved his sleeve dismissively. "My decision is final. Return now." With his head hung low, Shinzhou trudged toward the horse stable. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman is the mastery of horsemanship, which encompasses the etiquette of riding and driving. Thus, the Guozijian maintained a stable of fine horses for students to practice. There was but one groom, a man named Wang, who was a limping fellow, not skilled in conversation, and who greeted others with a silly grin. Shenzhou nodded in acknowledgement to him, and then sat on a nearby cart, lost in his own melancholy thoughts. Shenhao consoled, "It's not entirely a misfortune. Although we cannot venture outside for the time being, at least we can seize the opportunity to evade classes. The master did not specify how long we are to tend to the horses." Shenzhou's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. It was hardly a cause for celebration, merely an attempt to find joy amidst hardship. Noticing the bruise at the corner of his brother's eye, Shunhao expressed concern. "I shall fetch some medicine for you." At that moment, a round-faced girl emerged from the back of the carriage, extending her right hand and saying, "Here, this is for you." Resting in her palm was an exquisite silver box adorned with intricate carvings, unmistakably crafted by the renowned Sioux, New Jersey Lu, and undoubtedly valuable. Shenzhou did not take the box, curiosity piquing his interest. "Jiang Shutong, we are hardly that familiar, are we? Could it be that it contains poison? You wish to do me in? How heartless of you." Irritated, Jiang Shutong hurled the box at him, retorting, "To assume ill of others is to misunderstand their intentions. I should not have offered to bring you medicine." Realizing her lapse, she quickly covered her mouth. Shenzhou picked up the box, admired it in the sunlight, and laughed. "You needn't feign innocence. You have already confessed. Pray tell, which young lady cannot bear to see me injured?" Jiang Shutong shook her head vigorously, nearly dislodging the wooden hairpin from her hair. "Aren't you clever? Can't you guess?" Shenzhou pretended to ponder, deliberately guessing incorrectly. "It could only be that scoundrel Yu Wangshu. I can think of no one else." Jiang Shutong pouted, covered her ears, and stormed off in anger. "Betrayer. All men are betrayers." Shenzhou chuckled. After 2 years apart. Who taught her such things? Chapter 39. Daily Life. Shunhao accepted the box, dipped his finger into the ointment, and gently applied it to the corner of Shenzhou's eye, speculating. Perhaps she learned it from the novels. These young ladies delight in tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. That one girl nearly eloped with a down-and-out scholar. Who? Speak clearly. Shenzhou interjected, eager for gossip. "I have no intention of marrying any of them. They are of no concern to me, and I shall forget them as soon as I hear their names," Shunhao replied, exasperated. For over 10 days, Shunyi refrained from causing any trouble, likely deterred by the throngs at the Guozijian. Shenzhou enjoyed a period of leisure, spending his days idling in the stables, while Shunhao arranged for assistants with their academic obligations. Remarkably, the aides from the Yongxin Wangfu were exceptionally skilled, able to imitate Shenzhou's handwriting so flawlessly that one could hardly discern the difference without careful comparison. As winter descended upon the capital, the first heavy snowfall arrived, as if some celestial being had carelessly toppled a vat of white jade rice. The temperature plummeted, and the city's moat cracked under the icy grip. The farmers, who had toiled throughout the year, now found themselves with rare leisure. Only the younger men ventured out into the snow-laden fields to gather firewood for charcoal, hoping to supplement their family's income. After several futile attempts to resist, Shenzhou resigned himself to fate, choosing to proceed to the Guozijian under the escort of the left guard. After all, being bound daily led others to believe that something untoward had transpired at the Qi Wangfu. Clad in a white fox fur coat, the youth ambled along, pausing intermittently to gaze around, until he halted beside a charcoal vendor's stall, playfully fanning the coals and inquiring, "Is it expensive?" The vendor was a straightforward man. Upon noticing esteemed guests arriving, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. The sweat from his coarse cotton shoes had crystallized into frost upon the surface, each step echoing as he reported to the young master, "Here we have the finest oak charcoal, priced at 21 per dough, while the cheaper maple charcoal is merely 18 The Qi Wangfu was not in want of charcoal, having stockpiled ample supplies in advance each year. Nevertheless, Shenzhou took considerable time to haggle with the vendor, merely to delay his journey to school. The attendants from the left guard did not press him, adhering to His Majesty's directives. If the heir was unwilling to attend the Guozijian, they were to ensure he was bound and taken before the hour of Chun, but conversely, they could afford to wait an additional hour. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement. Oak charcoal at 19 and maple charcoal at 15 Shenzhou selected a basketful and handed it to the left guard behind him, leaving the vendor an address for the remaining charcoal to be delivered, along with instructions for a servant to fetch the payment. The vendor, observing the youth's attire and the armored soldiers stationed behind him, surmised that the young master was unlikely to deceive him. He nodded in assurance that he would depart immediately, ensuring the charcoal would reach the young master's residence without delay. Once Shenzhou departed, The charcoal seller summoned his wife to load the charcoal onto their cart, mentally reciting the address twice, and affixed the cart's harness. Struggling to move through the snow, they needed to conserve their old ox for winter feed, reluctant to expend its strength. Before long, the couple arrived at the entrance of the Jianghu. Although they were illiterate, the towering stone lions on either side, standing several meters high, left them breathless with trepidation. It was unfathomable what kind of status one must possess to reside in such a grand estate within the capital. The man, summoning his courage, grasped the gilded door knocker and gently tapped, fearful of incurring the ire of the nobles within. Soon, the door opened just a crack, and a servant inquired, "This is the Jianghu. What brings you here?" The man, startled, stammered, "I merely sought a drink of water, but I am no longer thirsty. My apologies for the intrusion." Although the gatekeeper harbored doubts, he still closed the door. The wife watched her husband return, drenched in sweat, and asked with concern, "Did that young master deceive us?" "It's no matter, the loss is not great. We just need to buy another basket to return to Jianghu on our way home," he replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead and urging his wife to leave quickly. Regardless of the noble's lineage, they were mere common folk, not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he had been clever enough not to demand payment in person, lest they find themselves unable to leave the city gates. Just then, an elderly man emerged from a side door of the estate, holding a pot of hot tea, and smiled, saying, "No need to rush, it's bitterly cold. Warm yourselves." The man paused, hesitated, and then approached, kneeling as he said, "I pay my respects to the prince." The woman, unaware of the situation, stiffened slightly at the mention of the prince. The elder chuckled and urged him to rise, explaining, "I am merely Wang, a steward of the estate." He then poured tea for both of them and kindly inquired, "How has this year's harvest fared? Have your children been studying?" The man, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "This year's harvest has been satisfactory. At last, we've managed to save enough for the school fees, allowing my child to attend private tutoring. Though he is rather mischievous, much to the teacher's chagrin. Whenever the topic of children arises, parents may often express blame and disdain outwardly, yet their hearts brim with joy and happiness." The benevolent steward Wang remarked, "My heir is much like that. You witnessed it today. However, mischievous children tend to be the more clever ones. They will surely mature well." The man recalled the elegantly dressed young master and couldn't help but swallow hard, hesitating to engage further. How could his mischievous son possibly compare to the esteemed heir? He mumbled, "Having enjoyed some hot tea, I must take my leave now." Steward Wang pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket, smiling as he said, "My heir enjoys a jest. The charcoal will be purchased at the original price, and the surplus shall be deemed a gift. Please procure a few new garments for your child to celebrate the new year." Without waiting for the astonished expressions of the two, he instructed the servants to carry the charcoal back to the manor. As the side door closed, the man regained his composure and grasped his wife's hand, exclaiming, "Strike me twice to see if I am dreaming." The woman shyly withdrew her hand and playfully tapped her husband's chest, teasing, "Look at you." The man noticed that the cup in his hand had not been taken away and exclaimed with excitement, "Let us cherish it at home. May it bring us the blessings of the Wang manor." The nobility in the city was not as fearsome as rumored. They were rather amiable. Shenzhou reluctantly swallowed the date cake purchased from Zhou's shop, carrying the charcoal as he entered the academy. Due to the snowfall, the instructor at the Guozijian allowed the students to compose poetry in the front courtyard, urging them not to waste such a picturesque scene. Shenzhou did not greet anyone and walked to the back on his own. The horse barn was exposed to the elements, yet it was fortunate to have the warmth of the charcoal fire. The monitor, Huasongzi, immediately spotted the tardy youth and expressed concern. Is he planning to set fire to the Guozijian again? The younger instructor, Jianghu, shook his head, replying, if he were to act, he wouldn't choose such weather. It wouldn't catch fire. In the front courtyard, the students' poetry often drew inspiration from the snow, expressing their fervent aspirations, while others lamented their distant parents. Shunyi smiled at a young woman and inquired, "Do you have any inspiration?" Lu Ziyuan withdrew her gaze from the distance and shook her head. "I am unworthy. I have only a fleeting thought." Before she could finish, Yu Wangshu interrupted, "Speak your mind. Who are you trying to impress?" Her father held Shenzhou in higher regard, frequently speaking ill of the prince to his daughter. Shun Yi cleared his throat awkwardly and stood amidst the crowd, declaring, "My fellow classmates, your eloquence is commendable, truly befitting the students of the Guozijian." In the dead of night, witnessing the city blanketed in snow, I felt inspired to compose a poem. I request your critique, and if you could be lenient, especially you, brotherly, it would be even better. He was already renowned for his literary talent in the Guozijian, and with his royal lineage, he was willing to lower himself to befriend all sorts of individuals, thus attracting many followers. Someone flattered, since it is composed by Brother E, it must be a fragrant piece of literature. Critique is unnecessary. Let us simply enjoy it together. Among the students at the Guozijian, there were at least 3 surnamed Shun, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Using names would be more appropriate. After some playful banter with the flatterers, Shun E finally spoke earnestly. Petals of jade scatter, falling from the heavens. Mountains and rivers are dyed pure for you. Once adorned with plum blossoms and snow, peering into the mirror, now, I entrust my icy heart to the inkstone. Should one envy the cold branches where the kite rests, particularly seeking warmth in the hearth's ashes? I merely wish for the evening snow to grace my hair, still holding the delicate hand without letting go. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who discreetly glanced at Lu Ziyuan nearby. What a graceful lady, indeed, a gentleman's ideal match. Shen Yi continued. This poem has yet to be titled. Do any of you have good suggestions? A sycophant chimed in. Why not call it Ode to Snow and the Kite? Shen Yi gazed at Lu Ziyuan with eager anticipation and asked, What do you think? Jiang Shutong interjected. It's quite decent. The embellishments are commendable. She, being closely acquainted with Lu Ziyuan's grandfather, both serving in the Ministry of Rights, understood that her dear friend held no interest in the gentleman before them. Shen Yi solemnly swore, It is all from my genuine heart. A man's sincerity is akin to the snowflakes in the sky, each one distinct and plentiful. Amidst the clamor below, Huasongzi smiled at the man beside him and inquired, Could it be your daughter has taken a liking to Shen Yi? After all, the Jiang family wields greater influence in court. Jiang Cha, with a bitter expression, replied, Mr. Hua, please do not jest. This child has recently been reading some peculiar texts, always speaking to men with veiled barbs. I worry whether my daughter will ever find a suitor. If not, we may have to settle for a son-in-law who comes to us. It's rather amusing, as Jiang Zhuahue dotes on this granddaughter, claiming she resembles him greatly. Were she a boy, she would undoubtedly surpass her father in the future. Jiang Cha, feeling helpless, gazed at his father's tattooed arm, his heart heavy with despair. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through the gathering, proclaiming, Speaking of Ode to Snow and the Kite, I am reminded of a similar piece titled Ode to Snow for the Kite. Lu Ziyuan's countenance shifted dramatically, disregarding her usual composure. She grit her teeth and warned, If you dare recite it, I shall have someone deal with you. Witnessing her friend's loss of composure, Jiang Shutong was overcome with curiosity and implored, Sister Lu, let him speak. If it truly sounds dreadful, I will have my grandfather punish him. Shen Yi, equally intrigued, remarked darkly, Has Hao also penned something akin to this? I would like to hear it. Shen Hao, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, elbowed the crown prince's heir aside and began to indulge in his own reverie, on a night fraught with wind and snow. Where one could scarcely see their hand before their face, a young girl, with her parents' consent, adorned her face with subtle makeup, clandestinely meeting her lover. Lu Ziyuan trembled with rage, nearly choking on her words. It was during the day. It was not a secret meeting. It was at my home. Most of the young scholars at the Imperial Academy were merely 15 or 16. Upon hearing such fabrications tarnishing their honor, their emotions became uncontrollable. Shen Yi felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that the woman he favored had an affair with this scoundrel Shen Hao? What gave him the right? Was it due to his lack of sense? How was this any different from a ghost story? Jiang Shutong, noticing her friend's distress, firmly stated, A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. I no longer wish to hear this. Lu Ziyuan wiped away the unshed tears at the corner of her eyes, defiantly declaring, Recite it. Go ahead and recite it loudly. Let us see who is truly embarrassed, me or him. Shen Yi's heart sank further. Was there truly another? How many people were involved? Shen Hao had nearly retreated in trepidation, fearing that he might incur the wrath of Lu Guanchao's granddaughter, which would undoubtedly be a painful affair. However, with the principal party now in agreement, he could only clarify, Let it be known that the author of this poem is not I, but another. Lu Ziyuan buried her head on Jiang Shudong's shoulder and, in a fit of rage, commanded, Recite it. Shen Hao cleared his throat and began. The Jade Emperor scratches his feet, kneading the mud. The Milky Way's ladle spills cotton fluff. The Dragon King, in haste last night. 10,000 shrimp soldiers pour forth with might. The old lord's alchemical pot exploded. Flour clogs the heavenly ladder, corroded. Lu Yu brews tea, accidentally urinating. Ziyuan paints her eyebrows with mucus. It's disheartening. Upon completing his recitation, he swiftly escaped the scene, exclaiming, "This was your request." Numerous male scholars stifled their laughter, feigning ignorance of the spectacle. I seem to have forgotten my studies yesterday. I must make amends. I have yet to finish my readings. And the teacher will conduct a surprise check today. I must hurry. Shun Yi wished to offer consolation, but was silenced by Yi Wangshu's disapproving glance. Do you not understand the propriety of male-female interactions? Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Shutong patted her friend's back and remarked, truly nonsensical. Sister Lu, do tell me who penned this. I shall have someone teach him a lesson, regardless of whether he is a royal. Yi Wangshu mentally reviewed potential culprits and concluded, aside from that scoundrel Xinzhou, I cannot think of another. It dawned on Jiang Shutong. No wonder he asked me to deliver medicine. Lu Ziyuan gradually ceased her sobs and shifted the topic. I was but a child then, knowing nothing of the world. The two felt it inappropriate to dwell further on the matter. Years prior, the left minister Lu Guanxiao had intended to arrange a marriage alliance with the Qi royal house and had specifically instructed Lu Ziyuan to present herself attractively when the suitor arrived. The young lady, full of hopes, adorned herself with what she believed was a beautiful visage, only to be ridiculed by the young man, who likened her face to that of a monkey's rear and even composed a poem mocking her. Incensed, she retaliated, imparting a sound lesson to the insolent youth. From that point onward, the two families had little contact, though Lu Ziyuan occasionally found herself reminiscing. Yet, since his expulsion from the Imperial Academy, he had become increasingly reckless, never once returning to see her, which was truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Xinzhou, one of the parties involved, reclined on a haystack, basking in the warmth of the charcoal fire. He produced a bottle of Jiu Yun Chun from his bosom and cheerfully called out, Old Wang, care for a drink? Chapter 41. Old friends in the warmth of winter's wine, it eases the troubled heart. Today, the stableman Wang seemed to be in good spirits, initiating conversation, Your Highness. The young lord appears to be in fine fettle. Xinzhou leaned against the hay, shifting to a more comfortable position, propping his head in curiosity. Has someone informed you of my status? Wang, feeling a bit bashful, chuckled. I only heard from the scholars in the courtyard. They occasionally inquire about what your highness does daily in the stable. Do you still dare to drink? Xinzhou inquired, shaking the bottle. There's nothing to fear in that regard, Wang replied, cautiously pouring himself a cup. Seeing it nearly overflow, he hastily caught the excess with his mouth, grinning. Since your highness thinks highly of me, I shall not hold back. The Jiu Yun Chun was somewhat mild upon entry, with a hint of sweetness. Yet its potency was considerable. Before long, both were feeling pleasantly intoxicated. Xinzhou then realized that Wang was quite the conversationalist. He remarked that although his left leg was 3 inches shorter than his right, his equestrian skills were remarkably impressive, as if heaven had pitted him and provided him with a living crutch. Xinzhou clapped his hands and said, impressive, with abilities like yours. It must be challenging to find a wife, right? Wang Mafu wiped his mouth and chuckled foolishly. It is indeed a bit difficult. Who would fancy a man like me? But I have married nonetheless. The young gentleman expressed curiosity. I would like to hear more. On the Lantern Festival of the 5th year of Jingming, Wang Mafu, who was not as limping then, clutched the scattered silver coins he had saved over a lifetime and, blushing, redeemed the kitchen made from Baiwa Tower. He reminisced. Those were truly impoverished times. After marrying, we had nothing in the house besides a few jars of pickled vegetables. Xinzhou, not one to enjoy silence, interjected. As long as you two work together with one heart, your future will surely improve. After saying this, he poured another cup of wine for Wang Mafu. Yet, wishes often remain mere wishes. Sometimes, the flicker of hope that life so painstakingly ignites is doused by a cold splash of reality. A few months later, the new bride bore a daughter, and before she could even complete her confinement, she eloped with another man, taking half a jar of pickled radishes with her. When the neighbor informed the weary Wang Mafu, who had just returned home after a long day's work, he felt little sorrow, as if he had anticipated this day. He merely lamented the pickled radishes, knowing they wouldn't taste good after being removed prematurely from their brine. Xinzhou slowly contemplated how to comfort the man before him. To his surprise, Wang Mafu smiled warmly and said, But my daughter Xiaoman is particularly clever. Her health has always been frail, but after treatment from a city doctor, she is much better now. Is she the same Xiaoman as that of Wang Quan? Shenzhou gently inquired. Wang Mafu drew in the dirt with his finger, saying, I cannot read, but I know only how to write my daughter's name. Your Highness, could you confirm if these are the correct characters? The scrawled letters on the ground were crooked, resembling trails left by a swarm of ants. Shenzhou nodded. Indeed, a lovely name. Folding his arms, he remarked, Old Wang. What good fortune! I too desire a daughter, yet it seems you have beaten me to it. Wang Mafu, appearing only capable of silly laughter, scratched his head and said, I wish to ask your Highness for a favor. Do tell, Shenzhou responded generously. After a long pause, Wang Mafu, clutching his sleeve, said, Every day at the Guozijian, I see nothing but scholars and students. I want my daughter to be educated, so she can have a bright future. Do you think there is a chance? Upon hearing such a question, Shenzhou's initial reaction was to curse, wondering if the man had lost his mind wanting an education. However, after some thought, he replied, Gaining entry to the Guozijian is somewhat challenging, but if my father could vouch for you, it should not be a problem. However, a girl, even if she were to hold an official position, could only serve in the inner palace, and reuniting with her might not be easy. Wang Mafu patted his chest, declaring, If she truly could enter the inner palace, even if Xiaoman does not acknowledge me as her father, I would accept it. Shenzhou raised the wine jug and clinked cups with him, laughing heartily. How could that be? Having you as her father is indeed a blessing for Xiaoman. The two continued to chat about various topics until they eventually drifted into a deep sleep. In the classroom, just after a lesson had concluded, the drowsy Shunhao was abruptly dragged into a corner, exclaiming in irritation, Who dares to disturb my slumber? Do you have a death wish? Two women stood on either side of him like formidable sentinels, their expressions far from amiable. Shunhao harbored a certain trepidation towards Yi Wangshu, even questioning whether his disinterest in women stemmed from the relentless bullying he endured at her hands during his childhood. Jiang Shutong, shedding her previously timid demeanor, placed her hands on her hips and demanded, Sister Lu, you must disclose the truth regarding your encounters with Shenzhou. Shunhao's gaze flickered, his words vague as he replied, It's just that Shen uncle brought Xiao Zhou to propose. You all must be aware of that. Yi Wangshu produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, tracing its tip along her fingers before exhaling. Liars shall face consequences. Having spent over 5 years in close companionship with Lu Ziyuan, they understood each other's temperaments intimately. If Shenzhou had merely penned an odd poem, it would hardly incite such fury from Lu Ziyuan. Given her nature, she would have merely responded with a cold laugh, suggesting that deeper secrets lay concealed. Upholding the principle of seeking justice for their sister, the two resolved to uncover the truth before contemplating any form of retribution. As the blade edged closer, Shunhao wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, explaining, It's simply too hot. Yi Wangshu leaned closer, exhaling a puff of mist. Little rat. You feel the heat, do you? Once I drain your blood, you'll be quite cool. You are a demon from hell, aren't you? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Come with me to hell. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi Wangshu swung the knife with force. Shunhao, eyes tightly shut in terror, cried out. I remember now. Yi Wangshu halted her movements, patting his shoulder. That's more like it. Let us find a secluded spot and clarify our matters. The trio traversed the classroom and headed straight to the back of the dormitory, a place devoid of students during the day due to classes. Speak of what you know, Yi Wangshu commanded without preamble. Shunhao, nervously glancing around to ensure no one was present, finally spoke. Do you recall 2 years ago when Xiao Zhou was expelled from the Guozijian? Jiang Shutong interjected. Of course, that was when he transformed into a clumsy oaf. I truly had not anticipated. Shunhao raised a hand to silence her. Let us not dwell on that. Do you recall if any other significant events occurred around the same time? Yi Wangshu gasped in surprise. The left minister, Lu Guanchao, was arrested for treason. However, she quickly realized how this related to Shenzhou and Lu Mei. Freshly returned from the brink of death, Shunhao's thoughts flowed freely, illuminating the connection. I suspect that as well. Perhaps exchanging information might lead to revelations. Chapter 42. The tale 10 years ago, King Wu annihilated 12 nations, unifying the realm. The populace of these 12 nations was divided into 2 categories, the remnants of war and the survivors of the conflict. The former had accepted reality and were hastening their integration into Kangwu, while the latter clung to hope, yearning for the day they could restore their homeland. Numerous survivors masqueraded as remnants, infiltrating every facet of the court, rendering governance exceedingly challenging. Initially, Shen Lin aspired to govern the nation utilizing officials from the original Jianghu. While the capital was manageable, the situation became dire when it involved the ancestral lands of a fallen nation facing severe resistance. Local aristocratic families perceived these outsiders as obstructions to their career paths, leading to the court's inability to implement even the most fundamental decrees. A military general once suggested emulating the practices of the past, proposing a brutal campaign akin to the 3 massacres of Jianghu to instill fear among the populace. Yet this was met with vehement opposition from numerous scholars. Shen Lin believed that the toll of war had already claimed enough lives and wished to avoid further bloodshed, ultimately opting for a compromise. Aside from the northern border garrisons, he retained only a small contingent of troops in the central plains for maintaining order, while the remaining hundreds of thousands of soldiers were restructured into the 16 guards stationed near the capital's provinces. This strategy ensured that the court maintained a decisive military advantage, capable of quelling any insurrections. On the civil front, he opened the imperial examination system to stabilize public sentiment, emphasizing that Jianghu belonged not solely to its original inhabitants, but to all. However, this policy inadvertently allowed remnants of the war to exploit loopholes, as one could not determine a person's intentions solely by their scholarly attire. This delicate balance persisted until the 8th year of Jingming, when radical remnants of the war, sensing an opportune moment, audaciously submitted a joint petition requesting the court to grant full autonomy to various provinces, even including the establishment of local militias. His Majesty, incensed, commanded the Ministry of Justice to take action, apprehending all officials who had signed the petition. Under Shen Lin's covert directive, Lu Guanchao, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, pleaded for these officials during the morning court session, only to be swiftly accused of treason and imprisoned. Those remnants who had concealed themselves rejoiced, visiting the prison to assure that they would rescue Minister Lu, even at the cost of some lives. Securing an influential figure from the 3 ministries would undoubtedly bolster the voice of the anti-war faction in the court, laying a solid foundation for future insurrections. Thus, Shen Lin seized the opportunity to apprehend another group of individuals. And it was not until the last of the fish became wary that Lu Guanchao emerged from his cell and regained his position. Yi Wangshu mused that this incident had caused quite a stir in the court, though only 2 were privy to the truth. Consequently, after Lu's arrest, the Lu family endured immense hardship, as the populace genuinely believed the treason narrative, hurling rotten vegetables at their residence and spitting at their doorstep. Lu's sister had not visited the Imperial Academy for quite some time due to this. Jiang Shutong expressed her indignation, remarking that these men, who usually pretended to be charming, were quick to distance themselves from Sister Lu even before the court's verdict was announced, with some even spreading rumors that she had been unfaithful to the remnants of the war, branding her as disreputable. Shen Yi remained silent, too timid to speak up. Shen Hao finally found an opportunity to interject, asserting that the number of those aware of the truth exceeded 2, setting aside the prominent figures from the 3 ministries. At the very least, Shen Zhou had surmised the situation. He noted that if the Lu family were truly plotting treason, why would only the left vice minister be apprehended? This was evidently a ploy by His Majesty to cast a line and see who would bite. Jiang Shudong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, "So, Shen Zhou set fire to the Imperial Academy to avenge Sister Lu?" Shen Hao could not help but admire her. How could she always relate everything to matters of love? With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Perhaps it is a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Yi Wangshu, looking disappointed, replied, "Is that all? We have been plotting for quite some time. It is now time to put our plans into action. It is merely a coincidence that we intersected." "Yi sister, you are here too? I thought it was only Shen Zhou and Shen Hao," Jiang Shutong exclaimed in surprise. Shen Hao playfully tapped her forehead with the handle of his fan, remarking, "Your thoughts are not so hard to decipher, are they? You just want to indulge in the gossip." Jiang Shutong turned her head away, dissatisfied. "Do not speak nonsense. This is all for Sister Lu." Although Shen Zhou had suggested advancing the timing of the arson, connecting the 2 events seemed far-fetched, given that the 2 had not interacted much at the Guozijian. Shen Hao continued to inquire, "During those days when Lu Zhiyuan was at home, did you 2 not visit her?" Jiang Shutong hesitated, saying, "My grandfather said we could go to the Lu residence, but we must do so openly and cannot visit Grandfather Lu in prison." Yi Wangshu interjected, "My father forbade me from going, yet I still went." This highlighted the differing mindsets of the 2 families. The Jiang family, clearly aware of the truth, valued an upright approach, while the Yi family seemed reluctant to associate with the matter. What do you think? Is it appealing? Shunhao shook his head. What I mean is, how was Lu Zhiyuan's state at that time? Logically, one would be extremely worried and unable to eat when a relative is imprisoned. The two women exchanged knowing smiles, and Jiang Shutong replied, You underestimate Sister Lu. If Xinzhou could sense something amiss, she certainly could as well. Hence, her demeanor was much the same as usual. Yi Wangshu, lost in thought, remarked, In hindsight, that seems incorrect, no matter how clever one is. Facing a crisis involving close kin would surely cause one to lose their composure. Shunhao feigned profundity, stating, That is a reasonable assertion. But what if Uncle Lu spoke with Sister Lu? He is known for his meticulous and composed nature. Even my grandfather praises him for his ministerial talents, Jiang Shutong countered. Shunhao calmly responded, You have acknowledged that Uncle Lu is prudent. Even if he suspected something, he would not utter a word until the situation was resolved. Then what do you think happened? It cannot be that Xinzhou spoke with Sister Lu, Jiang Shutong replied, her temper rising slightly. That is rather obvious, Shunhao said, brushing the snow off a stone with his foot as he sat down. After Xinzhou left the Guozijian, he went missing every night. Initially, I thought he was preoccupied with something important, but upon following him, I discovered otherwise. You are quite the stalker, following your friend around, Yi Wangshu scoffed. I was concerned he might have good news without including me, Shunhao explained, continuing, At that time, there was a curfew in the capital, and he would sneak out every night for half a month, quietly climbing over the wall into the Lu residence, only to emerge after an hour or two. While I do not know what he was doing inside, there are two pieces of evidence to support my conjecture. First, you mentioned that Lu Zhiyuan was in a good state, and second, the people of the Lu residence did not intervene, for on one particular night, Uncle Lu saw him as well. Jiang Shutong covered her mouth, her expression one of infatuation. The reconciliation between the two parties concluded, and even a fool could discern the underlying issues. No wonder the left minister had rejected all suitors. Yi Wangshu pinched the cheerful mouths of the two and cautioned, Keep this matter to yourselves, it must not be spoken of. Just then, an uproar erupted from outside. The horses have died. All the horses in the stable are dead. Chapter 43. Trouble. Xinzhou, disturbed by the commotion, sat up, rubbing his heavy head, and grumbled, Is there a funeral? Who has died at the Imperial Academy? Before long, a throng of students and teachers encircled the stable, led by the strict discipline officer, Huasongzi, who sternly proclaimed, I had hoped you would reform. But it seems you are beyond redemption. While books may be defensible as inanimate objects, what excuse do you have for these horses? Xinzhou, swaying, stood up and blinked in bewilderment, gazing around. Hey, they were just fine a moment ago. Why are they all lying down now? Old Wang, where are you? A student spoke up. The stableman Wang took leave yesterday. Do not lay blame unjustly. Another chimed in. Indeed, he has not been seen today. That cannot be right. He was just here drinking with me, Xinzhou said, staggering and leaning against a pillar. Your heart is malicious, and you are a habitual liar. The Imperial Academy cannot retain you. You may leave, Huasongzi stated expressionlessly. As a teacher, he believed there were no irredeemable students unless he was utterly disheartened, which was why he uttered such words. Xinzhou smiled faintly. He genuinely wished to escape the academy, but not in this manner. He retorted coldly, I will own up to my actions, but if anyone seeks to tarnish my reputation, they should consider the repercussions. You claim innocence, but do you have any evidence? Huasongzi inquired. Xinzhou glanced at the wine bottles on the ground and shook his head. The other students insisted they had not seen Wang. No amount of explanation would suffice, for one voice cannot withstand the multitude's whispers. Without evidence, so be it. The Imperial Academy does not welcome you. Huasongzi delivered his ultimatum. Xinzhou still shook his head. As long as one takes action, no matter how meticulous, traces will remain. I implore you, sir, grant me a few days to uncover the truth. A student interjected, Sir, you must not. How can one allow a thief to catch another? As the crown prince, he can easily find someone to take the blame. Xinzhou scoffed. Do you think I am like your corrupt father? My father is the Deputy Minister of Justice. How dare you slander my name? Your father hasn't he told you how he attained his position, has he? You commit such heinous acts yet still dare to speak boldly. You truly know nothing of the world. I shall certainly report you to my father. Continuing his mockery, Xinzhou said, Oh dear, are you angry? Off to complain to daddy now? You've submitted enough reports against me. What does he amount to? Huasongzi, exasperated, intervened. You are the prime suspect in this matter. If you can find a guarantor to supervise you, I might consider your request, but it cannot be Shen Hao. Shen Zhou scanned the gathering and remained silent. From the crowd, Shen Yi stepped forward, expressing his disappointment. Brother Zhou, your actions in this matter have indeed gone too far. I cannot assist you. Hua Songzi subtly shook his head, pondering whether anyone would be willing to vouch for Shen Zhou. The crowd fell silent. And just as Shen Zhou was on the verge of giving up, a clear, cold female voice shattered the surrounding stillness, declaring that the students believed in Shen Zhou and were willing to stand by him. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback and nervously remarked, Ji Yuan, this matter does not concern you. There is no need to consider our camaraderie. Suddenly, 3 individuals rushed in from the backyard, collectively stating, we can also vouch for Shen Zhou. Hua Songzi nodded and said, in that case, I shall grant you 3 days, aside from those investigating the case. The other students may return to their classes. Shen Yi cast a deep glance at Lu Ji Yuan, filled with indignation and confusion. Before departing the scene with the other students, Shen Zhou turned to the least likely ally, Jianghu Tong, and jested, so concerned about me. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? He quickly dismissed the thought, stating, ba ba ba, a dog cannot spit out ivory. I am merely here to assist Lu in helping. He then noticed Yi Wangshu's piercing gaze, and, recalling prior admonishments, amended, I am here to help Sister Yi. Shen Zhou casually brushed off the horse feed from his clothing, remarking, very well. The utmost priority now is to ascertain the cause of the horse's demise to determine the direction of our subsequent investigation. He turned to enter the stable but unexpectedly felt unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, Lu Ji Yuan was quick to support him. Are you all right? The young girl inquired. But sensing something amiss, she quickly adopted a stern expression, adding, do not fall and bring trouble upon us. Uncle Shen, you are his only son. Shen Zhou chuckled softly, crouching to examine the horse's mouth. The foam that was present indicated it had likely been poisoned. Lu Ji Yuan intended to continue her explanation but was interrupted by Jianghu Tong pulling her sleeve, cautioning, if you speak further, it will become too apparent. Lu Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed as she swiftly turned away. Only after regaining her composure did she face the others again. As the cold wind blew, Shen Zhou's mind cleared considerably. He picked up a portion of horse feed and asked, is this green grass for winter, cultivated in a warm shed? The grass for the horses at the Guzi Academy was specially supplied by the Ministry of War, similar to that for war horses in military camps. With 2 days of withering and 1 day of greenness in autumn and winter, Shen Hao explained in detail. Shen Zhou continued to rummage through the feed, picking up a broad leaf and sniffing it. Is this the heartbroken grass? Surely this is not also supplied by the Ministry of War. Shen Hao examined the leaf and confidently replied, this is certainly not. Shen Zhou wrinkled his nose and asked, do you not detect a peculiar scent? Yi Wangshu gasped for air and replied, no, apart from horse manure, what else is there? Shen Zhou mused, the scent of a young lady. The 3 young women recoiled several steps, with Jianghu Tong crossing her arms and stating, a dog cannot change its nature. Shen Zhou chuckled, rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, declaring, the case is not complicated. As long as we locate old Wang, everything will come to light. He then turned to the crowd and asked, will you accompany me? Shen Hao, feeling obliged, was about to agree when Yi Wangshu grabbed his collar and said, you should go with Lu. We 3 have other matters to attend to. Jianghu Tong queried, is there really anything else? Shen Hao sheepishly replied, what could I possibly have to do? Yi Wangshu closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen. Grinding her teeth as she threatened, I say, you do have something to attend to, do you not understand? Shen Hao nearly regurgitated his lunch, kneeling on the ground and murmuring, I've remembered, I indeed have matters to attend to. The dining hall is unsanitary today. I must see a doctor. Yi Wangshu shrugged and remarked, there's no helping it. These 2 are so dull they don't even realize they've upset their stomachs. I shall have to take them to the doctor myself. Shen Zhou, perplexed, gazed at the 3 departing figures and turned to ask, since when did those 3 start mingling together? Lu Ziyuan was equally puzzled, replying, I have no idea either. Suddenly, Shen Zhou straightened, clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy, and said, then I must trouble Miss Lu to accompany me on this journey. Lu Ziyuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she returned the gesture. It seems we have no choice. Chapter 44. A little fulfillment surpasses all in the Imperial Academy. Horses were no longer available, leaving them with no option but to walk. Before departing, Shenzhou took the opportunity to find Shun Hao and snatch the purse. Along the way, he stopped frequently to peruse enticing food and delightful trinkets. Before long, his arms were laden with items. The vendor at a nearby snack stall had just finished packing some jade dew cakes, and, glancing around for a place to put them, smiled and said, "Young sir, why not let your esteemed lady carry them? They aren't heavy." Lu Ziyuan furrowed her brow, removing her veil with displeasure as she accepted the items. Noticing that the young lady had yet to style her hair, the vendor quickly offered an apologetic smile, saying, "My tongue slipped. I beg your forgiveness. The jade dew cakes are a small gift, wishing you both a swift union." In business, the keen eye is most essential. Both individuals were adorned in fine furs, suggesting they hailed from affluent families. It was improbable they would venture out together without parental consent. Thus, uttering a few auspicious words could foster goodwill, should they wed. It would certainly be profitable for him if they purchased pastries from his stall on their wedding day. Suppressing a laugh, Shenzhou shook the purse at his waist and said, "You should accept payment, otherwise, I fear your little shop may be dismantled by the authorities of the 3 provinces tomorrow." The vendor was taken aback, pondering if the young lady had relatives serving in the 3 provinces, and thought Shenzhou was indeed fortunate, perhaps charming enough to have won her affection. Nevertheless, he extracted a few copper coins from the purse, flattering, "There are many stalls selling jade dew cakes in the capital, but my old son's shop is undoubtedly unique. If you find the taste pleasing, I hope you will return." Numerous passers-by cast envious glances at the young couple, reminiscing about their own wives at home, which inevitably led to a sigh of regret. After walking for nearly half an hour, Shenzhou halted before a dilapidated house. To call it a door was somewhat misleading, for it consisted of merely half a door panel, creaking in the cold wind. Many children peered through the cracks, curious, as their street rarely welcomed the wealthy. Shenzhou placed his belongings on the ground, brushed off the snow from his clothes, opened a box of candies, and gently beckoned towards a certain direction. The children, upon seeing the treats, instantly forgot their parents' admonitions and rushed eagerly to stand before the young man, eyes fixated on the candy in his hand. Shenzhou produced a piece of candy and inquired, "Can anyone tell me if anything has transpired recently at Xiaoman's house?" A slightly older boy bashfully spoke, "Sir, Xiaoman's family has been struggling. Please do not take her away." Shenzhou handed over some candies, saying, "I am not here to take anyone away, nor am I an adult. You may call me brother." The boy hesitated to accept the candies, still feeling uneasy. Shenzhou smiled and added, "I am a new friend of Xiaoman. I heard from her father that she has been unwell. Is that true?" The boy gazed intently into the young man's eyes, which were gentle and sincere. After a deep sigh, he lamented, "The doctor said Xiaoman suffers from asthma, which cannot be cured. Uncle Wang's family is poor and can only collect discarded medicines from wealthy families, even lying to the night watchman that he is testing for poison. All to help Xiaoman." He continued, "It's not that it can't be cured, it's just that snow lotus is too expensive." Shenzhou quietly remarked, "Is the Uncle Wang you mentioned recently sometimes very happy, yet at other times deeply saddened?" The boy looked surprised and replied, "Brother, how do you know? Uncle Wang was quite drunk last night, hiding outside and crying in secret." Shenzhou distributed all the candies to them, gently saying, "Go and play." The children scattered in delight. Lu Ziyuan curiously asked, "Why didn't you answer?" Shenzhou explained, regarding the poisoned horse incident, it must have been initiated by old Wang. However, for a person to suffer like this without resorting to theft or robbery indicates that he possesses a clear moral boundary. What could compel him to go to such lengths to harm me? I can think of nothing but his daughter." He continued, "If the poisoned horse incident were to fall upon him, it would be of little consequence. However, if a Prince of Qi were to pursue the matter, Uncle Wang would have no recourse but to pay with his life." Shenzhou then stepped into a small courtyard. From within a room smaller than the lavatory of the Qi royal residence, the sound of a little girl's laughter could be heard. Uncle Wang, who had not attended the Imperial Academy, boasted to his daughter, "Your father has replaced this leg 3 times with fine steeds from the western regions and tried 5 different remedies for asthma. It is indeed worth it." The little girl pressed her head against her father's knee, exclaiming, "Daddy is the best." Suddenly, Uncle Wang said, "If your father is no longer around someday you." Shenzhou leisurely pushed open the door, laughing, "Ah, old Wang, avoiding duty and lazing about at home, are we?" The little girl, seeing a stranger for the first time, timidly hid in her father's embrace. Uncle Wang offered some comforting words, assuring her that the brother and sister were not bad people. and then attempted to kneel and pay his respects to the young prince. Shinzhou waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything today, have you? Prepare 2 bowls of noodles." Uncle Wang, embarrassed, replied, "We truly have no white flour left at home." Shinzhou pointed outside, instructing, "Bring some. My portion requires 2 eggs, and add extra pickled vegetables." Uncle Wang kept glancing back as he walked toward the courtyard, fearing that once he stepped out, he might never see his daughter again and wishing to steal a few more glances. Shinzhou urged, "What are you doing? I'm really hungry." The little girl, sensing the young man's brusque tone towards her father, pouted in discontent. Lu Ziyuan cradled her in her arms, playfully kicking Shinzhou, and gently said, "He can be like that. Your name is Xiaoman, right?" Shinzhou sidestepped, declaring, "Xiaoman, a name that surpasses all." Uncle Wang, not seeing the expected officials in the yard, laughed heartily. "Your Highness, please wait. Today, you shall taste my culinary skills." Little Wang Xiaoman still held her breath. Her face flushed bright red. Shinzhou, with a face full of mischief, extended his hands, but before he could touch the little girl's belly, she burst into laughter. Perhaps feeling that her demeanor was too unladylike, she buried her head in her beautiful sister's fox fur coat. Lu Ziyuan, unfazed by the prospect of the fur getting stained with snot, reproached the youth, saying, "All you do is tease children." Wang Xiaoman looked up and exclaimed, "Sister, you smell so good." This left Lu Ziyuan momentarily at a loss. Shinzhou pouted playfully and remarked, "Seems you've taken advantage of the situation." The little girl, however, averted her gaze, looking up at the sky instead of at him. Noticing the iron piece in her hand, Shinzhou devised a plan and opened the package brought by Lu Ziyuan, saying, "How about I trade you some food for your toy?" After much negotiation, the youth ultimately acquired the worthless iron piece in exchange for several promised pastries. The trio frolicked together for a while until Wang Mafu entered, carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodles, stating, "There's more outside. Let me get it." Shinzhou, sitting casually on the stool, was the first to dig in. Lu Ziyuan picked up her chopsticks and first fed Wang Xiaoman, during which, encouraged by the little girl, she snatched an egg from Shinzhou's bowl. Chapter 45. A game within a game. Wang Mafu stood outside the door, holding the noodles, and gazed at the warm scene within, tears unknowingly welling in his eyes as he muttered that it was simply too windy and snowy. In his youthful imagination, a home ought to be filled with such warmth and merriment. Inside, there were only 2 rickety benches. Lu Ziyuan stood up, holding Wang Xiaoman, and sat beside Shinzhou. Wang Mafu quickly insisted, "No need, I can stand." Shinzhou tapped the table with his chopsticks, remarking that given their current circumstances, there was no need for pretenses. A snowflake found its way through a crack in the roof, falling into the bowl and instantly melting, leaving only a faint trace. Shinzhou quickly finished his noodles, contentedly belching, and inquired, "Have you arranged for someone to fix the roof? It leaks in winter and rains in summer. That may not bother you. But what about the girl?" The little girl looked up, her hands flailing in the air as she giggled. "Daddy says this is called fish scale tiles. Shed by the Dragon King, they ward off evil. You actually believe that?" Lu Ziyuan shot a disapproving glance at the youth. Shinzhou teasingly replied, "Just know that if it rains inside, you 1T grow tall." Wang Xiaoman quickly covered her head with her hands, her eyes fixed intently on the ceiling, her expression serious yet adorable. Shinzhou exchanged a glance with Lu Ziyuan, urging her to take the little girl to the bedside. Once the two were engaged in playful antics, distracting the girl, he turned serious and said, "Give me a name." Wang Mafu stammered, "Your Highness, I." Shinzhou snorted derisively, "You're just a fool being used as a pawn. What will happen to the girl if you perish? If someone comes looking for me?" The young master had no patience for stories and pressed on. While making faces at the little girl, Shinzhou continued. Wang Mafu sighed. "That person was masked. I don't know who he is. He merely said he couldn't stand seeing your highness abuse your power at the Guozijian and wanted to drive you out." Shinzhou could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, "Wang Dingjiang." Instantly, Wang Mafu stood upright, delivering a firm fist to his chest, declaring, "At your service." The individuals within the room were momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. The young girl gazed wide-eyed at her father and the older boy she had just met. Shinzhou, realizing his lapse in composure, playfully stuck out his tongue at the 2 young women, then patted the man's shoulder and whispered, "Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, do you still wish to deceive us? Who does not know that he yearns to leave the Imperial Academy? If the reason were as trivial as this, patience would suffice. Why complicate matters?" Is he truly unable to foresee the dawn of tomorrow? The man swore fervently, assuring that his words were genuine, devoid of falsehood. Shinzhou, feeling disheartened, inquired, how much silver did that man leave behind? Is it sufficient for Xiao Man's treatment? The man, in a daze, replied, I do not know. After a few days of medication, Xiao Man's wheezing has improved considerably, but I fear a relapse. Shinzhou untied his purse and cast it onto the table, advising, this is not a matter of great consequence. The one pulling the strings is unlikely to act against your family. With that, he signaled to Lu Ziyuan, we shall take our leave. At that moment, the young girl retrieved half a bag of fritillary bulbs from the nightstand, which her father had salvaged from a wealthy household's refuse. Her small hands scooped up a handful, joyfully tossing them into the air, creating a veritable rain of silver. The shattered remnants fell upon the patched quilt, resembling a blooming expanse of white plum blossoms. Lu Ziyuan leaned close to the girl's ear and softly suggested, remember to ask your father to take you to visit your sister in the future. Shinzhou, turning away, waved his hand lightly but suddenly spun around, mimicking a tiger and letting out a playful roar, causing the young girl to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. The two departed the small courtyard as quietly as they had arrived, without disturbing the half-open door. Once they could no longer discern the outline of the courtyard, Shinzhou halted by a stream, leaning against a willow tree, feeling the tumult in his stomach, and expelled the contents of his stomach. Lu Ziyuan gently patted his back, murmuring, your pampered body cannot handle it. If you cannot eat, do not force it. Shinzhou squatted down, retching a few more times until his stomach was utterly empty, and then cupped water in his hands to rinse his mouth. The benefit of fresh water is that it does not freeze easily. He defended himself. It is not that I cannot eat. I merely caught a chill recently. You cannot imagine how frequently I visit the fly-infested eateries in the city. Lu Ziyuan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Indeed, every time you dine there, you end up vomiting and experiencing diarrhea, unable to rise from your bed for 3 days. Before she could finish, she eagerly asked, did you not come to investigate a case? Have you uncovered anything? Shinzhou did not perceive any impropriety in her question and countered, do you know how old Wang came to have a limp? Lu Ziyuan shook her head. Shinzhou retrieved an iron piece he had exchanged with Wang Xiaoman from his pocket and tossed it to her. The young woman caught it deftly, examining it closely. Despite its significant wear, the words cavalry camp were still discernible. An old soldier of the cavalry camp, Shinzhou remarked, washing his face in the icy stream, which sent a shiver through him. Lu Ziyuan expressed her astonishment. If he is an old soldier, his situation at home should not be like this, should it? The Jianghu region traditionally treats its soldiers with great favor, not only granting them land, but also substantial rewards. If they are injured in battle, the government provides monthly assistance and necessary provisions. This indeed is yet another perplexing matter, Shinzhou concluded. The renowned Xiaoqi camp, once celebrated as the Jianghu sword, achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. However, it later found itself unjustly accused of mutiny, leading to the beheading of its commander and several resolute officers. The remaining soldiers were either dispersed or assimilated into other military ranks, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. Shinzhou had heard his elders speak of this matter, attributing the turmoil to the ambitions of individuals who perceived that the unification of the realm was inevitable and sought to seize power for themselves. Lu Ziyuan, with a hint of concern, inquired, what will become of that case? You cannot possibly intend to find someone to take the blame, can you? The youth laughed heartily, saying, the heir of the Qi King, Shinzhou, is audacious enough to have poisoned several horses at the Imperial Academy, a crime most grievous. What a splendid justification. Lu Ziyuan, disheartened, questioned, are you truly so indifferent to your reputation? He replied nonchalantly, what reputation do I possess? It has long been tarnished. Merely a subject of ridicule regarding a tiger's son. Thus resolved, Shinzhou decided to assume the blame himself. Lu Ziyuan wished to say more, but as she noticed the youth drawing closer, her cheeks flushed, and she exclaimed, in broad daylight, what are you attempting to do? Shinzhou squinted, reveling in the moment. Sister, you smell delightful. She feigned to strike, but soon realized he had already darted away, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. The wind carried his playful laughter. I have no money. You shall treat me to a meal. In a concealed corner, Shinzhou's expression darkened. There were layers within layers. Was someone plotting to bring down the left deputy of Jianghu? The audacity of the individuals behind the scenes was staggering. Chapter 46. A chance encounter. Xinzhou led Lu Ziyuan to a tavern in Chang'an. Despite its unassuming name, the establishment boasted exceptional cuisine and reasonable prices, ranking among the best in the capital. Even Emperor Xinlin occasionally donned common attire to visit, seeking a brief respite while observing the daily lives of ordinary citizens. Today, however, Xinzhou immediately sensed a peculiar atmosphere. The spacious ground floor was occupied by only a handful of patrons, each sitting upright, appearing far from there to dine. Ascending to the second floor, he cheerfully remarked to the young lady, "You need not spend your coin. Someone else is treating us." To his surprise, Xinlin beckoned. "Since you are here, join us." At the table of 6, upon the arrival of the youthful pair, a long bench was deliberately vacated. Jianghu, the foremost among officials, bowed to the emperor and said, "Shall I squeeze in with you?" Xinlin shifted his position, chuckling. "Surely, you cannot expect me to sit next to this scoundrel with his dining habits, who would not find it distasteful." Xinzhou scoffed as he took a seat. Lu Ziyuan felt somewhat self-conscious, especially with her grandfather present, and promptly offered a respectful greeting. Lu Guanchao smiled. "Today, we are not in official attire. There is no need for formalities. Consider us as ordinary elders." Only then did the young lady feel at ease, settling beside the young man. This experience was unlike her time at the Wang family's home. It bore a certain enchanting quality, akin to sipping a fine brew. Though she was not intoxicated, a pleasant buzz enveloped her. Xinzhou called for the waiter and, upon reviewing the menu, chose the most extravagant dishes without restraint. Xinlin interjected, "You appear as if you were a starving ghost reborn. Does our household lack for your sustenance?" The youth chuckled, "My apologies for the extravagance." Xinlin, feigning anger, retorted, "If you are aware of the expense, then do not order so much. Will you manage to consume it all?" He is famously known as a frugal emperor, resolute in significant matters. When he promises a resolution with 1,000,000 taels, he would never settle for 90,000. Yet, he tends to be overly meticulous about trivialities. "I have heard, my esteemed lords, that you labor late within the palace, bringing back leftovers for supper." Xinzhou inquired, "Why do you not take them home?" "I have no habit of consuming leftover food," Xinzhou replied candidly. Xinlin, amused yet vexed, retorted, "So you expect us to eat them instead?" While he could accept this notion, the risk of a stomach ailment among these high-ranking ministers would spell disaster for the nascent Jianghu dynasty. Chang'an's taverns are commendable in many aspects, but their service speed leaves much to be desired, especially in the presence of these individuals. It is evident that the kitchen would be surrounded by a throng of eunuchs overseeing the entire process. Even once the dishes are prepared, they must wait for poison testing, which is a pure waste of time. Xinzhou, already famished, incessantly tapped his chopsticks against the table. The Minister of Personnel, Jianghu, was unbothered by the noise and jovially inquired, "What brings you two out together today?" Xinlin, fully aware of the truth, playfully teased, "Is it not because this rascal has charmed a maiden with flowery words? He neglects his studies, consumed with such trivial pursuits." Lu Ziyuan, feeling embarrassed, struggled to find her voice, summoning the courage to explain, but finding herself utterly speechless. Lu Guanchao, stroking his beard, chuckled, "I trust Ziyuan. Even if there is mutual affection, she would not engage in any impropriety." Xinlin nodded. "She is a well-educated and sensible girl. It is unfortunate for this rogue. I must ponder which young man in the capital would be suitable, for as an elder, I cannot allow Ziyuan to stumble into a pitfall." Lu Ziyuan felt dizzy, wishing to bury her head in the ground. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Lu Guanchao, disregarding his granddaughter's embarrassment, laughed heartily. "Grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Let them decide their futures." A group of elderly men, unashamed, rambled on with their nonsensical chatter. The more Xinzhou listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Speaking out, "Old Master Lu, are you aware that a thief has entered your home while you jest?" Lu Guanchao's laughter abruptly ceased, his anger flaring. "You young rascal, are you attempting to scale my wall under the cover of night?" Xinzhou was momentarily taken aback. "Has something occurred before even drinking?" Right Minister Jiang Wangshi solemnly remarked, "It is against propriety. It cannot be allowed again." Lu Ziyuan was taken aback to learn that the elders were already aware of this matter. Otherwise, why would her grandfather have used the word again? Did that not imply that only she believed this was still a secret? Xinzhou, with unrelenting patience, explained, "Years ago, I set fire to the Guozijian." "Keep your voice down. It is hardly a glorious affair," Xinlin cautioned. Xinzhou lowered his tone, After that incident, I heard that Lu Zhiyuan had not attended school for several days. I initially thought it was due to my involvement, which is why I intended to apologize. Then why did you not go during the day? Chancellor Qin Guanyin seized the opportunity with a probing question. Shinzhou slapped his cheek, feeling embarrassed. To apologize for half a month straight would indeed be quite sincere. Shinlin, suppressing his amusement, mercilessly exposed him, breaking into a young lady's chamber at night. Had it not been for the leniency of the Lu family, your legs would have surely been broken. Lu Guanchao added. So climbing onto the rooftop to gaze at the stars is also a form of apology. I truly am quite ignorant. It was not merely due to your imprisonment that this young lady was driven to despair. Had I not intervened in time, she might have met with a tragic fate. Shinzhou was choked by his own words and chose not to dwell on the matter. He nudged the dazed Lu Ziyuan with his elbow and inquired, "Where is your fragrance pouch?" Cheng Yannan, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Rites, maintained a stern expression and remarked, "Etiquette and decorum." The young lady, regaining her composure, searched her waist and said in a faint voice, "I seem to have accidentally lost it." Today, she had not only misplaced her fragrance pouch, but also her dignity. Feeling utterly humiliated, all thanks to this fellow, Shinzhou succinctly recounted the incident involving the horses of the Imperial Academy, refraining from elaborating on Wang Mafu, merely stating that he too was a pawn in someone else's scheme. In the stable, Shinzhou had detected the scent on Lu Ziyuan, confirming that it was indeed the red musk from the western regions, known for its calming and analgesic properties, yet lethal if ingested. Shinzhou remarked solemnly, "How did you ascertain that?" Lu Guanchao, keenly sensing something amiss, nearly grasped the collar of the young man in frustration. At home, it may be acceptable, but must you not exercise restraint in public? His granddaughter usually did not behave this way. Why was it that upon encountering this individual, she seemed utterly devoid of her own opinions? Shinzhou pondered whether this was truly the crux of the matter, then reclined casually and replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. The heartbroken grass is already lethal. Why would anyone seek a second round of poison?" Seeing Lu Guanchao on the verge of an outburst, Shinlin placated him with a gentle gesture, stating, "It is difficult to ascertain if someone is specifically targeting the Lu family based solely on scent. After all, red musk is not a forbidden substance, and many women utilize it for their fragrance pouches." Shinzhou smirked confidently and shook his finger. "Grandfather, this is where your understanding falters. Every young lady is careful to avoid using the same items as others, whether it be clothing or accessories, and of course, fragrance pouches. Thus, even if red musk is the primary ingredient, slight variations in the accompanying materials will yield subtle differences in scent. Did you learn this at the porcelain bone studio?" Shinlin retorted with irritation. Shinzhou nearly erupted in exasperation. Even the emperor enjoyed dismantling others' arguments. "Proceed with your discussion," Lu Guanchao urged, having regained his composure. Shinzhou sipped his hot tea and said, "The mastermind behind this plot likely calculated that I would not confront Wang Mafu, but instead would choose to accept responsibility, thereby entangling Lu Ziyuan in the affair. Yet, several aspects remain perplexing. First, what is the significance of such actions?" He mumbled to himself, "Targeting me is one thing. But why a young lady? Most likely, they aim to undermine the forces or elders she represents. The Ministry of Rites, being the most powerful department in the court, oversees all officials and maintains decorum and etiquette. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Deputy Minister of Rites, both holding the third rank, while the Deputy Ministers of the Ministry of Rites hold the second rank, with the Minister of Rites being the sole official of the second rank among the civil and military officials, which is indicative of the hierarchy. Lu Ziyuan, being merely a woman, lacks the support of any influential factions within the court. The true target of the mastermind is evidently Lu Guanchao. The group involuntarily slowed their breathing, ensuring they did not disrupt the young man's contemplation. Shinzhou paused momentarily, contemplating deeply before continuing. "Secondly, this is the aspect that perplexes me the most. For ordinary commoners, dozens of horses would be akin to a catastrophic disaster. However, the Qi Wangfu and the Lu family are not typical households. They would merely compensate with a bit of silver, and it would not cause them to suffer greatly. So why go through such intricate schemes?" Jiang Zuohui, having navigated the underbelly of society in his early years and witnessed countless conspiracies, quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Just as he was about to speak up, he noticed Shinlin shake his head and say, "Think it over again. They are coercing you to admit guilt and to frame the situation, implicating the Lu family." Shinzhou mused aloud at that point. The entire capital will be aware of the grave mistake committed by the Qi Wang's heir in collusion with the Liu family's daughter at the Guozijian. And then what? Shenlin suggested, consider their objectives. After a brief moment, a spark of understanding illuminated Shunzhou's mind. The initial act was indeed inconsequential. No one would take it to heart. However, if a second occurrence were to transpire, with the hidden hand employing the same method to poison more horses, and causing a broader impact, such as military horses in large quantities, then everyone would assume the culprits were still the Qi Wangfu and the Liu family, given the precedent. Shenlin expressed his satisfaction. In that case, the emperor, in his effort to quell the incident, will undoubtedly execute the heir Shenzhou and the Liu family conspirators. Even if this scheme ultimately fails, it will sow discord between the ruler and his subjects. The fodder at the Guozijian is specially supplied by the Ministry of War. Moreover, the deadly plant appears to be green, suggesting it was nurtured in a warm greenhouse. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Imperial Carriages, and military horses. All problems are interconnected. Shenzhou slammed the table and exclaimed, as the emperor, do you remain oblivious to the specters your household harbors? Liu Ziyuan was already drenched in cold sweat, astonished that today's events concealed such a malicious plot. Shenlin, chuckling, produced a small note from his sleeve and remarked, the instigator. Shenzhou could not wait any longer. Seizing Liu Ziyuan and sprinting downstairs, eager to discover which rascal from the Ministry of War dared extend their reach so far. Shenlin shook his head helplessly, igniting the note in the candlelight. After reinstating the Fengwen department, he had control over all occurrences in the capital. Not only would a mere physician from the Ministry of War be monitored, but even the actions and words of the high-ranking officials present would be meticulously recorded daily. Just then, a waiter brought forth a spread of dishes. Observing the table laden with fish and large shrimp, Shenlin felt a churn in his stomach, yet managed to smile. I seem to be rather unhungry. Please, everyone, start without me. Recently weathered by turmoil, Lu Guanchao stood up, saying, these two children are reckless and lack official standing. I should follow them to ensure they do not come to harm. Shenzhou is quite to my liking. If Yu Yin is not interested, perhaps I could have him for my tong. Jiang Zuohui, having finished speaking, also stood to leave. This reasoning was hard to decline. Shenlin then looked at the remaining three, his gaze resolute and sincere. Right Minister Jiang Wangxi declined, saying, I am of advanced age, and the doctor advised me to avoid rich foods. So am I, another chimed in. Shenlin felt his headache returning, but fortunately, he was not wearing a dragon robe today, allowing him to speak freely. With a bitter tone, he lamented, what a bunch of ungrateful fellows. You do not genuinely expect me to handle this alone, do you? Even if it were packed to take home, it would suffice for 3 days. Minister Chang Yan'an disregarded the emperor's gaze, indulging himself in his soup. Chancellor Qin Guanyin chuckled, this young lad is draining his father's resources. I only wish Shenzhou had departed a little later. Shenlin immediately turned to look, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Guanyin instantly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, it seems I have not visited the Ministry of War for quite some time. Matters of state cannot be neglected. Upon hearing this, the remaining two readily concurred. Before long, the vast tavern in Chang'an was left with only Shenlin, who rubbed his temples and commanded, take everything with us. Warm it up later and send it to the palace. After a considerable effort, Shenzhou finally arrived at the Ministry of War and released Liu Ziyuan's wrist. Upon seeing that the visitor was the Crown Prince of Qi, the guards at the entrance grew vigilant. This fellow was notorious throughout the 6 ministries, particularly within the Ministry of Justice, where his disruptive antics had caused no small amount of distress. Even the Minister of Justice, Tong Hongren, had to sneak in through the back entrance after court to avoid an encounter with him. Just as Shenzhou reached the entrance, he was intercepted by the guards. One of them inquired, we were unaware of His Highness's visit today. May I know the purpose of your presence so that I may report it inside? The youth retorted sarcastically, such pomp. The palace does not exhibit such grandeur. Why is the Ministry of War so heavily fortified? Are you plotting a rebellion? Who would dare wear such a label under the emperor's feet? It's akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine. Seeing the youth's imposing demeanor, the guards hurriedly rushed inside. Shortly thereafter, Minister Li Xinxing emerged. Originally a civil official who had only briefly served in the military, he was appointed to oversee the Ministry of War last year as the state increasingly emphasized civil governance post-unification. Minister Li, I have heard you are recently raising troops in a manner befitting a heavy-handed approach. Might there be plans for a nocturnal assault on the palace? Shenzhou insinuated. Li Xinxing, holding the rank of a third-grade official, was not intimidated by a capricious royal grandchild. He clasped his hands and replied, "Your Highness jests. The Ministry of War belongs to the court, and its troops are also of the court. There is no such thing as raising troops for personal gain. Moreover, any military mobilization requires the Emperor's edict and the Imperial token. Neither can be omitted, and I lack the capacity to launch a nocturnal raid on the palace." Shun Zhou responded with a nonchalant oath, suggesting that Minister Li's humility was misplaced, asserting that both the edict and the Imperial token could be forged with relative ease. "Your Highness, I have never heard of such matters." Li Xinxing surmised that the youth was seeking trouble, but could not recall any recent offense against him. As Shun Zhou prepared to force his way in, he was personally halted by Li Xinxing wielding a spear. "This is a military stronghold. Even you, Your Highness, cannot enter without the Emperor's permission." Although he was merely a scholar, upon assuming this duty, he was determined to uphold the regulations. Otherwise, it would tarnish the honor earned by the valiant Jianghu army through their bloodshed. As the youth took a step closer, the spear tip was merely an inch from his throat. "I intend to enter. Do you dare to take action?" Chapter 48. The three ministries converge at that moment. Shun Zhou was incensed. In his view, since the Ministry of Military Affairs was subordinate to the Ministry of War, and Li Xinxing was the Minister of War, he could not possibly be uninvolved in the matter of poisoning. At the very least, he was an informed party. Lu Ziyuan also stepped forward, fully aware that this was a trap set for the Lu family, and she had no reason to retreat. Li Xinxing felt overwhelmed. His hands, gripping the spear shaft, gradually became slick with sweat. Allowing the individuals before him to enter would undoubtedly invite criticism from his colleagues, tarnishing his reputation and disheartening the soldiers under his command. Conversely, refusing them entry, given their imposing demeanor, would likely lead to a confrontation today. Just as Li Xinxing contemplated sacrificing his official standing to preserve the honor of the Ministry of War, a heavy wooden carriage rumbled along, crushing the snow on the road as it approached. Lu Guanchao was the first to alight, adjusting his robes with a smile, remarking, "You too are remarkably swift. Even my carriage struggles to keep pace." Li Xinxing trembled, returning the spear to the constable and bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the left deputy minister." He then noticed another elder and added, "I pay my respects to the Minister of Rights, left deputy minister." Zhang Zuohui bypassed Lu Guanchao, standing at the entrance and patting Shun Zhou on the shoulder, adopting a patronizing demeanor. He turned to the young head of the Ministry of War and inquired, "Minister Li, will you not invite us inside for a moment?" With the endorsement of three ministers, Li Xinxing dared not obstruct their entry, gesturing for them to proceed. As they entered, the Ministry of War, unlike the Ministry of Justice, lacked a courtroom. Thus, the central hall was furnished merely with a few desks for official duties. Shun Zhou boldly claimed a chair behind the minister's desk. Li Xinxing wished to protest. According to their ranks, a mere scion without an official title should not occupy the principal seat. However, as neither superior expressed discontent, he suppressed his objections and requested the remaining officials present to vacate the premises. Jiang Zuohui retrieved a cushion from another area and tossed it to the youth, stroking his beard and saying, "The benches of the Ministry of War are notoriously hard. Your Highness should be cautious not to find it uncomfortable." Shun Zhou, oblivious to the underlying meaning, swatted the sugary temptation away, retorting, "You arrived in haste. Surely, you do not intend to bolster the Ministry of War's reputation? Should he dare, I would gladly pluck his hair out," Lu Guanchao stated as he took a seat. Jiang Zuohui laughed heartily and positioned himself in the chair originally designated for the right assistant minister of war, noting that old Lu was clearly vexed. A departure from his usual demeanor. Li Xinxing, taken aback, regarded these two venerable men, whom he held in high esteem, only to be surprised by their childlike antics. He then inquired, "May I ask, esteemed ministers, what brings you here today?" Shun Zhou interjected, "We are here to apprehend someone. Hand over the deputy director of the Imperial Chariot Bureau. I wish to dissect him and see just how much courage he possesses." Li Xinxing glanced at the two ministers and replied, "Zhang Quan was detained this morning and awaits the Emperor's judgment." Shun Zhou was astonished by the Ministry of War's prompt action. The incident at the Imperial Academy had only occurred that morning, suggesting the two events transpired almost simultaneously. Yet, he quickly deduced, what a clever maneuver, like a lizard shedding its tail, or a golden cicada escaping its shell. Minister Li has acted decisively. Jianghu had intended to provide the youth with an opportunity to win over the Ministry of War, but seeing the young man's lack of insight, he stated plainly, "Your Highness, do you understand why the Emperor appointed a scholar incapable of lifting a three-gene burden to oversee the Ministry of War?" It is worth noting that prior to him, the position of Minister of War was held in rotation by generals from the 16 Guards. Li Xinxing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I can manage a three-gene burden. Anything heavier, however, would be challenging, given my sword injury." Shen Zhou shifted restlessly, discomfort enveloping him, prompting him to squat on the chair in frustration, perplexed and unwilling to guess what was amiss. Perhaps the emperor had indulged a bit too much in his libations. Lu Ziyuan could hardly bear to watch, as the youth's antics resembled a capering monkey, devoid of any regal bearing. Lu Guanchao gently patted his granddaughter's hand, elucidating. The Ministry of War holds a uniquely significant position among the 6 ministries, overseeing the sustenance and welfare of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, easily swaying military loyalty. Coupled with the substantial annual funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue for military supplies, it is indeed a lucrative post. Li Xinxing, drenched in cold sweat, clasped his hands in respect, asserting, "Esteemed officials, I assure you there has been no misconduct on my part." Could it be that they intended to use Zhang Quan as a means to instill fear? No wonder the imperial decree in the morning was so vague. Lu Guanchao waved dismissively. "No one has accused you of wrongdoing." Despite the assurance from the left minister, Li Xinxing remained baffled. If they were not there to admonish him, why bring up such matters? Is it then that His Majesty values this individual due to his trustworthiness? Shenzhou inquired. If not for his physical limitations, Jiang Zuohui would have aspired to mimic the youth's demeanor. He could not fathom who devised the notion that the Ministry of War ought to be stern. Rising from his seat, he declared, "The Li family of Fengzhou was once a scholarly lineage, dedicated to agriculture and learning. However, with the outbreak of national conflict, the ancestor of the Li clan commanded all male descendants to enlist, resulting in the loss of 1,765 lives over 30 years, a testament to their unwavering loyalty. Now, in the 10th year of Jingming, the Li family still boasts over 1,000 female members, yet only 4 or 5 male heirs, leaving Minister Li's meager salary to support a large family." Li Xinxing's eyes reddened as he replied, "Serving the nation is an unassailable duty. The Li family still possesses some assets, and sustenance for our kin is assured." Jiang Zuohui sighed. "Thus, does this not evoke even greater sentiment?" Shenzhou rose. Scratching his head, "I apologize. I was overly impulsive. A family of such stature would never recklessly involve themselves in schemes to harm the royal grandson, nor would they lean towards any prince. By adhering to their principles, regardless of who ascends the throne, they would never dare transgress against their own integrity." Jiang Zuohui gestured for him to sit. "Your Highness, please take a seat. Standing atop the chair is quite taxing for my old eyes." Observing the commotion, Shenzhou crouched down, pondering. So this implies that all the wrongdoing is attributed to Zhang Quan. He is merely a minor official in the Ministry of Rights. Shouldn't we interrogate him? Has he been sent to the Ministry of Justice? According to the imperial decree, he remained imprisoned in the Ministry of War's dungeon. Li Xinxing responded, "Without His Majesty's command, no one is permitted to see him. Does this mean I must make another trip?" Shenzhou sighed, contemplating that if Minister Li harbored intentions of shielding him, he would indeed stir up a tempest. Yet, the man spoke with reason, and coupled with Jiang Zuohui's words, it was indeed challenging to place them in a difficult position. At that moment, 3 more individuals entered, with the Chancellor Qin Guanyin announcing, "His Majesty has decreed that this matter is to be fully adjudicated by the Crown Prince Shenzhou, with the 3 ministries and the Ministry of War to assist and observe." Li Xinxing remained utterly bewildered. What heinous act had Zhang Quan committed to warrant the gathering of all the heavyweights of the 3 ministries? Had he truly conspired to stage a nocturnal assault on the imperial palace? Chapter 49. A confession without coercion. A large throng surged towards the Ministry of War's dungeon, startling the guards within, among whom he recognized only the Minister of War. At this moment, Li Xinxing deliberately slowed his pace, trailing at the rear of the group. The leading youth, clad in resplendent garments, exuded an air of arrogance, playfully toying with a palm-sized jade waist token. The guard, straining to discern the dragon motif on the token in the dim light, was so startled that he knelt down, ingratiatingly proclaiming, "I humbly welcome your Highness and esteemed lords." Regardless of which prince or lords were present, bowing was always prudent. Shenzhou tossed the jade token into the air, intending to catch it with flair, but momentarily distracted. He let it fall, inadvertently chipping a corner. Li Xinxing felt a twitch in his right eyelid and quietly inquired, "The jade token brought by the Chancellor for His Majesty. Has it been damaged? Will there be repercussions?" Qin Guanyin dismissed the concern nonchalantly, stating, "The Emperor instructed me to return the token after our duties, fearing that the prince might sell it for profit. A minor blemish is of little consequence." Li Xinxing had now witnessed the youth's insolence. Although the heir to the Qi Wang had been audacious at the previous banquet, his words were always reasonable, making it difficult to cast blame. Now, the youth, despite his sobriety, treated imperial authority as a mere plaything, indicating a significant lack of discipline. One must understand that the token bore the inscription "As if I were present." Within the prison, only the deputy minister of the Imperial Horse Department was detained, while others were held in the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Quan, bound to the torture rack, upon seeing visitors, exclaimed, "Your Highness, I have failed in my duties. I beseech you to rescue me." Shenzhou pointed at him and turned to the elderly man behind him, saying, "He is growing desperate." Naturally, Jiang Zhua and the others would not believe such fabrications. Yet they refrained from voicing their skepticism, as their orders allowed for mere observation. Shenzhou seated himself in the guard's resting area, using the jade token to crack walnuts on the table, generously sharing with those present. During winter, the dried fruit trade thrived, with even ordinary folk willing to spend a few coins on a couple of pounds. Zhang Quan, however, rambled on, confessing his schemes involving the cultivation of the deadly Duanchang herb, winning hearts, and poisoning military horses, expressing relief. "Fortunately, Your Highness possesses great power. Otherwise, I would have to repay your kindness in my next life." Li Xinxing trembled inwardly upon learning of the man's deeds. Should the scoundrel succeed, no amount of explanation could absolve him. And the Li family of Fengzhou would be implicated as well. Thankfully, the emperor's discerning eye and meticulous strategies had spared him from calamity. Shenzhou perused the documents retrieved from the armory and inquired, "Has this individual committed any offenses previously?" Li Xinxing glanced at the busy Shangwan munching on seeds and felt a twinge of social obligation to join in. Seizing a handful for himself, he replied, "Zhang Quan's record is entirely documented, without any peculiarities. He has served diligently in the Ministry of War for years, or he would not have attained a fifth-grade position at such a young age." Shenzhou nodded. Indeed, a fifth-grade position among court officials is quite valuable. Having concluded his remarks, he stood, retrieved a dagger, and plunged it forcefully into Zhang Quan's thigh, blood gushing forth. The youth recoiled, narrowly avoiding the spray. Yet a few drops stained his garment. Ignoring the anguished cries that followed, Shenzhou continued, "The nearby prefectures have raised tens of thousands of military horses. To poison them all simultaneously would require an immense quantity of Duanchang herb. His meager salary, how many warm shelters could it cover? How many farmers could he hire? Perhaps we should investigate his income?" Jiang Zhuahui shook his head and remarked, "Not necessarily. He merely needs to poison a batch, create an outbreak of horse plague. And coupled with his authority over military horses, it could easily spread to other regions." This young master had not anticipated such a strategy. Shenzhou pondered. "He is currently fixated on death, so it is unlikely we will extract any information from him." The group fell silent. A person unafraid of death possesses nearly no vulnerabilities. Could it be that this matter must conclude here? Suddenly, Shenzhou noticed a line of inconspicuous annotations in the files, curling his lips as he said, "Lord Zhang, I never imagined you to be a kind-hearted individual, for you once sent a destitute child to Yunqi Temple to become a monk, even spending considerable sums to secure him a certificate. During the war, the people of Central Plains lived in dire straits, often placing their hopes of survival in religion, which led to an abundance of temples. Some even dared to fashion a mere clay figure and proclaim it as a deity, thus receiving earthly offerings. After Shenlin subdued the 12 kingdoms, he promptly shifted his focus to religious matters, with a large number of individuals taking up monastic life, which was evidently detrimental to the nation's progress. Many temples amassed substantial offerings to purchase land, presenting it as fields beyond the world, thereby evading taxes, lest they incur divine wrath. The emperor, as the son of heaven, was the cornerstone of Shenlin's rule, making open opposition impractical. Thus, laws were enacted to restrict religious growth through certificates. Those lacking imperial recognition were deemed heretical shrines and should be dismantled. Consequently, Countless fraudulent monks and priests returned to secular life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's pupils dilated, and he trembled as he spoke, "Your Highness." Shenzhou took the opportunity to extract the dagger, causing the other's facial muscles to contort in pain. The youth covered his mouth and said, "My apologies. I will assist you in reinserting it." With that, he found a more suitable spot and methodically plunged the dagger back in. No blood splattered forth. Zhang Quan was now drenched in sweat, acutely aware of his dwindling life force, and managed to say, "Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with that young monk. He is merely a child." Shenzhou opened the files and stated, "It is recorded here that your wife gave birth to a son in the 3rd year of Jingming, who unfortunately perished shortly after birth. The young monk appears to be around 7 or 8 years old. Is that not rather coincidental?" Resigned, Zhang Quan closed his eyes and murmured, "Crown Prince Shini." The crowd gasped, and Li Xinxing was so startled that he swallowed a seed shell, while Shenzhou burst into laughter. The attendant Chang Yanong's gaze sharpened as he declared, "If indeed the Crown Prince orchestrates all of this from behind the scenes, we must promptly report the matter to the Imperial Clan Court." Jiang Zhuhui, noticing the youth's unusual behavior, tugged on his colleague's sleeve, shaking his head to signal for patience. After a considerable pause, Shenzhou finally ceased his laughter, clutching his rumbling stomach, and said, "Lord Zhang, what am I to say about you?" Zhang Quan, trembling from blood loss, implored, "Your Highness, I speak nothing but the truth. It is indeed Shun Yi. He once promised that if I could accomplish this task, once he ascends to the throne, he would make me Minister of War." Shenzhou tossed the files aside and, with a cunning smile, replied, "Lord Zhang, many are aware of your ties to that young monk. You have even visited him alongside your colleagues. Thus, if the court diligently investigates, the truth will inevitably come to light. A father's deep affection, I implore you, allow him a chance at life." Shenzhou continued, "Look at you, so anxious that you inadvertently reveal your hand. I have never claimed that you are father and son." Zhang Quan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the grave error he had made. He contemplated ending his own life by biting his tongue, but the young man held his chin firmly. "I have merely woven a tale. It would be unwise for you to meet your end before hearing the entirety of it." Chapter 50. The storytelling under the watchful eye of Minister Li Xinxing from the Ministry of War. A copper ball, roughly the size of a child's fist, was placed into Zhang Quan's mouth and securely bound with hemp rope. Such treatment is unusual for a typical prison. To prevent a prisoner from taking their own life out of guilt, one would typically bind them and remove their teeth with iron pincers. However, with numerous esteemed officials present today, Li Xinxing opted for a gentler approach. Shenzhou relaxed his grip, withdrew a handkerchief to cleanse the grime from his hands, and began. "Once upon a time, there was a man named Zhang Quan, sharing the same name as our esteemed Zhang. This Zhang Quan was likely a remnant of a national war, serving a certain individual, and was positioned as a pawn, firmly entrenched within the Ministry of War. As for the purpose of this pawn and its demise, the player probably hadn't considered it thoroughly. Years later, when Zhang Quan had nearly forgotten his mission, his wife astonishingly bore him a son. Yet, as a mere pawn, even with an heir, his life was inconsequential. Thus, he resolutely sent his son to Yunqi Temple, unabashedly allowing onlookers to speculate about their relationship. This maneuver was truly masterful. In the winter of the 10th year of Jingming, this pawn finally discovered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A royal grandson named Shun Yi approached him, seeking to poison the horses at the National Academy using special fodder supplied by the Ministry of War. In pursuit of this goal, Zhang Quan consulted the horse attendant Wang, using his daughter's illness as a pretext to subtly manipulate him, ultimately succeeding in administering the poison that very morning. However, this success belonged to Shun Yi, not Zhang Quan. Having spent many years in the capital, he understood the temperaments of royal offspring intimately. He knew that Shenzhou, this soft-hearted dandy, would not take action against Wang's family upon uncovering the truth. In fact, he would likely shoulder the blame, using it as a means to escape from the National Academy. At this juncture, the plan had progressed significantly, and Zhang Quan's true intentions began to surface. He aimed to ride the wave of this momentum, seeking to eradicate the military forces surrounding the capital, rendering Jianghu devoid of formidable cavalry. Should remnants of the national war attempt a resurgence in the coming years, the outcome would be all too predictable. The act of poisoning military horses is no trifling matter. As the head official of the Ministry of War, he could not escape culpability. As a pawn, he was destined to meet his end, but before that, How could he secure greater benefits for his compatriots? This question had long been resolved in Zhang Quan's mind. His own son, whom he had sent to Yunxi Temple years prior. Faced with interrogation, speaking freely was merely the first step. Implicating Xinzhou and coercing him through torture was but the second. The ultimate aim was to draw out the young monk from Yunxi Temple. Even if Xinzhou, this wayward noble, failed to discern any clues from the records, Zhang Quan would feign an inability to withstand the torture and confess. Then, he would perform a heartfelt display of paternal devotion. A normal father would naturally disclose everything to protect his son. No one would suspect that this was merely a ruse, a tactical retreat by a pawn. Just as the young master had yet to inquire, Zhang Quan had inadvertently revealed Shen Yi, leaving me in fits of laughter. In a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of creatures, yet some beasts, lacking any semblance of humanity, even conspire against their own flesh and blood. Zhang Quan initially fought valiantly against his fate, but as time wore on, his struggles became weaker, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Do you understand why I could deduce so many details? Xinzhou posed a rhetorical question to himself. You remnants of the national war are far too greedy. One heir of the Xin family is not enough for you, so you must drag the Lu family into your schemes. Who among you is truly rational? Poisoning twice, as if afraid others would not uncover the truth. The youth untied the cloth, retrieving a copper ball and tossing it aside. Leaning against a pillar, he grinned and remarked, "You are quite the adept. Perhaps you should consider what flaws remain in your grand design." Zhang Quan's face turned ashen. His mind clouded with confusion as he shook his head in bewilderment. Foolishness is attributed to Shen Yi, Xinzhou expressed with satisfaction. My cousin, often hailed for his exceptional cunning and the potential of a wise ruler, reveals a profound lack of security, perpetually hesitant. Even if you lent him 800 times the courage, he would not dare to act against the military, but would instead resort to petty, underhanded tactics. He falters. Yet you all took the risk, and your identities will inevitably be exposed. The youth deliberately sang the last four words in a theatrical tone. Zhang Quan felt as though all color had drained from his world, leaving only a dull gray, and he despondently stated, "The second poisoning was not my doing. They were simply too hasty." Xinzhou's smile vanished as he spoke earnestly. "Here's your chance. Find a way to inform your associates to come to your rescue. I shall capture them unawares. As long as the individuals apprehended hold a higher status than you, I will allow you and the young monk to leave the capital." Zhang Quan's eyes brightened with fervor, fixating intently on the youth, exclaiming, "You are not a wastrel. We have misjudged our target, all of us." Xinzhou turned to the onlookers behind him and spun around. Am I not a wastrel? The elder men first shook their heads, then nodded in agreement. Jianghu chuckled. Your trousers are nearly worn out. Indeed, you are a wastrel. The youth glanced down at his belt, noting no change, and promptly raised his middle finger in response. Jianghu, puzzled by the nuance, mimicked the gesture. Xinzhou rolled his eyes, turning away with a cold remark. If all remnants of the national war were like you, they would be mere trifles, incapable of stirring significant trouble. With that, he departed the prison. The life of a rebel was hardly worthy of his exceptional intervention. In the dimly lit corridor, a man's sharp, desperate voice echoed. No one can hide forever. I will die, and so will you, and so will Kangwu. Lu Zhiyuan did not follow them, but remained on the ground, waiting. The girl clad in white blended seamlessly with the falling snow, revealing only a hint of green on her wrist when she reached out. Xinzhou approached slowly, his gaze softening. Do you enjoy your current life? Lu Zhiyuan tilted her head. I do. Why do you ask? Xinzhou gradually lay back in the snow, positioning his body in a sprawling form, gazing up at the sky as the snowflakes enveloped him like cotton. In a voice only he could hear, he mused. I find it quite delightful as well. Auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year, ensuring everyone has food to eat. How wonderful that is. Li Xinxing found the recent inquiry tumultuous, akin to navigating a colossal vessel through tumultuous seas. He never anticipated the remnants of the national war had infiltrated Kangwu to such an extent, like maggots clinging to bone. Even more surprising was that the so-called greatest waste of talent, as derided by outsiders, could reconstruct the events so accurately with merely a few scant clues. Even the adept investigators from the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court would struggle to achieve such results in such a brief span. Even if His Majesty had not dispatched an edict this morning, The horse feed laced with the deadly herb would certainly be intercepted by noon, never reaching the military camp. Suddenly, Shenzhou sat up, his countenance grave. I underestimated the situation. This bodes ill. Chapter 51. Halt. Shenzhou, filled with anxiety, gazed at Li Xinxing and inquired urgently. Minister Li, how many officers does the Ministry of War approximately have? The records of each department's officials and clerks are meticulously documented and not shrouded in secrecy. The patriarch of the Li clan from Fengzhou replied without hesitation. The Ministry of War is unlike the other 5 ministries. There are only 63 officers available for direct deployment, 7 of whom are on leave. If we include the 4 divisions within, there are an additional 36 officials with some martial skills. Shenzhou asserted. Can these individuals accompany me to a certain location? Please do not trouble me further, Your Highness. These individuals are responsible for the defense of the Ministry of War. According to the law, they cannot leave unless there is an intrusion, Li Xinxing replied, bowing slightly. He was indeed such a person. One could describe him as fearless in the face of authority, yet one might also say he was inflexible, lacking adaptability. Jiang Zuohui interjected, Your Highness may take the individuals. All 6 ministries are located on the same street. I will dispatch other guards to temporarily oversee the Ministry of War. Shenzhou ceased further discussion, rising to stride a few steps outside before turning back to Lu Ziyuan, instructing, Go to the Qi Wang's residence and summon Steward Wang to hasten to the Wang family stables. Li Xinxing watched the somewhat frail figure of the youth vanish into the snow, expressing concern, Lord Jiang, this course of action is irregular. The Ministry of War is one of the 6 ministries. What if His Majesty questions this later? The left minister Lu Guanchao replied, Is it not true, Jingyan, that if an intruder assaults the premises, the guards may pursue them? Before we arrived, the Qi Wang's heir forcibly entered the Ministry of War. Acting in both private and public capacities, he could be deemed the most notorious rogue in the capital. Capturing him is a rightful duty. Li Xinxing's eyes widened. Such justification was indeed possible. It seemed the gap between him and the officials of the 3 provinces extended beyond rank to a disparity in their application of rules and the audacity of their demeanor. Minister Jiang Zuohui chuckled. If Your Highness is pressed too hard, he may very well set the Ministry of War ablaze. The outcome would remain unchanged. Although the Treasury has seen considerable surplus in recent years, it must be judiciously spent. The Ministry of War has been established for less than a decade, and I see no necessity for renovations. Surely, Your Highness would not act so recklessly? Li Xinxing found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to be so audacious. Moreover, Shenzhou's words and actions today had convinced him that Zhang Quan's final remarks were far from baseless. This wayward heir, cloaked in secrecy, undoubtedly harbored grand ambitions, perhaps seeking to evade the fiercest struggle for the throne, waiting for the dual kings of Jin and Qin to mutually exhaust themselves before executing a cunning maneuver. One must concede that a monumental scheme, meticulously orchestrated over the course of a decade, had indeed eluded the notice of all. Jiang Zuohui, oblivious to the thoughts swirling within his companion's mind, could only glean hints from the other's expressions. He shook his head with a bitter smile and remarked, A fortnight ago at the Zhongrenfu, His Highness nearly ignited a conflagration within the palace. Impossible, Li Xinxing exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. A royal grandson, even one feigning innocence, could not possibly engage in such reckless behavior, should he clash with the Zhongrenfu and lose the support of the esteemed Shen family. It would be tantamount to severing his own limb. Jiang Zuohui, undeterred, continued with his unsettling revelations. His Majesty has consented. Li Xinxing felt as though a heavy weight had lodged itself in his lungs, rendering him breathless. How could the usually sagacious emperor acquiesce to such a ludicrous act? Jiang Zuohui placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and advised, We are of advanced years. You are still young and must grow accustomed to these matters. Meanwhile, Shenzhou stood before the gates of the Ministry of War, instructing his servants to dismount the carriage carrying Lu Guanchao and others before he mounted his steed and galloped away. Instantly, the already boisterous street erupted into chaos. He had indeed underestimated the situation. At the Wang family's residence, he had solely considered the possibility of an orchestrated trap, failing to perceive the formidable backup that lay in wait, nor did he fathom that the mastermind was a remnant of the national war. The naive youth had believed it to be a trivial affair, assuming that the assailants would not retaliate against the Wang family, given that their mission had been accomplished. However, the circumstances had now drastically changed. Faster. I hope to arrive in time. Hurry. I must make it. The dwelling of the Wang family was situated in the most desolate part of the city, seldom patrolled by guards, rendering it an ideal site for an ambush. As Shenzhou approached, he caught the faint scent of blood in the air, prompting him to urge his steed into a frantic gallop. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, yet the youth seemed to hear the clanging of metal. In a small courtyard, snowflakes stung the face of the Wang family's coachman, reminiscent of the arrow rain that had once besieged the capital of Zhao. He wielded his blade to fend off the attackers and cautiously concealed his daughter within a vat of pickled vegetables, while the young girl clutched a corner of her father's garment and said, "Father, it smells like pickled radish in here." The coachman tore a strip from his sleeve to seal the vat's opening and replied gently, "If you feel hungry, nibble on a few pieces." The icy shards mixed with blood rose in his throat as the intruders, recognizing his military background, displayed their combat training. As a soldier, he had never retreated an inch on the battlefield, and as a father, he would not yield today. Wang Dingjiang of the 7th Cavalry, charge. As the assailant swung his curved blade, the coachman bent low and delivered a horizontal strike to the opponent's knee, employing a maneuver he had mastered during his time in the army. However, his blade felt lighter by 7 ounces and failed to sever the flesh and bone completely. Observing the cloaked figure writhing on the ground in agony, he licked the split in his palm, counting 6 adversaries. Outside, more cloaked figures were scaling the walls of the courtyard. The coachman pivoted, seizing a frozen urine bucket, and hurled it at the intruder. Coating the assailant's face in yellow ice, a tactic gleaned from enemy scouts, although they had used lime powder at the time. Wang Xiaoman, hidden in the vat, began to hum a nursery rhyme, her off-key voice piercing through the wind and snow. Every year the reeds turn white, a solitary boat crosses the shallows. Under the green-tiled eaves, reed fluff dances, while the green-clad horse awaits at the alley's end. This year's heavy snow comes late, journey after journey. The black mountain cloaked in black garments, the black waters of the crossing echoing with crows' cries. Sing, until victory is assured. The coachman fixed his gaze on a burly man wielding a chain, evidently the leader of the assailants. He effortlessly performed a beautiful flourish with his dagger and suddenly lunged forward. As his opponent entangled the machete with the chain, he swiftly released his right hand and rolled into the embrace of his adversary, using the momentum to knock him down. The sound of a fractured bone clashing against ribs echoed, while a juju pit, which he had prepared for his daughter to gnaw on, embedded itself into the opponent's neck. She had always been fond of this little trinket, despite his persistent warnings. Yet, in this confrontation, he too had sustained numerous wounds. A masked woman, toying with a dagger in her hand, laughed as she addressed the crowd, remarking on his prowess as a soldier of the Jianghu army. Wang, the carriage driver, wiped the blood from his face, not wanting his daughter to witness his terrifying appearance, even for a final glance. He slowly crawled toward the pickled vegetable vat, leaving a long trail in the pristine snow. The little girl's braided pigtails jutted from the edge of the vat, glistening with frost like 2 small curved blades. Despite her tear-stained face, she smiled as she placed the last piece of ginger into her father's mouth, a remedy he had taught her for stopping bleeding. "Father, I snuck a bite of radish and I'm no longer coughing." Just as the woman prepared to deliver a fatal blow, an old horse crashed through the courtyard gate, and a young boy shouted, "Stop, you scoundrels!" Chapter 52. Sword against sword. Lu Ziyuan hastened to the Qi Wang mansion, coincidentally encountering a girl dressed as a boy exiting. When Su narrowed her eyes and instinctively remarked, "Shenzhou is not home," Lu Ziyuan was captivated by the delicate features of the newcomer until a gust of cold wind penetrated her collar, rousing her from her reverie. Shenzhou has asked Butler Wang to find him swiftly. An elderly man suddenly appeared beside Wen Su, smiling, "No need to rush, take your time." All movements within 100 meters of the Qi Wang mansion were perceptible to him. Lu Ziyuan pointed toward the southeast and said, "There's no time. Remnants of the national war have infiltrated the city and intend to harm Shenzhou." The old man's pupils constricted. "May I request the use of your sword, young Master Wen?" Without hesitation, Wen Su handed it over. After Butler Wang received the sword, he vanished from sight. It had been years since he had wielded a blade since entering the Qi Wang mansion, and he wondered how many still remembered the name Wang Shuya. One sword startled the White Mountains, half a blade unleashed the cold of the 9 provinces. When Su grasped Lu Ziyuan by the shoulder, and together they leapt onto a horse. The girl initially intended to resist, but, sensing an unusual warmth against her back, swallowed her words about propriety. In the small courtyard, Shenzhou stood protectively in front of Wang's family, glancing around with a dung shovel tightly clutched in his hand. Today he had not donned his sword, armed only with an elegant folding fan. The young man forced himself to remain composed, seeking to buy time for the guards of the Ministry of War, and remarked, "Dressed in black on a snowy day, you truly are unconventional." The veiled woman laughed. "You're quite handsome, young master. Which family do you hail from?" Shenzhou spat and replied, "Apologies, but I have no interest in older ladies." The woman stepped forward in anger, her formidable tongue sharp, though it remained to be seen if it would still be as cutting after being severed. Shenzhou continued, "I see you possess a fine figure. Just right for old Wang, who lacks a wife. Why not stay and marry him?" With a wave of her hand, the surrounding figures in black closed in instantly. Shenzhou wielded a dung scoop with reckless abandon, executing a martial art that inflicted 1,000 blows upon his enemies while inflicting 800 upon himself, creating a scene of utter chaos. Although he temporarily thwarted the enemy's advance, he was left retching from the foul stench. The young man called out behind him, "Old Wang, can you still move? If so, take Xiao Man and leave first. I shall handle this." Before the coachman Wang could respond, the woman scoffed, "Such audacity." With a swift flick of her right hand, a glimmer of cold light illuminated the snow, shooting forth with lethal precision. Shenzhou could not evade in time, watching helplessly as the dagger pierced his abdomen. "It didn't penetrate?" the woman exclaimed in surprise. The young man yanked out the dagger, tearing open his fox fur coat to reveal a golden silk armor beneath, coughing up blood as he said, "Fortunately, after the last assassination attempt, I took extra precautions." He then furiously added, "Do you have any idea how much effort I put into procuring this Chiwen armor? Selling your entire family wouldn't suffice to repay it." As his words faded, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, and a group of young men clad in red and black robes leaped onto the surrounding rooftops. The woman's expression shifted, and she was about to command her subordinates to retreat. However, chains appeared around them in an instant, each linked to sharp steel spikes. Within the blink of an eye, the courtyard was strewn with corpses. A middle-aged man stood aloft, proclaiming, "Remnants of the Wu kingdom, do you remember me? The one who stormed your capital and severed your emperor's head." The woman, her eyes burning crimson, replied, "Kingwu Wuying Division, Night Walker Zheng Jinghai." "Indeed, it's me." The middle-aged man responded cheerfully. "I never expected to have the chance to engage you today. I thought you had been disposed of by Kangwu long ago." "Kangwu would never stoop to such treachery," Zheng Jinghai retorted. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his chest, as if a powerful aura of death had locked onto the entire courtyard. He leaped off the rooftop, shouting, "Form a formation." Without hesitation, the young men under Wuying Division immediately shielded Shenzhou, preparing for battle. Raised within the palace, they had been taught from a young age to heed the sacred edicts, placing life and death beyond concern. The woman chuckled coldly. "The Emperor of Kangwu is indeed generous to allow you to personally protect a young man, but it's a pity that you will all perish." A sword aura, seemingly descending from the heavens, surged with the falling snow, tearing through everything around it and heading straight for the courtyard. Just as Zheng Jinghai contemplated sacrificing his subordinates to buy time while attempting to save Shenzhou, the tardy steward of the Qi Wang mansion hurled his long sword into the fray. The slender blade collided with the immense, invisible sword aura, creating a vortex that stretched for hundreds of meters. Wang Shuya landed gracefully, declaring, "Nothing to lament." The officials from the Ministry of War outside were left agape, astonished by the spectacle. They were young and had never witnessed true masters clash on the battlefield. The woman immediately recognized the newcomer and exclaimed, "A lackey of Shin Qingyu. Then that means that young master is the heir of the Qi Wang? Is the name of the prince one you dare to utter?" Wang Shuya lightly waved his sleeve, leaving a vivid red handprint across the woman's face. Shenzhou's anxious heart finally found solace as he leaned against the spade and softly called out, "Old Wang." The master swordsman, stationed far outside the city, harnessed the formidable energy within him and declared, "This woman is to be taken by me." Wang Shuya shook his head and chuckled, "Having injured my family's heir, you will not take her away. It would be better to carry her off instead." "Wang Shuya, we are old acquaintances. Do not presume that I fear you. Even within the grand formation of the capital, should I wish to leave, it cannot restrain me." Shenzhou raised his thumb and forcefully gestured downwards. "Old fool, if you have the courage, come in and try." With someone backing him, He felt unafraid. The steward Wang laughed. He dares not. The Thunder Marsh formation of the capital has consumed countless efforts of the Taoist sect. Unless a martial artist enters the Tai Guishu realm, it is easy to enter but difficult to exit. Shenzhou curiously inquired, "Are there truly masters of the Guisian realm in the martial world? Is it not said that this realm is merely a fabrication?" Wang Shuya explained. According to the hierarchical ascent in martial arts, such masters should exist. However, in nearly a century, none have been heard of. Should His Highness apply himself, perhaps he might witness the grandeur atop the mountain. Shenzhou swiftly nodded and smiled. "May your words be auspicious." The master outside the city called out 3 praises in succession, and thus, the 2 of them would create chaos in the capital, leaving bodies strewn everywhere. With that, he stepped closer to the capital, each step intensifying his momentum, gathering strength. Shenzhou immediately adopted a serious demeanor. This cannot be allowed. The capital, particularly within the palace, surely harbors many experts. Even if it were possible to slay those from outside the city, what of the innocent citizens who would be affected? Death is irreversible. Wang Shuya felt a mix of pride and regret. Pride for the youth remaining true to his principles, though impulsive, never overstepping his moral boundaries. Regret, as he had finally encountered an old friend, yet could only draw a single sword, feeling somewhat wearied. The woman slowly retreated, pausing at the entrance, smiling at the youth. "Sister will remember you." Shenzhou chuckled awkwardly. "Aunt, it would be best to forget about me. We are not meant to be." Chapter 53. Favoring one over another. As the situation calmed, Zheng Jinghai was the first to depart, leading his men away. They belonged to the Mist Concealment Bureau, and had it not been for the threat to the youth's life, they should not have exposed themselves in broad daylight. The assassins lurking in the shadows posed the greatest threat. Next, the officials from the Ministry of War, taken aback, realized their journey had been in vain. Yet witnessing the 2 great masters duel from afar made the trip worthwhile. Shenzhou exhaled deeply and suddenly recalled Wang the coachman. Rushing to the pickled vegetable vat and crouching down, "Old Wang, wake up." Although Wang Xiaoman trembled in fear, she bravely raised her index finger to her lips. "Brother, father is tired. He needs to rest." Shenzhou lifted the little girl from the vat, shielding her view with his fur cloak, and said to the steward Wang, "Take old Wang to the clinic, swiftly." Wang Xia crouched beside Wang the coachman, applying pressure to his wounds to staunch the bleeding, and spoke in a deep voice. "There are no fatal injuries. He will not lose his life." He then cradled the injured man's broken body and exited the small courtyard. It was only then that the little girl began to wail loudly, her small frame convulsing. Shenzhou gently patted her back and looked at the blood-soaked ground. "Would you like to accompany me to your brother's home?" The young girl lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, "I want to wait for father to come home." "Brother, you need not worry. I can cook for myself. If I am obedient, father will recover more swiftly." The youth gently ruffled her hair and replied, "Your father will also be recuperating at my home. If you do not go, who will take care of him?" The girl wiped her tear-streaked face and pouted, "Really?" Shenzhou extended his left hand, raising his pinky finger, and said, "Pinky swear." Embarrassed, the girl nodded and softly added, "Brother, wait a moment. I need to tidy up the house, or the pickled vegetables will spoil." Shenzhou, suppressing the sharp pain in his abdomen, smiled and said, "I quite like the pickled vegetables from your home. Perhaps we could bring them to my house and consider it as your father's medical expenses." After much effort, the youth finally managed to comfort the girl, and together they stepped out of the small courtyard. Not far away, a man and a woman approached on a white horse. The youth chuckled, quite a fitting pair. Shenzhou entrusted the girl into Lu Ziyuan's arms, instructing, "Take her to the Qi Wangfu, and say she is the illegitimate daughter of the young master. Have the servants keep a close watch." When Su immediately sensed something was amiss and asked in a low voice, "What happened to you?" The youth could not suppress another spurt of blood, clad in protective armor. He was not gravely harmed, yet that woman's dagger was exceedingly sharp. Lu Ziyuan hastily lifted Shun Zhou's outer robe, revealing a shocking wound that made her heart clench painfully, yearning to press her trembling hand against it. Shenzhou took a step back, and before he could speak, darkness enveloped him. When the youth opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his own bed, drowsily propping himself up and smiling unconsciously at the sight in the center of the room. The courtyard was adorned with a heated floor, and even in a thin garment and bare feet, one would not feel cold. A group of people surrounded Wang Xiaoman, with Princess Lin Xian wielding Shenzhou's favorite toy from his childhood, tempting her. Call me grandma, and I'll give it to you." Upon hearing the news, Shinhao also brought a pile of items from home, saying, "This knife belonged to your Uncle Hao when he was young. It has slain many fierce beasts and is encrusted with numerous sparkling gems." The girl looked around, recalling her father's teachings, and shyly remarked, "Father said I shouldn't accept gifts from others." When Su and Lu Ziyuan joined forces to push Shunhao aside, speaking in unison, "What does a girl need a knife for, especially one stained with blood?" Qi Wang Shun Qingyu, holding a volume of sage's teachings, seized the opportunity to say, "Indeed, I believe Xiaoman should study with me. This prince's skills ought to be passed on." Lin Xin, with a stern expression, interjected, "Go play, go play." Shinzhou cleared his throat a couple of times, noting the lack of response from the crowd, and raised his voice slightly, just awakened from his wife's scolding. Shin Qingyu nodded at his son, "You're awake now." He then joined the fray for Xiaoman's attention, stating, "Within books lie treasures and beauty. Studying is a noble pursuit, a source of enjoyment." Shinhao, rarely contradicting an elder, retorted, "Perhaps it would be better if you enjoyed it alone." "Surely not," Shinzhou said awkwardly. "You wouldn't be so unfair, would you? The young master is an injured man." The girl, upon hearing the familiar voice, scrambled to her feet and, with small steps, hurried to the bedside, sweetly exclaiming, "Brother." Lin Xian called out from behind, "Slow down, slow down." Shinzhou gently lifted the little girl onto the bed, playfully tapping her nose, "At least you have a conscience." To be fair, before her wash, Xiaoman looked rather dirty, but now, after freshening up, she resembled a porcelain doll. The little girl rummaged through her pouch and produced a greasy chicken leg, offering it with a smile. "Brother has slept for a long time. You must be hungry. This is specially saved for you by Xiaoman." In her memories, her father always saved the chicken leg for her. Thus it should be the most delicious thing in the world. This small gesture stirred a wave of maternal affection in Lin Xian, who swiftly pulled her son from the bed and then dragged Lu Ziyuan and Wen Su, as the three of them joined the little girl in playful antics on the bed. After all, the fragrant yellow sandalwood bed was spacious enough that adding a few more people wouldn't feel cramped. Shinzhou ambled towards the window, observing Wang Mafu standing outside with a silly grin. "From now on, you and Wang Xiaoman will stay in the manor." Old Wang chuckled, "Shin Xiaoman. From now on, she will be Shin Xiaoman." The youth playfully patted his shoulder, teasing, "You're taking advantage, aren't you? I'm not even married yet." It was merely a jest. Although he held fondness for the little girl, he had not sunk to the level of taking another's daughter. Wang Mafu explained, "Your Highness saved the lives of my father and daughter. Apart from this wretched life, I have nothing to repay." The prince said, "Let Xiaoman take your surname. It is my fortune and also hers." "Shin Xiaoman," the youth tentatively called out. The little girl immediately looked up. Shinzhou chuckled softly, "That's fine. But let us be clear. Since you've taken my surname, it won't be easy to change back later." Wang Mafu's gaze never left his daughter as he chuckled and cried, "No changing, it will never change. Your Highness need not worry. Xiaoman is Xiaoman. And I am I. I want to make things difficult for the Wang mansion." With that, he hobbled away. With matters clarified, Shinzhou no longer lingered on the subject. For this father and daughter, it was indeed a satisfactory conclusion. With the womenfolk on the bed, Shun Qingyu, wishing to avoid suspicion, took Shun Hao and left the room. As they passed the window, they overheard the youth asking, "Do you have ties with the cavalry camp?" Shun Qingyu caught a snowflake in his hand and replied softly, "There is guilt. Had it been discovered earlier, those brothers would not have suffered such unjust blame." "Is that why you wanted Xiaoman to take the Shin surname?" Bestowing a surname from Kangwu is an exceedingly rigorous matter. Even the emperor had only done so twice over the years. Loyalty is one aspect, but more importantly, the recipient must earn the complete trust of the bestower. Shin Qingyu spoke earnestly. "You and Howard must act more cautiously in the future. Do not let a moment of negligence lead to tragedy. Remediation after the fact cannot compare to preventing the incident from occurring." "Understood," Shinzhou replied seriously. Suddenly, Shin Qingyu chuckled, "You surely can't let this go. Do you have any plans for revenge? Speak up, and I'll assist you in strategizing." Chapter 54. The bracelet. Shinhao also cast a curious glance. As for the remnants of the warring states, Shinzhou would likely refrain from further involvement, not only to avoid attracting trouble, but also due to his limited capacity to intervene. In the court and the martial world, these figures lurked everywhere, hidden too deeply and wielding too much power. However, since Kangwu was able to triumph over them on the battlefield, It is only natural that they possess means to counteract cunning schemes. Although Shun Yi did not participate in the subsequent events, he remains inextricably linked to the poisoning incident at the Imperial Academy. Shinzhou rested his chin on his hand and mused, I wish to orchestrate something grand, but it requires time for preparation. Perhaps my father could lend a small hand and offer a hint. Shen Qingyu rubbed his hands together, displaying more excitement than his son. At his age, one would think he would be wary of losing face. After a moment of jest, Shinzhou inquired, does grandfather have a trading caravan that travels through the western regions and the Lingnan routes? Shen Qingyu replied, although the Lin family from Jiangnan is numerically sparse, their influence in the business world extends throughout Jianghu, with traces of them found in every region except the capital, where they must tread carefully. Leaning over his desk, Shinzhou supported his frail form with his left hand while his right deftly penned a few words. He then blew on the ink to dry it, folded the paper neatly, and handed it to his father, saying, please have grandfather bring me something and deliver it to the capital as soon as possible. May I take a look? Shen Qingyu asked with a cunning smile that mirrored his son's mischievous demeanor. The young man retorted with a cold laugh. If you wish to receive a thorough beating from me, feel free to glance at it. Shen Qingyu summoned a maid to relay the instructions and then turned to his son. That woman's dagger is poisoned. You haven't had a drop of water in 3 days. Shouldn't you eat something first? Shinzhou glanced at the chaotic bed and, with his right leg perched on the windowsill, weakly replied, assist me, if you please. Shen Hao quickly extended a hand, supporting his good brother as they exited the room. Lin Xian listened as the footsteps outside gradually faded, pulling the young girl into her embrace with utmost seriousness. Wen Su and Lu Ziyuan, witnessing her demeanor, straightened their clothes and knelt beside her, forming a triangular arrangement. Lin Xian pointed to the girl in masculine attire on her right and introduced, this is Andy. Wen Su entwined her fingers nervously but refrained from voicing any objections. The young girl blinked her large eyes in confusion, seemingly contemplating, continuously nodding and shaking her head. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Su cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before she untied her hairband, allowing her dark locks to cascade over her shoulders. The young girl gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Lin Xian then pointed to the left, stating, this is second aunt. Lu Ziyuan appeared even more anxious. Her face flushed as she began, Your Highness. Before she could finish, Lin Xian produced a small notebook from her bosom and declared, your birth talisman has been kept safe by the Qi Wangfu for quite some time. And of course, Zhouer's talisman is also within the Lu residence. Generally speaking, when children of the Jianghu royal family and high-ranking officials are betrothed, a marriage contract must first be signed, followed by registration with the Ministry of Household, and finally, the exchange of birth talismans between both parties. The fact that Lin Xian could present this item indicates that the preceding steps had been completed, yet the elders had deliberately concealed this matter. By customary standards, Lu Ziyuan was betrothed to Shenzhou earlier and should rightfully be the young lady, thus ranking above Wen Su. However, Lin Xian understood her son all too well. Future complications were bound to arise. So she arranged the order by age to prevent any ambiguity in titles. She removed 2 emerald bracelets from her wrist, distributing them to the 2 women, and smiled. If Zhouer brings any more girls home in the future, there will be none left. Gifts from the elders must not be declined. Wen Su and Lu Ziyuan exchanged a glance and simultaneously performed a deep bow, their hands gracefully accepting the bracelets. Lin Xian playfully pinched the young girl's cheek, advising her, when Brother Zhou is present, refer to them as sisters. In his absence, call them aunties. It took Xin Xiao Man, originally named Wang Xiao Man, considerable effort to comprehend this instruction. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she responded, Auntie, second auntie. Both young ladies felt a simultaneous tremor within their hearts. Lin Xian, adopting a serious tone, reiterated, though not by blood, you must not show favoritism. We are all one family. The rules within the household may be few, but they are of great significance. Indeed, both girls replied in unison. The princess lifted the young girl with joy, exclaiming, it is getting late. We must enter the palace to see your imperial great-grandfather. In the ancestral hall, the familiar painting of 9 leaves from the same root remained unchanged, as did the 3 purple sandalwood armchairs. Shun Yi knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the back of his hands, beads of sweat soaking the golden carpet beneath him. Despite his desperate attempts to steady himself, he could not quell the tremors. His initial plan had merely been to poison a few horses, intending to drive the ruffians from the Imperial Academy and keep them away from Luji Yuan. Yet he never anticipated that this would entangle him with remnants of the national war. The three prominent figures of the ancestral hall shook their heads in disapproval. Setting aside the audacious Shinzhou, even Shinzhua exhibited far greater composure than Shin-Yi. Before the questioning had even commenced, Shin-Yi felt his psychological defenses crumbling. Such a person, if destined to inherit the throne, would surely be manipulated by his ministers. After a while, the family head, Shin-Moen, entered the hall with his two younger brothers. Shin-Yi, his voice hoarse and desperate, cried out, "I am wronged. I am the eldest grandson of the Shin family. There is no way I could conspire with remnants of the national war. Uncle, you share the same mother as His Majesty. Please speak a few kind words on my behalf." Left Minister Shun Zhuqi, holding a delicate fan, gently tapped his palm, expressing disappointment. "Are you not indirectly admitting to the wrongdoing of the Imperial Academy against Zhou?" Shun-Yi hesitated internally, resolving to conceal a greater fault with a minor one. Claiming that he had momentarily lost his mind in folly, hoping to chastise Zhou and encourage him to mend his ways. "You still persist in your defense." Shin-Moen retorted angrily. "There are countless methods to guide your brother. Why resort to violence and secrecy?" They cared little for remnants of the national war. As long as the Shin family remained united like an ironclad fortress, outsiders could not disturb them. Yet, the truth was as the child stated. There was not a shred of falsehood. Shun-Yi continued, "For a woman, you would go so far as to harm your own brother. Do you still hold any regard for the royal family? Do you even remember your surname is Shin?" Shin Yanxi, typically reticent, spoke up, striking at the heart of the matter. Aside from Shun Zhou, the notoriously unfilial son, all other younger members of the royal family placed immense value on the Shin name, for it symbolized not only their bloodline, but also served as the key to the highest throne. Shun Yi's spirit dwindled, the light in his eyes extinguished, as he tearfully implored, "I was wrong. I beg my esteemed uncles to grant me another chance, now that I have come to my senses." At that moment, a man clad in a grand yellow dragon robe entered, cradling a young girl with horned braids in his arms. With a voice rich in magnetism, he inquired, "What has transpired?" Chapter 55. The Shun family tradition. The three members of the ancestral hall rose and bowed, saying, "We report to your majesty that Shun-Yi has confessed." Shin Lin approached the eldest grandson of the Shin family, lightly tapping his toes to signal him to raise his head. "Dear, do you understand how much hope I once placed in you?" Shun-Yi struggled to contain his tears, exclaiming, "I have erred, your majesty." Shin Lin sighed, saying, "Zhou has described you as cowardly in the Ministry of War. I did not believe it at first. But once again, you have disappointed me." Shun-Yi hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve, straightened his posture, and clasped his hands, declaring, "I humbly request your majesty to impose punishment. Changing one's nature is far more challenging than altering circumstances." While Shunzhou dared to confront the remnants of the national war with mere determination, Shun-Yi trembled even at the presence of his elders in the ancestral hall. The disparity between them is profound. Shin-Moen suggested, perhaps it would be better to allow him to return home for self-reflection. It would enable him to reassess the situation. Acknowledging his mistakes now may not reveal their true nature. Shun-Yi's gaze flickered defensively, momentarily unsure if his second uncle's words were benevolent or malicious. If he were permitted to reflect, why then was he told he did not comprehend his errors? Shin Lin nodded, saying, "As there are those advocating for your clemency. Return home and contemplate deeply. Then, compose a memorial to present to me." The harm done to Shinzhou by the Imperial Academy would merely be a minor issue if it had no aftermath, not even warranting the involvement of the ancestral hall. However, as a descendant of the Shin family, to devise schemes yet lack the courage to acknowledge them, even to simply say, "I dislike Shinzhou and intend to teach him a lesson," would be far superior to the current state of affairs. Courage cannot be feigned. Shun-Yi knelt and said, "Thank you, your majesty, and thank you, ancestral lord." Once he departed, Shin Lin smiled as he placed the little girl down and introduced her. "These are your great uncles." Shin Xiaoman, recalling the etiquette she had just learned, curtsied and said, "Xiaoman has met her great uncles." Shin Lin reminded her with a smile. The little girl, feeling somewhat intimidated, clung to the emperor's leg and repeated her earlier greeting, adding the honorific suffix. Shinjuchi approached and inquired, "Your majesty, who is this?" Shin Lin, feeling a sense of pride, replied, I maintain that Zhou has not been properly educated by Jianghu. Had he been raised by my side from the beginning, he would undoubtedly be a well-mannered and knowledgeable child. Shinjuchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Zhou is still so young, and yet he has a daughter? This statement startled the other two as well. Shinlin intended to hand the little girl over to the attendant behind him, but found her grip surprisingly strong, so he refrained from insisting. He reminisced. After the incident with the cavalry camp, I regretted for a long time. I had also gathered veteran soldiers after the National War, yet none were willing to accept the Ministry of War's compensation. Truly, the Kangwu sword is unyielding. Is this descendant of the cavalry camp linked to the poisoner Wang Dingjiang? Shin Yinshi inquired. Yes, I have met him several times, Shinlin acknowledged. Without the repeated sacrifices of the cavalry camp to save me, I would have perished amidst the arrows of Zhao, and the unification of the Central Plains would have been unattainable. Hence, Qingyu allowed Xiaoman to take the Shin surname. He recalled the spirited youth from years past, who boldly proclaimed on horseback his desire to marry the most beautiful girl in the world and to have the emperor serve as his witness. Shinlin had indeed agreed to this proclamation. Until the tragic incident occurred, the young man hunched over, leaning on a wooden stick, limping away from the military camp while carrying the tattered camp flag. Shinlin hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have not come today for Shinyi, but rather to discuss with all of you the possibility of including Xiaoman in the family genealogy, granting her the status of a true princess of Kangwu. This would serve as a way to provide closure for the wronged soldiers, to convey that the court not only acknowledges its mistakes, but is also willing to admit them. The two ministers of the royal family simultaneously bowed to the young girl, stating, We have no objections. Shinlin then turned to Shun Moen, who indignantly declared, I have objections. I am aware you do, which is precisely why I have come to discuss this matter, Shinlin replied. He was not a tyrannical emperor. Often, he was open to the opinions of others. No matter how capable one may be, it is impossible to control everything. Specialized matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. With a heavy heart, Shin Moen remarked, Your Majesty should have brought her here sooner. The face of the Ministry of War and the court cannot outweigh the loyalty of our brave soldiers. As brothers who survived the national wars, they understood the significance of the military. Even though Kangwu now favored literature over martial prowess, the funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue had not diminished. Rather, they had increased, primarily for the welfare of the veterans. More and more soldiers were aging, necessitating provisions for their livelihoods. Shinlin sighed with relief and smiled once more, saying, If that is the case, I would trouble my second brother to fetch the genealogy. Before long, a massive scroll was unfurled upon the table. Shin Moen dipped the tip of his brush into the ink and said, It is best if your Majesty writes it. After considerable effort, Shinlin finally located the name Shunzhou amidst the densely written names, and he drew a vertical line beneath it, carefully inscribing Shin Xiaoman. With the final stroke complete, Xiaoman was officially recognized as a member of the Shin family. Henceforth, should anyone attempt to challenge the young girl's lineage, they would face the wrath of the entire royal clan. As night deepened, the ancestral hall remained brightly lit, with several elderly gentlemen over the age of 50 engaged in fervent debate. The young girl rested her head on the table, eyes closed, turning her face to the side, seemingly dreaming of delicious treats, occasionally smacking her lips. The voices of the elders immediately softened, fearing they might awaken her. Shin Yinshi tugged at Shinjuchi's collar, whispering, I think the name Chilean is quite good. What is Tai Li? One might mistakenly believe our Shun family hails from a blacksmith background. Shin Moen placed his hands on the shoulders of his two younger brothers, asserting, Both are terrible. Fengyu is far better. As an elder, should I not have a say? Do you two not see me as your second brother any longer? Is it tyranny to exert my authority? Does age grant one superiority? The two retorted in unison. Shinlin rubbed his temples. Perhaps Zhou's temperament was indeed hereditary. Shin Qingyu had not lacked effort. Rather, after exhausting all options, he reluctantly chose to concede. He almost forgot the last time the four brothers had quarreled was over what matter. Was it the sweet cake held by their mother in their childhood? Or was it the wooden sword crafted by the late emperor himself? How had the Shun family's values devolved to such a state? Shinlin rubbed his face, clenched his fists, and in a voice low yet commanding, declared, Enough of this noise. After a tense glance at his great-granddaughter, he resolutely proclaimed, The title shall be Zhao Xiao, to declare to the world that our valiant riders triumph over enemies. Whoever dares to speak further, I shall send them flying with a single blow. As soon as the words left his lips, Shun Lin swiftly rose to his feet, carefully cradling Shun Xiaoman in his arms. He did not forget to gently admonish the slumbering girl, advising her to be obedient and to keep her distance from those elderly men, cautioning her against frequenting the house of ancestors. The remaining three exchanged glances, a cold smirk escaping their lips. The imperial decree had yet to be issued, and thus there remained an opportunity. With that, they fell into a quarrel, each unwilling to concede, dismissing the notion of brotherly affection and respect. What nonsense! In the Chiwangfu, Shenzhou had just finished changing his bandages and was preparing to retreat to his courtyard for some rest when he happened to notice two individuals approaching him, arms intertwined. The young man scoffed. What shameless behavior, coupling so readily. Chapter 56. The spring hunt begins. They, too, caught sight of the youth. Lu Ziyuan whispered something to Wensu, prompting a blush and a smile from her. To Shenzhou's eyes, this was a quintessential display of young love. A tender exchange accompanied by playful laughter. How delightful it would be for gentlemen to laugh more openly. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. His laughter grew slightly louder, inadvertently straining his abdominal wound, causing him to brace himself against the nearby table to steady his form. Peering into his collar, he was relieved to find that the fishing line had not come undone. Otherwise, he would have to summon a physician for stitching, a most troublesome affair. Lu Ziyuan shot a disapproving glare at the youth, who was still attempting to appear nonchalant despite his condition. Shenzhou shook his finger in admonishment, saying, I am well aware of my own health. You, staying out so late, do you not fear your elders will come looking for you? My father is also in the Wangfu, Lu Ziyuan replied, resting her head against Wensu's shoulder, her tone softening. Tonight, I will share a bed with her. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Though the youth had indulged in the pleasures of life over the past 2 years, the most audacious act he had committed was merely holding hands. He had not even dared to kiss a girl, convinced that maintaining his chastity was the key to becoming a master. Lu Ziyuan smiled with a hint of mischief. With the prince and princess present, those outside would not dare to gossip. The Qi Wangfu, apart from the heir, had a commendable reputation, especially Shen Qingyu. Should he choose to speak out, most would not doubt him. After all, a gentleman's word carries the weight of gold. If even Shen Qingyu's words were met with skepticism, then those scholars might well abandon their noble texts and roll up their sleeves to engage in reasoned discourse. My parents would never condone such ridiculous talk. Before Shenzhou could finish his thought, he noticed that both girls were wearing identical bracelets. Disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, To be frank, are you my father or mother's illegitimate child? How could she gift you such a thing? When Su leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Lu Ziyuan's shoulder, Guess. What a scandalous pair, the youth lamented, collapsing onto the table in despair. This household is unbearable. I shall run away. Noticing the unusual tone in his words, Lu Ziyuan quietly inquired, Is there a story behind that bracelet? A small bracelet, a trivial tale. There's nothing much to tell. The girl in male attire gently cracked her knuckles. Upon hearing this, Shenzhou sat up straight. That sound reminiscent of a nightmare that had troubled him for days. By day he attended school, while by night he practiced martial arts. Even the household dogs seemed to enjoy more leisure than he. Feigning nonchalance, he remarked, I'm parched, there's no water. Then he murmured to himself, One must adopt a proper attitude when seeking assistance. When Su poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Lu Ziyuan, who then presented it to Shenzhou, who finally felt inclined to speak. The Lin family of Jiangnan, wealthy beyond measure, is a statement devoid of exaggeration. Even during the tumultuous times of national warfare, the Lin family, with their impeccable reputation, navigated between various nations, being treated as esteemed guests, for they possessed certain resources that only they could provide. However, when the Kangwu forces emerged, beginning their conquest of the Central Plains, the Lin family promptly severed all trade ties with foreign nations, dedicating the full strength of their clan to support the cause, transporting countless chests of gold and silver. A portion was exchanged for provisions and supplies, while the remainder was allocated for the soldiers' salaries. To shield their true intentions from prying eyes, they falsely claimed that a wayward son had squandered the family fortune. Yet, as time wore on, even the Lin family found it increasingly difficult to sustain their efforts. Ultimately, they were compelled to sell off their ancestral lands, including the venerable home that had nurtured generations of the Lin family. The men of the household disguised themselves as bodyguards, transporting the exchanged silver in carts towards Kingwu. In their most desperate moments, The entire family was forced to sleep on the streets, scavenging tree bark in the mountains to stave off hunger, enduring countless scornful glances without a single complaint. Only a pair of bracelets, precious heirlooms, were spared from sale, as the grandfather insisted they were part of the grandmother's dowry, meant to accompany him to the grave should the Lin family perish, fearing the reproach that would follow. Shenzhou took a sip of tea and remarked, in the end, the Lin family triumphed. In the first year of Jingming, the bracelets were sent to the capital, initially intended for the future bride of the young master, but unexpectedly, they ended up with the two of you. The two exchanged a knowing glance, concealing their mild delight within. Shenzhou approached Wensu, speaking earnestly, "You have endured much. Your father is rather old-fashioned, and his words are often incomprehensible. From now on, living in the capital, you will encounter him frequently, and you shall bear the brunt of it." With that, he turned to leave, indifferent to their unwed cohabitation, as the elders had not raised any objections, and he felt no obligation to intervene, confident that he would not be held accountable should any issues arise. When Su defended Lu Zhiyuan, saying, "I heard that someone at the age of 8 still wet the bed, only to blame it on the large yellow dog in the residence. Is there any truth to this?" The youth stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and, filled with indignation, retorted, "You too. You young master." Finally, he shouted towards the door, "Big Yellow, say something." An old dog ambled through the main entrance, wagging its tail. Disappointingly ungrateful, after years of care, it chose to betray its master at the first sign of trouble. Shenzhou then glanced back at Lu Zhiyuan, whispering caution about future progeny. But before Wensu's palm could land, the youth swiftly fled the scene. As winter gave way to spring, life burst forth anew. Shenzhou celebrated his 16th birthday just before the year's end. On this day, he rose early, donning a hunting outfit, his eyes sparkling with determination. After months of preparation, he finally received a gift from his grandfather just in time for the spring hunt. The gift was modest, contained within 2 small vials. Outside the gates of the Qi Wang residence, Shunhao was also dressed in hunting attire, eager to showcase his prowess and restore the prestige of the Yongxin royal family. Spotting his good brother exiting, he approached, proudly displaying the hunting bow slung across his back, crafted by a master. Isn't it splendid? Shenzhou, shedding some of his youthful naivety, appeared considerably more composed and handsome, yet he cautioned, "But today, let us refrain from using it. I fear you might frighten the others." The youth's words revealed his true nature. "What is this nonsense?" Shunhao retorted, "Among the royal offspring, aside from Shenzhua, I consider the rest beneath my notice." Shenzhou cast a sidelong glance. "It cannot be calculated in such a manner. You are a future master of the martial world and disdain such trivial matters." Shunhao glanced over his good brother's shoulder and inquired, "Even if you look down upon it, shouldn't you at least put on a show? Have you brought nothing?" Shenzhou chuckled. "Today, I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Bringing my eyes is sufficient." Sensing the scent of conspiracy, Shunhao decisively unstrung his bow. He had no desire to wade through murky waters. Should he be mistakenly harmed, he wouldn't know whom to lament to. Jianghu has long upheld the noble tradition of spring hunts and autumn games, and the royal descendants must not neglect their horsemanship. With civil and military officials in attendance, nearly all Shun clan disciples over the age of 12 would participate. The royal hunting grounds are situated 10 miles to the north of the city, enclosed by mountains and teeming with game, including rare and exotic beasts. For instance, last month, a villager claimed to have seen a phoenix amidst the forest, resplendent in multicolored plumage, its tail adorned with shimmering jewels. Shenzhou initially believed he had risen early enough, only to discover upon arriving at the hunting grounds that others were already prepared. Shenlin was fervently addressing the crowd from the stage, igniting the passion of the youth, who were eager to dash into the woods and slay every living creature. Observing his cousins, Shun Yi and Shun Zhua, standing at the forefront, Shenzhou whispered, "Dear cousins, do not let me down today." Chapter 57. The Falcon Command. Instead of joining the throng, Shenzhou took a small detour and found a position in the banquet area, sitting cross-legged with poise. Shenlin remained on stage, flanked by civil and military officials, while 2 figures in the expansive banquet hall drew considerable attention. The emperor, having observed the youth several times, noted his singular focus on his meal, seemingly uninterested in participating in the spring hunt. He subtly signaled to the attendant behind him. Before long, a solitary figure approached the high platform, cradling an object. Shenlin slowly unveiled the red cloth, revealing a black iron plaque. A collective gasp arose from the assembly of young men. It was the Falcon Command. The appearance of this artifact sent the crowd into a frenzy, akin to pouring water into a pot of boiling oil. The Falcon Command originated from a battle cry during the National War. Jianghu's warriors hunt the falcon in the Central Plains. At the war's outset, Shenlin commissioned the creation of 12 iron plaques, promising to bestow them upon those who achieved significant victories. Initially, the 12 kingdoms of the Central Plains scoffed at this announcement, dismissing Jianghu as a mere small nation in the West, foolishly aspiring to conquer the world, a mere jester performing tricks for amusement. However, as the Zhao, Wei, and Han kingdoms fell one after another, the remaining states could no longer afford to mock, beginning to set aside past grievances and unite in resistance. The Falcon Command became a symbol of the highest honor for martial generals and strategists, even prompting the southern Yu and Qi nations to emulate it in hopes of boosting their own morale. Unfortunately, after their capitals were destroyed, the counterfeit tokens they created were all obliterated. In total, there were 12 plaques, 5 of which had already been awarded. Among the recipients were King Qin Xinqingxua and the current left guard General Xiao Yu, whose father, Xiao Che, also received one. The remaining 3 were in the possession of King Qi Xinqingyu. However, one troublesome juvenile had carelessly lost one of the plaques in the center of a lake at home, and it had yet to be recovered. Shenlin squinted, pondering whether this would not pique your interest. It seems I must add more thrilling elements. He cleared his throat and said, "This item shall first be entrusted to Yer. Should anyone surpass him today, it may be reclaimed at a later time." Shun Yi dismounted and knelt forward, declaring loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust." Among the 3 princes, only Prince Jin, Shun Qingjing, had not yet received such an honor. If he could secure the token, it would fulfill a wish of his father. Shenlin patted his grandson on the shoulder and urged, "You must strive diligently." Shun Yi vowed, "I shall not disappoint the expectations of many." Shenlin nodded and, addressing the assembly, waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Sons of the Shin family, follow the direction of my finger and charge." The sound of hooves drowned out the drums as dozens of young men, accompanied by their respective guards, surged into the forest. Once the dust settled, Shenlin called for the officials to take their seats. For them, the outcome of the spring hunt held little significance, as today was merely a customary outing. Feigning nonchalance, Shenlin approached the youth's table and remarked in surprise, "Why are you still seated?" Shinzhou, looking weary, rubbed his shoulders and legs, feeling unwell and reluctant to mingle with the younger crowd. Shenlin exposed him, saying, "Did you not break into the criminal department's prison yesterday to spar with the detained martial artists? Are you perhaps outmatched?" Shinzhou retorted with disdain, "They are no match for me." While he could speak on many matters, he was particularly unwilling to concede in martial arts. Clearly, he had made considerable progress. Suddenly, Shenlin's expression shifted as he asked, "You are not plotting something again, are you? Who are we to each other?" "Absolutely not. Rest assured," Shinzhou replied without hesitation. The more Shinzhou insisted, the more Shenlin's concern grew. Over the past few months, the impudent youth had not once visited the porcelain bone studio, which had initially pleased Shenlin. However, the following day, a report from the criminal department arrived, accusing the Crown Prince Qi of trespassing into the prison and setting up a platform for dueling, claiming he wished to learn from the martial artists. After much deliberation, Shenlin concluded that it was preferable for the troublesome youth to engage with criminals rather than others, and he chose to suppress the matter, instructing the criminal department to remain discreet. The minister of the criminal department, Tong Hongren, felt powerless and could only advise the guards on duty to ensure that no vicious death row inmates were released. The more Shenlin pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Could such a character truly remain peaceful? Given the youth's temperament, if he had no desire to partake in the spring hunt, he would not have come to the scene. Just as he prepared to press for answers, the left minister, Lu Guanxiao, approached with an imposing demeanor, his beard bouncing rhythmically with his steps. Shinzhou greeted him warmly. "It has been a long time, Elder Lu." Lu Guanxiao leaned forward and struck the table with a fist, lowering his voice. "Did you honor visit your residence again a few days ago?" "That's it," Shenlin interjected, teasing. Shinzhou immediately realized that the elder was seeking a confrontation and resolutely declared, "It has nothing to do with me. She was looking for Wensu, and I have no idea what they were doing in the courtyard, as I do not eavesdrop." He had expected that such vague words would incite the elder's wrath. allowing for an entertaining spectacle and a chance to retaliate against Wen Su for her mistreatment of him over the past few months. To his surprise, Lu Guanchao stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, so she was looking for young Master Wen. Then there is no issue. Shen Zhou continued to embellish the tale, saying, in Wen Chu's courtyard, there are no other servants around. A solitary man and a lady. Such thoughts are beyond my imagination. Very well, Lu Guanchao laughed heartily. The 5 words elicited a slight downturn at the corner of Shen Zhou's mouth. This was hardly a typical response from a female elder. Shouldn't she storm into the Wang residence, find that cold, aloof lad, and administer a sound thrashing with a wet riding whip? Shen Lin observed the youth with a hint of amusement. Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at him, Shen Zhou sprang to his feet, exclaiming, what makes me inferior to that scoundrel? He is merely my father's illegitimate son. Even if he were to inherit, it would only be after I have taken my share. Shen Lin delivered a sharp slap to the back of the youth's head, admonishing him to cease his foolishness. Cheng Yu's reputation wanes with each passing day, and it is you who spreads these rumors. Fuming, Shen Zhou left the table to mingle with other officials, addressing them as uncles and brothers with great enthusiasm. Were he to act in such a manner in private, he would inevitably be reported by the censors, accused of forming factions with the imperial grandson. Yet, in the light of day, such actions would not invite scrutiny. General Yi, it has been a while. Last year's assassination incident must have caused you some trouble. Grandfather Cheng, the Ministry of Personnel has been quite busy since the beginning of the year. Do take care of your health. General Xiao, let us arrange another gathering soon to vanquish our foes together. The youth did not wait for responses, instead moving on to greet another individual. Lu Guanchao murmured, is His Highness attempting to cultivate his own power? Shen Lin shook his head. It does not seem so. That mischievous lad has ulterior motives. Make sure to greet your colleagues from the 3 ministries and be cautious today. While conversing with others, Shen Zhou discreetly placed a small vial on Shen Zhuo's table, taking advantage of the distraction. Chapter 58. An unassailable advantage in the hunting grounds. The paths through the forest were rugged, yet Shen Zhuo galloped ahead, demonstrating remarkable equestrian skills. Before setting off, he had noted that Shen Zhou was absent from the spring hunt, which meant his only rival was Shen Yi. The outcome would depend on the total number of prey captured by both. Historically, Shen Zhuo had emerged victorious more often than not. His guards were seasoned veterans, having survived countless battles and were the elite from the scouting battalions, traversing the forest as if it were level ground. Shen Yi, spurring his horse, caught up and laughed. Brother Zhuo, it seems victory is all but assured for you today. I fear I shall be unable to retain the falcon hunting order. Why not let me have it this time? Shen Zhuo turned his horse to evade a tree trunk the width of a man and replied, cousin, such words are misplaced. Treasures belong only to the worthy. It is best we prove our mettle through action. Shen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint aura of menace rising within him. His younger brother's deliberate choice of the word treasure in place of fate implied an underestimation of his status as the legitimate grandson. Then I shall head to the back mountain. How about you hunt on the western side? This way, we can avoid conflict. Why not you go to the west side? The back mountain connected to a vast mountain range in the north, teeming with game, a well-known secret among the Shun clan members who hunted annually. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Yi conceded, in that case, I shall grant you this one opportunity, but let it be known that you shall not compete with me during the autumn hunt. Indeed, as it should be, the elder brother leads with friendship, while the younger brother follows with respect. Unfounded concessions often alert opponents, prompting them to propose equivalent conditions, thereby minimizing suspicion. Shun Yi grasped the reins, decelerating as he watched Shen Zhuo depart. Last year, he had encountered several merchants from the South Seas who had come to peddle the mythical blissful bird. Its form resembled that of a crane, adorned in 9 vibrant hues, crowned like the flowing clouds, with a tail trailing the azure heavens. When it took flight, it resembled snow cascading from Kunlun. As if precious jade shattered and frost took flight, when it folded its wings, it appeared as if the mists of Penglai were gathering, with the clouds calming to give rise to smoke. Shun Yi was utterly astounded. This was no mere blissful bird, but a phoenix, his childhood phoenix. He swiftly dealt with all those privy to the secret and kept 3 young phoenixes within his estate. Regrettably, as winter descended, 2 could not endure the bitter cold and perished amidst the vast, falling snow. Shun Yi cautiously relocated the last one to his chamber, tending to it day and night. Only a month before the spring hunt did he permit a slight trimming of its wings, placing it in the western side of the royal hunting grounds, while discreetly spreading the word in advance. Thus, even if Shinzhuo were to slay 1,000 ferocious beasts, he would find it impossible to turn the tide in this fated contest of failure. Shun Yi snapped his fingers, and a youth resembling him rode forward, bowing and greeting, "Elder brother, take a few men to the back mountain and keep an eye on Shinzhuo's every move. If he decides to return early, create some trouble for him." "Understood, brother. If you succeed in obtaining the Falcon command, our father will surely reward you." Shun Yi replied solemnly, "Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked." The youth nodded and galloped away. Shun Yi leisurely made his way to the western side of the hunting grounds, gently whistling. After a while, as his jaw began to feel slightly stiff, a brilliantly colored bird finally peeked out from the branches. Shun Yi produced some bird feed, calling softly, "Little phoenix, come quickly." The bird spread its wings and flew down, alighting firmly upon the horse's head, curiously assessing the newcomer. Shun Yi cradled it in his arms, whispering, "Do not worry. You shall no longer suffer." Now, he merely needed to wait for time to pass, after which he would present the little creature to the emperor and triumph over that wretched son of a servant. In the back mountain, Shinzhuo lived up to the true teachings of his father, hitting every target with his arrows. The guards were busily engaged, assisting in the hunt while marking the kills for the brothers to transport later. Suddenly, Shinzhuo pulled on the reins, directing his gaze towards a shadow not far off. "Shinping, what brings you here?" The youth, strikingly similar to Shun Yi, tossed a wild chicken in response, saying, "My elder brother is overly cautious, forbidding me from following. Is there truly some rare beast in the west?" Regardless of whether it was a feigned ruse or not, Shinzhuo could not abandon the back mountain. Thus he felt only concern, without any regret for his decision. "I do not know," Shinping replied. "Have you heard the recent rumors in the city about phoenixes? Perhaps it is the handiwork of my elder brother." "Nonsense," Shinzhuo coldly retorted. "A chicken with a peacock's tail? Grandfather is not a foolish monarch of the previous dynasty. He would not perceive such a thing as an omen of good fortune. If it is not an auspicious sign, then the remaining beasts are beneath his notice. If one tiger does not suffice, then let it be two." Shinping reassured him, "Indeed." Shinzhuo smiled broadly and suggested, "Shall we play for a while? I shall refrain from further comment. The achievements I have garnered will inevitably be attributed to my elder brother, which is quite vexing. As long as Shun Yi remains, the other children in the residence will forever be deprived of the opportunity to showcase their talents." Shinzhuo solemnly declared, "The previous agreement still stands. As long as I ascend to the position of the crown prince, you shall become the future heir to the Jianghu, standing above all. With only one person beneath you, I shall clear away all obstacles in your path." Shinping nodded heavily, yet expressed some concern. "While you are in the Jianghu residence with me, what of my elder brother in the Qinhuang residence?" Shinzhuo replied with a sinister smile, "Shin Chengjing cannot compare to my father. The rules of the Qinhuang residence are akin to those of a military camp, with loyalty prevailing throughout. If any scion dares to seek refuge with others, even if Shinzhuo refrains from intervening, Shin Qingshuo would ensure their demise in a most brutal fashion. There is no doubt, it would be a true dismemberment, and all sons would be compelled to witness the spectacle." Time swiftly elapsed, the dusk painted in gold, the clouds resembling flames, as the western horizon split open, revealing a sliver of crimson. Shinzhuo lay listlessly upon the table, devoid of vitality. The spring hunt, as per tradition, was to last 3 days, and he did not wish to spend the night here, not even upon the hard silk couch. Shenlin found the youth's demeanor amusing. Should he ascend to the throne in the future, one could only imagine the thoughts of the ministers and generals observing such an emperor. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "They have returned." A plume of dust appeared on the horizon, and Shinzhuo raised his whip high, embodying youthful exuberance. It was the crown prince of Qin, returning early, evidently brimming with confidence regarding this hunt. There are still 2 days remaining. The Jianghu heir may yet catch up. No need for haste. The officials divided into 2 factions, quietly debating their favored candidates. General Xiao Yu of the left guard stealthily approached Shinzhuo, whispering, "Your Highness, do you have the inclination to wager on a game?" Shinzhuo sat up, grinning. "What if I bet on Shinzhuo? What will you do then?" "The words of your Highness are amusing. The left guard serves directly under His Majesty and has never served under the Qinhuang. If your Highness bets on the Crown Prince of Qin, I shall wager on the Jianghu heir. 10,000 taels." Shinzhuo raised a finger without hesitation. "One moment, please." Xiao Yu hurriedly pressed down his finger, Even if you were to sell me, it would not amount to 10,000 taels. I do not engage in trivial business. Shunzhou retorted, wishing only for their swift return so the grand performance could commence without delay, with no thoughts to squander elsewhere. Chapter 59. The grand performance commences with the arrival of the Jianghu heir. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air. Shunzhou dismounted, traversed the crowd, and knelt before the emperor, wiping the blood from his face, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is what I have procured today: 7 tigers, 13 deer, and several hundred wild chickens and wolves." Of course, these accomplishments could not solely be attributed to him. The majority of the credit lies with the guards who executed the hunt. Yet, as a grandson of the emperor, being able to gather a group of formidable subordinates is also a display of capability. Shenlin smiled and nodded. "Qingshua, you have a fine son. His bearing is not inferior to yours in your youth." The Qin Wang shook his head, stating, "Father's praise is misplaced. Only through the trials of war can a man truly mature. Zhua has never left the capital since childhood and has yet to witness the dangers of the outside world. A brilliant tactic of retreating to advance, seemingly stepping on his son, yet in truth, it heralds his youthful military experiences. In the imperial capital, at the conclusion of the national war, the eldest grandson, Shen Yi, was merely 10 years of age, rendering him incapable of enlisting to serve the nation. This circumstance was neither an advantage nor a disadvantage for Shenzhua, as all were positioned at the same starting line. Among the forebears, Shen Qingshua possessed the most extensive military experience, having been engaged throughout the latter half of the national conflict. Thus, the children he nurtured, even if not surpassing his own prowess, could still outshine their peers. This subtle calculation did not escape Shenlin's notice. The current times were different from the past, and if the children were of comparable age, they might indeed perform even better. Shen Qingshua observed his father's gaze lingering on the distant youth, and he concurred. Zhou is indeed remarkable. Although he may appear to lack formal education, his comprehension of military law is profound. Even Zhou has suffered significant losses at his hands, likely owing to the influence of my third brother. He swiftly redirected the conversation, implying that last year's retaliation by Shun Zhou was orchestrated by his father. Shen Qingyu clasped his hands in response, saying, "Second brother, you jest." If Zhou had been but a little more cautious, he would not have been lured into the garden. Ultimately, he is still young and cannot resist provocation. Shen Qingshua remarked upon the cunning intentions of the Shun Zhou father and son, to which Shen Qingyu retorted regarding the impulsiveness of the Shun Zhou father and son. If a hot-blooded individual were to ascend the throne, the nation would know only conquest. It is not that expanding territory is inherently wrong, yet the realm of Jianghu has already grown sufficiently large, rendering governance exceedingly challenging. Should conflict arise anew, what becomes of the impoverished populace? Are they destined solely to perish on the battlefield? In a flourishing dynasty, where citizens live in peace and prosperity, acquiring land at minimal cost through superior weaponry is a rightful pursuit. However, many among the populace still struggle to secure their next meal. To instigate further disputes would be a reckless pursuit of martial glory. Shenlin, having fought for 30 years, understood this deeply. In his youth, he had often wept alone in his tent, unable to confront the innocent gazes of the young soldiers outside, pondering whether, had he delayed the uprising by a few years and prepared more thoroughly, so many lives might not have been lost in battle. He vowed that once the realm was unified, he would not become a martial emperor, but rather a proper civil emperor, striving to breathe life back into the war-scarred central plains, restoring the joyful sounds of children studying amidst the healing of the battered land. Shen Qingyu's confidence in speaking thus derived largely from Shenzhou. Since his son had no desire to inherit the throne, he felt free from the burden of public opinion. Yet could others afford such luxury? As anticipated, the civil officials adopted stern expressions upon hearing this discourse. Even the martial generals, who typically supported Prince Qin, wore troubled visages. They had fought valiantly on the battlefield, yet now found themselves overshadowed by the civil officials. While they harbored ambitions for power and profit, this did not equate to a desire to return to the battlefield. The young men who had accompanied them through much of their lives could, in an instant, find themselves decapitated by the enemy, ending up as nameless graves without even a tombstone, left unremembered during the Qingming and Chongyang festivals. Humanity is tender. Who could bear to witness such sorrow? Should foreign foes invade, they would accept their fate, for those who conquer must also defend. Yet the present circumstances were far from such a dichotomy. That is not my son's intention. Found himself in a dilemma. Should he acquiesce to the words of Prince Qi, he would inevitably forfeit the support of both the military and the civil officials. Conversely, if he rejected them, he would risk alienating his loyal brother. After much contemplation, he conceded, "It is my fault. I should not have resurrected old grievances. Please, father, impose your punishment upon me." With a smile, Shen Lin replied, "Today is for the spring hunt. Let us refrain from discussing punishment." Shen Qingyu hesitated. "Father, this matter is of no consequence." Shen Lin understood his son's intent. That rascal must have something up his sleeve. However, the hunting grounds were thoroughly encircled by the left guard, and even the legendary Sun Wukong would find it impossible to escape this five-finger mountain. Under such vigilant scrutiny, how much chaos could one truly incite? It was merely a matter of sharp tongues. With him present, no one would dare act rashly. Though puzzled by the emperor's overflowing confidence, Shen Qingyu swallowed his words. Shen Zhao, kneeling, felt his legs grow numb, bewildered as to why his father suddenly admitted fault. However, with no punishment forthcoming, he spoke up. "A new seasoning has recently gained great popularity in the capital, crafted from honey and a blend of spices, ideal for roasting. I wish to prepare a dish for your majesty." With that, Shen Zhao retrieved a small porcelain vial from his table. Upon noticing the dark pattern at the bottom of the vial, Shen Qingyu was reminded of the chaotic scene when Shen Zhou had experimented at home. The frenzy had been quite something. Though brief, it had been enough to tarnish one's reputation for a lifetime. Shen Lin waved his hand. "Excellent. Let us sample Zhao Er's culinary skills today." With encouragement, Shen Zhao approached the nearby game, selecting a small wild boar, swiftly severing its hind leg. While wild boar meat may not rival that of beef or lamb, it was more fitting for the day's occasion. Eager to prepare the dish without assistance, Shen Zhao relied on the training he had received at home, deftly skinning and preparing the meat with practiced ease. Before long, the entire hind leg was smooth and ready, and he skillfully scored it to enhance the infusion of flavor. Shen Zhou had been observing closely, and only after Shen Zhao applied the secret sauce did he finally relax. The aroma of the roasted meat combined with the sweetness of honey wafted through the air, captivating many officials. Some approached, hoping to procure a taste, as the spring hunt provided special meals only for the elderly officials, while others, including Shen Lin, would have to subsist on the game captured by the young princes. Should the younger generation fail to impress, they would all endure hunger for 3 days as a lesson in reflection. Earlier that morning, Shen Zhou had eaten a meal hastily purchased from the street by Shen Hao. Shen Zhao shook the porcelain vial, apologizing, "I must brush it again after roasting. There may not be much left. I hope, Lord Yi, you can forgive me." As the meat neared completion, he stood to place the leg on a tray, preparing to present it to the emperor. Suddenly, a bright, melodious voice rang out from the crowd. "Shouldn't we test for poison first? What if it proves fatal?" Chapter 60. The poison strike. Shen Hao stared in shock at his good brother, his eyes wide. "Are you not a girl?" Shen Zhou shifted his large head away, calmly replying, "It is merely ventriloquism. I can mimic a woman's voice." With a soft chuckle, Shen Hao voiced his thoughts. "If you donned a gauzy dress, applied a touch of makeup, and spoke in that tone, you could surely become a courtesan at the porcelain bone studio." Shen Zhou rotated his wrist threateningly, proclaiming, "Recently, my martial prowess has reached new heights. Do you wish to test me?" Shen Hao shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. Shen Zhou turned towards the direction of the voice, but found no woman, dismissing it as merely a servant bribed by Shen Yi. However, the crown prince of the Qing kingdom was not the only one unaware. The wise emperor of Jianghu certainly took notice. Most of Shen Lin's attention was focused on Shen Zhou, as he did not wish to miss any signs of mischief from the impudent youth, which would undermine his dignity as an elder. Shen Zhou watched as his grandfather descended from the high platform, placing the tray on the table, and bowed his head, stating, "It was my oversight. Testing the poison is the duty of the servants." Shen Lin wished to preserve some dignity for his grandson, attributing the issue to the unseemly laughter of that wretched boy, convinced that a significant problem lurked beneath the surface. "Someone is hesitant," a woman's voice echoed once more. Shen Zhou, incensed, sliced off a piece of meat with a small knife and chewed, declaring, "Everything is prepared by me. Naturally, it is my responsibility to test the poison." Moments later, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Truly extraordinary. Though it cannot compare to the imperial kitchen, it is indeed a rare delicacy." Shen Lin, feeling uncertain, remarked, "Such a large hind leg. I alone cannot consume it. Perhaps the esteemed officials from the 3 provinces would care to join? Having already received a warning from Left Minister Lu Guanchao, the dignitaries of the 3 provinces noticed the unusual scene and cautiously shifted their chairs back. Minister Jianghu candidly stated, "This is the filial piety of the Crown Prince of Qin. It should rightfully belong to your Majesty alone." Shen Lin inwardly cursed, feigning a smile as he said, "What a pity." Just as he was about to take a slice, the face of the Crown Prince of Qin changed several times, and a long rumble echoed through the tranquil dusk. "Gurgle." Shen Zhuo forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, this dish warms the stomach." Gurgle. The second sound, like spring thunder, caused him to tighten his legs, and 2 pearls from his jade belt rolled lazily to Shen Lin's feet. Boom. Shen Zhui's chest swelled as he cultivated his inner energy, raising his neck and declaring, "I did not expect it would enhance my powers." Even if the food was tainted, he could not admit it, lest he be accused of poisoning the emperor. Shen Zhou retrieved a Persian rug from behind and tossed it over, saying, "It's cold. Be careful not to catch a chill." As the rug settled around Shen Zhui's waist, a muffled sound erupted, and the peacock embroidery on the blanket puffed up like a balloon. He struck the table in an attempt to cover it up, burping twice and insisting, "I merely overindulged." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of melodious notes burst forth from his waist, causing the young minister behind him to gag. The onlookers stifled their laughter, hesitant to voice their confusion over how such a small piece of meat could satiate their hunger. Shen Lin pinched his nose, dispersing the odor before muttering, "Zhuo, you should summon the court physician." What should have been a splendid evening banquet had devolved into an event for appreciating the scent of flatulence, leaving the Ministry of Rites feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondering whether they should report this incident upon returning. Shen Zhuo inhaled deeply and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am perfectly well. As long as you are well, that is sufficient." Shun Qingshua approached, intending to retrieve his son to spare him further embarrassment. Yet, unexpectedly, Shun Zhuo pushed away his father's large hand. His face flushed and his gaze dazed, as if searching for something elusive. Suddenly, he spotted the carcass of a wild boar nearby and dashed over, bowing fervently, exclaiming, "The great Marshal Tianpeng has manifested his presence. This young master is willing to offer the Gao family estate as a betrothal gift, or perhaps the suburban villa." It was unclear what words were exchanged between the deceased boar and the heir of the Qin Wang, but it elicited an uproarious laugh from him. He then wrapped his right arm around the boar's neck, cradling it protectively, while his left hand acted as a third leg, crawling along the dark ground. A soldier from the left guard, fearing the disturbance would upset the royal presence, contemplated intervening, but heard Shen Zhuo bellow, "You dare harm my father-in-law and implicate 9 generations." Shen Lin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, his prior hesitation spared them from dire consequences. At that moment, Shun Yi returned from the mountains, unprepared to boast of his catch, only to be startled by the scene before him, inquiring, "What is this, Brother Zhuo?" Shen Zhou, witnessing the second victim's arrival, approached and playfully nudged him with his shoulder, jesting, indigestion, playing the son-in-law of Zhu Beiji. Shen Yi, filled with concern, remarked, "Brother Zhuo, you are being reckless." In an attempt to mask his own feelings, he engaged Shen Zhou in casual conversation. "Aren't you usually fond of the hunting grounds? Why not venture there today?" The youth concealed a freshly acquired black iron plate within his waist, laughing heartily. "Naturally, I have my own reasons." With that, he turned and departed, unwilling to utter another word. Shen Zhuo was pinned to the ground by several soldiers, struggling vigorously while still clutching the dead pig tightly. Shen Lin summoned the imperial physician from the medicine bureau, who conducted a brief examination and concluded that the young man had likely ingested some hallucinogenic toxin, albeit in a minor dose. Otherwise, he would not be so lively. Shen Qingshua inquired, "Is there an antidote?" The physician shook his head, explaining, "There are numerous toxins with such effects, especially in Lingnan. If not addressed correctly, it may only worsen the situation. The best course of action is to wait for His Highness to awaken from his delusion." Shen Qingshua struggled to contain his rage, commanding sternly, "Investigate the apothecaries in the capital and see if anyone has recently purchased similar toxins." The physician hesitated, stating, "Such substances are rarely found in the capital. Only a few remain in the medicine bureau, and each use is meticulously recorded, monitored by the eunuch department, preventing any leakage. Thus, Attempting to pinpoint the culprit through the cellar would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Half an hour later, the flush on Shun's face gradually faded. He shook his heavy head, bewildered. What has happened? Shun Qingshua kicked the dead pig from his son's grasp, his lips trembling as he commanded, "Kneel and apologize." Today was indeed a day of misfortunes for the Qin Wang's residents. First, the prince was forced to acknowledge his errors. And now his heir was in a frenzy, recognizing a pig as his father. Shen Lin, maintaining a stern expression, ordered, "Issue a decree. The suburban villa under the Qin Wang's name shall be converted into a temple for the great Marshal Tianpeng, with the current host appointed." The royal dignity had been utterly compromised, necessitating an explanation. As Shunjua gradually recalled the events that transpired, shame overwhelmed him. Hearing the raucous laughter from within the gathering, he turned and, with eyes blazing with fury, shouted, "Shinzhou, it was you. You were the one who led me to this predicament." The youth pointed to himself, his tone ambiguous, oscillating between affirmation and inquiry. "It is I." Chapter 61. The lost Shinzhou extended his hand, inquiring, "Where is the evidence?" As Shinzhua had stated, all the items had been prepared by him. Even if tampered with, it was ultimately his negligence in verification. In the absence of evidence, it would be prudent for his cousin to refrain from making baseless accusations. Shinzhou appeared audacious, posturing as if he had indeed acted, yet the other party seemed helpless. Without evidence, to accuse a brother would necessitate another visit to the ancestral hall, and by then, it was uncertain what identity he would assume. Would he be the Prince of Qin or the temple's abbot? Ever since Shinzhou was nearly assassinated last year, he had been preoccupied with the matter. Now that the facade had been torn asunder, it was imperative to eradicate the root of the issue. However, having missed the opportune moment, the adversary had grown wary, making any subsequent attack exceedingly difficult. Yet, the youth conceived of a brilliant scheme. Since Shunzhua aspired to be emperor, he would orchestrate a public humiliation before the officials, stripping him of his dignity. Consequently, Shenzhou enlisted the Lin family to procure a particular mushroom powder capable of inducing hallucinations. To ensure optimal results, he first tested it on the estate's large yellow dog, and after confirming it was not lethal, he decided to experience it himself. That evening, the Prince of Qi was seen clinging to a pillar, babbling incoherently for the better part of half an hour. Fortunately, only when Su bore witness to the spectacle, mitigating the embarrassment somewhat. Shunzhua covered his face with his hands, a feeling of shame seeping through his fingers. In a fit of rage, he drew his broadsword and charged at the assailant who had wronged him. Propelled by a fierce determination, his speed further augmented by a burst of momentum from behind. "Sure, no." Though Qin Wang Shun Qingshua uttered these words, he neither intervened nor attempted to stop him. Rather, he positioned himself deliberately in front of the left guards. Shen Hao's expression darkened as he prepared to shield his dear brother, but Shen Zhou was quicker, leaping onto the table with focused intent. As the blade approached his chest, he pivoted on his toes and delivered a precise strike to the adversary's right wrist. Shen Zhua, wincing in pain, was compelled to release his sword. As he attempted to retreat, he was met with a swift kick to the abdomen from the youth, sending him sprawling across the room. It was not that Shinzhou had mastered martial arts to a greater degree, but rather that his opponent was still reeling from the effects of the poison, rendering him vulnerable. A wave of inexplicable emotions flickered across the faces of the ministers. Were they astonished or enraged? Was this truly the previously inept Prince of Qi? Shinzhou leapt down from the table, dismissively waving his hand. "Do you intend to stink up my presence?" Shinzhua attempted a move akin to a carp leaping from the water, bracing himself with one hand, eager for a rematch. "Stop!" Shen Lin's voice rang out, halting the farce. "Take Zhuir away to rest. He shall receive his punishment at the ancestral hall after the spring hunt." Such was the virtue of the Shin clan. Even when committing grievous offenses, they awaited the verdict of the ancestral hall. A flurry of palace attendants rushed in to restore order, lighting candles at each table to dispel any lingering odors. As everything gradually returned to normal, Shun Yi endeavored to stabilize his emotions. At this moment, the stage was solely his, and he intended to perform admirably. He stepped forward and respectfully proclaimed, "Your Majesty, today in the hunting grounds, I beheld a scene brimming with vitality and could not bear to stain the verdant shade with blood, thus I refrained from taking any game." Immediately, an official lauded, "The Crown Prince possesses a heart of compassion, and his virtues shine brightly. Heaven also holds a benevolent regard for life." Yet, Others countered. If the spring hunt is not conducted, then it is only right that the Crown Prince of Qin, who is unable to participate, should rightfully claim the first prize. Shun Yi awaited this moment, smiling as he remarked, I still recall the dream I had last night, wherein an elder clad in colorful robes admonished me, stating that taking life would diminish the Emperor's auspicious aura. Today, with my arrow knocked, I can feel the bowstring subtly warming. Shun Hao felt a wave of nausea and quietly inquired, Can you truly utter such words in public? Shen Zhou retorted scornfully, If it were me, I would be even more nauseating, quoting classics and speaking at length. Shen Chongjing feigned anger, shielding his son with, Error, esteemed officials are present, do not speak recklessly. The tale of divine dreams is not to be shared by anyone but the Emperor. Otherwise, why would there be but one son of heaven in the realm? I beseech your majesty, please forgive my father. Shun Yi responded earnestly, Initially, I dismissed it until I encountered it in the hunting grounds. With that, he retrieved the bird of paradise from his bosom. Under the flickering candlelight, its feathers shimmered like fragile glass, revealing the shadows of countless reincarnations. It sang in 9 transitions. First like the shattering of exquisite Kunshan jade, then like the tides of the azure sea rising. The court officials adjusted their hats in celebration, collectively congratulating the enduring legacy of Kangwu. Even Shenlin could not help but rise, marveling at the existence of such a rare creature. This was precisely the effect Shun Yi sought. He continued, This time, my acquisition of the little phoenix's favor is entirely due to your majesty's guidance. However, in the grand spring hunt, I indeed fell short and should return the falcon decree to Brother Zhua. As he spoke, he began to search himself. An official remarked, The phoenix is a heavenly bestowed auspice, incomparable to any ordinary beast. I propose that the Crown Prince of Jin be declared the victor of this spring hunt. This sentiment was eagerly echoed by several colleagues. Even the martial generals supporting the Qin prince found it difficult to voice any objections, lest they incur the wrath of heaven. Shen Yi, with his right hand incessantly patting his robe, chuckled, No, the rules are the rules. Suddenly, Shen Zhou appeared behind him, exclaiming, You haven't misplaced the falcon decree, have you? The atmosphere immediately chilled, as martial generals sensing an opportunity began to interject. The falcon decree is the highest honor of Kangwu. How could one be so careless? Is it a deliberate affront to General Xiao Che? Mentioning the Qin and Qi princes inevitably evoked thoughts of succession struggles, far less effective than the esteemed General Huiyuan of years past. The venerable general, having devoted his life to warfare, perished on the eve of victory in the national war, revered by all in the Kangwu army. Shen Yi's expression grew increasingly tense as he muttered to himself, It shouldn't be. It was just here, I confirmed it. Shen Zhou kindly suggested, Let me hold on to the little phoenix for you. Take your time searching, perhaps it is tucked within the lining. Thank you, Shen Yi replied without hesitation, handing over the little phoenix. Shen Lin felt the world spin. How could this precious creature be given to that impudent boy? What if he accidentally harmed it? Shen Zhou stepped back a few paces, casting a reassuring glance towards the high platform, his wrists suddenly twisting. All eyes were fixed upon Shun Yi as he removed his outer robe, searching frantically amidst beads of sweat, oblivious to the fact that the little phoenix beside him had already undergone a transformation. Moments later, the youth patted his cousin's shoulder and inquired with curiosity, How has your little phoenix become so unsightly? Shen Yi, having been rummaging through his boots, lifted his gaze momentarily before hastily averting it again, explaining, This is because, suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he slowly raised his neck in disbelief, only to be met not with the resplendent little phoenix, but rather a sickly hen, its tail adorned with a few peacock feathers. 2 significant events occurred simultaneously, akin to 2 towering mountains bearing down upon Shen Yi, leaving him momentarily flustered and terrified. Where's my hunting permit for chickens? He exclaimed. Chapter 62. Mistaking a hen for a phoenix, Shun Zhou earnestly remarked, Among the common folk in the capital, 1 in 6 tends to keep chickens. I have never heard of the necessity for a hunting permit. Could it be a new decree from the court? Faced with the youth's deliberate provocation, Shun Yi weighed the pros and cons, asking, But what about my little phoenix? The loss of the hunting permit would surely not be overlooked by the military, as such a fortuitous opportunity was too precious to squander. However, most of these individuals were supporters of Shun Zhua. Offending them was of little consequence. At worst, he could visit each one afterward to offer apologies and show due respect. for the dignity of a royal grandson was indeed invaluable. Yet, the matter of the little phoenix was intertwined with divine omens. Officials from the 6 ministries could exploit this auspicious sign to suggest he was the next destined ruler. This could not be mishandled, lest good fortune turned into calamity. Shinzhou examined the hen closely, innocently stating, "Isn't it right here?" He then approached the historian's desk and commanded, "Quickly record this. In the spring of the 11th year of Jingming, the heir to the Jin prince, Shen Yi, captured an auspicious phoenix in the royal hunting grounds." The historian glanced at the youth, then at the hen in his hand, and with a tremor in his voice, replied, "The historian must write truthfully. We cannot engage in falsehood." Shinzhou proudly paraded the hen in a circle, exclaiming, "Is this not a phoenix? You all seemed quite astonished just moments ago." The officials were equally perplexed. Not long ago, it had been a resplendent creature, yet in the span of a single tea break, it had transformed into a sickly hen. Inwardly delighted, Shinzhou had already discerned Shen Yi's scheme. The heir of the Qi prince was the largest patron of southern merchants in the capital, and any novel curiosities they possessed would be promptly delivered to the Qi prince's residence, as the youth was known for his extravagant spending and generous nature. Shinzhou was also the first in the capital to encounter the blissful bird. Upon his suggestion, the southern merchants had redirected their efforts to the Jin prince's residence, though it seemed the transaction had not been completed as there had been no further news. A month prior, tales of the phoenix had begun to circulate in the capital. Seizing the opportunity, the youth had stealthily infiltrated the hunting grounds, spending 3 painstaking days to locate the blissful bird, which had been rendered foolish by the cold. Fearing that the little creature might fly away, he had even gone so far as to clip its feathers, unaware that this would complicate its foraging efforts immensely. Had it not been for Shinzhou's careful nurturing, it would have perished during a spring rain. To ensure the plan's success, he had even sought out a master of illusions in the criminal department, learning a swift hand trick to interchange items between his hands and the hidden pockets of his clothing. The hen, having been confined for a day, naturally lacked vitality. Shinzhou continued to inquire, "I believe this to be a phoenix. What are the esteemed officials' opinions?" The civil officials of the 6 ministries, led by the Ministry of Personnel, displayed expressions of discomfort. If they were to reluctantly acknowledge it, it would be akin to calling a chicken a phoenix, a monumental absurdity. Conversely, if they refused to recognize it, they risked offending the Prince of Jin and his son. Over the years, they had engaged in unscrupulous dealings, leaving themselves vulnerable to many incriminating secrets. Only the Minister of War, Li Xinxing, found it utterly unacceptable to accept the unfolding events. He was about to rise and voice his righteous indignation when he was silenced by a fierce glare from the Chancellor, Qin Guanyin. The military officials erupted in derision, exclaiming, "A chicken adorned with peacock feathers is a phoenix? Can a pig coated in gold leaf be considered a qilin?" They were certain that what they had previously seen was not a hen, yet in loyalty to the prince, they felt compelled to silence the discontented voices of the civil officials. Otherwise, once the day passed, there would be no chance for Shun Qingxuo and his son to redeem themselves. Who could contend for the throne against a favored grandson of heaven? Minister of Revenue Lu Yuxing bowed and remarked, "Could it be that your highness has hidden the phoenix to deliberately tease the civil and military officials? However, the times have changed. Auspicious omens signify a prosperous era, a symbol that has been passed down for millennia in Jianghu. I kindly urge your highness to cease this jest." He intended to remind everyone that the Crown Prince of Qi had a questionable past, and such audacious behavior was not surprising. Shinzhou discerned the underlying implications and turned slightly, saying, "Since Minister Lu harbors doubts about me, why not search and see?" Absurd. Just as Lu Yu was about to rise, the left deputy minister, Lu Guanxiao, bellowed, "Your highness is a legitimate grandson of the emperor. Can you be searched at will? Moreover, your highness is a member of the Shen clan. Why engage in actions that tarnish the legacy of Jianghu?" This statement misled the assembly. Although the Crown Prince of Qi was playful, he had never committed acts that jeopardized the nation's integrity, rendering the motives illogical. With this flawed line of reasoning, no one would connect today's events with last year's incident involving the poisoned horse at the Imperial Academy. Chancellor Jiang Zhuahue muttered, "Experience always prevails." Lu Guanxiao replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is mutual." Shinzhou scoffed, "It matters not. While propriety is essential, my innocence holds equal weight." Hearing this, Shenlin almost spat out his drink, thinking, "What innocence does this rascal still claim?" Shinzhou continued, "How about this? Minister Lu points to a location. And I shall lift my garment for your inspection, but it is a one-time opportunity. I am a person who values face. The last few words came across as a veiled threat. Lu Yu felt two opposing forces tugging at his conscience, one urging him to remain uninvolved, while the other warned him of the dire consequences should the Prince of Jin expose any misappropriation of the Ministry of Revenue's funds. Ultimately, he mustered his courage, risking the ire of the three provinces, and pointed to the youth's waist, where the likelihood was greatest. Shen Zhou's expression changed, his movements stiffening. Lu Yu grew increasingly confident in his suspicion and loudly declared, "It is right here." Shen Lin stood up and declared, "Enough of this matter." Shen Zhou revealed a cunning smile, tore open his garment, and patted his waist, saying, "What a pity, there is nothing here." Lu Yu appeared as though he had lost something precious. Ultimately, the 6 ministries still fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel. Having publicly contradicted the left deputy minister today, his future was bound to be fraught with difficulties. Shen Lin let out a long sigh. Gazing at the disheveled Shun Yi and the triumphant Shen Zhou, he remarked, "Let us conclude today's affairs. I am weary." Shen Zhou scoffed, tossing the hen into the air, exclaiming, "Little phoenix, take flight." Shun Yi felt a chill run through him, realizing that not only had his grand scheme been thwarted, but he was also being provoked. In a fit of rage, he drew back his bow and released an arrow with force. Suddenly, the pouch beneath the hen's wings burst, showering the sky with a cascade of colorful powder. Shen Zhou, covering his nose, retreated several steps, remaining unscathed. "You reap what you sow," Shen Yi thought, gazing blankly at the sky, when he suddenly heard someone behind him shout, "Your Highness, do not inhale. This substance has hallucinogenic effects." He recalled Shen Zhou's tragic appearance earlier and mimicked Shen Zhou by covering his mouth and nose. However, he soon realized something was amiss as red spots began to appear on the skin that had come into contact with the powder. Once the powder settled, Shen Zhou leaped forward, carefully wrapping his palm with his outer robe to pick up an object from the ground, smiling as he said, "I told you to search thoroughly. The falcon token is right on your phoenix." Just as Shun Yi was about to explain, he felt an unbearable itch sweeping over him, forcing him to scratch vigorously. And soon enough, blood streaks appeared on his face and arms. Shen Zhou handed over the falcon token, whispering, "Did you think I would employ the same trick twice, cousin?" Chapter 63. A gift. This was clearly not a hallucinogenic powder, but rather a different kind of poison. The enmity between Shen Zhou and Shen Zhua was irreconcilable, prompting him to act more ruthlessly. For the crown prince of the Qin kingdom, despairing hope was a fate worse than death, the ultimate punishment. As for Shen Yi, the youth had shown restraint, initially intending to humiliate his opponent by referring to the hen as a phoenix. Had the other party not faltered, he would not have been branded as hypocritical. Was it not said that bloodshed tarnishes the emperor's aura? There had been no hesitation when drawing the bow. Shen Lin instructed the imperial physician to take Shun Yi away for proper treatment, particularly for his eyes, emphasizing repeatedly that no lasting effects must remain. He then approached the exceedingly pleased youth, disdainfully stating, "Do you not worry that I might expose your petty tricks?" Shen Zhou replied nonchalantly, "If grandfather were to concern himself with such matters, I should not have been attacked in the porcelain bone studio." Ultimately, you wish to witness such conflicts to assess the character and cunning of your juniors. Petty tricks? If I were to truly unleash chaos, I assure you, the individuals involved would not be limited to just 2 grandsons. For instance, the Minister of Revenue, Lu Yu, would be the first to fall. How dare he misappropriate treasury funds, leaving such a conspicuous trail, thinking no one would notice. Shen Lin sighed. "I too acted out of necessity. He has managed his duties adequately over the years, and fortunately, the deficits have been promptly addressed. As the son of heaven, I—" "Stop, stop, stop!" Shen Zhou interjected impatiently. "I do not know what you are prattling on about." "You insolent brat," Shen Lin scolded lightly, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Do you not realize I wish to impart the art of governance upon you?" "I am aware, but I have no desire to learn," Shen Zhou declared plainly. "Such trifles require incessant contemplation and deliberation. I have no time to squander on them." After speaking, he produced a slip of paper from his sleeve and remarked, "The antidote for the illusory mushroom from Lingnan and the itching powder from the western regions will be delivered to the Imperial Pharmacy later." "How unfilial of you to issue commands to me," Shen Lin retorted with a hint of irritation. The youth rolled his eyes, preparing to depart, when a voice from behind interrupted, "Is there more? Do you intend to keep it for yourself?" Shinzhou awkwardly scratched his head, replacing his demeanor with a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty truly possesses keen insight. Nothing escapes your notice. This little creature, known as the blissful bird, hails from the southern seas, not a phoenix as one might think. Having fostered a bond with it over these past days, might I offer it as a trophy to you, dear elder? The small creature affectionately nuzzled against the youth's palm. Flattery proved fruitless. Shen Lin seized it with a flourish, exclaiming, Indeed, the vastness of the world holds countless wonders. It is better suited to reside within the palace. Shinzhou's expression soured. Old man, miser. If you were more diligent in your palace visits, you would see it often enough. After all, the guards do not hinder entry. Shinzhou rolled his eyes dramatically. The grandeur of the palace was undeniable, with its majestic halls, scenic ponds, and the 5 halls of auspicious clouds, all splendid in their beauty. Yet, the solitude was a lamentable aspect, as prolonged isolation led to wandering thoughts. Though the Qi prince's residence was comparable, he felt an innate familiarity from his childhood explorations. Observing suspicion in the youth's eyes, Shen Lin sighed, Do as you wish. In the camp behind the hunting grounds, Shinzhou was left with remnants of poison coursing through his veins, his limbs weary, yet his mind clear. The animosity he held toward Shinzhou was akin to the bitter herbal concoction before him. Even when swallowed, its acrid taste lingered, refusing to dissipate. Until he regained his dignity, the resentment would not subside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Shinzhou bellowed, What is all this noise? Shun Yi was brought in, bloodied and restrained by the palace attendants. The court physician reported, the heir of the Jin prince was inadvertently injured by his own prey. Shinzhou retorted sarcastically, His own prey? Surely it was the handiwork of Brother Zhou? The emperor's heart was as profound as the abyss. Since his majesty had not pursued the accountability of the Qi prince's heir, the physician dared not speak further. The concoction was forced down Shen Yi's throat, and after a moment, the young heir weakly propped himself up, gently wiping his face with a damp cloth, reflecting, We have underestimated Brother Zhou. I have never underestimated him. Merely did not anticipate his actions today, Shinzhou replied solemnly. The assassination attempt had transpired long ago. He had thought it a closed chapter, only to discover the adversary still had a trick up their sleeve, choosing such a significant day to strike. The opponent's machinations would not be announced in advance. Shun Yi suggested, Since both of us have been bested by Brother Zhou today, why not join forces to retaliate? You are unaware. My father once urged me to assist him. Shinzhou had no aspirations for the throne. Had he not been provoked first, he would not have sought trouble with them. Shinzhou was acutely aware of this, promptly stating, Cousin, you would not stand idly by while I confront Shinzhou, would you? If we are to cooperate, I shall not let you bear the brunt alone. Shun Yi proclaimed with righteous fervor. Hard to say, Shinzhou scoffed. Today, you have embarrassed yourself to this extent. Yet you still refer to him as Brother Zhou. How hypocritical. I find it difficult to trust you. Ultimately, matters of pride are trivial. Yet the throne is of utmost significance. Shun Yi had not anticipated that the other party would so swiftly discern his thoughts. With a forced smile, he remarked, Indeed. We are currently preoccupied with our own survival, leaving us little energy to orchestrate plans against Shinzhou. The essence of authority is easily lost, yet exceedingly difficult to restore. They remained oblivious to the considerable effort and numerous endeavors required to mitigate today's humiliation, particularly for Shinzhou, who now bore the title of the head of the Tianpeng Martial Temple. It was inevitable that he would be the subject of ridicule for an extended period. Furthermore, Shin Qingxua might not permit him to continue as the heir, for his primary concern was to consolidate his position at home and stave off any potential rebellion from his brothers. Although Shun Yi harbored no such anxieties, he still needed to placate the officials from the 6 ministries, ideally finding a pretext to suppress the matter of auspicious omens. With each concealing their ulterior motives, they exchanged a knowing smile, as if their previous conversation had never transpired. At this juncture, a voice from outside the camp announced, Your Highnesses, the heir of Prince Qi has come bearing gifts. Still not finished? The two exclaimed in exasperation as they exited the tent, demanding, Is this not enough? Upon realizing that the visitor was the head of the inner court eunuchs, their tones softened considerably. Where is Brother Zhou? His Highness has declared that the matter is resolved, and he has returned to the estate, replied the eunuch. His Majesty has already reviewed it in advance and insisted that it must be delivered. Both men sighed in relief simultaneously. Shin Yi remarked, If that is the case, we shall accept it. Please convey to His Majesty that the gifts are splendid, and we are most pleased. The two princes may review them before we accept, the eunuch added, gesturing, and immediately, two eunuchs appeared carrying two plaques. Shun Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and his body involuntarily trembled. Shinjuo was so incensed that he nearly spewed blood. Chapter 64. A meeting under the moon. Shunzhou sat in the carriage returning to the city, laughing heartily. Curious about the expressions his two cousins would wear upon receiving the gifts. Shinhao, perplexed, queried, "Are you so pleased to have been kicked by His Majesty?" The young man suppressed his mirth and explained, "It is due to other matters." As the plaques had been prepared in advance, he could not have foreseen Shinjuo's reaction. And thus, he had inscribed the words harmony among all beings, fitting for a hunting ground abundant with game. The plaque for Shun Yi was more straightforward, boldly bearing the phrase heavenly auspicious omens. Had the youth not interfered, this would have been an exceedingly appropriate blessing. However, it now took on a tone of mockery. With the eldest sons of the three princes absent from the spring hunt, matters became less complicated. There was no competition or hidden schemes, and officials were spared the burden of currying favor. Shunzhou remained indifferent to the unfolding events, enjoying an uninterrupted return to the Prince Qi residence, where he relished a sumptuous feast. Since he had taken up martial training, his appetite had notably increased. When Su remained as ever, often whisking Shun Xiaoman into her courtyard, leaving one to wonder what the two were busily engaged in. The young man, noticing the royal coachman Wang standing outside the courtyard, called out, "Old Wang, still awake at this hour? The birth of a princess must have brought you immense joy." The coachman, now with a few strands of gray hair, straightened and greeted. "I am I, and Xiaoman is Xiaoman." In an effort to set an example for his daughter, he had learned quite a few protocols from the household staff, though his mobility was limited, leading to deviations in many of his actions. "No need for such formalities at home," he added. The youth waved his hand and remarked, "You have but one daughter, yet she bears the surname of a young master. Wouldn't that bring you sorrow?" The coachman, Wang, awkwardly scratched his head and admitted there was a hint of sadness, but thinking of how Xiaoman would eventually become a refined lady eased his heart. Shinzhou patted the man's shoulder and teased, "You're not too old. Why not seek another wife?" "Forget it." Wang shook his head vigorously. "I am but a cripple. I cannot bring misfortune upon a young lady." "That is not entirely true," Shinzhou replied. "With your status as the father of a princess, should you wish to remarry, there would be numerous young women in the city eager to attach themselves to you." Wang chuckled. "We wouldn't want those with no wealth or status, nor those who have been married before and come with children." Wang appeared to drift into a daydream, chuckling foolishly. Shinzhou continued to entice him. "Do consider finding someone." At that moment, the wooden door of the small courtyard, adorned with climbing evening primrose, creaked open. Instead of delicate shoes, a sleeve of frosty hue emerged, its cuff slipping to reveal a jade pendant that shattered the moonlight into a myriad of shimmering reflections, as though it captured a spring river within. The moonlight cascaded over the maiden's inky tresses, which cascaded down to her ankles, shimmering with a faint azure glow. Her brows resembled distant mountains cloaked in ink, untouched by the artist's brush, while her eyes mirrored autumn waters, rippling gently, with long lashes fluttering. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye resembled a crimson dot on a snow-white crane's feathers. "Auntie, Xiaoman wishes to return to sleep," the young girl said, shaking the hand she held, causing silver bells to jingle and startle the fireflies resting beneath the trellis. "Go on, but remember to come back tomorrow," the maiden chuckled lightly, the jeweled hairpin in her hair swaying gently, brushing against the little girl's playful curls. Shinzhou watched this enchanting scene, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the maiden noticed the youth standing not far away. Her cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, "Isn't the spring hunt supposed to last 3 days?" She had anticipated his absence would allow her to don feminine attire without the annoyance of daily change, yet she had unexpectedly encountered him. "I had matters to attend to and returned early," Shinzhou replied, his gaze evasive. Wang, sensing the moment, called for his daughter, whispering, "Play with your brother and sister tomorrow." The little girl looked between the two, giggling and resting her head on her father's shoulder as she yawned. "Xiaoman is sleepy." Once the father and daughter had departed, when Su broke the silence, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Shunzhou composed himself, fixing his gaze on his toes as he earnestly stated, "I never anticipated you held such an inclination. It matters not, although I do not share in such pursuits. I respect them greatly. You see, my relationship with Shunhao is akin to that of brothers. Everyone bears immense pressure and requires an outlet. And in the privacy of our home, it is permissible to indulge. Does Lu Ziyuan know of this? When Su asked, noticing the youth remained oblivious, rambling endlessly. Her expression turned cold again. If there's nothing else, I shall return to rest. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was forcefully shut. Xinzhou inhaled the cool night air deeply, feeling a sense of relief, and called out loudly, "You mustn't venture out like this. In the capital, gentlemen like me are few and far between. Be wary of being taken home as a bride. Get lost." The irate shout startled the youth, causing him to flee in haste. 3 days swiftly passed, and the capital returned to its usual order, with officials in place and the streets patrolled by the left-way guard, who were notably more amiable, no longer arresting individuals for trivial matters, promising that they would be released upon the superior's return if found innocent. They were nothing but a band of brawny fools. Such minor issues were hardly within Xin Lin's purview. He was currently preoccupied with the memorials sprawled across his desk. The officials from the 6 ministries and the military generals were at each other's throats, their ire directed squarely at Shun Yi and Xinzhua. The former asserted that the heir to the Qin throne had publicly lost his composure, thus bringing shame to the royal family and warranted severe punishment. The latter countered that the heir to the Jin throne had fabricated auspicious omens, displaying a lack of reverence towards the heavens. And the House of Ancestors could not let this transgression slide. Both factions were intent on annihilating one another. During the first Grand Court Assembly after the Spring Hunt, the two groups nearly clashed within the Tai Chi Hall. The generals, brimming with fervor, were one thing, given their imposing physiques, but the scholars, riled up and puffing out their chests, were equally incensed, declaring that they were prepared to shed blood if necessary. However, what truly vexed Xin Lin was not merely this discord. Inexplicably, both parties had drawn Xinzhou into their quarrel. From his childhood bedwetting to his later truancy, every trivial incident had become fodder for their accusations. Consequently, the memorials concerning the heir to the Qi throne had multiplied, surpassing those concerning the other two combined, nearly forming a veritable mountain. Xin Lin raised his gaze to the eunuch cradling the memorials in his arms and wearily inquired, "Whose are these?" The head eunuch succinctly replied, "The heir to the Qi throne." Xin Lin gestured towards the adjacent pile of documents and commanded, "Discard them." He then surveyed the numerous elder statesmen from the 3 ministries, exclaiming in frustration, "Surely, you cannot expect me to review all these memorials alone? Someone must intercept them." The Minister of Personnel paused his fervent writing, rising from the mountain of papers with a sigh. "We have already intercepted the majority of the duplicates, Your Majesty, had we not?" The Chongqing Hall would scarcely have had room to stand. Xin Lin pushed the memorials aside and rubbed his temples, saying, "That rascal wishes to leave the capital. Does he not? Convey my edict. He is to depart today and not return for the foreseeable future." The ministers of the 3 ministries breathed a sigh of relief, rising in unison to pay their respects. "Your Majesty is wise." Chapter 65. Longing and reluctance. When Xinzhou first heard this news, he could scarcely believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. It was only after confirming with the eunuch several times that he found solace. He swiftly turned to head towards the small courtyard. His steps hurried. Princess Lin Xian clung to her husband's arm, puzzled. Why has His Majesty suddenly changed his mind? Did you not previously speculate that Zhou would not have the chance to leave the capital until he completed his coming-of-age ceremony? Prince Shen Qingyu shook his head in resignation. That rascal instigated trouble, prompting the heirs of the Jin and Qin realms to prematurely vie for the position of crown prince. My father intends for him to leave to avoid the storm, thereby facilitating the extraction of the Qi prince's residence from this turmoil. Lin Xian furrowed her brow. When will Zhou be able to return? At the very least, we must wait for His Majesty to tidy up the mess in the capital. Shen Qingyu smiled. Do not worry, it will not be long. It is time for Zhou to visit the south and meet his maternal grandfather and uncle. Although Lin Xian was often unaware of her husband's contemplations, she trusted his words, knowing they rarely led astray. She promptly gathered her skirts and hastened to assist their son with his luggage. Take your time. The day is still young, Shen Qingyu advised with concern. Xinzhou retrieved a meticulously crafted map from his room, delineating 2 routes, one heading south and the other north. After careful contemplation, he resolved to embark on the southern path. The northern realm was rumored to be rife with bloodshed and strife, where disagreements could swiftly escalate into violence, and only those who survived had the audacity to boast. In contrast, the South offered a more tempered atmosphere, where rivals would engage in thorough reconnaissance of one another's backgrounds, inquiring about age, lineage, and such, emphasizing the importance of decorum. These insights were gleaned from tales shared by others, and as he assessed his own abilities, he recognized that he was still far from embodying the essence of a true hero. Thus, he opted for the simpler route, knowing that should he falter, he could reveal his identity, instilling caution in his adversaries, and ultimately transform hostility into camaraderie, garnering admiration in the process. He had his own calculations, and they resonated quite clearly. Lin Xian abruptly entered the room with a retinue of maidservants, directing, "Zhou, gather your seasonal clothing and that soft bedding. He cannot adapt to anything else, and do not forget to load several carts with herbs. Additionally, find a few physicians to accompany us, and adjust the household guards accordingly." Shen Zhou sighed in exasperation. "Mother, I am venturing into the world, not embarking on a spring outing. It seems you intend to empty the entire estate." Lin Xian replied earnestly, "You have been pampered all your life. How can you endure the hardships of the road? Trust me, take everything. It is better to be prepared. Moreover, should you encounter a formidable opponent, having a throng of supporters will bolster your morale. If all else fails, you can resort to a collective effort." "Mother, please do not insist," the youth murmured, his head bowed. At home, he had no fear of Shun Qingyu. A day without a confrontation left him restless. However, he refrained from speaking harshly to Lin Xian, for she would secretly retreat to weep, a sight he could not bear, nor could he tolerate the thought of her sorrow. It would weigh heavily on his heart and stir regret within him. Standing at the door, Shun Qingyu sidestepped the bustling servants and gently remarked, "I believe Zhou is correct. The load is indeed excessive. If a few items were to be lost, the cost would be considerable." "You heartless wretch," Lin Xian countered. "Can money possibly outweigh the value of a son? If you feel the sting, let the Lin family send additional provisions." Shun Qingyu awkwardly replied, "It would be best not to impose on my father-in-law. Then, those individuals you have been supporting outside should accompany Zhou as well. Leaving only Steward Wang at home will suffice." Shen Zhou raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Shen Qingyu placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder and whispered, "All of this is to secure a foundation for Zhou. It must remain concealed unless absolutely necessary." In the capital, two formidable factions existed, one overt and the other clandestine. The overt faction was, of course, the Imperial Palace, where remnants of the war had attempted numerous assassinations, yet none had survived to tell the tale. The clandestine faction was the Qi Wangfu, which, despite appearing innocuous and lacking the formidable guards of the other royal residences, concealed depths unfathomable. This secret was known only to the master of the Qi Wangfu, perhaps the emperor himself. However, Shun Lin believed his son acted merely out of self-preservation, thus refraining from further inquiry. His trust stemmed not only from Shun Qingyu's numerous heroic acts during the war, but also from the fact that the individuals residing in the Qi Wangfu hailed from the martial world, capable of ruthlessness, yet bound by a code that forbade rebellion. King Qi has always been astute in discerning priorities. Otherwise, with his esteemed reputation, he could effortlessly rally the 6 departments of civil officials, ensuring that the Prince of Jin would not have the opportunity to act first. After soothing his wife, Shun Qingyu declared loudly, "I believe your mother has a point. A little precaution is necessary." Shen Zhou leapt from his stool, exclaiming, "How can you speak to me like that? I refuse to be monitored as I step outside, whether by maids, servants, or your skilled subordinates. I want none of them." Shun Qingyu chuckled, "You are quite mistaken. I must treat those experts with due respect, and you expect them to serve as your personal guards? My intention is that it matters not where you reside, but what of your sustenance? Should you fall ill once more, how will you return home after merely a few miles?" The young master found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Take Fu Bo with you. It would be an excellent opportunity for him to return to his hometown as well." Shen Zhou scoffed, "How do you know it is on the way?" Shun Qingyu merely smiled, thinking, "You foolish boy, do you believe those tales of the martial world are merely stories told to you? The art of strategy lies in the subtlety of the grass snake's trace, with hidden currents extending for miles. One must ensure that the subject believes all decisions are made independently, untouched by any external influence, to truly master the craft." Shen Zhou's antics appeared to him as mere childish play, lacking sophistication. Shen Zhou grinned slyly. "I've caught you in a flaw, Haven Ti. Fu Bo is indeed a formidable expert, is he not?" Shen Qingyu had already devised a plausible excuse. countering, "Do you not intend to visit your grandfather in Jiangnan? Unfilial child. How could you forget how well the Lin family has treated you? Over the years, your needs have surpassed what the royal household can provide. The expenses of the Qi royal household each year rival those of a small palace, primarily spent on the youth. Every item in this modest courtyard, were it placed outside, would be worth a fortune." Shen Xingyu's annual salary was but 400 guan, even with the addition of the tax revenue from his fief of 5,500 households. It would take years of frugality to arrange the courtyard to its current state. Shen Zhou was increasingly overwhelmed. He realized he must indeed journey to Jiangnan, striving to avoid burdening the Lin family. Lin Exine pinched her son's cheeks, saying, "You must be a bother, otherwise your grandfather will write and scold your mother." Among the 4 sons of the Lin family, the eldest and second perished in the national war, leaving Lin Exine married into the Qi royal household with only a young son remaining, who suffers from a hidden ailment preventing him from having children. Both families fixate on Xinzhou, and had it not been for the need to avoid suspicion, the Lin family would have relocated to the capital long ago. The youth picked up the last piece of osmanthus cake from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he mumbled, "I'm leaving." Chapter 66. With a fortune of 100,000 guan, riding a white horse away from the capital, Xinzhou, with a sword at his waist and a heart full of freedom, stood on a white horse outside the city gates, inhaling deeply the air that is known as liberty. Feeling invigorated, he retrieved 2 letters from his bosom and handed them to Wensu, who had come to bid farewell, instructing, "Deliver these to Shun Hao and Yi Wangshu. They are my only 2 friends and should be notified." The letters contained merely 4 words, Jianghu and farewell. As for why he did not bid them farewell in person, the youth feared being entangled by them, which could lead to the emperor retracting his decree, resulting in an unfavorable outcome. When Su asked pointedly, "What of Lu Ziyuan?" Shun Zhou retorted irately, "Given your relationship, what significance does my writing to her hold? Simply inform her later." After contemplating for a moment, he continued, "When you 2 wed, I may not be in the capital. Feel free to select something you fancy from the small courtyard as a token of my congratulations. Is there any hesitation in that?" "What could I possibly hesitate about?" The young man tightened his grip on the horse's belly, for they were friends. After several miles, the number of people on the official road noticeably dwindled, far less boisterous than in the capital. The itinerant merchants and bodyguards bore weary expressions. Yet the silhouette of the distant city could not suppress their inner joy. Nearby, farmers leisurely guided their old yellow oxen, gesturing towards the fields, hopeful for a bountiful harvest this year. Initially, the young man had greeted them enthusiastically, but after several unreturned gestures, he abandoned that notion. Xinzhou produced the martial arts rankings he had just purchased at the city gate, chuckling, "It's evident this is the work of a literary master. Such chaotic scribbling can still yield remarkable sales, a lucrative business indeed." The rankings varied from place to place, each region eager to elevate the status of its local heroes. After all, who could argue that the Hedong region was inferior to Jiannan? Fu Bo, riding a dull horse, had to trot to keep pace with the young man, the jolting motion causing his voice to come out in fits and starts, though it hardly seemed disorganized. Xinzhou curiously inquired, "Have you also roamed the martial world?" "I, too, once harbored a dream of the martial arts in my youth, much like you, young master. Yet, compelled by the struggles of life, I found myself toiling by the stove," Fu Bo replied with a smile. According to Wensu, Xinzhou could now be considered a 7th-tier martial artist, more than capable of dealing with common bandits and highwaymen, though he still had a considerable way to go before mastering the art of soaring through the skies or slicing through waves. The young man sighed. "I wonder when I will make the rankings, even if it's merely a local list." "Do not lose heart, young master. The journey from the 9th to the 2nd tier requires patience. With time, you will surely ascend. The only distinction lies in the duration. However, to make it onto any list, even a local one must first attain the 1st tier," Fu Bo remarked, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke. The top 4 on the martial rankings were mostly similar across regions. Yi Wuchen once battled against the Western region's Buddhist sect in the snowy mountains, single-handedly burying Kunlun. Chu Zhaonan and Xie Qingyan challenged various martial sects, achieving victories without bloodshed, solidifying their 2nd and 3rd positions. As for Yun Qingya, although he had not made many moves, Yi Wuchen had praised him, stating that his sword contained an ethereal aura capable of swallowing rivers. Not hearing the name he longed for, Zhou brushed his finger over the 10th spot on the rankings, murmuring, Shen Shihui, it's about time for you to emerge. I assent it? The young man's spirits, which had fallen swiftly, also rose just as quickly. I'm hungry. Let us buy something to eat. Fu Bo glanced around, awkwardly stating, Young master, we need to travel for several more hours before we reach a small town that sells food. The young man patted the 100,000 taels of silver note against his chest, his confidence bolstered as he reassured himself. It's fine. I can manage. News of the Qi Wang Shizi's departure soon spread throughout the capital. The madam of the porcelain bone studio wore a disgruntled expression, lamenting, that scoundrel. Meanwhile, everything remained normal within the palace. Shen Lin received a confidential letter from the Wind and Inquiry Department and instructed, keep a close watch on him during the journey. Prioritize Zhou above all else. Gugu lowered his body to acknowledge the order and turned to exit the Chongjing Hall. At the Jin Wangfu, Shen Yi found himself in a state of exasperation due to the matter regarding the memorial. He had initially intended to use Shen Zhou to stir the waters. Yet he was taken aback when the latter departed the capital. The civil officials were also hesitant to bring up the matter concerning the heir of the Qi Wang. Father, what should I do? Faced with the near-manic onslaught of the military officials, he felt utterly powerless. Despite having paid a visit to offer apologies and the Falcon Order not being lost, he was still relentlessly pursued. Shen Xingjing took a sip of hot tea and remarked, Do not worry. The auspicious incident is evidently orchestrated by Shen Zhou, yet Father Emperor has no intention of probing further. That group of ruffians cannot stir up any significant turmoil. Once I ascend to the position of Crown Prince, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome fate. Shen Zhou is merely the offspring of a lowly servant. How could he possibly contend with me? Shen Yi's expression darkened. If you truly can attain that position, then I shall leave it to you. Shen Yi continued, Father, what comes next? Shen Xingjing replied calmly, the storm will inevitably subside, and at that juncture, it shall depend on your performance and that of Shen Zhou. I shall assist you in securing a position within the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel, esteemed as the foremost among the 6 ministries, oversees the selection and evaluation of civil officials. To put it dramatically, apart from the 3 provinces and military officials, all other bureaucrats must heed the ministry's influence. Shen Xingjing's intention in placing his son within the ministry was to ensure he could skillfully navigate the opportunities to gather his loyal followers, particularly from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. While the Ministry of War could be set aside for the moment, the Ministry of Revenue, which manages the military funds for the Kangwu army, could, with a slight maneuver, leave the military officials in dire straits. The current Minister of Revenue, Liu Yu, having offended the left Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, had lost his value in Shen Xingjing's eyes and could resign at any moment, thus necessitating early preparations. The sudden transfer of Li Xinxing to the Ministry of War had already alerted him to a sense of danger, akin to the emperor deliberately weakening the power of the Jin Wang residents. According to protocol, the successor to the Minister of War should be General Liu Zhenshi of the Right Qianyo Guard. Although he had initially pledged loyalty to Shen Qingshuo, he had secretly been won over by Shen Xingjing. Conversely, the Qin Wang residence was not in a much better position, as the power of the left and right guards overshadowed that of the other 14 guards. Moreover, rumors from the palace hinted at the emperor considering the establishment of the Grand General of the town army, which would undoubtedly diminish the Qin Wang's influence in the military. Shen Xingjing surmised that this was the emperor's attempt to prevent the struggle for the throne from destabilizing the court. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, the necessary actions must still be taken, and the individuals to be courted must be managed. Shen Yi's eyes brightened as he declared, I shall not disappoint you, Father. You have already disappointed me on numerous occasions, Shen Xingjing replied, his gaze lowered. I entrusted you with helping Shen Zhou leave the capital, yet you chose to confront him over a woman. Had it not been for the hunting grounds incident, Shen Zhou would not even have the standing to shine your shoes. I acknowledge my error. Shen Yi hastily knelt, pleading. Enough, Shen Xingjing rose, to appease the Liu family and to help you stabilize your thoughts. I have decided to assist you in seeking a marriage proposal. The Liu family had previously been implicated in the poisoning incident at the Imperial Academy, and Shen Xingjing had delayed visiting them, waiting for his son's house arrest to conclude. Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you, Father. Chapter 67. An empty affair in the capital, securing an official position, even a modest one, is regarded as a testament to one's exceptional lineage. Even if one's personal capabilities fall short, familial support can often provide a safety net. Thus, when it comes to matrimonial alliances, particularly among the elite, the principle of matching social status is paramount. Grand families seek intricate webs of relationships, and tales of impoverished scholars marrying into affluent households, subsequently ascending to greatness, are frequently recounted in popular tales. Within these illustrious families, social standing is also stratified. At the pinnacle resides the royal Shin family, followed by the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, and the 9 temples and 5 supervision offices. Therefore, Shun Yi was brimming with confidence regarding his own matrimonial prospects, even contemplating life after marriage. Lu Ziyuan had previously advocated for Shun Zhou at the Imperial Academy, bolstering his reputation, and once she entered the Prince Jin's estate, she would surely mete out her retribution on their wedding night. The mere thought of the cool beauty blushing with shyness sent a shiver down Shin Yi's spine. The procession to propose from the Prince Jin's residence extended for hundreds of meters, adorned with bright red lacquered gift boxes. At the forefront, a young couple donned in crimson attire, each cradling a large goose, caught the attention of the capital's populace, who marveled at which family's daughter was fortunate enough to have the prince himself come to court her. Traditionally, this task would fall to a matchmaker, yet Shen Qingqing, after much contemplation, resolved to perform the formalities himself, allowing the Lu family to bask in glory. Some bold onlookers even approached to offer auspicious words, prompting Shun Yi to laugh heartily and casually bestow a gold ingot as a reward. Thus, the proposal entourage grew increasingly grand, bordering on the excessive. With many male members of the Lu family stationed outside the capital, only Lu Guanqiao and his second son, Lu Xian, remained at home, while Lu Ziyuan was indeed Lu Xian's daughter. Soon, the proposal party arrived at the gates of the Lu residence, and the gathered crowd finally realized it was a daughter of the Lu family they were celebrating, explaining the extravagant display. A group of recently emboldened individuals helped to knock on the Lu mansion's door, exclaiming blessings and congratulations. The doorkeeper, startled by the scene before him, hurriedly rushed forward and bowed, saying, "I greet the prince. Please allow me to go inside and inform my master." "No need for that. I shall await here," Shen Qingqing replied with a smile. He had intentionally withheld prior notice to surprise the Lu family. After finally securing a rare moment of leisure, Lu Guanqiao had planned to enjoy an afternoon of opera in the garden, but his good mood was swiftly disrupted. He invited the King Qin and his son inside, instructing the onlookers to disperse. Moments later, Prince Jin entered the grand hall of the Lu residence with his son, clasping his hands in greeting. "I apologize for disturbing your tranquility. Qingqing deserves 1,000 reprimands, yet my child was insistent, compelling me to undertake this visit." "Greetings, Your Highness," Lu Guanqiao returned the gesture, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today?" Shun Yi, blushing, stammered, "Grandfather Lu, I wish to marry Ziyuan." "Stand tall," Shen Qingqing encouraged, patting his son's back. "A graceful maiden deserves a worthy suitor. There is nothing improper about declaring such intentions." Shun Yi reiterated his earlier statement with earnestness, assuring, "Should Ziyuan join the royal household, I vow to treat her with utmost respect and ensure she suffers no grievances. I implore you to bless our union." Lu Guanqiao, visibly flustered, managed a forced chuckle. "Young master, let us not rush." Before he could finish his words, Shen Yi interrupted, declaring, "What I have just said is no deceit. I can swear an oath, and should I break it, I shall surely face divine retribution, with no place to rest in death." Lu Guanqiao, in a moment of urgency, stepped forward and cautioned, "Your Highness, this cannot be." Shun Yi, mistaking the other's doubts, gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, asserting, "I am willing to guarantee it with my family name. I shall have no regrets in this lifetime." Shen Qingqing added his support, saying, "You were raised under the watchful eye of Elder Lu. How could he possibly reject your sincere intentions?" Lu Guanqiao scratched his head, his expression troubled. How should he articulate this matter? If blame were to be assigned, it could only be laid upon that reckless Shen Zhou, whose infamous reputation had led Prince Qi, Shen Qingyu, to suggest they keep this matter concealed for the time being, lest the populace mistakenly believe that the Lu family had committed some wrongdoing by marrying their granddaughter to the heir of Prince Qi, hoping to avert disaster through such an alliance. With confidence, Shen Qingqing reassured Elder Lu, "Rest assured, all preparations for the marriage will be accounted for by the Prince Jin's household." He further promised, Yuan has been performing admirably at the Guozijian after her marriage. The affairs of the Prince Jin's estate can also be entrusted to her. It was understood among the nobility that the management of estates typically fell to the matriarchs, implying that although Lu Ziyuan would initially hold the title of consort, she would wield the authority of a princess. Lu Guanchao sighed deeply and candidly expressed, "I do hold affection for Ear. However, it may be too late." "Too late?" Shen Yi exclaimed, startled like a frightened quail. "What do you mean too late? It is barely past noon. How could it be late?" Shen Chengjing, puzzled, inquired, "Could it be that Yuan is already betrothed to another? Yet, I have received no such news." Upon hearing this, Shen Yi felt as though the sky had fallen, a buzzing in his ears resembling a giant mosquito whizzing overhead. The truth was that after the failed courtship by the Qi royal house, the families had ceased their interactions, attributing it to fate not yet aligning for the children. Subsequently, the Lu family declined numerous proposals, wishing to allow Lu Ziyuan to mature further and choose for herself. However, 3 years prior, Lu Guanchao had been imprisoned due to remnants of the national war, and Shenzhou had stealthily entered the Lu residence under the cover of night. Lu Xian, present at home, had intended to intervene but was stopped by the arriving Shen Qingyu. After extensive discussions, reassured that the youth would not act inappropriately, he finally relaxed, resolutely rejecting the Qi royal house's second proposal. The reasoning was simple. Lu Ziyuan had repeatedly expressed her aversion towards the young man in her home. Yet, the ensuing events exceeded Lu Xian's expectations. Shen's son made a singular visit, which soon became nightly occurrences, with his shadow sneaking around the estate. Despite his lack of skill, he consistently avoided the front entrance, prompting the helpless young lady to have a stool placed at the wall to prevent him from injuring himself. During those days, Lu Xian found himself unable to eat or sleep, consumed with worry for his imprisoned father and deep concern for his daughter's situation. He had attempted to broach the subject indirectly, but had not received a clear response from Lu Ziyuan. One fateful evening, Lu Xian witnessed the two young souls seated side by side upon the rooftop, gazing at the stars and sharing laughter. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the esteemed junior official of the Taichung Temple, a fourth-ranked dignitary of the Kangwu dynasty, stormed into the Qi royal residence that very night, practically coercing Shen Qingyu to sign the marriage contract, threatening to end his own life against a pillar if he refused. 3 years. I have delayed for 3 years. Shen Yi lamented with a bitter smile. He originally had the opportunity to outpace Shenzhou. After all, the latter was visiting the Lu residence at night. Had he been more resolute and not succumbed to those malicious rumors, the protagonist of this tale should have been Shen Yi. What about Yuan Heir? Shouldn't we inquire her opinion? Engagements can still be retracted. As long as Yuan Heir is unwilling, I will handle matters with the third brother. Shen Qingjing, however, remained undeterred. He could not afford to relinquish the chance to align with the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Chapter 68. The Intercept. Lu Guanchao casually remarked, "If he is not at the Imperial Academy, he should be at the Qi Wangfu." Shen Yi noticed that the scene before him began to blur. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and exclaimed in fury, "What is Shenzhou? Merely a useless person who cannot even remain in the capital." Lu Guanchao narrowed his eyes, adopting the demeanor of a left vice minister, and said sternly, "Young master, tread carefully in your words." Shen Chengjing shot a glare at his son, then quickly apologized. This matter was not well considered by this prince. I beg Lord Lu for your forgiveness. Lu Guanchao waved his sleeve, stating, "Since the prince has said so, I shall not pursue the matter further. But please remember, regardless of the circumstances, Shenzhou is still my son-in-law. Do not utter words that might offend. There are only 2 officials of second rank in the court, even rarer than the prince himself, and even the emperor would not easily provoke them. Indeed, given Shen Lin's temperament, once outside the palace, they would refer to each other as brothers. As long as Prince Jin still aspired to be the crown prince, the 3 provinces would be a necessary hurdle for him to overcome." Shen Chengjing clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "If that is the case, this prince shall take my leave." No one saw him off. Outside, the common folk were still eagerly contemplating auspicious phrases. Upon seeing someone emerge, they immediately surged forward, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. Rejoice, young master. A match made in heaven. No wonder today magpies have lingered over the capital." Shen Yi, enraged, kicked the man before him, and just as he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, he swallowed his grievances and fury. Shun Chengjing mounted his horse and solemnly stated, "What you gain is your fortune, what you lose is your fate. Do not blame heaven or others." "Thank you for your advice, father," Shunyi replied, lowering his head, his eyes glistening with tears. "If you hadn't stopped me 3 years ago, would things have turned out differently?" This was the first time he had questioned his father's decisions. Man's plans are inferior to the heaven's designs. Shun Chengjing replied calmly, "Let us return to the estate." He came with high hopes, but left in disappointment. This incident became a topic of conversation among the citizens of the capital. As no one anticipated, even the prince's son could fail in courting, making it seem normal for their own troublesome sons to remain unmarried. On the official road outside the city, a sudden torrential rain disrupted Shun Zhou's plans. He could only heed Uncle Fu's advice and take a smaller path, hoping to reach the town before nightfall. Large raindrops drenching the young man. He glanced back anxiously, only to see the plump cook balancing a large pot on his head, appearing relaxed and entirely unfazed by the downpour. Shinzhou wiped his face and jokingly scolded, "Had I known, I would have brought an umbrella too." The sound of the rain drowned out the voices, and Uncle Fu tapped the bottom of the pot, indicating that an umbrella might not prove as useful as this contraption. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in black surged from the woods, some standing, some crouching, and even a few perched in the trees, unafraid of the lightning. Shinzhou pulled on the reins, astonished to find bandits so close to the capital. "Who goes there?" The young man shouted loudly, then calmly declared, "Uncle Fu, your horse is no good. Go ahead. I'll hold them off for a while, and we'll join you shortly." Receiving no response, he called out again, "Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu." When he turned around, apart from the chaotic footprints on the ground, there was no sign of the cook. Shinzhou cursed himself for mistakenly believing such a person to be a master. However, it was fortunate that he fled swiftly. Otherwise, once the fight began, it might have been difficult to manage. A man in black stepped forward, proclaiming, "Young master, we are merely here to rob for wealth, not to take lives." The young man laughed heartily. "I have no money. The horse is stolen, so feel free to take it." The man in black drew his long sword from his waist, letting the raindrops fall upon it, creating a flurry of splashes. "Young master, please do not jest. Your robe is from the Tianshui by dye workshop, is it not? With so much ice silkworm satin, it must be worth at least 1,000 taels." Shinzhou patted his sleeve, muttering to himself, "So it was you who sold me out." No sooner had he spoken than the young man spurred his horse into a wild gallop. Historically, cavalry has always held the advantage in mounted combat. He intended to charge first, testing the opponent's strength. If he could overpower them, he would swiftly deal with them. But if they proved formidable, he could leverage his speed to escape and circle back to find Uncle Fu. The leading man in black, sword held aloft, grasped the tiger claw with his left hand. At the moment the horse approached, the man placed his hand on the horse's face, twisting his body sideways. The young man was instantly flung off, while the white horse turned nimbly, unharmed. Shinzhou rolled several times on the ground before halting his motion, exclaiming, "What a skillful technique." The man in black continued, "The officials have been strict lately. We truly do not wish to endanger your life, young master." With a fierce glint in his eyes, the young man felt a surge of combat fervor. Though he had been honing his skills in the Ministry of Justice's prison for months, he sensed something was missing, an intensity that only comes from life and death struggles. Shinzhou steadied his breath, and in an instant, he sprang forth like a startled rabbit. Seizing the moment illuminated by a flash of lightning, he leapt high, unleashing a sword strike of unparalleled might. This technique he had learned from Butler Wang in the manor. Though he did not know its name, it was undeniably impressive. The man in black slightly sidestepped, evading it in a remarkably casual manner. The sword's tip struck the ground, sending a shower of sparks flying. Ignoring the tingling sensation in his wrist, the young man gracefully landed and swept out a powerful kick. While it may not have been a sophisticated maneuver, it often caught opponents off guard. The man in black seized the opportunity, lightly jumping to touch the young man's shoe with his toes, spinning in midair and retreating a few steps, feigning surprise and annoyance. "You nearly scared me to death. If we are to fight, let us do so without all this chatter." Shinzhou raised his sword and charged again. The man in black dodged while saying, "Young master, your words are misguided. Speech is a weapon in its own right. If one can conquer without conflict, is that not a beautiful thing? Ah, that strike was just 2 inches short. This will not do. One cannot be distracted in battle. Look, I'm nearly exhausted from dodging. Are you done yet, young master?" As Shinzhou continued to swing his sword with increasing recklessness, He cared not for strategy. He simply wished to strike this irritating opponent and silence his incessant prattle. Eventually, when the heavy rain ceased, the young man found himself panting heavily, utterly fatigued. The man in black strolled leisurely, even finding the time to catch loquats tossed by his companion, peeling one and asking, would the young master care for a taste? They are homegrown. Shinjo halted with his sword at the ready, shook his head, and replied, you want money, right? Take it. The man in black chuckled as he stepped forward, extending his hand. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Right now? Seizing the moment of distraction, the youth's veins bulged as he drew his sword and struck fiercely. He believed it to be an inevitable hit, yet it still missed. The man in black had somehow appeared behind him, whispering, the young master is not being honest. Pain surged through Shunzhou's neck, and before he lost consciousness, he uttered 3 words, your grandfather. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, Uncle Fu peeked out from behind a large tree, trembling as he asked, is it over? Chapter 69. Longing for plums to quench thirst. Time passed, and Shunzhou awoke in a daze, his gaze drawn to the multitude of stars twinkling in the night sky. His robe had been stripped away, and a fortune of over 100,000 taels had vanished. Even the white horse had been led away, leaving only the sword, swallowing sea, at his side. Uncle Fu had set up a makeshift earthen stove by the road, boiling an unknown assortment of vegetables. He dipped a twig into the broth, tasted it, and closed his eyes in satisfaction, relishing, delicious. Shunzhou struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way to the pot, and with a thud, sat down on a stump, indignantly exclaiming, have you colluded with the palace? Trying to force me back to the capital? The flesh on Uncle Fu's face quivered as he hurriedly replied, young master, what are you saying? I do not understand. This afternoon, I spotted some horse bandits, so I hid to avoid causing trouble for you. Horse bandits? Shunzhou scoffed angrily. Can horse bandits discern the Tianshui blue dye workshop? Can they recognize ice silkworm silk? They must be quite cultured, then. Uncle Fu continued to shake his head, his gaze earnest. The young man imitated the black-clad figure peeling loquats, delicately pinching with his fingers, gritting his teeth. There is still quite a bit of perfumed air. While he did not blame Shenlin for orchestrating this charade, he felt that if one were to act, they should at least engage competent actors. The flaws were far too apparent. One should not underestimate others' intelligence. Caught out, Uncle Fu sheepishly chuckled. It was the Emperor and Prince Chi's idea. They said that if one wishes to roam the rivers and lakes, one must embody the spirit of a wanderer. If you cannot endure hardships, then return home. After all, you do not care for your reputation. Shunzhou's anger flared, and he cursed vehemently at the heavens and earth until his stomach grumbled, at which point he ceased, growling. Even if I have to crawl, I will reach Jiangnan. Seeing that his point had been made, Uncle Fu broke off 2 twigs and handed them over, grinning, young master. Have a bite to eat first. We will set off again tomorrow. Shenlin's intentions were quite straightforward. He wished for the youth to stay away from the capital for a while, fearing that he might indulge in reckless behavior outside. If one wished to wander the rivers and lakes, let them do so. Once the troubles of daily meals arose, they would naturally long for the comforts of home. Shunzhou sifted through the pot, worriedly asking, can this be eaten? Uncle Fu promptly picked a green vegetable, chewing and saying, it is all proper wild fare. City dwellers have no chance to savor it. Shunzhou seemed to muster great resolve, closed his eyes, and stuffed the food into his mouth, tearing into it voraciously. However, this determination did not last long. Within less than the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, he spat it out in disgust, exclaiming, it reeks of earth. Is there any meat? It would be quite delectable roasted. Uncle Fu, pinching the flab on his belly, lamented, young master, I truly cannot grasp it. At that moment, Shunzhou felt a profound despair, picking up the tattered garments left by the cloaked figure and following the sound of flowing water into the distance, muttering to himself, perhaps I shall wait until we reach the town tomorrow to eat. Enduring hunger for a day is of little consequence. The moonlight cascaded into the river like a torn silk, as the youth closed his eyes, his bare torso enveloped in a veil of white mist rising from his back. When Su had once said that mastering martial arts is akin to rowing against the current, one must either advance or retreat, and neglecting even a single day often necessitates 3 days of recuperation. The moment the sword sliced through the water's surface, a silver-scaled fish leaped, arching gracefully as if attempting to grasp the moon reflected on the water. Droplets cascaded down his collarbone, pooling at his waist, while the red silk entwined around the hilt of his sword came to life, swirling into ethereal patterns. Suddenly, he reversed his grip and flicked the sword, startling the fireflies that had been peeking from the reeds. The spine of the sword glinted in the moonlight as it glided across his chest, revealing the youth's commendable physique. 2 hours later, with a growling stomach, Shunzhou returned to the forest, ravenously devouring the remnants in the pot. Remarkably, he felt hunger dissipate. Now able to discern the flavor of venison, he resigned himself to the possibility of feeling faint by tomorrow. Once a person has a goal, time tends to pass swiftly. The youth and Uncle Fu had been wandering along the official road for half a month, and the nag seemed inexplicably obstinate whenever he mounted. It refused to budge no matter how much he urged it. Uncle Fu, reluctant to overstep, had no choice but to lead the horse alongside. Initially, Shunzhou brimmed with confidence, yet he underestimated the weight of money. After all, a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. He now held a deep admiration for his maternal grandfather, who managed to establish such a grand estate. Along the journey, each time they passed through a populated area, the youth yearned to reward his own sustenance. Yet the shopkeepers, upon seeing their disheveled appearance, barred them from even entering the tavern, hurling foul words at them, their faces clearly marked with disdain. It became evident that relying solely on a handsome visage without the means to uphold one's dignity could indeed lead to starvation. Shunzhou, panting, inquired, "Is our bounty still intact?" Uncle Fu retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and recited, 3 eggs from Widow Zhang in Wu Family Village, Shunjing County. Half a pound of white flour from Widow Chun in Jingxi, Changzhou County. 2 chickens gifted by the young lady of the Yu family in Qinglinwu, Shouyong County. You truly excel, young master, always managing to procure items from the young ladies. Enough of that, Shunzhou interjected, covering his face. We shall have to repay them eventually. He recalled the first time he knocked on a door, bowing politely and reciting some flowery phrases, only to find that they were utterly incomprehensible. Ultimately, he had to bluntly ask if he could borrow some food. If a male head of the household happened to be present, he was often dismissed like a stray dog. Only when encountering women alone would they allow him to pinch their hands or stroke their faces, which sometimes yielded results. Shunzhou felt sullied, particularly regarding the young lady from the Yu family. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have been kissed. The propriety of young ladies was often a mystery to him. The young man gazed into the distance at the faintly visible city and shifted the topic, inquiring, "What lies ahead?" Uncle Fu chuckled heartily. "That should be the Zhushan County of the southern eastern road. I have heard that the maidens here are remarkably alluring. Young sir, you might have the chance to showcase your talents." "Please, just stop," Shunzhou pleaded, frantically scratching his forehead, his pride forbidding him from engaging in such activities. "What shall we do then? Are we truly destined to beg our way to Jiangnan?" The young man declared resolutely, "I have made up my mind. I shall seek wealth." Uncle Fu quietly remarked, "We have tried before, setting up a fortune-telling stall, performing on the streets, and yet we earn not a single coin. If you continue to speak like that, I shall send you to sell smiles. In my state, I would need a maiden to find me appealing first." Shunzhou cast a despondent glance at him and sighed. "Never mind, I have my own clever plans." The one responsible for their current predicament was Shenlin, and the young man was determined to exact revenge while also earning some travel funds. Uncle Fu, inspired by this confidence, employed a tactic of hopeful anticipation, saying, "Once we enter the southern eastern road, it will take at most 2 months to reach the eastern road of Jiangnan. By then, it will be your domain. Fine wine and beautiful women, soft beds and fragrant pillows. Just thinking about it brings joy." Shunzhou nearly burst into tears, feeling more despondent than ever. Chapter 70. Before earning, first dismantle the stage. Zhushan County rests at the foot of the Jiui mountain range, embraced by the tributaries of the Shao River. 7 parts are verdant bamboo, 2 parts water, and the remaining 1 part is the waist of a maiden. It is said that during the National War, there was a woman here named Zhu Xiener, endowed with extraordinary beauty. With a faint blue mole at the corner of her eye, with a flick of her hairpin, she could conjure a 1,000-foot green curtain, like a celestial being commanding a formation, ensnaring the enemy troops in the mountains and fields. The king of Han sought her hand in marriage, yet ultimately could not fend off the iron cavalry of Kangwu. Shunzhou naturally dismissed such fanciful tales. When the Han was defeated, they resorted to the myths of gods and spirits to bolster morale. Shen Qingyu had mentioned this Zhu Xiener, recounting how, when the Han capital fell, the king strangled her with his own hands in the Grand Hall. This act, once it spread through Zhushan County, incited tremendous outrage. The villagers hastened to gather their farming tools and join the Jianghu anti-bandit forces, relentlessly pursuing the remnants of the Han army. It is known that women from this region rarely marry outside, as the saying goes. Better to gnaw on bamboo for 3 years than to become a woman of a foreign land. The first woman to marry in decades met her end at the hands of her husband, provoking deep fury among the people who cared not for the titles of kings. The populace was simple yet fierce. The walls of Jushan City were crafted from xiangfei bamboo, reinforced with tung oil and iron sand, impenetrable by sword or knife. Shenzhou's current attire was far inferior to that of ordinary folk, thus arousing no suspicion from the city guards, who merely inquired a few questions and cautioned. If you seek gainful employment, you may head south of the city. Merchants often hire people to cut bamboo in the forest, earning around 20 won a day. The young man expressed his gratitude and then entered the city. Upon witnessing the bustling scene once more, Shenzhou felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Even the shouts of street vendors sounded melodious. Uncle Fu cautiously asked, "Young sir, how do you plan to earn money?" A sense of unease crept over him. This was not the capital, and without the status of a young master, should trouble arise, the authorities would not hesitate to imprison them. Shenzhou wandered to the central street of the city and settled at a tea stall, slowly beginning to inquire. Let us first gauge the situation. How shall we proceed? Uncle Fu, perplexed, could only order the most inferior pot of tea from the young waiter, exhausting the last of his meager funds. Shenzhou replied in a low voice, "Observe with your eyes and listen with your ears." The street was adorned not only with tea houses and taverns, but also featured chess clubs and pawn shops. Not far away, a storyteller seated in a pavilion was recounting the tale of Kangwu's desperate resistance against the state of Qi, particularly elevating his voice by an octave when speaking of the sword immortal Xie Qingyan. He described this man as strikingly handsome, single-handedly repelling hundreds of thousands of Kangwu's troops. With each swing of his sword, the heavens would change color, and thousands of souls would emerge from the underworld. The surrounding audience, captivated and bewildered, began to inquire about this man's lineage. The storyteller merely smiled in silence. At the height of Kangwu's military might, they commanded only 1,000,000 troops. Thus, it seemed that Xie Qingyan need only swing his sword 1,000 times to break the siege of Qi. A sudden voice jolted the audience back to reality, with someone questioning, "If that were the case, why has no one from the martial world claimed the throne?" The storyteller, momentarily taken aback, quickly clarified, "The state of Qi possesses its own experts, and Kangwu undoubtedly has its share, especially within the palace." A persistent voice retorted, "Isn't it simpler for experts within the palace to seize the throne? Why must they be subservient?" The storyteller, striking his wooden clapper, introduced a sensational topic. In truth, this Xie Qingyan is a woman. The crowd's attention was once again captivated. Indeed, after all these years, it was only fitting for a woman to ascend the martial rankings. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable. Being ranked third in the realm is commendable, though not the highest. Xie Qingyan once had a fleeting romance with a certain minister from Kangwu, but the man abandoned her, compelling the sword immortal to seek refuge in Qi. If anyone wishes to delve deeper into this tale, they might consider offering a small token of appreciation, and I shall recount it in detail. This tactic had proven effective on numerous occasions, whether for diverting attention or for financial gain. Are you not afraid that Xie Qingyan will come seeking you for spreading such slander? Many have witnessed the battle at Qi's capital firsthand. Just as the gathered crowd began to coalesce, a heckler shattered the moment, prompting the storyteller to angrily shout, "Which little brat is trying to undermine my performance? Dare to face me in single combat?" A ragged youth rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "It is I, the unworthy one. You, a filthy beggar. Have you ever encountered Xie Qingyan? How can you claim she is not a woman?" The storyteller, noting the youth's disheveled appearance, retorted sharply. Shenzhou shook his head. "I have not had the fortune to meet such a prominent figure." "And you?" the storyteller began, but Shenzhou interrupted. "However, a relative of mine participated in the war against Qi, and it was he who informed me personally." Such baseless claims. Just because you say a relative, I could just as easily claim my father is the emperor. The storyteller scoffed. Shenzhou remained unfazed, dipping his fingertip into the tea and inscribing the 3 characters Xie Qingyan onto the table with powerful strokes. Words may deceive, but writing cannot. To achieve the level of skill displayed by this youth would require years of arduous practice. The impoverished populace seldom had the luxury to afford education for their children. Shenzhou sighed. The decline of my family has made survival a relentless struggle. How could one encapsulate such hardship in a single word? The storyteller realized he had stumbled upon a prickly subject, and his tone softened considerably. My intention was not to imply that Xie Qingyan is a woman, but rather to suggest that he resembles one, having a penchant for men. Have you had an affair with him? Shenzhou pressed. You insolent brat. The youth rose, maneuvering through the crowd to push the storyteller aside, clearing his throat as he proclaimed, why not gather round and listen to a tale of mine? If you find it delightful, a little tea money would be appreciated. If not, feel free to express your disdain. Consider it a bit of amusement. The storyteller's expression darkened. So you wish to disrupt the performance? Do you think this job is easy? Without a grasp of the intriguing tales of the world, who would care to hear you squander your breath? Indeed, I am unfamiliar with such tales, Shenzhou admitted candidly. The crowd immediately urged the youth to step aside, not obstructing their view of the story. The storyteller seized the opportunity. I happen to know some peculiarities about female heroes and celestial beings. Absolutely insider information. The uproar grew louder. Do not occupy the restroom without performing your duty. Young man, if you aspire to this line of work, you must dedicate more time to your studies. Shenzhou slowly curled his lips into a smile, pointing to the sky with a sly grin, but I am acquainted with the stories from the palace, such as those concerning the one above. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even the wailing children had their mouths covered by their parents. Would you like to hear it? Shenzhou tempted. It is exceedingly captivating. The crowd dared not make a sound, nodding vigorously. Life within the palace was an enigma to the common folk, shrouded in strict regulation. Even if they wished to inquire, they could not approach the officials of the capital. The youth possessed a remarkably elegant hand, enough to attest to his once glorious past, and his words bore at least a modicum of credibility. Female heroes, celestial beings. The storyteller mimicked Shenzhou's tone. A nearby tea vendor tossed a few coins. You should return for today. Tomorrow we shall hear tales of the world. Chapter 71. The bold storyteller Shenzhou tidied the items left on the table, arranging them neatly. He then brushed off the dust from his clothes and struck the bamboo board to deliver an opening tune. Guests from the south, ships bound for the north. Listen as my clapper shatters the heavens. The wealthy of the East Street, the men of the West Alley, tales from Tushan County are better than wine. The emperor lost his jade seal, drunkenly collapsing in the imperial kitchen overnight. Do not be stingy with your copper coins. Listen to a secret tale for some joy. Offer a bit of silver for thrilling news, and let us speak of the coolness of the dragon bed at midnight. Although Shenzhou had never performed storytelling, he had listened to enough in the capital to casually adapt the verses. The crowd perceived the youth's professionalism and ought to have applauded, yet they hesitated, realizing such matters should remain unheard lest they draw the attention of the authorities. Fortunately, they were in Tushan County. Had it been in the southern or western regions, the storyteller would be imprisoned for such an opening tune. Shenzhou struck the clapper sharply, his face adorned with playful mockery. Do you all know what the current emperor fears most? He did not deliberately lower his voice. He merely hoped that someone would relay today's events back to the capital, adequately rewarding Shenlin for his earnest efforts. A woman, resting her chin on her hands, retorted, what can the ruler of the realm fear? Even central plains were conquered by the sovereign. Ah, such words are misguided. Shenzhou shook his head. Though the emperor is a son of heaven, he too dwells among mortals and harbors fears within his heart. Could it be the remnants of the national war? I have heard that recently. The capital has been in turmoil, with a young lord being assassinated. This man, at first glance, appears to be a wandering merchant. For such a well-informed individual would not arise without reason. A scholar interjected, as the sovereign of all people, His Majesty certainly fears instability within the court. The man retorted, absurd. His Majesty possesses remarkable talent and wisdom. With him at the helm, how could the court be unstable? The two fell into a heated argument. Shenzhou, deliberately glancing around, then remarked, neither of you are correct. The remnants of the national war cannot stir significant unrest. The monarch and his ministers are united in purpose and resolve. Thus the court shall remain stable. What truly frightens His Majesty is. The youth intentionally paused for effect before revealing, a cat. The scholar scoffed, that is even more ludicrous. Allow me to elaborate. Shenzhou opened his folding fan and gracefully continued. One day during the morning court session, which occurs every 10 days, His Majesty intended to issue a decree but discovered that the Imperial Seal had inexplicably vanished. This caused him considerable distress. as ministers searched high and low for 3 whole days, yet uncovered no clues. A thief within the palace? A scholar blurted out. Indeed, how could there not be? The youth replied, I personally witnessed a hole on the eastern side of the palace, just large enough for a person to pass through, and it has remained unblocked for many years. Is that truly the case? Some expressed disbelief. The wandering merchant pondered for a moment before slowly stating, Last year, I happened to be in the capital and heard that the heir of Prince Qi had secretly entered the palace, likely through that very hole. Shenzhou indeed is a scoundrel, but that hole is not a dog hole, for there are no dogs kept within the palace, the youth corrected. It is difficult to discern truth from falsehood. He aims to use a kernel of truth to lend credence to his fabrications. So, was the thief ultimately captured? A woman inquired, having previously believed that the palace was the safest place in the world, only to realize otherwise. There are thieves who would steal the Imperial Seal, concealing it on their person, which would impede their actions. It would be more prudent to directly raid the treasure vault. Shenzhou closed his eyes, fanning himself, and pretended to be profound. The true perpetrator is not a human, but rather a palace cat. The crowd fell silent, sensing the atmosphere growing cold. When the youth cast a knowing glance into the distance, Uncle Fu feigned curiosity and asked, What would this cat want with the Imperial Seal? You have struck at the heart of the matter, Shenzhou replied, shaking his head. If you have ever kept a cat at home, you would understand that these creatures are inherently curious. The Imperial Seal is often displayed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, glimmering in the candlelight at night. The cat must have thought, Ah, how beautiful, and taken it back to its nest. To enhance the imagery for his audience, he even mimicked the cat's movements. Swatting his folding fan aside, there are numerous flaws in this tale, such as how could a cat possibly carry such a large seal? Even if it could, would not the attending eunuchs notice? Yet, these considerations were beyond his concern. After all, a rumor must be sufficiently outrageous. Should anyone doubt, they could seek verification within the palace. How was it ultimately discovered? Before the crowd could regain their composure, Uncle Fu once again played along. This scene left the original storyteller in a daze. He had only ever heard of betting trusts. Who knew that storytelling required a supporting character as well? Indeed, he was from the capital and possessed genuine talent. Shenzhou took a sip of water to moisten his throat, grateful for the palace attendants who had detected something amiss while cleaning up after the cats. A young lady, covering her mouth, remarked with distaste, Does that mean? Shenzhou understood, replying, The palace claims there was no contamination. As for the truth, only a select few are privy to it. The scholar asserted confidently. They would certainly maintain such a fade. Otherwise, what use would there be for the Imperial Seal? Your insight is commendable, a youth generously praised. The scholar winked, indicating that everyone comprehended the underlying implications. Shenzhou continued to weave his tale. After this incident, it seems the emperor has developed a peculiar aversion to cats. Merely seeing the imperial felines induces unbearable headaches, to the point where he struggles to attend morning court. Oh, the crowd chorused in unison, so that's how it is. Shenzhou pondered how Shenlin would react to this narrative. He was indifferent even if it provoked furious indignation. With the heavens high and the emperor distant, the seas vast and the fish and shrimp joyful, it was evident that the young brother must have originated from an official family, perhaps even having had relatives assist in procuring the Imperial Seal. Otherwise, he could not possess such thorough knowledge. If not for the presence of so many, Shenzhou would have been tempted to embrace Fu Bo in gratitude for such splendid words. Yet, he suppressed his delight. Rapping the table with his fingers and addressing the assembly, Gentlemen, the crowd promptly retrieved copper coins from their pockets and tossed them forth. Perhaps it was due to the rarity of such tales being shared, they were particularly generous. One young boy even placed a half-eaten candied hawthorn on the hands of the young storyteller, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Shenzhou hesitated for a moment, then sighed. I do not partake. Upon leaving the capital, he realized that life was not easy for anyone. The young boy pouted, on the verge of tears. Shenzhou, feeling a pang of compassion, suggested, You may exchange it for cash. The boy's mother, who had been somewhat touched, suddenly changed her demeanor, dragging her son away and muttering as she tossed a few more coins. How shameless, demanding the child's money. A youth quietly retorted, then added, Since you are all so enthusiastic, I shall not conceal anything further. Allow me to share another tale. The crowd continued to swell, eager to uncover the enchantment that lay within this seemingly ghostly storytelling booth. Chapter 72, Secrets of the Palace Jushan. as the first region of Korea to integrate into Jianghu during wartime, received special imperial approval to elevate the county to a prefecture and appoint a prefect. His status surpassed that of an ordinary 6th-grade county magistrate yet remained below that of a 4th-grade inspector, making it a unique position across the land. Within the Jushan government office, a middle-aged man with a beard sat comfortably in the rear hall, thanks to the unity of the local populace. His role as prefect was remarkably effortless. Even when trouble arose, the citizens would often bring the wrongdoers to his doorstep before he would even receive word of the misdeed. Sipping tea and listening to melodies daily allowed his official rank to steadily ascend. With just a few more years of perseverance, he would be transferred to the capital. Though it would merely be a lateral move, being in the emperor's presence held a vastly different significance. However, at that moment, Chung Yedu wore a frown, his heart heavy with melancholy. A fortnight prior, he had received a letter from a friend in the capital, explicitly stating that the heir of the Qi prince was heading south, likely to pass through Jushan County, urging him to extend a warm welcome. The correspondent harbored a profound apprehension that Chung Yedu would exude an air of scholarly elegance. He emphasized that this young man possessed a capricious disposition, yet had won the favor of the emperor, benefiting from the protection of 3 esteemed officials. The implications were unmistakable. Chung Yedu was simultaneously exhilarated and anxious. Taking the initiative to have the official road outside the city meticulously cleared a full week in advance, instructing his subordinates to leave no wild grass untrimmed. He aimed to seize this opportunity to showcase his capabilities, hoping to secure a patron upon his future journey to the capital. However, after waiting for 3 consecutive days at the city gate, no ceremonial procession appeared, nor did any of the dispatched officers encounter a well-dressed youth. Chung Yedu calculated the passage of time and speculated that the Crown Prince of Qi must have altered his itinerary, opting to traverse the southern route through Jiangnan, thus deciding to abandon his vigil, attributing it to a stroke of misfortune. Unexpectedly, on this day, a ragged youth audaciously dared to disparage the emperor in broad daylight. It was evident that he was the eccentric Crown Prince of Qi. Yet, how had he come to such a state? Was it a deliberate attempt to gauge public sentiment? The scribe beside him, noticing his superior's worry, cautiously remarked, "That scoundrel speaks vilely, even daring to utter nonsense regarding matters of the court. In my humble opinion, we should swiftly apprehend him, lest such words reach the capital, which could prove problematic." Chung Yedu's gaze flickered as he replied, "The officers merely reported someone making bold assertions within the city. How do you know it pertains to court affairs?" The scribe explained. That youth not only spoke alone but engaged in a lively exchange with the commoners, which was quite remarkable. Remarkable? The scribe immediately realized he had misspoken and corrected himself. "Nonsense, sheer nonsense," Chung Yedu remarked. "I must go listen myself. As for the matter of apprehending him, let it be for now." The scribe, perplexed, changed into civilian attire and followed Chung Yedu out of the government office. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found the area densely packed with onlookers, the youth in the pavilion eloquently holding forth. Since the Imperial Seal had been recovered, the Empress, dissatisfied with the Emperor's perceived dullness, had instituted a prohibition on alcohol, claiming it was detrimental to the mind. The scribe exclaimed in alarm, "Governor, this youth's assertion of the Emperor's dullness is a grave disrespect." Chung Yedu suppressed the tempest within and calmly responded, "Listen to the discourse without overreacting." A man in the crowd detected a flaw in the youth's words and inquired, "Can the Empress truly exert control over the Emperor?" Shenzhou shook his head with a wry smile. "It is said that the men of Guangzhou are valiant. Yet one cannot cultivate 2 types of individuals in the same land. The women are no less formidable. The nuances of this are difficult to articulate." A scholar rebuked, "This is a lie. Although the women of Jushan County may be spirited, upon marriage, they all become virtuous wives and devoted mothers. Are the laws of our dynasty mere formalities?" The scholar was correct. The young women of Jushan County indeed shone brightly. Shenzhou first affirmed the assertion before continuing. "Then let me ask you, it is said that the emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. Why does the current sovereign possess only 2 or 3 concubines? Even fewer than an ordinary wealthy merchant?" The scholar fell silent, pondering for a moment before replying. "Perhaps the emperor has his own reasons." One must not speak carelessly," Shenzhou cautioned. Shenzhou harbored a degree of concern, fearing that the audience might not restrain their tongues, freely fabricating tales about the emperor. However, others could not bear the weight of such a transgression. The underlying reasons were twofold. Yet, With the emperor blessed with 3 sons and 2 daughters, his health was assured. The only plausible explanation for this phenomenon could be a strict wife. This notion garnered nods of agreement among the crowd. It appeared that the revered empress, a paragon of virtue, was also a woman prone to jealousy, not unlike those of common folk. The chief scribe, standing at the periphery of the gathering, nearly succumbed to faintness, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "My lord, will we not intervene?" Cheng Yedu chuckled, retorting, "Have you ever been summoned to the palace to meet His Majesty and the Empress? Can you ascertain the truth of this young gentleman's words?" The scribe was left speechless by the rebuttal. I heard the youth lower his voice slightly, cautioning that this was confidential, urging them not to divulge it. Everyone covered their mouths and gently shook their heads, awaiting the continuation. His Majesty is quite fond of wine. Despite the prohibition being in effect for only 3 days, the cravings began to stir within him. Yet, fearing the Empress's authority, he could only sneak into the royal kitchen at night to indulge. Sneak? Steal can also suffice. The youth clarified, disregarding whether this was the intended implication. One fateful night, intoxicated, he failed to return to the royal chambers in due time. And then, a woman eagerly inquired, as they relished tales of marital discord. Shenzhou tapped his fingers on the table, signaling that he would remain silent unless compensated. The woman pouted, playfully chastising, "How stingy. You're a scholar, yet you've brought shame upon your elders." Despite her words, her hand reached for her purse without hesitation. Cheng Yedu hesitated momentarily before tossing a few scattered coins into the mix. The scribe, bewildered, questioned, "My lord, what are you doing? After all this effort, should we not feel ashamed to partake for free?" Reluctantly, the scribe also opened his pouch, seeing that the moment was ripe. Shenzhou's eyes sparkled with mirth as he continued, "Upon awakening in the middle of the night, the empress found her side of the bed cold. Immediately, she summoned attendants to scour the quarters of the other concubines, determined to retrieve her wayward husband. Yet, after searching through the harem, His Majesty's presence eluded them. The team of investigators grew from 1 to 4, fearing that the emperor might be indulging in some new experience, perhaps spending the night in the company of a palace maid. As dawn broke, they finally discovered the gluttonous emperor sprawled on the floor of the royal kitchen, intoxicated, proclaiming, "What alleviates sorrow? Only do calm." From that moment on, the prohibition on alcohol became a mere formality, though the concubines developed a habit of checking each night to ensure their partners had not slipped away. As the tale drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed. "Take care, everyone, and do visit again," Shenzhou mused, feeling quite fulfilled. Even without considering the 2 conspicuous coins on the ground, he had amassed enough to sustain himself for a couple of months, easing his journey to Jiangnan. The original storyteller cautiously approached the youth, ingratiating himself, "Young sir, may I narrate this tale in the future?" The prospect of earning such a sum, equivalent to months of his earnings, ignited his greed. Chapter 73. The Plan for Prosperity. Shenzhou beckoned to Uncle Fu to gather the copper coins from the ground, feeling elated yet chastising himself for his previous lack of ambition. In the past, he would not have bothered to cast a glance at such trifles. In the face of adversity, the tiger descends from the heights, and the dragon finds itself in shallow waters. Who could have anticipated that the youth had already boasted so grandly? To return to the capital in disgrace would surely render him a laughingstock among that insufferable crowd, especially that loquacious Yi Wangshu, who would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to disparage him. How could the heir of the Prince Qi, having ventured out for barely a month, fall to the depths of beggary? Is this a reflection of humanity's corruption or a decline in moral integrity? While he is indifferent to the applause of the masses, he cannot afford to tarnish his fearsome reputation. Otherwise, how could he face the world on the streets again? Upon hearing the storyteller's inquiry, Shenzhou replied with irritation, "If you wish for your demise, feel free to spread your tales elsewhere." The storyteller glanced around nervously, bolstering himself with, "Given the time that has passed without the officials arriving to apprehend anyone, it seems there is little cause for concern. Jianghu does not engage in literary persecution. The populace enjoys a relative freedom." Shenzhou scoffed, having already issued his warning. Whether the other party heeded it was entirely their choice. Cheng Yedu and the other listeners dispersed, then approached, saying, "This young gentleman tells a most captivating story. Might there be a continuation?" Shenzhou scrutinized the newcomer and mumbled, "If the magistrate wishes to hear more, he might as well inquire in the capital. I assure you, the tales will be far more thrilling." Cheng Yedu, like a man who had just consumed a fly, forced a smile. "Your Highness possesses keen insight. Not a single official is worth anything, Xinzhou erupted, venting his frustrations toward Shenlin. The storyteller's expression shifted numerous times, while he did not recognize the fallen noble before him. He was aware of the magistrate's identity and noted that the youth was addressed as Your Highness. It was no wonder he possessed such audacity. After exhausting his invectives, Xinzhou donned a smile. Your Excellency, I beg your pardon, I have lost my composure. Your Highness speaks candidly and genuinely. Cheng Yedu dared not elaborate further, pondering whether the heir of Prince Qi truly embodied the qualities described in his friend's letter, quick-witted and eccentric. Did the esteemed officials of the 3 provinces truly favor such traits? He would need to prepare himself accordingly. Xinzhou, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, remarked. Having listened to the tale, does the magistrate have any thoughts? Cheng Yedu replied earnestly. While I do not comprehend your motivations, I can assure you that these stories shall not escape from Zhoushan County, nor shall they reach the palace. At that moment, the storyteller huddled in a corner of the pavilion, striving to disguise himself as a mere stool. He regretted speaking up. Wealth is all well and good, but one must still have life to enjoy it. Xinzhou shook his head, saying, if this matter is not reported, how may it reflect the magistrate's loyal heart and sincere intentions? Your Highness, please do not continue to test my resolve. Cheng Yedu replied with a rueful smile. If this matter were to be reported, how could you ever establish yourself in the capital? Having served as an official for many years, he understood the critical importance of loyalty. To suppress today's revelations was akin to providing the other party with a perilous handle over him, ensuring he would not waver in the face of adversity. Xinzhou took pleasure in the situation, quipping, then perhaps the magistrate shall never set foot in the capital. Cheng Yedu, perplexed by where he had gone astray, bowed respectfully. I humbly seek your guidance, Your Highness. The youth chuckled mischievously and remarked, in my opinion, Prince Qi's heir, Xinzhou, shows a blatant disregard for the imperial family and deserves a thorough reprimand. Cheng Yedu tentatively inquired, shall we proceed with the reprimand? He found a strange admiration for someone so ruthless towards himself. It is crucial to note that once a memorial is submitted to the capital, it cannot be retracted. Could it be that this prince intends to play a game of hidden dragon in the depths? No wonder he dresses so modestly. He wishes to discreetly cultivate alliances with officials beyond the capital. If he successfully boards this grand vessel, he could ascend to the ranks of nobility in the future. The reason Zhu Mountain County enjoys its current standing lies in its early integration into Jianghu. To rise as a dragon's minister, one must seize opportunities promptly. A timely act of kindness often resonates more deeply than mere embellishments. Unbeknownst to Xinzhou, Cheng Yedu was brimming with thoughts. Xinzhou smiled and asked, do you know how to write it? Cheng Yedu resolutely replied, I shall certainly speak with utmost integrity and will not jeopardize your Highness's plans. While pondering these narratives, I may have been somewhat hasty. Xinzhou suggested, you may embellish it slightly, mainly emphasizing my handsome appearance and carefree character. Xinzhou assured, rest easy, whatever you write, I shall endorse. Then I shall take my leave to compose it, Cheng Yedu said as he bid farewell. Once he had distanced himself, the clerk finally spoke. We ought to reserve some silver for His Highness. Foolishness, Cheng Yedu rebuked. If our selfishness undermines His Highness's grand design, what shall become of our careers? Those who aspire to achieve must first endure hardships and labor. His Highness is embodying the wisdom of the ancients. Have you squandered all those years of study? Indeed. Your insight is profound, Cheng Yedu acknowledged. Once I leave, you may ascend to the position of county vice. In no more than 10 years, we shall reunite in the capital. The clerk flattered. At that time, I hope you will support me greatly. If only Xinzhou were present, he would undoubtedly shamelessly request a loan, for all talk of overcoming difficulties would be mere nonsense. Uncle Fu picked up the last copper coin from the ground and suggested, young master, shall we indulge in a grand meal? Xinzhou retorted, eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. How many times can we squander this little bit of silver? Uncle Fu replied, I merely thought of you, as you haven't had meat for several days. Xinzhou stretched lazily, loosening his stiff limbs. To enjoy a comfortable journey to the south, one must convert small amounts of money into greater fortunes. He envisioned hiring a carriage, laying a thick blanket, packing ample provisions, and drifting off to sleep along the way. How delightful that would be. Young master, you are wise. Uncle Fu praised. The hardest part of earning money is taking the first step. Once you have the capital, the rest often becomes considerably simpler. Being a royal descendant, And with the Lin family frequently sending rare treasures, Shenzhou had cultivated a discerning eye from a young age, excelling in the appraisal of antiques. Whether it was jade, emerald, porcelain, or paintings, he could often distinguish authenticity with just a few breaths. The youth planned to visit an antique shop. Hoping to try his luck, perhaps he might stumble upon a hidden gem, ensuring a worry-free future. In any respectable city within Jianghu, one could invariably find an antique shop, not due to the ostentatious wealth of its owners, but rather out of a genuine appreciation for the treasures they offered. The term is so overly common that it lacks originality. When Shenzhou, accompanied by Uncle Fu, entered the shop, the proprietor, engrossed in the euphoric days brought on by inhaling the gray powder from his snuff bottle, coolly remarked, "I believe you have wandered into the wrong establishment, my dear guest. The pawnshop is at the end of the street." Chapter 74. Mutual probing. What is this? Afraid I cannot afford it? Shenzhou's fingers glided across the Wang Wali antique shelf, leaving a few scratch marks on the dusty three-color horse figurine. This limping horse seems quite suited to your snobbish tastes. The antique shop never feared haughty patrons. The more arrogant they were, the wealthier they likely were. However, these two appeared rather unassuming, perhaps foolishly hungry, which led them to act brazenly in this place. The proprietor called over an apprentice and instructed, "Give them 2 coins and send them on their way." Shenzhou tossed the scattered silver coins in his hand, declaring, "I am not lacking in this regard. Bring forth your best wares for examination." The proprietor found it amusing. This young man likely hailed from a once prosperous lineage, only to see the family fortune squandered in his generation, thus leading him to seek out hidden gems. He believed that with his mediocre eye, he could strike it rich, oblivious to the nature of this establishment. Yet even the smallest morsel holds value. The proprietor rose and said, "Indeed, there are quality goods here. But with the meager amount of silver you possess, I fear you cannot afford them. Perhaps it would be best to browse outside and return if you find something appealing." The items displayed in the antique shop were mostly replicas, unable to fetch a decent price, specifically crafted for local tycoons who could not discern authenticity from imitation. As long as the narrative surrounding the item was compelling, there would always be someone willing to part with their money. Initially, Shenzhou intended to play the fool, gradually searching for what he desired, but upon surveying the surroundings, he found nothing of worth and had to adopt a different approach. Indeed, the proprietor became intrigued, not expecting that the young gentleman possessed such knowledge. "I cannot claim to be an expert." Shenzhou waved his hand dismissively. "I have merely encountered a few things in my time." The proprietor laughed heartily. "Then do take a good look, for to speak frankly, there are some items I cannot even appraise accurately. However, the prices are not steep. As long as they sell, it's all profit." He then turned to his apprentice, saying, "After all these years by my side, you have yet to match the understanding that this young master possesses." The youth smirked, pointing to an item. "This is a replica of the tribute porcelain from a previous dynasty. The lid fits, but the jar's body does not match, as it has been newly paired. The potter clearly lacks knowledge of the specific procedures for imperial kiln firing. That shade of blue is insufficiently vibrant." He then proceeded to identify several errors in other replicas. The exquisite celadone glaze of the Ru kiln, with its delicate cracks reminiscent of a gentle oil pour. The Shang and Zhou dynasties' double-handled tripod, adorned with the coarsely carved Taotai pattern, lacks refinement. As for the clay figure, are you mistakenly treating the ash of the pot as 5-colored relic powder? Can such a creation truly be of worth? If you find yourself at a loss for direction, consider lending a hand at my shop." The shopkeeper, recognizing the potential in this talent, thought that if he could recruit such an assistant, he might even open another store in the city. Shenzhou declined, stating, "There is nothing here that piques my interest. It would be rather dull to linger." Observing the visitor's intent to leave, the shopkeeper stamped his foot and declared, "Very well. Then allow me to show you a true treasure." Every great talent possesses a temper. He intended to test the young man's character, for pride often leads to downfall. The youth paused and did not rush him. Before long, the shopkeeper emerged from the inner room, cradling an ancient black box, his excitement palpable. "Let me broaden your horizons. Should you find it worthy, you are welcome to stay, and your salary shall not be diminished." Shenzhou inclined his chin in acquiescence. With utmost care, the shopkeeper opened the box and unfurled a scroll, spreading it across the counter as he introduced it. "This is the final masterpiece of Guda's later years. A landscape painting of 1,000 miles. I do not exaggerate. It would be difficult to find anything superior in all of Jianghu." The painting style was bold and expressive, with ink flowing freely. Shinzhou spoke candidly. And what of it? The shopkeeper, feeling a sense of pride, inquired further. Pushing the scroll aside calmly, Shinzhou replied, regrettably, "It is a forgery." The shopkeeper's expression darkened as he leaned over the table, scrutinizing the half-rolled painting, exclaiming, "How can this be? The silk, the style, the ink, all correspond perfectly. You need not present it, for I already know where the genuine article resides. Do not dare to deceive me. This painting was not inexpensive." Pointing to the upper left corner, Shinzhou remarked, "The young heir of the Qi royal family once urinated upon it during his childhood, claiming he would flood 1,000 troops. Thus, a stain should be present here." The shopkeeper, in a fit of outrage, exclaimed, "Such a waste, an utter waste." Fu Bo, observing the proud young man, failed to comprehend what there was to boast about. Although not entirely shameful, it was hardly something to brag about. Seizing the moment, Shinzhou proposed, "I have past relations with the young heir of the Qi royal family. If you would consider parting with it, perhaps you might sell it to me at a bargain, and I could return the favor, possibly even aiding your family's fortunes." The shopkeeper sighed, realizing the depth of Shinzhou's connections. Yet this painting is truly difficult to part with. In the world of antiques, one must acknowledge their errors. To sell a forgery as genuine is a skill, but to be unaware of its nature is folly. Though he trusted his own judgment, he hesitated to claim superiority over the experts in the royal residence. Shinzhou raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. As long as it sells, it cannot be deemed a misjudgment. After all, keeping it brings only distress. Are you certain it is not the genuine work of Gouda? The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted abruptly. Shinzhou extended his hands. If it indeed originates from the esteemed Gu, I would willingly allow you to redeem it at its original price. He spoke not a word of falsehood. Each statement was a reflection of his sincere heart. The innkeeper pondered for a moment, reluctantly stating, "That leaves you both with all your possessions. Once you step out of the shop without money, your meals are no concern of mine." Fu Bo placed a hefty bag of copper coins on the table, while Shinzhou tossed out the last of his meager silver. "Is that a clear transaction?" the youth inquired. "Absolutely no debts," replied the innkeeper, who then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined that something I acquired for 200 when could fetch 5 taels of silver. Surely, you don't believe I would show you anything of true value? To thrive in this trade, patience and diligent learning are essential. In a few years, I may assist you in opening your own shop." Expecting these words to thoroughly win over the youth, he was instead met with an even brighter smile from the boy. Shinzhou grinned widely, nearly reaching ear to ear, and retorted, "Who said that only items owned by esteemed individuals hold value?" Chapter 75, An Unexpected Turn of Events in the Realm of Antiques. One must consider not only the material and age, but also whether inscriptions are present and other supplementary factors. For instance, the price disparity between a sword of the emperor and one of the feudal lords is monumental, despite both being bronze. A compelling narrative can exponentially elevate the worth of an artifact. To the uninitiated, purchasing a box while neglecting a precious pearl might seem foolish, yet to the affluent, it represents an irreplaceable treasure. Should that box endure, its value would undoubtedly surpass that of the pearl by 100-fold. The painting before Shinzhou is no exception. It originated from the same era as Gu Chongkang's 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, crafted 7 centuries ago, perhaps even within the same moment. During the late years of the later Jin dynasty, as the land lay in ruins, Gu Chongkang, unable to bear the sight of the suffering populace, devoted 13 years to his final masterpiece. One day, while strolling along the banks of the Jianghu River with a friend, lamenting the hardships of the people, he encountered a young artist. Unable to resist offering guidance, he was met with harsh words from the youth, leading to a bitter rivalry and a challenge to a painting duel, resulting in the creation of the celebrated 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Upon completion, the young artist, aware of his impending defeat, turned away in shame, leaving no payment, which Gu Chongkang reluctantly had to cover. At that time, Gu Chongkang was already past 50, disillusioned by the world, his style heavy and somber, favoring deep ink strokes. In contrast, his youthful opponent's work radiated the exuberance of youth. After listening to Shinzhou's account, the innkeeper's right hand trembled uncontrollably, as if he might crush his snuff bottle, remarking, "What a splendid tale! You nearly deceived this old man." The youth, beaming with delight, replied, "What I say is for you to decide whether to believe." The innkeeper fixed his gaze on the boy, hoping to discern any flaw in his demeanor, but finding none, He sighed in resignation. Very well. I am willing to offer 500 taels to repurchase it. Shinzhou laughed. 30,000 taels. If I weren't in urgent need of funds, you would have no chance to acquire it at such a bargain. The innkeeper shook his head. If it were genuinely crafted by Gu Chongkong himself, I would begrudgingly secure this painting, but a youth of little renown cannot command such a price. Shinzhou feigned a mischievous expression. I never claimed that the young man lacked fame. The innkeeper inquired, could there be more to this story? Shinzhou did not conceal the truth, directly revealing the youth's identity. He was none other than the later renowned painter, Wu Xianji. Such a possibility was utterly unfathomable. The shopkeeper reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Unable to maintain his previous composure, he exclaimed, although the timing aligns. How could the esteemed Wu possibly refrain from signing his name? Unless... His voice trailed off as a realization dawned upon him. When he acquired this painting, the proprietor of the antique gallery had been captivated by the scroll and the silk, dismissing the painting style, which was clearly not that of the esteemed Gu family. However, the signature seemed legitimate. He assumed it was a forgery, extracted from an incomplete scroll and affixed anew through some underhanded means. It was for this very reason that the shopkeeper had vehemently criticized the entire piece at the time, allowing him to purchase it for a mere 200 coins. A smile crept further across Shinzhou's face, recalling how Wu Xianji had, in his later years, chastised Gu Chongkong as a thief of paintings on multiple occasions. This was also why his works often bore multiple seals, as a precaution against such misappropriation. The shopkeeper, in evident distress, wished to slap himself for forgetting such a crucial detail after having been in this line of work for so long. Noticing the youth's intent to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Young master, the price of 30,000 taels is excessively high. Might you allow this humble shop some time to gather the funds?" Shinzhou picked up the scroll, twirling it in his hands, and replied, "Very well. Do take a closer look later to avoid any oversight. I shall inquire at other shops for their prices. When one is in high spirits, everything appears charming. Just like those dark clouds in the sky, how lively they seem. Oh, and that dirty little child, he seems quite well behaved too." Standing in the middle of the street, Shinzhou chuckled to Fu Bo. Just endure a couple more days. Life will become increasingly prosperous. He was filled with confidence about his future, envisioning the return of the once arrogant Prince Qi, as the young lady of the rivers and lakes awaited with bated breath. Just as the youth reveled in his dreams of a promising life, a shadow darted swiftly before him, and a voice called out, "Get out of the way." Shinzhou stumbled, the scroll slipping from his grasp. Before he could regain his footing, a group of fierce-looking individuals approached. Leading the pack was a young man in splendid attire, mounted on a horse, who furiously commanded, "Seize that boy. Do not let him escape." An attendant, noticing the incoming object, swiftly drew his weapon. In a flash, the scroll was severed in twain. Shinzhou, stricken with despair, extended his hand and cried out, "No." Everything transpired too rapidly for him to comprehend. The rain blurred the surroundings, extinguishing the fervor that burned within the youth's heart. Shinzhou felt as if he were crying, for the rain should have felt cool against his skin. The painting lay trampled into a pulp beneath the hooves, beyond any hope of restoration, with only the forlorn scroll remaining on the ground, akin to an unclaimed corpse. The proprietor of the antique gallery leaned against the doorframe. Though he too grieved for the esteemed Wu's work, he could not shake an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Clicking his tongue and lamenting, "What a pity." Shinzhou's eyes twitched incessantly, and even drenched to the bone, he remained unfazed. The street bustled with passers-by, yet the youth's heart had vanished along with the scroll, lost in the vastness of the world. He felt as if he had been forsaken by this realm. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Shinzhou roared, "Damn you, beast. If I don't cleave you into 17 or 18 pieces, my heart's resentment shall never abate." Fu Bo, at a loss for how to console his young master, could only accompany him in the rain. As night descended, Shinzhou, with an empty stomach, roamed the city for half the day without encountering the person he sought. With no other recourse, he found a dilapidated temple, intending to try again the following day. If all else failed, he would resort to becoming a storyteller once more. This crumbling temple had long fallen into disrepair, likely due to the emperor's decree that rendered monks and believers scarce, leaving it unattended. Shinzhou wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of a rich aroma, the scent of food. Someone was roasting sweet potatoes inside. Fu Bo hesitantly suggested, "Young master, temper your anger a bit. A few kind words may lead to dinner." The rumbling from Shunzhou's belly compelled him to don a friendly smile. He understood. The two entered, one after the other. And as Shunzhou noticed the flickering firelight and prepared to greet the occupants, his expression suddenly darkened. He sneered, "You wretched scoundrel, you." Chapter 76. An encounter born of conflict. The youth within the temple appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, only slightly older than Shunzhou. He wore a gray tunic riddled with patches, the stitching as coarse as a centipede's path through mud. A grass rope was wrapped thrice around his waist, from which dangled a tarnished copper wine flask, its surface marred with dents. The faded leggings revealed half of his muddy ankles. Upon noticing Shunzhou's arrival, the young man cheerfully called out, "Brother, it is fate that brings us together. Let us share in this moment." Enraged, Shunzhou approached and kicked the youth, sending him sprawling to the ground. Mounting him, he rained down blows as relentless as the tempest outside. "You have made it difficult for me to find you. Do you know the trouble you've caused? 30,000 taels. Do you dare to fight back? You insolent fool, if you don't see the consequences. I shall show you why flowers bloom red. If your eyes cannot perceive, I will gouge them out and use them as bait." Fu Bo deliberately seated himself on the other side of the fire, snapping a twig and nudging the sweet potatoes outward. They required careful roasting, otherwise, the exterior would char while the interior remained raw. The youth waved his hands in futile defense, eventually howling through his bruised face, "Stop. If you keep this up, I will perish." Only then did Shunzhou rise, panting heavily. The youth gingerly touched his swollen face and grimaced, "It's merely a few sweet potatoes. Is it worth such fury?" Shunzhou nearly lost control of his anger, exclaiming, 30,000 taels for sweet potatoes? What do you mean by 30,000 taels?" The youth turned to the plump middle-aged man, who seemed amiable. Fu Bo briefly recounted the day's events. The youth sheepishly scratched the back of his head and apologized. "I truly regret it. I hurried away at noon and neglected to pay attention." Shunzhou's chest rose and fell rapidly as he removed his drenched garments, wringing out the rainwater before setting them aside to dry. The youth understood that such a predicament was unpleasant for anyone. 30,000 taels was a sum that a modest household would take generations to amass. He attempted to comfort Shunzhou, saying, "Do not worry. As long as we get through tomorrow, I will be able to repay you." Shunzhou lowered his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance at the other party. "Is it really you? A beggar now speaks with such audacity?" The youth realized his words were unfiltered and hastily clasped his fists, exclaiming, "I am Zhou Feng, a man as free as the wind. Wandering is one thing, but to be free like the wind is another," Shunzhou retorted with a sardonic smirk. "My young master is named Shunzhou," Fu Bo introduced. Zhou Feng nodded, saying, "Brother Shun, I assure you, I can indeed repay you 3,000 taels." Shunzhou scoffed. "I have no interest in ill-gotten gains. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means." Rising to his feet, Zhou Feng struck a few boxing stances and inquired, "What do you think of my skills, Brother Shin?" "Remarkably poor," Shunzhou replied bluntly. "Oh, do not be so harsh. It wounds the heart." Zhou Feng clasped his chest, feigning distress. "Are you aware of why I am being pursued today?" Noticing Shunzhou's silence, he answered himself, "It's all because of a young lady." "Did you guess? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Zhou Feng boldly settled beside Shunzhou, draping an arm over his shoulder. "This lady from the Ming family is to hold a martial arts competition for suitors in Zhushan City tomorrow. With my abilities, securing the top position is a certainty. At that point, 3,000 taels will merely be a trifle." Shunzhou marveled at the audacity of the youth. Indeed, he was quite the character. Then, with a sudden change in demeanor, he threatened, "If you fail to repay the money by tomorrow, you might as well prepare a grave for yourself, lest I have to take matters into my own hands." The campfire crackled, sending a spark that landed on a sweet potato. Fu Bo pinched it with his fingers and said, "Young master, it's ready to eat." Zhou Feng smiled. "Tonight, let this be my treat to Brother Shun. Tomorrow we shall feast on something finer." The waning moon peeked through the clouds, its light filtering through the window, illuminating 3 pairs of soot-stained hands, one elegant and noble, another rough and calloused from a life of adventure, and the last, a cook's hands, dirt lodged beneath the nails, each gripping a half-eaten sweet potato. After finishing, Zhou Feng contentedly belched, snatching the last piece of sweet potato from the ground and reverently placing it on the offering table, hands clasped in prayer. "Such pretentiousness," Shunzhou remarked disdainfully. Zhou Feng replied calmly, "Even in poverty, one must maintain dignity. In the world of martial arts, everyone requires a semblance of respect." Be it us or the deities, after all, this is their territory. As night deepened, the two youths lay together on the hay. Shenzhou recounted tales of his former glory in the capital. Eagles soaring, horses racing, dogs fighting, drinking from jade springs, feasting on ginseng paste. Yet, he found himself reduced to gnawing on sweet potatoes, and surprisingly, he relished the taste, eventually breaking into tears. Zhou Feng understood the sentiments of his newly acquainted brother. Often dreaming of such grandeur himself, though his visions were less vivid, perhaps just meals of beef and fine wine. After years of drifting through the world, the young man asked, "What about the lady?" Shenzhou's mind conjured the image of that enchanting figure from that evening, a beauty under the moonlight, though regrettably, she was a tempestuous man. Zhou Feng turned onto his side, propping himself up. "Once I marry the Ming family girl, I shall take you to the finest brothel in the city. Then we can indulge in whatever delights we desire." Shenzhou turned his head away, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Zhou Feng began to recount his experiences in the martial world, starting from Lingnan Road, passing through Jiannan Road and Xinzhong Road, before finally reaching Shannon East Road. "The maidens of Zhoushan County are the finest. I no longer wish to continue my travels. How about we, my brother and I, simply pass our days here?" Before long, Zhou Feng heard the soft snores of his good friend. He lay down and murmured, sleep well, sleep well. Tomorrow shall be another splendid day." At dawn the next day, the entire city of Zhoushan was shrouded in thick fog. It is said that after prolonged rain, the fog will inevitably clear. This heralds a propitious beginning. Zhou Feng was the first to awaken, greeting Uncle Fu before glancing towards Shenzhou, who was still mumbling in his dreams. 8 treasure glazed soup, silver-winged fish from the East Sea, and 9-dragon winter melon soup. Uncle Fu made a quiet gesture, whispering, "My young master tends to scold when he has not slept well." Zhou Feng nodded, carefully rising to prepare a pot of wild vegetable soup. After half an hour had passed, as the sunlight dispersed the mist, Shenzhou groggily opened his eyes, stumbling outside to fetch some rainwater for his morning wash. Once seated by the fire, he looked at Zhou Feng, who was blinking incessantly, and sighed, "Your eyes are indeed troubled. You ought to see a doctor soon." "I have a duel today." Shenzhou, feeling irritable, exclaimed, "What? Am I to cheer you on from the sidelines?" Zhou Feng pointed to the iron sword strapped to his horse's back and grinned. "May I borrow it? I promise to return it right after." The most valuable possession near Shenzhou was this sword, 2 high. It contained not just a blade, but the entirety of a young man's aspirations within the martial realm. Thus, no matter the hardships on the road, he would never part with it for money. He took a sip of the warm soup and said, "Take it. Unleash your spirit." Chapter 77. Enemies on a narrow path. The Ming family of Zhoushan County operated a security agency, with their business sprawling across the entirety of Shannon East Road. Their enterprise was considerable, and it was rumored that in recent years they had ambitions to expand towards Shannon West Road, especially towards the capital where the populace was abundant and thus, business prospects were plentiful. However, this would place a strain on their bodyguards, which prompted the head of the Ming family, Ming Xiaoshi, to devise a plan that would not only help his daughter attract a suitor, but also draw in martial artists under the guise of a competition, preparing for future endeavors. The spacious training field of the Ming family was temporarily transformed into a platform for martial arts and matchmaking. The arena, paved with massive slabs of bluestone, measured over 7 zhang in length and width. At each corner stood a white jade column, adorned with coiling dragon patterns, transported from the southern city, with golden bells hanging from their tops. Surrounding it were ornately carved wooden railings, keeping the curious onlookers at bay to prevent any accidental injuries. Though his name bore the character for small, Ming Xiaoshi was impressively robust, with a broad back and a muscular build, capable of blocking 2 frail scholars with his mere presence. He had the Grand Hall's armchairs moved outside, quietly taking his seat in the courtyard, pondering how many talented individuals might arrive today. If the number proved sufficient, a branch in the capital could be established immediately. If not, he would have to bear the cost of supporting them for a while longer. The necessary silver would not diminish by even a fraction. At that moment, a young lady in her 20s dashed out from the inner courtyard. Her brows, sculpted like the feathers of a wild goose, slanted gracefully towards her temples, while her eyes sparkled with the clarity of winter's snowmelt. The outer corners of her eyes bore a faint azure mole, reminiscent of the legendary Zhu Xian'er from years past. Suitors enamored by her beauty could be lined up from the north of Zhoushan City to the south, The young woman adorned in a light outfit had her raven hair tied up in a high ponytail, which bounced with each step she took. "Father, I do not wish to marry," she declared, revealing herself as Ming Xiaoshi's daughter, Mingyue. A robust man rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Your mother was already out running errands at your age. Besides, it is not a matter of marriage. Today, our family is seeking a son-in-law." Mingyue pouted. "After marrying, I want to be able to travel as a bodyguard. What if he looks peculiar?" The man replied, "If he is somewhat unattractive, one can grow accustomed to it with time." Ming Xiaoshi genuinely felt at a loss regarding his daughter, feigning anger as he said, "If you refuse to marry, you shall become an old maid. You should just marry." Mingyue flicked her ponytail and turned away, leaving no room for negotiation. Ming Xiaoshi withdrew his gaze and noticed that most of the attendees had arrived. He stood up, clasped his fists, and proclaimed, "Today, the Ming family seeks a son-in-law. Regardless of background, the victor shall claim the prize. However, I must remind everyone of 2 points. First, we will not accept those with a troubled past, as the reputation of our escort agency is paramount, and the future son-in-law will need to assist in managing it. Secondly, do not employ lethal force." With these words, the matchmaking event that would create a stir throughout Zhushan County officially commenced. As Shen Zhou and his companions entered, the contest on stage was already in full swing, with competitors exchanging blows fiercely. After observing for a moment, he quietly asked, "Do these individuals possess any skill? Are you able to compete?" Zhou Feng, gripping his long sword, felt a tremor in his limbs and replied uncertainly, "Perhaps I can." Shen Zhou teased, "If you get injured, I have no funds to assist with your treatment." Zhou Feng dismissed it. "It's a minor issue. I have endured worse before and still live well." To ease his friend's anxiety, Shen Zhou jested, "I have heard that the Ming family daughter is already 20. Do you fancy someone older than yourself?" Zhou Feng encouraged himself. A woman older by 3 years brings prosperity. With such a family fortune backing her, I wouldn't mind if she were 80. Shen Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to stammer, "You certainly are not picky." At that moment, the swordsman on the left side of the stage clearly found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being kicked off the platform. Zhou Feng jumped a few times in place and murmured, "I shall go up." "Good luck," Shen Zhou responded. The struggle among these lower-tier martial artists offered minimal enhancement to Shen Zhou's own martial prowess, prompting him to seek a quiet corner for a brief nap, as the noise from last night had been quite bothersome. Yet, before he could close his eyes, a head leaned in closer. Shen Zhou expressed his surprise. "It has barely been a tea's worth of time." From the audience, someone shouted, "Are you going to fight or not? Is this causing a delay?" Zhou Feng retorted without mercy, "If you are so capable, why don't you take your turn?" On stage, a man in a blue robe sheathed his twin blades and angrily declared, "You are the rogue who attempted to lift Miss Ming's skirt. Yesterday, you escaped, but today, you have fallen into my grasp." Zhou Feng explained to his good friend, "At that time, I was merely chasing after a coin. Was it a white coin?" Shen Zhou countered. Zhou Feng instantly adopted a lovesick expression. Indeed, it was quite white. "Let me tell you," before he could finish, Shen Zhou, exasperated, interrupted, "Get up there and take your beating. Just by glancing at another's wife's ankle, you should consider yourself fortunate if you are not dead." Zhou Feng shot back, "But the fight isn't over yet. How can you be sure she is his wife?" Shen Zhou had just realized that the swordsman before him was merely feigning defeat after receiving payment. 100 taels of silver notes, such extravagance. However, he had no intention of elucidating this to the man before him. Since he was unable to win, he naturally could not earn that sum. The man in the blue robe urged, "Hurry up to the stage. Today I shall seek justice for Miss Ming." Zhou Feng replied, "Yin Chonglin, your family possesses some influence in the city, yet you still aspire to marry into the Ming family? Is there no food at home?" The blue-clad man's expression darkened. He admonished against engaging in futile verbal sparring, insisting that they settle matters with action instead. Yin Chonglin had his own schemes. The Ming family had only one daughter, Mingyue, and he could easily marry in first. After the demise of Ming Xiaoshi, the ownership of the family estate would be open to debate. A woman, after all, could only hold out for so long. In the end, she would marry a rooster if it meant survival or a dog if that was her lot. Zhou Feng paid no heed to this remark and turned to Shen Zhou, saying, "Good brother, let us make a deal. Stay out of this. He is unlikely to produce anything worthwhile." Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zhou declined. Zhou Feng sighed. "Regarding yesterday's incident, I deeply apologize. Had it not been for Yin Chonglin's pursuit, that painting might still be, well, perhaps somewhat intact. Upon hearing this, Shinjo instantly sat up straight, a surge of fury igniting within him as he fixated on the man in blue and demanded, was it him? The mere thought of yesterday's events filled him with profound discomfort, akin to being stabbed repeatedly with a knife. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating, both physically and emotionally. Ever since departing from the capital, his temper had worsened day by day. Zhou Feng nodded. Indeed, many witnessed it. You can certainly verify. Shinjo grasped the arm of Uncle Fu, rising to his feet, reclaiming his iron sword, and smirked. Then I shall have a word with him. Zhou Feng encouraged from the sidelines. First, knock him down, then deliver a few more blows, and finally lose to me. This way, you will have effectively incurred no loss. Chapter 78. Catharsis. Shinjo supported himself with one hand on the railing and leaped onto the stage. Yin Chonglin rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword and chuckled darkly. You wish to stand up for your friend? Have you considered your own worth? You cannot even afford a meal, yet you pretend to wield a sword. Can you even draw it? Shinjo's eyes twitched. He had a question for young Master Yin. Did you not lead others to pursue Zhou Feng yesterday? And then a torrential rain followed. So it turned out they were two of a kind. Yin Chonglin retorted. And if I did? Ha ha ha. Shinjo's laughter grew increasingly reckless. His face contorted with menace. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. The bronze incense burner at the corners of the stage emitted curling wisps of smoke, mingling with the scent of pine from the sun-baked railing, as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Shinjo deftly drove the sword sheath into the blue bricks and vanished in a flash. Yin Chonglin's pupils constricted sharply, astonished by the youth's speed. Unlike Zhou Feng from yesterday, this one was a formidable opponent. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, just as his dual blades were drawn. The tip of the young man's sword had already found its mark at the intersection of the crescent blades, as if grasping a silver serpent by its vital point. Shinjo, having trained in martial arts since the age of 15, had already passed his prime. His foundation was weak, which was why when Su had recommended he first practice assassination techniques, seeking victory through cunning footwork and deceptive angles of attack. This technique originates from the renowned female assassin Yun Ni of the state of Chu, known as the Shadowless Moon. Like a sudden ambush under the moonlight, the sword strikes without a whisper of wind. Yin Chonglin gritted his teeth, his bulging muscles straining but yielding not a single inch. Suddenly, with a clang, the spine of the sword clashed against the back of the axe, erupting in a burst of sparks that left Yin Chonglin's hands numb. Shinjo misstepped and spun, using the copper pommel of his sword to strike the opponent's elbow, causing both blades to clatter to the ground. Below, Zhou Feng leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "Good brother. You are the best. Keep hitting him." After witnessing Shinjo's prowess following his own beating yesterday, he was astonished to see Yin Chonglin rendered utterly defenseless. This young Master Yin was regarded as a promising martial talent in Jushan City, often dubbed a genius, and had achieved the 8th rank before reaching 20. Ming Xiaoshi possessed a sharper insight than Zhou Feng. He could distinctly sense the anger and restraint simmering within the beggar youth. The anger was understandable, likely stemming from a disdain for the wealthy, but where did this restraint originate? If the youth wielded his sword without mercy, a slight downward pressure on his wrist could easily pierce the throat of the young Master Yin. Shinjo rubbed his neck, casually tossing aside his long sword, rolling up his sleeves with a smirk, and said, "So it's young Master Yin, is it? I once vowed that the first to perish beneath my blade would have to be a person of considerable renown, so you ought to be grateful." Having just been struck to the core, Yin Chonglin found his right side still somewhat incapacitated. As he saw the youth charge at him, he exerted force through the ball of his left foot, colliding with his opponent. While he struggled to deflect Shinjo's onslaught, he lowered his voice and proposed, 100 taels of silver for 20 years of carefree living, in exchange for your defeat. Shinjo, feigning tears, retorted, "Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? You scoundrel." The attacks continued relentlessly, each move vicious. Yin Chonglin was perplexed by the youth's seemingly tragic demeanor, attributing it to Zhou Feng. He revised his offer. 200 taels, and I shall never trouble you or your brother again. You can live your carefree lives, or even seek employment with my Yin family. You do not understand. You know nothing. Shinjo seized the moment, gripping the soft flesh beneath Yin's ribcage and twisting fiercely. Yin Chonglin let out a cry of agony. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend how the two had devolved into a brawl reminiscent of a cat fight. "I understand. I relish this." Yin Chonglin, seeing his bribes fail, shifted his rhetoric. My Yin family has long prepared skilled fighters. Even if you defeat me, you will succumb to those who come after. You won't even get the 200 taels." It turned out that Shenzhou had stepped on his shoe, and taking advantage of the pain, he lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, fast enough to rip through the surrounding air. Yin Chonglin quickly closed his thighs and bent low. Although his knee helped absorb some of the impact, he was still struck in a vulnerable spot, rolling on the ground in agony and lamenting. "Why do you resort to such despicable tactics?" Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Shenzhou clasped his fists to the surrounding crowd and said, "I apologize for the spectacle." With that, he approached with a menacing grin. "No, no, no." Yin Chonglin, terrified, stumbled backward, just as he was about to concede. A shoe imprint suddenly appeared on his face, measuring 7 inches in length. He is the youngest son of the Yin family, caught in a precarious position, despite his parents' indulgence. His elder brother excels in business, and with the imminent division of the family assets, the lion's share will undoubtedly be claimed by him. Thus, he seeks to wed Ming family's Minghua, hoping to hoist the tiger-esque skin to attract the flag and reclaim the position of family head with his wife's support. However, his meticulous plans fail to account for the unexpected appearance of a beggar. Had he known, he would not have sought to flaunt his authority. He should have let his henchmen take the lead. Shenzhou seized the opportunity, his forefingers converging to strike fiercely at his opponent's throat, rendering him mute. He declared, "Indeed, young Master Yin possesses remarkable skills, concealing his true prowess. I am eager to experience it firsthand." What followed was pure vengeance, the scene quickly turning grim. Remarkably, he even demonstrated the frog roll of the Ling Mountain sect. Could it be that he learned the art of the salted fish escape from the masters on the martial rankings? "Stand up. Face me." Parents in the audience hurried to shield their children's eyes. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Grateful that his good brother had not dealt him a lethal blow the previous day, for the consequences would have been dire. Shenzhou's laughter became increasingly sinister, his movements more rapid. At this moment, Ming Xiaoshu finally spoke. "Young hero, I implore you to show mercy. The Ming and Yin families have frequent business dealings. We must not harm our goodwill." Only then did Shenzhou retract his leg, which was poised to stomp down, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and inquired, "What did you just say?" Ming Xiaoshu replied, "We must not harm our goodwill." The first 4 words. Ming Xiaoshu frowned, tentatively adding, "Young hero?" The youth's eyes sparkled as he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Delightful. Do it again." The outcome was already determined. Yin family's servants rushed onto the stage to carry their master down. Yin Chonglin's eyes were swollen, leaving only a narrow slit through which he could vaguely see one person. His voice hoarse as he rasped, "Make sure to kill him." After venting his anger, Shenzhou prepared to leave, only to hear a voice behind him, "Young hero, since you have triumphed, you ought to guard the arena." Zhou Feng continued to provide subtle hints from below. Shenzhou sighed. His brother was getting married, and here he was causing a ruckus. What kind of situation was this? Yet, for the sake of 30,000 taels of silver and a comfortable life in the martial world, he resolved to fight. Just as he turned, he was startled by the person before him, a master, seemingly yearning to breach the precepts of chastity. Chapter 79. Solutions abound where difficulties lie. The newcomer wore a martial artist's robe and wielded a long spear, with evident signs of having taken monastic vows. He spoke slowly. "I am known by the secular name Zhao Tiniu." Since he could provide a secular name, he was clearly not a monk. In Jianghu, it is particularly arduous to seek ordination, yet if one wishes to return to secular life, one need only approach the local authorities and return their genealogy. The government would provide some silver to assist them in finding a livelihood in the city. Before the 3rd year of Jingming, this was even included as a criterion for local officials' performance evaluations. The more individuals returning to secular life, the better the political achievements appeared. The 480 temples of the southern dynasties ultimately succumbed to the mist and rain. Shenzhou picked up the long sword and smiled. "Life in the mountains is undoubtedly less enjoyable than that in the valleys. You are indeed a perceptive man." Zhao Tiniu lowered his gaze and replied, "Entrusted by others. One must be loyal. I urge you to exercise caution, young hero." With that, he suddenly stomped his right foot, causing the spear to flicker brilliantly, the crimson tassels at its tip scattering like a sky full of vermilion powder. Shenzhou twisted his waist, the sword piercing through the spear's shadow with the precision of a deft maneuver. The night white is undoubtedly effective, yet it exudes an undeniable feminine allure. The youth, though he attempts to conceal his apprehension, dares not underestimate such a formidable adversary. In an instant, the arena is illuminated by a dazzling display of flames. Suddenly, the gun barrel before him shatters into several segments, each connected by iron chains, transforming into a 9-foot steel whip. Zhao Tiniu swiftly pulls back, wrapping the steel whip around his foot before forcefully kicking it away, striking true. The long sword, which had been unwittingly ensnared, causes Shinzhou to acutely feel the immense force transmitted through the whip. Releasing his right hand, he leaps into the air, forcefully stamping the sword's hilt into the ground. The steel whip instantaneously becomes a bridge of iron across the river, with the young man springing onto it like a hawk, rapidly closing the distance between them. Zhao Tiniu grounds himself, his feet striking the earth with the weight of iron, causing fissures to appear in the blue stone beneath him. With a move akin to a 1,000-pound drop, combined with years of honed martial skills, he is most unyielding in close combat, even when unarmed. Shinzhou's eyes gleamed with intensity as he calculated his angle, bending down to deliver a punch to his opponent's ribs. Before this master could react, the youth had shifted positions multiple times, unleashing a continuous barrage of strikes, yet still failing to penetrate his adversary's defense, forcing him to momentarily retreat. Zhao Tiniu chuckled. "Young hero, your skills are commendable. Were it not for my few extra years, I might falter against such cunning techniques." Shinzhou rubbed his sore wrist and gestured towards the distance, stating, "If I cannot prevail, even if he stands still, it is I who shall tire first." Zhou Feng, frustrated, urged, "Why not search for a different angle, perhaps akin to what you employed against Yin Changlin? Since even a good brother acknowledges he is no match. What purpose does your participation serve? Must I witness the daughter of the Ming family what a bald man?" He then loudly proclaimed, "Think of another strategy. Do you not desire the reward?" Suddenly enlightened, Shinzhou pondered deeply and clasped his hands in respect towards his opponent, saying, "Master, we bear no animosity. Yet I am compelled by circumstances beyond my control. I beg your understanding." Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Tiniu casually remarked, "On the arena, one must naturally employ every means at their disposal. Feel free to unleash your techniques, for soon it will be my turn." Although he found the youth's mode of address somewhat irksome, he acknowledged him as a courteous young man, fitting for the governance of Jianghu. With the master's words in mind, Shinzhou resolved to be unreserved. Observing the exchange between the two, Yin Changlin, hoarse from shouting, exclaimed, "Why are you wasting words with him?" Both men paid little heed to this remark, particularly Zhao Tiniu, who recalled his master's counsel before leaving the monastery, to uphold righteousness while traversing the martial world. Shinzhou restrained his aura, leisurely pacing the arena, entirely devoid of any intent to strike. As he approached his opponent, he feigned whispers, nodding repeatedly, occasionally gasping in astonishment. The spectators were left bewildered, uncertain of the nature of their discourse. Then, the youth leaped back and proclaimed loudly, "Master, are you saying that you fell in love with the 90-year-old abbess of Ziyue Monastery, which led to your expulsion? This is most unexpected." A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, astonished by the peculiar tastes of a monk. Zhao Tiniu's previously favorable impression of the youth dissipated entirely, and a tumult of energy surged chaotically within him. Shinzhou suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, catching his opponent off guard. Such was the essence of hard qigong. Zhao Tiniu staggered, yet instead of retaliating, he sought to explain himself. Shinzhou continued with a mocking tone, "What? The abbess has left the monastic life to marry, and her grandson is even 2 years younger than you?" With that, he launched another kick. Had he been 2 feet closer, Zhao Tiniu would have tumbled off the stage. But fortunately, he managed to steady himself and turned with a furious glare. "Spreading rumors and creating discord will surely lead you to the hell of severed tongues." Shinzhou felt a surge of irritation and replied helplessly, "Given the misdeeds I've committed over the years, I fear I could only be confined in the depths of the 18 layers of hell. However, I am not a believer in Buddhism." This remark thoroughly enraged Zhao Tiniu, whose muscles bulged ominously, his clothes torn to shreds by the ferocity of his aura. Indeed, even a monk can harbor wrath. Shinzhou maintained his nonchalant demeanor, knowing they were both mere mortals, yet he still possessed one final move, a last resort should he fail against the master. "You have lost your chance," he declared. "I do not wish to resort to this, but the master just stated that we must hold nothing back in the ring." Zhao Tiniu clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, his countenance solemn. Shinzhou felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Realizing this was merely the prelude to a coming storm, Should his subsequent strategies falter, he might find himself bettered for days. As Zhao Tiniu opened his eyes, Shinzhou earnestly spoke, though I know not where the master hails from, as a lay disciple. Such conduct today would surely bring shame to our temple if it were to be reported. How would your elders respond to this? His voice was soft, but he was confident his opponent could hear him. The youth had previously provoked him by feigning disbelief in Buddhism, and upon seeing his anger, he had recalled this tactic, shameless, yet likely effective. After a moment of internal struggle, Zhao Tiniu's fury gradually dissipated, and he murmured a Buddhist chant, turning to speak softly. Is it my attachment that clouds my judgment, or is my cultivation insufficient? Perhaps leaving was indeed a mistake. Shinzhou's right hand gently curved over his chest as he smiled. Turning back is the path to salvation. Seeing his skilled fighter descend the stage with such tranquility, Yan Chonglin felt a surge of frustration and fainted. Subsequently, Shinzhou triumphed over several opponents, including a man in his 40s who claimed he was seeking a stepmother for his son. When no one dared to challenge him further, he signaled discreetly towards a certain direction. A man eagerly rushed onto the stage, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Zhou Feng from Lingnan. It is an honor to meet you, young hero. Shinzhou raised an arm, his hands not quite meeting, and feebly remarked, Ah, so it is young hero Zhou. I have heard much of your renown. It seems today I am destined to lose. Brother Shun is also a remarkable figure. Do not underestimate yourself, Zhou Feng insisted, desperately blinking, hoping his friend would play along more convincingly. However, to everyone's surprise, Shinzhou plopped down onto the ground, his eyes vacant as he lamented, Alas, what a formidable palm wind. I have been injured and must rest. Zhou Feng cleared his throat, realizing he had to fulfill his role. My strength has increased recently, and I struggle to control my power. I beg your forgiveness, Brother Shun. Shinzhou slowly crawled towards the edge of the stage, wishing to conclude this farce swiftly. Suddenly, a red silk ball came hurtling from afar, striking him squarely on the back of his head. Chapter 80. A clumsy misstep. Shinzhou's head tilted, his mind still not quite processing the situation. Regardless, he continued to crawl. In the arena, a chorus of exclamations arose. Could it be that today, Miss Ming of the Ming family intends to personally take the stage and test her potential future husband? Ming Xiaoshi cast a sidelong glance, and immediately, someone escorted the lady back to the courtyard. His mind was made up. The marriage could not be delayed any longer. For who would manage such a sizable escort agency in the future? He then leapt onto the platform and, addressing the surrounding audience with cupped fists, declared, The victor has been determined today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. When my daughter weds, I hope you will grace us with your presence to partake in the joyous feast. The crowd responded with congratulations, pledging to attend, before gradually dispersing. A man remarked, I wonder what kind of person the future young master of the Ming family will be. An elder replied, He possesses both courage and wisdom, and his actions are unequivocal. We must trust in Xiaoshi's discernment. When Ming Xiaoshi first established the escort agency, he had but 4 or 5 skilled escorts, relying on assisting neighbors in transporting their meager possessions to navigate through the most challenging times. Therefore, upon earning his fortune, he never forgot this kindness, often sending small treats during festivals as tokens of appreciation. Zhou Feng clasped his fists together in gratitude, clearly already envisioning himself as the son-in-law of the Ming family. Ming Xiaoshi first instructed the head escort to recruit today's outstanding performers, then stated, The champion is this young hero lying on the ground. He had already entered the 4th tier of mastery a few years prior and could distinctly sense the difference in the flow of energy between the two. The young man who ultimately ascended the platform likely would not last 3 rounds against Yan Chonglin. Zhou Feng, with a serious demeanor, retorted, Does the head of the Ming family look down upon me, Zhou, and wish to spar a few rounds? Recognizing the good rapport between the two, Ming Xiaoshi chose not to undermine the future son-in-law's dignity and replied earnestly, If you are willing to stay, I would be pleased to accept you as my disciple. At the very least, someone will guide you through the door, sparing you from languishing at the 9th tier of martial arts. Thank you, master. Zhou Feng, seeing the prospect of marriage slip away, unhesitatingly knelt to pledge himself as a disciple. Having roamed the martial world for many years, he relied on his keen insight. He flattered, It is a stroke of fortune for my brother to become the son-in-law of the Ming family. Ming Xiaoshi, with a playful demeanor, inquired, No more pretense? With my modest skills, how could I dare to show off before my master? I owe this young man a sum of silver. originally intending to have him win the match to repay it. Zhou Feng resolutely sold out his good brother. He believed this to be an advantageous arrangement. Regardless of who succeeded, the other could enjoy the spoils. Ming Xiaoshu acknowledged with a grunt, "Now that you are my disciple, I shall assist in arranging your marriage in due course. Do you have any particular ladies in mind?" Zhou Feng promptly listed over a dozen names. Spanning from Lingnan to the northern reaches, nearly every county represented. Ming Xiaoshu felt overwhelmed, adopting a master's authoritative tone. "Think it through before speaking." Shenzhou, increasingly uneasy, sensed something amiss, as if no one had consulted him regarding his opinion. What marriage? What adoption? Nonsense. He had come to navigate the martial world, not to remain in Jushan County indefinitely. The youth rose languidly, brushed off the dust from his attire, suddenly propelled himself several feet into the air, turned, and made a face, saying, "You two carry on. I shall not accompany you. Consider that 30,000 taels as food for dogs." Ming Xiaoshu chuckled peculiarly, a surge of energy erupting from within him. The youth had not yet soared to his zenith, resembling a kite with broken wings. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, Zhou Feng remarked, "Master, your skills are impressive. You nearly let this boy slip away." Ming Xiaoshu replied with a sense of reassurance, "He is still too green, thinking he can come and go as he pleases in this place. Moreover, the embroidered ball thrown by Yuer has struck him. If he were to escape, it would be a disgrace to the Ming family." Two fierce-looking guards approached, grasping the boy's legs and dragging him toward the courtyard. "Let go of me." The ground bore 10 deep claw marks, a testament to Shenzhou's anger and unwillingness. He glared at the two with crimson eyes. Zhou Feng deliberately averted his gaze, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet recalling the beauty of Miss Ming. He concluded that his brother had indeed gained something, for with their current state, how could they have ever hoped to connect with the Ming family without this competition for marriage? Ming Xiaoshu hesitated. "Your friend, he wouldn't he have a family already? Would he?" Zhou Feng shook his head. "Impossible. If he had a family, he wouldn't he be in such a predicament? A man's sense of responsibility is paramount, and Shenzhou's sense of duty exceeds that of an average man by 4 or 5 times. So rest assured, master." He wished to expedite matters to prevent the Ming family from having second thoughts. This was their sole opportunity for redemption, and it must be seized. In the Ming family's courtyard, Shenzhou was confined to a chamber, with guards stationed at the door, windows, and roof, all possessing strength above the 7th rank. Following Ming Xiaoshu's orders, they were to remain with the youth until he and the young lady completed their vows. Shenzhou filled the room with foul language, cursing Zhou Feng, Ming Xiaoshu, and even old Fu, until exhaustion overcame him, lamenting his ill-fated journey and the misfortunes he encountered at every turn. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a servant entered, carrying a clean garment, whispering, "Young master, you may wash up." Shenzhou caught a whiff of his own odor and felt nauseated. He had forgotten the last time he had bathed. Well, it was too late for regrets. He might as well treat himself. Slowly, he shed his clothes and settled into the bath, unable to suppress a groan. Alas, the tub was too small. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed a swim as he did in the Qi Wang's residence. After soaking for a while, he felt a peculiar discomfort. It was nothing like bathing at home, likely due to the humble means of his current abode, which could not afford fine fragrances and herbs. At that moment, a woman's reflection appeared outside the window, declaring, "Let me be clear. Throwing the embroidered ball does not mean I wish to marry you. I merely want to challenge you." "I have no desire to marry yet, you little brat. Go play elsewhere," he retorted. The woman scoffed. "If you don't wish to marry, then why linger in my home? Do you think I want to stay? Look at this situation. How could I leave?" Her words made the woman feel slighted. And in frustration, she exclaimed, "Then why did you go on stage? Was it not for the allure of my beauty? Let me tell you, abandon that thought at once." "Beauty? Huh. In the capital, even someone of your appearance isn't worthy of fetching me water," he sneered. Ming Yu's chest heaved with indignation. Having been the apple of the Ming family's eye her entire life, she had never faced such humiliation. She shouted furiously, "Get out here, you scoundrel!" Creak. The door swung open to reveal a youth clad in freshly donned garments. His visage resembled that of a jade crown, and his physique exuded the elegance of rare orchids. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and in that fleeting moment, the world around seemed to lose its luster. In Chapter 81, titled Collaboration, his wide-sleeved robe cascaded down like clouds descending from the heavens. Shenzhou possessed both looks and demeanor of the highest caliber, as long as he refrained from speaking. His true nature remained concealed. Ming Yue's ruby lips parted slightly, her gaze unfocused. She could not, for the life of her, reconcile the noble gentleman before her with a filthy beggar. The youth clicked his tongue, his mouth turning downward as he commanded, "Go fetch me some water for a bath." Bewildered, Ming Yue found herself inside the room, holding a wooden ladle. In a fit of indignation, she scooped a spoonful of water and hurled it at the young man with all her might. Xinzhou deftly sidestepped, laughing heartily. "I wonder who is enamored with whom. I do not favor disobedient girls. You should persuade your father to release me soon, or your future days will be quite troublesome." Ming Yue furrowed her brows tightly and surged forward, intent on apprehending him and delivering a proper reprimand, particularly for his insolent tongue, which deserved a few stinging slaps to assuage her irritation. The two engaged in a relentless chase within the room, their banter of taunts and playful rebukes intertwining. At the doorway, the left-hand escort smiled knowingly. They truly were a pair of adversaries, and the escort agency would surely become more lively. Another replied, "As long as the young lady is pleased." Having watched Ming Yue grow up, they were well aware of her feelings. Had she truly despised him, she would have drawn her sword long ago rather than engage in such flirtation. It was unfortunate that the young man's words were so disrespectful. Had he offered a few kind remarks upon opening the door, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Ming Xiaoshi and Zhou Feng hurriedly arrived from the outer courtyard, just in time to catch the commotion inside, their faces lighting up with joy. Ming Xiaoshi whispered, "Have they met?" An escort replied, "They are exchanging affections within." Zhou Feng, now a member of the escort agency, remarked, "This lad is remarkably swift. I genuinely thought he was reluctant." Ming Xiaoshi, brimming with pride, responded, "Who wouldn't sing praises of my daughter?" He then cautioned, "Given their mutual affection, you must not entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, I shall personally see to it that you are removed from the agency." In the treacherous world of wandering, such thoughts were taboo, especially since he had not thoroughly assessed the temperaments of these two. It was imperative to clarify matters early on. The disciple acknowledged, his eyes gleaming with delight. "With my master acting as matchmaker, my future wife shall undoubtedly be exceptional." Just as he had departed from Lingnan, he fantasized about marrying a beauty. Yet after years of wandering, his standards had dwindled to mere femininity. Yet, still, no one wished to wed a vagabond with no fixed abode and a meager existence. As Ming Xiaoshi entered the room, he found Xinzhou cornered against the wall, his gaze sharp and wary as he dodged with a candlestick in hand, exclaiming, "Ha! You cannot touch me." He cleared his throat, addressing his daughter, "Have you forsaken all decorum? Return now. I shall have a word with him." In a huff, she turned, her ponytail striking the young man across the face. Xinzhou, clutching his cheek, retorted, "Had I not sworn to never strike a woman, you would have already been on your knees begging for mercy." Ming Yue let out a cold huff, casually seizing the teapot from the table and hurling it across the room. The sound of impact echoed as water splashed against the windowsill. "TCH, even my dog can aim better than you," Xinzhou retorted with a sarcastic tone. Ming Xiaoshi momentarily consoled his daughter, intending to admonish the young man with some stern words, but was preempted by Zhou Feng. "Master, this is where you err. Since senior sister has found someone she fancies, why force Xinzhou to stay? Are you implying two men should serve one woman?" Upon hearing these words, the woman shot Zhou Feng a furious glare before storming out of the room. Xinzhou, leaning against the wall, rose to his feet and delivered a swift kick that sent Zhou Feng crashing to the ground. Stepping on his chest, he declared, "If you dare refuse to be this son-in-law, I shall cleave off your third leg with a sword." Zhou Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Good brother, how have you become this way? You resemble a young gigolo from a brothel, devoid of any masculinity." Xinzhou pressed his foot down harder, asserting, "Allow me to show you what true manliness entails." As Zhou Feng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Ming Xiaoshi intervened, separating the two. "Enough. We shall all be family from now on." He regarded Xinzhou with a measure of approval. Despite his youth, he possessed considerable skill and striking looks. Moreover, the anger etched on his face seemed genuine, not a mere fade for monetary gain. Eliminating all implausible explanations, he concluded that this lad must indeed have feelings for his daughter, albeit lacking experience in romantic matters, causing his bashfulness. Young men often struggled to charm a lady, resorting instead to playful teasing to capture her attention. Xinzhou scoffed, "Who said we were family?" Ming Xiaoshi picked up a round stool from the floor and seated himself, stating, As a man, you must learn to accommodate the lady. Only then can harmony prevail at home. Once you wed you shall venture to the capital and establish a branch of the escort agency. The youth shook his head, replying, I cannot afford such a reputation. This statement was riddled with deception. If he truly returned to the capital to open an escort agency, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. While no one in Jushan County recognized Xinzhou, many in the capital had seen the crown prince's heir. Ming Xiaoshi countered, surely you cannot expect me, an old man, to continue laboring? What if I were no longer around? This family business would then rest upon your shoulders. At this, Xinzhou's ire surged. He regarded the imperial throne as worthless, so what was an escort agency in comparison? Noticing the youth's silence, Ming Xiaoshi assumed he was contemplating the future and continued to entice him. From your accent, it appears you hail from the capital. Do you have parents? Bring them over when you marry, and you can all return together, a fine way to honor your roots, ensuring they live well. Xinzhou was at a loss for words, struggling to convey his disinterest in marriage. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his right hand and suggested, let us spar. I have no inclination to indulge in your antics. Absurd. A son-in-law fighting his father-in-law. What a spectacle. Zhou Feng chimed in. Xinzhou's lips twitched in irritation as he replied, in a fit of rage, I would dare strike my own father. Who is he to me? Ming Xiaoshi, rendered speechless, rose and made his way to the door, instructing, keep an eye on the son-in-law. Do not let him escape. Whether or not the young man's parents came was of little consequence. Once wed, Yuer could pay them a visit, for by then, the major matters would be settled. Several bodyguards nodded in agreement. Xinzhou firmly grasped Zhou Feng, insisting, help me escape, or you're doomed. I'm not joking. Zhou Feng initially shot him a glance, then replied with righteous indignation, you'd best not even think about it. Understanding his intent, Xinzhou retorted, very well, our brotherhood ends here. Don't be surprised if I make things difficult for you in the future. Thus, the two parted ways in discord. This time, Xinzhou's performance was remarkably convincing, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance in the arena. Chapter 82. Various plans. The moon hung low over the willow treetops. Xinzhou attempted to flee multiple times within a short span, yet each effort met with failure, only piquing the interest of the bodyguards. They would feign relaxation, then seize him unawares, bringing him back time and again. This cycle persisted, and some began to admire the young man's unwavering tenacity. However, others found it perplexing. It was merely a matter of marriage. Why the pretense? The young lady was not unattractive, and in truth, the youth was fortunate to seek her hand from the Ming family. Xinzhou felt trapped, realizing the truth behind the saying that wealth is the root of all evil. Were it not for the 30,000 taels of silver at stake, he would not have gone through the trouble of competing in such a farcical contest, now finding himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. Burdened by the presence of followers, the youth turned over, gazing at the starlit sky like a prisoner yearning for freedom. Life in the capital was infinitely better than here. Had he sought mere indulgence, he would not have chosen to leave. Fortunately, Zhou Feng and Uncle Fu were still outside. As long as they exercised a modicum of intelligence and sought assistance from the authorities, they could surely help him evade peril. Yet, the feeling of being unable to control one's fate, of placing hope entirely in the hands of others, was disheartening. He should have arranged for some discreet protection from home, but foresight is often lacking. Cursing himself under his breath, Xinzhou kicked the blanket in frustration before sinking into a deep slumber. Not far away, on the second floor of the embroidery building, Ming Xiaoshi stood beside his daughter, surveying the darkened chamber, chuckling. I know you are not fond of that boy from the Yin family, but alas, he is the only suitable match nearby. Fortunately, he is present today. Ming scoffed. That boorish fellow only puts on airs and pretends to be cultured. I cannot possibly take him seriously. Ming Xiaoshi pondered. So, which one do you truly disdain, my dear? Ming stamped her foot in embarrassment. Father. Ming Xiaoshi nodded knowingly and jested. If you dislike him so much, I shall send him away at once, sparing you the discomfort of his presence. A blush crept across the girl's cheeks as she retreated beneath the covers, exclaiming, Humph, I will ignore you. Ming Xiaoshi teased. Dislike is no matter. If need be, I shall forfeit my dignity and host another contest for suitors. Just as he was about to leave the room, a muffled sound drifted from behind him, reminiscent of deep valley orchids, and he found her rather charming. Ming Xiaoshi burst into hearty laughter, finally feeling at ease. Outside the escort agency, further away, Several figures clad in black and red robes stood atop the roof. Had Shinzhou been present, he would have recognized one among them as Zheng Jinghai, someone he had encountered in the capital, serving in the Jianghu Misty Shadow Bureau. A man chuckled, remarking, "Our esteemed young lord is indeed intriguing. What do you suppose the emperor's reaction would be if this matter were to reach the capital?" Someone, engrossed in a small booklet, responded, "One should refrain from frivolous speculations." The youthful recruits of the Mist Shadow Bureau, having never tasted the bitterness of battle, were devoid of the necessary reverence. They had all attended the grand tournament today and could hardly contain their amusement at the outcome. The young man continued, "Although His Highness is not in peril, should we truly remain indifferent? These individuals are of the same standing as Zheng Jinghai, and he is not in a position to discipline them. If it indeed comes to the day of marriage, intervention will be required. Otherwise, if the emperor were to cast blame, none of us would escape unscathed." The night watchmen of the Mist Shadow Bureau were all sworn to the royal family, and even Shinlin extended them great respect. After the unification of the Central Plains, they had only intervened on rare occasions and solely to deal with remnants of national warfare. However, now a multitude had been dispatched from the capital merely to safeguard a royal grandchild. Even if they were oblivious to courtly affairs, they could grasp Shinzhou's significance in the emperor's eyes. The current crown prince of Qi, destined to become the future heir, would invoke the emperor's wrath if he were to be abducted on their watch. Zheng Jinghai shivered at the thought. A lady covered her mouth and laughed. "If only His Highness would take a liking to me, then you old fellows could serve as my shoe polishers." Zheng Jinghai retorted, then turned to an elder wearing a wide-brimmed hat, bowing respectfully. "You are the most experienced among us. Do you have any counsel?" The elder playfully teased the falcon perched on his shoulder, accepting a secret report from another and inserting it into a small bamboo tube, ominously stating, "Let us observe the developments." With a swift motion of his hand, he created an aura of stillness around him. Yet, the young man who had dared to speculate on the emperor's thoughts suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark green poisonous blood. The elder smiled rigidly, saying, "Let this not be a precedent." The predicament concerning Shinzhou was not solely troubling these individuals. Two shadowy figures lurked in the corner of the escort agency. Zhou Feng sketched a detailed map of the agency, even marking the location of the restroom. Escaping from the Ming household was, in essence, simple. The true challenge lay in evading the watchful eyes of numerous skilled practitioners. Shinzhou was no match for them, his martial prowess being woefully inadequate, and Fu Bo, even after a short sprint, would be out of breath. Zhou Feng inquired in confusion, "Does Brother Shin truly not wish to marry? Such a fine lady. And he turns her down?" Fu Bo shook his head. Could it be that he suffers from some hidden affliction? He hesitated to speculate about his brother. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Had it not been for the kick he received that afternoon, he would have thought Shun was merely putting on an act. Fu Bo continued to shake his head, whispering, "My young master has a beloved in the capital. Perhaps he wishes to avoid misunderstandings." "Beloved?" Zhou Feng exclaimed incredulously. "Her presence is one thing, but there are others?" He sighed, lamenting, "With such a face, it is only natural. If I were to dress up, I wouldn't be lacking either." Fu Bo rolled his eyes in response. Zhou Feng received the slander with a contemplative demeanor, pondering. Both entrances are guarded by skilled escorts. These individuals pose little threat. However, I fear their potential to raise an alarm, which could ultimately lead to my capture. Uncle Fu suggested, "Why not discreetly set a fire inside? Amidst the chaos, we could rescue the young master." Shinzhou had previously employed this tactic with remarkable success. Zhou Feng countered, "Nonsense. Do you even realize where we are? This is a courier agency, and fire prevention is of utmost importance. If I attempt to ignite a flare, I might find myself apprehended before I even throw it, ultimately ending up working alongside Brother Shun in the Ming household to repay debts. No, it would be I alone repaying the debts, while Shun, being the son-in-law of the Ming family, would undoubtedly escape unscathed. Then let us resort to poison." Uncle Fu made a gesture akin to chopping vegetables, proclaiming, "My skills are quite adept. I assure you, no one will be the wiser, though it will require some funds to procure the necessary substances." Zhou Feng patted his newly donned outer garment, his sleeves billowing freely, and remarked, "Not a single coin to my name. Don't even mention purchasing sleeping drafts. Even a cup of tea outside is a struggle." Uncle Fu sighed. "If all else fails, we might have to report to the authorities. My young master is acquainted with the prefect." If it were not for the elder's age, Zhou Feng would have been tempted to slap him, thinking, at such an age, How can one be so ignorant of the collusion between officials and merchants? What good does a mere acquaintance do? Would the prefect risk offending the Ming family, the largest taxpayer in the region, for the sake of a youth? What a ridiculous notion. Finally, he rose, stretched his legs, and said, I shall return and contemplate further. You should not be idle either. Go to the kitchen and prepare something delicious. Using one's mind is quite exhausting. Chapter 83. The rumors that reached the capital since Shenzhou departed from the capital, the common folk found themselves bereft of engaging conversation during their leisure hours. Just when they encountered the news of the Jin prince's son failing in his courtship, a gag order was issued from the government, threatening imprisonment for anyone daring to discuss the matter. It remains unclear whether this was a decree from the palace or the Jin princess estate. However, the majority leaned towards the latter, considering the past indiscretions of the Qi prince's son, which did not incite similar silencing from the palace. Shenlin, alongside 5 high-ranking officials from the 3 provinces, was reviewing memorials in the Chongzheng Hall. His mood was neither particularly good nor distinctly bad. The contention between the princes of Jin and Qin for the title of crown prince had become public knowledge, and many officials had already chosen their sides. Only a few self-righteous scholars remained disinclined to engage, but they faced significant exclusion within the court. All of this remained under Shenlin's control. He felt no urgency to act hastily, opting instead to bide his time for a more comprehensive resolution, clearing the path for that little rascal while leaving only a handful of inept individuals behind, allowing the impudent youth to establish his own authority in due course. Additionally, some younger officials required time to mature and prove themselves. Otherwise, the sudden absence of so many would destabilize the political landscape. As for the soon-to-be appointed general of the town army, Shenlin had already identified a candidate, intending to consolidate the loyalty of the 16 guards. For the power of the Qin prince was formidable, and should he feel cornered, the capital could descend into chaos. This task was not insurmountable, for the current emperor had once been the foremost figure in the military, and it is worth noting that of the 12 Falcon Orders, only 5 had been awarded thus far. At that moment, an inner servant entered, cradling an envelope in both hands. Shenlin did not need to guess. It was undoubtedly a confidential report concerning Shenzhou, arriving as regularly as every 3 days, and today was the day. This is his greatest pastime at present, and after each viewing, he eagerly shares it with the esteemed ministers of the 3 provinces. Just a few days ago, that mischievous lad went so far as to wash his face by the stream for the sake of 2 chickens, while the young lady from the Yu family displayed remarkable audacity by boldly approaching to kiss him in broad daylight. Within the walls of the Chongzheng Hall, aside from the left chancellor Lu Guanchao, whose face was ashen, the others laughed heartily. Shenlin, now advanced in years with poor eyesight, found the small font of the confidential reports cumbersome for easy reading. Thus he had the inner court officials transcribe them first. As the envelope was opened, the pens of the venerable elders from the 3 provinces slowed their pace. Shenlin glanced at the foremost sheet of paper and inquired with a smile, "Do you still remember the Zhu Mountain County?" Since the matter pertained to Shenzhou, it was naturally unrelated to state affairs, merely a casual exchange among elders. Cheng Yanan, the minister of the lower court, did not rise to pay his respects and replied, "Of course, I remember. While Han country may not be as formidable as Zhao, its mountainous terrain is intricate and treacherous. Without the assistance of the citizens of Zhu Mountain County, our efforts to quell the bandits in Jianghu would have been considerably delayed." The Minister of Personnel, Jianghu, stroked his beard and chuckled. Before Zhu Xian'er married the king of Han, an old fellow surnamed Jiang shamelessly sought to propose to her, despite being more than 20 years her senior, truly brazen. In his youth, he shared a temperament akin to Shenzhou's, yet now seated in this position, he could no longer act with such freedom. The only ones he could joke with were a select few within the hall. Right Chancellor Jiang Wangshi nearly choked on his tea, coughing vehemently. "Do not speak nonsense. I merely wish to ascertain whether this lady is as extraordinary as the rumors suggest, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely none." Jiang Zhuahue mused. "Then I must have misremembered. I wonder who it was that wept inconsolably after Zhu Xian'er's marriage, and even after conquering Han, disregarded the death penalty to break open the king of Han's coffin and desecrate the corpse in a fit of rage." Jiang Wangshi, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Should you mention this matter again, I shall sever our 50-year friendship." Jiang Zhuahue mimicked the tone of the crown prince, saying, "You seem agitated." The impact of these 2 words was considerable, particularly when delivered with such sardonic sarcasm, often rendering the other party speechless despite their logic. Shenlin gazed down with a smile, as if transported back over 20 years to a time when none of them had aged so significantly. After a brief moment, he turned to the second sheet of paper, the corners of his mouth slowly descending. The Minister of State, Qingguan, unconsciously shrugged and asked, "Do you not feel a chill in the air? Could it be that I am underdressed?" Jiang Zuahui pointed upward. "It should not be a chill. It is a murderous aura." Ha ha ha. Shenlin's chilling laughter reverberated throughout the palace, even shaking loose a bit of dust from the ceiling, which was swiftly dispersed by a gentle breeze. Lu Guanchao sighed. "One wonders what trouble His Highness has stirred outside. We should keep our distance lest we be splattered with blood." The crowd cautiously shifted their chairs closer to the door, their gaze fixed intently on the table. Today's memorial was indeed a remarkable document. Shenlin subdued his laughter, his expression fluctuating between shades of blue and red, and posed a question that every emperor yearns to ask, yet seldom dares. "My esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts on my character?" Jiang Zuohui, holding the highest office, was pushed forward by the others to take the lead. He mentally extended greetings to his ancestors among friends, and then remarked, "Your Majesty's achievements are comparable to those of the revered ancestors, and your virtues far exceed those of Yao and Shan." Such rhetoric could easily be shouted in any grand ceremony without a moment's thought, ready for use. "Oh, is that so? Am I truly that formidable?" Jiang Zuohui sensed trouble, pondering what the prince could have done in Jushan County to incite such royal ire. Was it murder and plunder? Perhaps a brazen robbery? Or had he inadvertently compromised a maiden's honor? Such indiscretions would drive the left minister to madness. Before he could continue his conjectures, Shenlin, with an angry yet mocking laugh, declared, "Someone, lacking funds, became a storyteller in Jushan City for half a day." Jiang Zuohui exhaled in relief, realizing the matter was not grave, and then spoke, "Your Highness's actions, though they may tarnish the royal image, are ultimately forgivable, as they were undertaken to earn some travel expenses." Shenlin slammed the table, gritting his teeth. "What nonsense! To use the emperor as a mere raft, claiming I am foolish and inadvertently allowing the palace cat to steal the Imperial Seal, which it then soiled." He struggled to lift the hefty seal, exclaiming, "Is this something a cat could possibly carry?" The assembly felt an overwhelming urge to vent their frustrations, but quickly suppressed it, rising to bow. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger and take care of your health." Shenlin had no intention of letting them off easily, continuing, "And you all, you helped me search for 3 whole days." He emphasized 4 particular characters. This time, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. During each grand court assembly, nearly 50 officials gathered in the Tai Chi Hall, with hundreds standing outside. If they were all to rise in protest, would the scent within the palace still be bearable? As he continued, Shenlin nearly collapsed at the table, his voice resonating like a vengeful spirit from the depths of the underworld. "Am I afraid of my wife?" Chapter 84. A scheme is formulated. The Empress of Kangwu, of the surname Dugu, was the 3rd daughter of General Duguyen, renowned for his heavy cavalry. With her mother hailing from the esteemed Chui family of Qing'a, she had earned a reputation for her talents from a young age, and Shenlin's ascent among the royal princes to the throne was undoubtedly aided by the Dugu family's support. During the national wars, while the emperor led his troops into battle, she steadfastly secured the rear. Shenlin once stated, "Having this woman is worth more than 100,000 troops." Once Kingwu was unified, Empress Dugu retreated into the inner palace, refraining from participating in state affairs or leveraging her influence for her family's gain. Shenlin felt both gratitude and admiration for this. Thus, even after the heavy cavalry was restructured into the right guard, he continued to appoint members of the Dugu family to the position of Grand General. One could say that as long as the Dugu family did not conspire against the crown, this honor could be passed down through generations until the fall of Kangwu. Jiang Zuohui pondered, "This is sheer nonsense. What kind of person is your Majesty to be afraid of his wife? I cannot believe it. I wonder what the rest of you think." The irreverent old man sought to drag them into his folly. The others shook their heads in unison. "We do not believe it either." At this juncture, there was but one correct answer. To respond incorrectly would invite punishment. Shenlin's forehead throbbed with veins. "You may not believe it, but what about the common folk who hear these words? They care not for the truth, they are sure to believe." In contrast to sensationalism, the truth often appears trivial, frequently aided by those who fan the flames. After some contemplation, Cheng Yanong replied, "Your Majesty, dispelling this rumor is not particularly challenging." Shenlin raised his head, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "What suggestions do you have, Ching Qing? Pray, speak swiftly." Cheng Yanong responded, "Since your Majesty has not taken a consort since the 7th year of the old calendar, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to select some talented young ladies. In due course, such remarks will naturally lose their potency." Jiang Zuohui stifled a chuckle, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, "Indeed, it is an excellent idea." Shenlin felt a frown crease his forehead, his heart racing and breath quickening as he forcibly suppressed his emotions, saying, "Perhaps it is best to forego that notion. I am of advancing age and must direct my energies toward governance." The others pondered, could this not be construed as tacit acknowledgement of the rumor? Yet, they could not voice this sentiment. If anyone took pride in their reputation, it was undoubtedly the emperor. The citizens of Zhoushan County dared not disseminate such tales. Shenlin consoled himself and devised a plan. With the empress's birthday approaching, let the Ministry of Rites compose a laudatory piece emphasizing her virtuous reputation, particularly her unwavering obedience to me, and let it be stated plainly. Jiang Zuohui bowed. "This old servant shall obey. To spread a rumor is to speak freely, but to refute it requires great effort." The more Shenlin reflected, the more vexed he became, exclaiming, "I see that rascal is living too comfortably. Otherwise, he would not speak so indiscriminately." The crowd exchanged glances, for the prince's recent life could hardly be described as comfortable. In Zhoushan County, at the Mingstone Escort Agency, Shenzhou had been eagerly awaiting the county magistrate's visit, yet had seen no sign of Cheng Yedu. He suspected that Zhou Feng and Fu Bo must be lacking in common sense. Otherwise, how could they overlook such a simple solution? The young man was always accompanied by bodyguards, and even when meeting with the two, he dared not speak too plainly, fearing they too might be confined within the estate. During this time, Mingyu, disregarding the ancient customs that forbade meetings before marriage, sought Shenzhou several times. Each encounter began pleasantly, with the young lady displaying a hint of shyness, but before long, the young man would provoke her to the point of exasperation. Ming Xiaosher felt helpless, thinking that after their wedding night, their relationship would normalize, so he paid little mind to the bickering of the young couple. He softly advised his daughter, "It is not that I favor that young man. You are the elder and should learn to be compassionate." Mingyu turned her face away, sulking, "How am I to be compassionate?" That bowl of lotus seed soup, he took a single bite and spat it out, utterly ungrateful. Ming Xiaosher hesitated. "Well, one cannot blame him entirely." Mingyu replied with a tone of discontent, "Father, do you not appreciate your daughter's culinary skills?" Ming Xiaosher was momentarily at a loss for words, but then resolutely declared, "Of course, I cherish them the most. Then tonight, I shall cook for dinner, and I want to see you finish every morsel." This statement was akin to a threat. Ming Xiaosher silently cursed the young man, feeling as if he were sacrificing everything for him. Yet he wore an expression full of eager anticipation. "I promise to leave not a drop of broth." Shenzhou paid no heed to the murmurs of the two, as he strolled through the backyard accompanied by the two escorts. The Ming family has truly excelled in their business endeavors. Nearly all valuable items and bulk goods in the locality are entrusted to them. In times of insufficient manpower within the government, they even assist in the transportation of documents and tax revenues. Over the past 2 decades, incidents of robbery have been remarkably rare. This can be attributed, on one hand, to the clarity of the court's politics and the peace enjoyed by the common folk, and on the other hand, to the good rapport cultivated by Ming Xiaosher, even when confronted by some petty thieves. The Ming Escort Agency adheres to the conventions of the Jianghu, leaving behind a sum to ensure safe passage. Recently, with the eldest daughter of the Ming family set to marry, all the escorting masters have remained within the estate, necessitating the temporary storage of goods in the backyard's warehouse. Ming Xiaosher had previously informed the clients, clearly stating that if they could wait, the escort fee would be halved. However, if they were in urgent need, they could seek out other agencies. The transaction was conducted in a spirit of mutual understanding, devoid of any exploitation by the larger establishment. As Shenzhou stepped into the warehouse, he inhaled deeply, the mingling scents of herbs and bamboo refreshing his spirit. The escort leader on the right introduced, "The Qian family from Zhoushan City has secured several nearby hills, specializing in Xiangfei bamboo. Each stock is of modest value, yet produced in large quantities. The chief escort does not aim to profit from ordinary bamboo. Hence, only a small number of personnel are dispatched each time. He lifted the canvas covering a cart and continued. Only the red xiang fei and the grass xiang fei yield substantial profits. A clever strategy indeed, Shenzhou marveled. The escort leader on the left added, the medicinal herbs belong to the Zhao family, who have practiced medicine for generations. Each year, their goods are entrusted to the escort agency for transport to various markets in major cities. Although the business is somewhat dispersed, their prices are relatively high. They had disclosed this information to the young man at the behest of the chief escort. Ming Xiaoshe planned to entrust the entirety of the business to these two after his daughter gave birth, allowing him to remain at home to care for the child. After decades of hard work, he felt it was time to relish the joys of family life. Shenzhou leaned over a cart and inquired with curiosity, "Do you also deliver this?" The escort leader glanced at the number cautiously and replied, "The ba is also a medicinal herb, effective for treating abdominal swelling, sores, and throat ailments. However, I must caution you, young sir, its taste is quite pungent and easily discernible." The implication being, he hoped the young man would not entertain any misguided intentions. Stepping out of the warehouse, Shenzhou observed Zhou Feng and Fu Bo chatting merrily not far away. Gritting his teeth, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Long time no see, you two little wastrels." Chapter 85. The ultimate objective. Zhou Feng, unable to catch Shenzhou's words clearly, waved his hand and replied, "Good morning." He then lowered his voice, speaking softly. "I see that Shen brother has been quite content these past few days. Perhaps we should leave matters as they are, since we have already contemplated all possible solutions. He won't hold it against us." Fu Bo wore a disheartened expression. Following the orders of Prince Qi, he had set out to plan certain affairs in Jiangnan, but unexpectedly, before achieving his goal, he was detained in Zhushan County. In his youth, he had the opportunity to practice martial arts, but was persuaded by Shun Qingyu to pursue scholarly endeavors instead, being told, "The heavens and earth give birth to humanity, endowing them with the spirit of the universe. One may gain enlightenment through literature, while martial prowess is confined to the physical. All pursuits are inferior. Only scholarly achievement reigns supreme. By studying history, one may witness the ancient sages inscribing their legacies. Brandishing a sword against the wind is merely the pursuit of a chivalrous spirit. The discerning know well the relative weight of matters. In retrospect, nothing holds more significance than the words of His Highness, the young prince. A scholar is utterly useless." According to Shen Qingyu, if Fu Bo aspired to a government position, he could certainly attain the role of a vice minister, if not the minister of the 6 ministries. Yet, his ambitions lie elsewhere, having become a disciple in the Qi Wangfu. He seeks to assist his master and junior brother in meaningful endeavors. This is not to say that a government position is undesirable, but the culinary arts present him with boundless opportunities. For many years, Shun Qingyu has dedicated himself to self-cultivation, eschewing the intrigues of the court. Were it not for the young prince's remarks at the Qianso banquet, Fu Bo would likely still be found in the kitchen, stirring pots. Zhou Feng, noting the other's silence, continued, "In due time, let brother Shen help you become the steward of the Ming residence, clad in splendid brocade." Standing at the entrance, what a grand sight that would be. Fu Bo cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Why do I suspect you have taken a liking to the Li family's daughter? If my young master were to elope, your master might not recognize you as his disciple any longer." "Nonsense. Miss Li is merely robust in stature. She may bear sons in the future. But I would never forsake my brothers for a woman." Though Zhou Feng spoke with righteous fervor, the flush on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Embarrassed, he retorted, "Don't you enjoy your daily indulgence in aged wine?" Fu Bo was left speechless. He indeed possessed a way to rescue Shenzhou. Yet he wished to observe whether his junior brother could extricate himself from this predicament through his own cunning. As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. Otherwise, he would have long abandoned Zhou Feng for the government office or sought aid from those covertly protecting His Highness, merely needing to ignite a Qinghuan beacon to summon assistance from the Qi Wangfu. Shenzhou had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with these two simpletons, preferring to wander the back courtyard. With a substantial stock of croton seeds in the Ming family storeroom, there was no excuse for inaction. Time was of the essence. For Ming Xiaoshe had already begun preparing invitations, which would be dispatched within 2 days at most. Although Shenzhou was reluctant to marry, he did not wish to tarnish the young lady's reputation. His recent provocations aimed to instill aversion in Mingyu, hoping to evade a dire fate. But his efforts bore little fruit. If the Ming family were truly villainous, matters would be simpler. He had no shortage of underhanded tactics. Alas, Ming Xiaoshi was not such a person. Her reputation was commendable, and the Ming family had always been proactive in charitable endeavors, whether in rebuilding bridges or providing disaster relief. Shenzhou believed that good deeds should be rewarded, and thus, while there was still a chance for redemption, he sought to make the Ming family see the reality of their situation at a relatively low cost. Other matters could be negotiated, but when it came to matters of the heart, a forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. He had previously attempted to exert pressure through his status. Yet the father and daughter of the Ming family dismissed the notion that a young prince could be reduced to such a state, considering it mere evasion and not taking it to heart. Shenzhou muttered a few curses at Shenlen. At that moment, a gathering convened in the grand hall of the Ming family, discussing preparations. Considering the time required for sending invitations and the travel of relatives and friends, there was approximately half a month left. A gentleman spoke up. Once the guest list is confirmed, we can entrust the food and beverages to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Their offerings from Jushan City are quite acceptable. Another added, we must keep an eye on the bridal sedan chair. The future young master has a fiery temperament, and if it is too small, I fear he may throw a tantrum. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the assembly, as it is not often one witnesses a young man in a bridal carriage. Ming Xiaoshi lightly tapped the table twice and jested, though we are all old friends, one must still be mindful of their words, for he shall be the one to distribute your salaries henceforth. The laughter among the crowd grew more boisterous, not from any disdain towards the youth, but rather from their straightforward natures, reveling in Ming Mrs. Joy. With a new cornerstone in the Ming family, there was no longer any fear of the decline of the escort agency. Someone, struck by a thought, smiled and remarked, we ought to send someone to urge the tailor for the wedding gown. We wouldn't want to be caught unprepared. Ming Xiaoshi nodded, reassured that the daughter's wedding attire was already arranged. However, the groom's measurements had only recently been sent, a delicate task indeed, if necessary. He would not hesitate to offer more silver to hasten the work. At that moment, Shenzhou entered with a confident stride, raising his chin and inquiring, busy are we? Upon seeing him, the group could not suppress their laughter and cupped their fists in greeting. We meet again, young master. Shenzhou waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging them. Observing that the young man did not resist the title, Ming Xiaoshi chuckled. Have you come to terms with it? Shenzhou shrugged and retorted, could you truly let me go if I hadn't? Just then, Ming Yu, who was busy transcribing the guest list, trembled slightly and a smile danced at the corners of her lips as a drop of ink, the size of a bean, fell onto the paper, spreading slowly. The youth approached her candidly. Your handwriting is quite unsightly. Rise. The young woman, flushed as if intoxicated, astonishingly obeyed his command and stood up slowly. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. Most in my family can read, but few write well, which is why I. Shenzhou, uninterested in further discourse, took a seat and shifted the inkstone closer to her, indicating for her to assist in grinding the ink. Then switched to a fresh sheet of red paper and began to transcribe. Ming Yu thought to herself, is this the legendary red sleeves adding fragrance? I have never encountered such an experience before. It feels quite extraordinary. One of the escort leaders lowered his voice and remarked, is he truly a son-in-law? I fear the young lady cannot keep him in check. Ming Xiaoshi shook his head and replied, as long as they are affectionate and one day have a son to bear the Ming surname, who leads the household is of little consequence. He had long since come to terms with this. Being a son-in-law was no easy feat, and exerting too much pressure often backfired. Resentment should not linger in one's heart. Otherwise, when he departed this world, there would be no male heir to support his daughter. With the chief escort having already expressed his stance, the others felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions. Curiosity soon enveloped Shenzhou as they surrounded him. When the youth focused on his writing, an inexplicable charm radiated from him, reminiscent of a well-read nobleman, starkly contrasting the impression he left when he spoke. Ming Yu's gaze never strayed from the young man's profile. Ming Xiaoshi, observing the bold, artistic characters inscribed on the paper, was filled with ecstatic delight, contemplating how fortunate his grandson was to have such a father. Surely, he would excel and achieve the highest honors. He even entertained the notion of closing the escort agency, believing that commerce could not rival a career in government service. As time ebbed away, until the sun dipped below the horizon, Shenzhou finally rose, somewhat unsteadily, and stated his ultimate intention. Please dismiss those attending to me. I am not accustomed to their presence. If you are concerned, they may guard outside the estate. Chapter 86. Time waits for no one. Mingyu, unable to contain herself, reached out her hands to massage the young man's weary shoulders. Although the young woman had developed earlier and was a few years older than the youth, their heights appeared quite similar when they stood together, prompting a collective gasp from the onlookers. The young woman shyly lowered her gaze. Shinjo did not decline her kindness, for to do so would have been too overt. However, the grip she had was rather excessive, as if her bones were protesting. Ming Xiaoshi, having traversed the martial world for many years, sensed an underlying issue in the youth's words and hesitated, saying, "Once you are wed, such matters will naturally resolve themselves. There is no need to rush." Shinjo squinted and retorted, "It seems my words carry little weight. Perhaps you should find your daughter a different suitor, for I am not one to play the servant. One must be firm during negotiations, lest the other party perceive him as a soft target." With that, the youth stepped forward, evading the grasp of the Ming family's young lady. Mingyu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Father, we have plenty of family members. It would not matter if we kept watch from outside." Shinjo cast a sidelong glance, remarking, "When the gentlemen speak, do you interject?" Mingyu lowered her voice, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Ming Xiaoshi felt a twinge of jealousy. He realized that even his own words might not carry the same weight as the youth's. Yet, seeing his daughter in such a disheartened state reminded him of his late wife on the day of their marriage, prompting a sigh. "Very well. But let me remind you that the Ming family has over 10 capable individuals of the 6th rank." Disappointment welled within Shinjo regarding Ming Yu's demeanor. Just a few days prior, she had not behaved this way. How could her disposition change so abruptly? The whims of a woman's heart were indeed unpredictable. Yet, on a brighter note, he was relieved to be free from surveillance, marking the first step in his plan. Shinjo lingered no longer, mumbling about his hunger before departing the hall. Ming Xiaoshi dismissed the others and then remarked, "As your father, I wish to teach you compassion. But you must not indulge him in all things. One must find the right balance, or what will you do if he keeps a mistress outside?" Mingyu dared not meet her father's gaze, confidently asserting, "He would never." Ming Xiaoshi sighed, tapping his daughter lightly on the forehead. "With your current disposition, I cannot fathom how many young women would be eager to pursue him. You must keep a close watch." Mingyu clenched her small fists, encouraging herself, "Do not worry, father." After dining alone, Shinjo lay in bed, quietly attuned to the sounds around him, until he heard the resonant tolling of the bells from the street. He sprang up, slowly pushing open his door. As summer approached, the night air was cool, and everything felt so serene. Shinjo feigned nonchalance, moving stealthily into the depths of the courtyard under the moonlight. Suddenly, he spotted 2 dark figures beneath a tree, and he hastened towards them, covering their mouths. "It's me. What are you doing here?" Zhou Feng released his good friend's left hand, yawning. "Fu Bo guessed you would make a move tonight." Shinjo took a step back. "I'm not as naive as you think. Why didn't you go to the magistrate for assistance?" Zhou Feng interjected, "Brother Shun, you are young and unaware of the darkness in this world. If we were to seek help from the county magistrate, you might find a burly man accompanying you even in your sleep." Shinjo released Fu Bo, pressing his knuckles against the fool's temple with force. "Another ridiculous idea from your pig-headed brain. This fellow, just 2 years older, always pretended to understand everything." Zhou Feng winced in pain, on the verge of a scream, when the young master finally relented. "Uncle Fu," with a keen gaze, inquired, "Young master, have you conceived a clever plan?" Shinjo gestured towards the front, indicating his need for the dainty seeds stored in the warehouse, which he intended to grind into powder. "Poison?" Zhou Feng mimicked a slicing motion across his throat. Uncle Fu, concerned, remarked, "This substance is initially bitter and later pungent, making it too easy to detect. Moreover, the bodyguards eat in shifts, which complicates matters. Humans may detect it, but beasts might not." Shinjo replied with a sinister smile. The trio journeyed together, soon spotting 2 bodyguards stationed outside the warehouse. If Uncle Fu failed to grasp the situation, it would be quite troublesome. Shinjo nudged Zhou Feng. "You go distract them." "Why me?" Zhou Feng protested. Shinjo cracked his knuckles menacingly. "If it weren't for you, I would be enjoying myself outside." Reluctantly, Zhou Feng sauntered inside, donning a friendly facade as he approached. "Brothers, you've worked hard." One bodyguard, surnamed Wang, nodded. "Why is the young apprentice still wandering outside at this hour?" Feigning distress, Zhou Feng replied, "My master taught me to distinguish the quality of Shangfei bamboo today, but I forgot instantly. I thought to seek guidance from my senior brothers to avoid reprimand tomorrow. Another bodyguard chuckled. Since you're so earnest, we shall assist you. Otherwise, you may be ridiculed for misquoting prices on future orders. It was a minor matter, and with numerous guards stationed outside the residence that night, there was little concern about theft. They casually opened the warehouse door. Shenzhou watched the three enter the warehouse, his heart racing. Was this truly a distraction? Nevertheless, having come this far, he cautiously followed. Observing Zhou Feng and the others deep within the warehouse, he muttered, not entirely foolish. Subsequently, relying on his memory from the afternoon, he swiftly located the cart marked with the number 17, carefully untying the knots above it and hastily stashing the dainty seeds into his garments before making a swift exit from the scene. The task of grinding the seeds into powder was beneath Shun Zhou's involvement, as Uncle Fu was quite adept at such tasks. Soon, everything was prepared. In the escorting trade, the transmission of information is paramount. Whether for summoning aid or alerting to emergencies, carrier pigeons are essential. The Ming family kept a considerable number for this purpose. Shenzhou mixed the powdered seeds with coarse rice, stirring them thoroughly before spreading the mixture at the bottom of the stone trough, subsequently layering it with corn kernels. After completing the task, he instructed, "At the hour of the rabbit, please open all the cages for me, and let it rain down like a blessing from the heavens." All the bodyguards will rush to catch the pigeons, leaving them no time for other matters. Shenzhou had no intention of fleeing under the cover of night. Without the populace to mask his escape, it would be difficult to exit the city, and besides, the pigeons needed their rest. Uncle Fu, in a daze, remarked, "A brilliant strategy, young master." Shenzhou smirked proudly, though doubt flickered in his eyes. "Uncle Fu, can I truly trust you?" Uncle Fu knelt beside the grinding stone, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter will encounter no mishaps under my watch." Shenzhou yawned. "I shall catch a quick nap. You keep a vigilant eye." Meanwhile, within the warehouse, Zhou Feng felt as though two weights were fastened to his eyelids. Uncertain if his good brother had completed his task, he could only continue to feign ignorance. The Wang surname escort, after speaking for an extended period, parched and weary, grew impatient as he observed the other party's indecisive nods and shakes of the head. "Little junior brother, are you perhaps a fool?" he exclaimed. Zhou Feng, nervously pinching his thigh, replied with a chuckle, "Senior brother, please elucidate further." Before long, angry shouts erupted from the storeroom. "Damn it! You must never meet with the Qian family again, or the reputation of our escort agency will be ruined." Chapter 87. Once again treading the path of Jianghu, time passed, and Zhou Feng could finally see the faint morning light filtering through the storeroom. In the distance, a few scattered crows crowed. He was nearing his limit. Though his spirit held firm, the physical torment had penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. His two senior brothers devised a method during the night. If he failed to grasp the lesson after one explanation, they would resort to punishment, repeating this cycle, a so-called painful memory technique. At the stroke of the hour, the copper bell at the eaves of the escort agency suddenly rang chaotically. Over 300 carrier pigeons, like boulders from a catapult, swiftly dove into the sky, their snow-white tail feathers splattering with ochre flames. The castor beans, ground to powder by Shun Zhou yesterday, now churned violently within the birds' bellies. Due to the poisoning, the pigeons could not soar high and merely circled within the premises of the escort agency. "What kind of mischief is this?" a head escort bellowed, only to have a warm droplet of bird droppings land squarely in his open mouth. He spat out half-digested castor beans, which struck the illustrious golden plaque with a resounding thud, leaving a comical brown dent. He then collapsed to the ground, retching, having skipped breakfast. He expelled nothing but the bitter bile from his stomach. Ming Xiaoshi, hearing the commotion outside, donned his outer robe and opened the wooden window, his mouth twitching in irritation at the sight before him. "Quickly, catch them all and return them to their cages," he ordered. Although the pigeons were not particularly valuable, they served as a crucial assurance on the escort's journey. Otherwise, they would have to rely on messengers, which would be significantly more costly and less convenient. Zhao Daong, the escort, seized a fishing net and leapt into the stable, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Just as he relished the thought of success, the flock of pigeons, resembling drunken clouds, flew while shaking their tails, unleashing a torrent of droppings. A splash of excrement hit his left eye, causing him to stumble and crash into the straw trough, startling the horses into kicking their feet into the air. As Shenzhou pushed open the door, he coincidentally encountered Mingyue, who was gracefully gliding through the corridor, her skirts lifted. The girl shyly glanced at the languid youth before deftly tossing a few small stones, bringing down 3 plump pigeons hovering above the guest house. Shinjo chuckled. Everyone is busy. It's better that way. He stood at the doorway, silently counting the number of escorts. 171, 172. After nearly all the familiar faces had flitted past his vision, he swiftly closed the door, armed himself with his sword, and climbed out through the back window sill. As long as there were no formidable opponents blocking his path, the Ming family's towering wall was merely a low fence. Shinjo cautiously surveyed his surroundings before leaping forward, landing as gracefully as a hawk, firmly planted on the street. He did not dare to waste time and hurried towards the city gate, knowing the pigeons could not delay for long. 5 miles outside Jushan City, Shinjo encountered Uncle Fu, who had just arrived and was mounted on a sturdy horse. With a firm crack of the whip, the short-legged steed galloped swiftly. The youth exhaled the pent-up frustrations within him, greedily basking in the gentle morning sun of late spring, and laughed radiantly. "Let us go," Fubo tentatively inquired. "Aren't we waiting for Zhou Feng? You two seem to have grown quite close lately." Shinjo appeared somewhat resentful. Could he truly abandon his identity as a disciple of the Ming family? He expressed a desire to accompany the young master for one last journey through the world. Leaning against a tree, Shinjo plucked a green leaf and blew a tune reminiscent of spring. After approximately half an hour, 2 horses hastily approached from the distance. Zhou Feng waved his hand, saying, "Good brother, you can't blame me. I was discovered upon departure." Mingyu had specially donned a flowing skirt today, appearing like a blooming peach blossom atop her steed. Shinjo rubbed his brow and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, Miss Ming." The young woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quavering. "Do you truly think so little of me?" Shinjo shook his head, replying, "This is akin to the preference between beef and lamb. My fondness for beef does not imply a disdain for lamb. Both are delightful in their own right." Upon finishing, he realized the ambiguity of his words, which might sound like the ramblings of a greedy scoundrel, yet his intention was to convey that each has their own merits, and one should not dismiss oneself due to a single failure. Without waiting for her response, he continued, "The Shunzhou you have encountered these past few days is merely a facade, more falsehood than truth. In fact, what you are drawn to is not truly me, but rather this exterior. Even if my disposition were to change, you might still find affection. Ultimately, it is but skin deep. For a lasting relationship, compatibility and character should hold greater significance, yet I do not know you, nor do you know me." A crystalline tear rolled down Mingyu's cheek. Shinjo sighed. "Had we not met in such a manner, perhaps we could have become friends. My heart is set. I ask you not to impose. Once the fruit is ripe, it falls. Forcing it will not yield sweetness." Mingyu wiped her tear-stained face and summoned her courage, saying, "We could get to know each other better after marriage. Isn't that how it usually is? Others may be others, but Shunzhou is Shunzhou. I cannot represent the collective, nor can the collective represent me." The young woman threw her satchel behind her, turning her horse around and cursing, "You scoundrel." The youth stood his ground, allowing the satchel to tumble to his feet. He was aware of his own nature. One might call it a yearning for freedom, but to speak plainly, he was simply unprepared to bear the weight of familial and national responsibilities. When he undertakes a task, he either abstains or, once resolved, commits wholeheartedly. This applies to both pottery and writing. Shinjo unsheathed his sword, stripped a piece of bark, and etched the character for Shin upon it. He had heard that the Ming Stone Dart Bureau was to establish a branch in the capital. Should they encounter any difficulties, they could present this item at Linda Fong, seeking out Steward Wang in the 7th residence from the left, who would assist them. He cast the bark aside and bowed, stating, "I take my leave, if fate allows. We shall meet again." The young woman caught the bark, gently tracing the sword mark with her fingertip, her eyes brimming with tears. Just as she was about to pull the reins, she noticed the youth had already walked far away, his voice fading. "Will we meet again?" The spring breeze twirled in the air, tousling the ends of her hair. Days swiftly passed, and before the onset of summer, Shinjo and his companions finally entered the Jiangnan West Road. He had assumed that with Zhou Feng, an old hand at these matters, the journey would be considerably simpler. Yet he found himself beset by incessant troubles. This fellow resembles a malevolent specter, pent up for decades, approaching any young woman without regard for the presence of others. Each time, it falls upon Shunzhou to intervene. It is said that in matters of dining, One should speak freely. While in conflict, fewer individuals are preferable. After several instances, the youth feels his skills in traversing the bamboo grove becoming increasingly adept. Zhou Feng, nursing an old wound now aggravated with a new one on his left cheek, mutters, "A woman brings a blade above her head." The ancients were indeed not mistaken. "Zhou, you must heed this warning." Shen Zhou, dismissive, does not even deign to glance in his direction, for one may defy the heavens. But one cannot escape the consequences of their own folly. Aside from these vexations, all else seems tolerable, particularly with the impending decade-long appointment between the Shiyu sword court and the Qingming sword sect, set to unfold in Zhou. The youth plans to partake in the festivities, eager to witness firsthand the emergence of youthful luminaries. Chapter 88. Fortuitous encounters. These two swordsmanship sects are among the most formidable powers in the Central Plains, with each generation producing individuals who ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, casting their gaze over all. The Qingming sword sect, embodying the vastness of the azure sky, signifies that its disciples' swordsmanship is as lofty and solitary as the firmament, immeasurable in depth. Legends tell of an elder ancestor within the sect who once rent the depths of the ocean with a tempestuous sword aura, valiantly battling the foremost martial artist of the time. Though defeated, he secured an unparalleled reputation. However, due to the sect's teachings, all disciples are male. In contrast, the Shiyu sword court is a female sword sect, where the essence and techniques of their swordplay flow like a clear spring striking against jade, emphasizing a relentless and unyielding offensive. The two factions, burdened by an ancient grievance, have agreed to a decade-long duel. Should any combatant miraculously survive, they shall be expelled from their sects and bound in matrimony. Shinzhou speculates that a pair of star-crossed lovers from the martial world must have existed between the two sects, unable to unite due to the constraints of their respective rules, only to have their leaders establish such an unusual challenge to rectify the regrets of the past. While this notion remains unconfirmed, the truth cannot be far off. The entanglements of love amidst the clashing of blades, that is the essence of the martial realm. Zhou Feng, slumped over his steed, feels the oppressive early summer sun, exclaiming feebly, "I once encountered a master from the Qingming sword sect in Jiangnan Dao. He claimed my innate talent was exceptional and wished to take me as his disciple, but I declined." Shinzhou has heard countless such boastful claims along the journey. He is well aware of Zhou Feng's limitations. Meridians blocked, acupoints unawakened. Without the guidance of a true master to refine his essence and marrow, he could only hope to reach a 5th grade level in his lifetime. Such talk of exceptional talent is mere nonsense. Moreover, with age, vitality wanes, and he may not even stabilize at the 5th grade before being cast back to obscurity. Shun Zhou retorts bluntly, "To enter the Qingming sword sect, one must nurture 100 stalks of bitter bamboo with sword intent. Only if the bamboo thrives can the sword intent flourish. For you, it would be a struggle to manage even one. This is not a mere task of cultivating one stalk at a time, but 100. Should even one bamboo fail to sprout within the allotted time, the process must begin anew. Otherwise, how could the Qingming sword sect boast its expansive forest of purple bamboo?" Zhou Feng counters, "What nonsense! These are merely rumors. To revive withered wood in spring requires an extraordinary realm." Shinzhou knows well that this is not an exaggeration. Grand sects often have peculiar rules. For instance, disciples of the Shiyu sword court dwell in seclusion atop the cliff of contemplation, thrusting their swords into the sea of clouds 8,000 times daily, needing their sword intent to pierce through without dispersing the clouds before they may leave the mountains and traverse the martial world independently. Sitting idly to practice swordsmanship has rendered many disciples from prominent sects devoid of any warmth or humanity. After several days of travel, the trio finally arrived at Snake Mountain, which gazes across the river at Turtle Mountain, renowned for the tale of the turtle and snake locking the great river. Due to the 10-year agreement, numerous figures from the martial world had arrived early. Some, like Shinzhou, were eager to witness the prowess of the young sword immortal, while others sought to make a name for themselves. For instance, they might aim to seize an initial victory before the duel, later proclaiming their identities and backgrounds, demonstrating a few moves, and upon returning home, establishing a martial arts school to reap financial rewards. The local populace set up small stalls all around. For whether they were heroes of the Jianghu or affluent young masters, they all needed sustenance to fill their bellies. This place was quite distant from Zhou City, leading to inflated prices. Shinzhou found a vacant spot, dismounted his horse, and set up a makeshift fortune-telling stall using a saddle and a square wooden board of 2 feet per side. Observing his good brother donning that tattered Taoist robe once more, Zhou Feng expressed his disdain, asking, "Do you not feel ashamed? After all, we are considered masters." He couldn't help but chuckle at the last 2 words, feeling quite pleased with himself. Shenzhou was tempted to deliver a couple of punches, spitting disdainfully. "If it weren't for your sticky fingers along the way, depleting the silver left by Miss Ming, would I need to resort to this?" Having said that, he crossed his legs on the ground and shouted, "The iron-mouthed fortune-teller reemerges in the Jianghu. Passers-by should not miss this opportunity." Fortune-telling requires a long-term presence in a location, or else one must find a trustworthy assistant, for who would believe the ramblings of a stranger? The young assistant was none other than Uncle Fu, and their partnership was seamless. However, with the crowd being considerable today, before Uncle Fu could utter a word, someone approached them, treating this as a way to pass the time before the grand battle began. The newcomer was a delicate man adorned with a white veil, his gaze strikingly aggressive. Shenzhou felt as though he were standing before him in the nude. Zhou Feng, sensing the tension, quickly approached, hands clasped behind his back, saying, "To speak frankly, I am the master of this young Taoist. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to personally divine this hexagram." He perceived that this slender gentleman was likely a girl disguised as a boy, as it was hard to imagine how one could walk with such exaggerated swaying hips otherwise. The man's attendant brusquely pushed him aside, placing her hands on her hips, and said, "Who is this filthy beggar? Get lost." Zhou Feng subtly signaled to his good brother for assistance. Shenzhou's irritation dissipated instantly as he replied, "Indeed, my master is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, a profound expert in the art of divination, with skills that are unfathomable." The last 4 words were emphasized. The delicate man glanced at Zhou Feng and replied, "Then it shall be you." Shenzhou sprang up, removed his Taoist robe, and urged his good brother down to the ground, saying, "Go ahead." Zhou Feng mimicked the young man's earlier actions, retrieving 3 copper coins from his pocket and placing them on the wooden board, inquiring, "What would the lady like to ask?" The man let out a soft laugh, seemingly unoffended by the title, and lightly traced his finger across Zhou Feng's hand, saying in a soft tone, "Isn't this a question you already know the answer to, Taoist?" Zhou Feng felt as though his entire being was electrified, further solidifying his suspicions. He deftly grasped the man's index finger and began to caress it slowly, remarking, "I am not entirely certain. Could it be a query regarding romantic fate?" The man suddenly gasped in surprise. Shenzhou, suppressing a laugh, kicked a nearby dead tree, the pain momentarily stifling his amusement. The man hesitated, his gaze soft and enchanting. Reproaching, "Taoist, you jest with me." Zhou Feng swallowed hard, adjusted his hair, and replied, "If that is the case, my lady, shake the coins, and I shall assist you in discerning your fortune." Fu Bo stepped forward, saying, "Young master, should we not offer a word of caution?" Shenzhou replied solemnly, "I would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a single marriage. If they are mutually inclined, what business is it of ours?" He wished for the scoundrel to learn a lesson to ensure future tranquility. If one truly desired a family, they should settle in a place rather than drift through the world. Reminded by the youth, Fu Bo recalled that many dignitaries in the capital had a penchant for such matters, mistakenly believing Zhou Feng to be among them. Reflecting on previous events, he shuddered at the near miss. By heavens, I almost fell into his trap. The man held 3 coins tightly in his palm, playfully asking, "Young master, how does one shake these?" Zhou Feng, struck by inspiration, enveloped the man's fist with his hands and began to sway it gently, feeling the warmth emanating from the palm. He grinned like a besotted fool, just like this. The man lowered his head in shyness, murmuring, "Young master, you take advantage of me." Yet, his hand showed no intent of withdrawing. Chapter 89. Pei Zhai. A wave of heat surged within Zhou Feng, akin to being roasted over an open flame. The dormant stirrings of springtime passion rekindled once more. Shenzhou found the scene revolting, recalling that while the scholars at the Imperial Academy often spoke more nonsense than truth, one statement held validity: the harmony of yin and yang is the foundation of the Tao. The youth could accept such matters and had even enjoyed frolicking with Xun Hao in the capital, but he would never allow himself to become entangled in such a way. 2 distinct boundaries must not be blurred. The man sighed softly, "Young master, you are hurting me." Zhou Feng slightly eased his grip, but was reluctant to let the captivating beauty depart. In recent days, he had noticed that all the young ladies seemed more enamored with Shenzhou, and he could no longer bear it. Now that he had finally encountered someone who favored him, he could not let go. They stood atop Shi Mountain, on a relatively flat expanse of land, with a path leading to Ezhou City behind them. Zhou Feng glanced into the depths of the left side forest and whispered, "My lady, the mysteries of heaven should not be disclosed. Perhaps we should find a more secluded spot for a deeper conversation." "My lord, in broad daylight, is that appropriate?" The man traced a circle in Zhou Feng's palm with his fingertip, causing his entire body to soften, except for one area, which reacted quite differently. Zhou Feng's gaze became dreamy as he bit his lip, exclaiming, "The will of heaven is inscrutable. If I were to reveal such secrets, I would incur divine retribution. It must remain known to but a few." The man nodded, albeit reluctantly, saying, "Then I shall acquiesce to your wishes today, but do not be overly excessive." Zhou Feng swiftly shed his Taoist robe, pulling the man deeper into the forest, glancing back at his good friend with a provocative look. "See, now this is what it means to be seasoned in the flower beds." Xin Zhou gave a thumbs up, whispering, "Go for it, but don't embarrass yourself." After the two departed, he donned his robe once more and slowly took a seat. During this time, several individuals approached him seeking fortune-telling. The young man, observing their varied attire, employed nearly identical phrases for each inquiry. Whether they sought guidance on wealth or future endeavors, he assured them that although challenges lay ahead, perseverance would eventually lead to a turning point. He would casually extol their virtues, praising their lofty aspirations, tireless dedication, and deep emotional connections, words that resonated well with the crowd. Should he encounter those with a more dubious demeanor, he would add a cautionary note about their darkened brows or impending misfortunes, suggesting that salvation was possible, but only for a price. While he did not guarantee absolute accuracy, his success rate was certainly above 50%. After all, who would consult a roadside fortune teller without a reason? It was merely a quest for psychological comfort. At that moment, a man adorned in a deep blue wide-sleeved robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads depicting constellations, approached. His long sideburns fell casually across his chest, and his voice was gentle as he spoke. "Esteemed Taoist, I am Pei Zhaoye, and I wish to consult you regarding matters of love." The lively chatter around them abruptly hushed. Someone remarked, "Could this person be the new sword champion of the Qingming sword sect?" Pei Zhaoye clasped his hands in greeting and continued with a smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused by the rivalry between our two sections. Once the confrontation begins, I kindly ask everyone to step back a few paces to avoid any unintended injuries from the clash." Even if he did not openly declare his identity, Xin Zhou could easily deduce it. His attire was far too conspicuous. However, disciples from prestigious backgrounds often lacked eloquence. Wasn't this tantamount to slapping the faces of those around them? Still, some were undeterred and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the sword immortal Pei. How remarkably young he is. The Qingming sword sect is destined to reach great heights in the future." Pei Zhaoye subtly nodded, confident in his abilities. Within a decade, the Qingming sword sect's talents would undoubtedly make their mark on the martial rankings. Xin Zhou extended his hand and said, "Please." Pei Zhaoye lightly tapped the ground with his toes, causing 3 copper coins to soar into the air, spinning gracefully before returning to the wooden board after a brief moment. He tossed a pouch of coins toward Xin Zhou, remarking that the Taoist had just spoken so eloquently and must know what Pei sought to hear. Xin Zhou was uncertain of the intent behind this sudden malice, yet as long as there was money involved, flattering words would flow abundantly, exchanging yin and yang, with fire in the water, creating clouds and rain, a sign of harmonious interaction. Pei Zhaoye inquired, "What does the divination reveal? Is there a corresponding interpretation?" Xin Zhou, with a hint of greed, rubbed his thumb against his index finger. The true art of divination was not something that could be acquired for mere coins. "Greedy," Pei Zhaoye chided playfully, before tossing another pouch of coins. In truth, Xin Zhou was not well versed in the art of 6-line divination. It was far too intricate. While those of high Dao could discern the nuances, he only grasped the surface, recognizing the symbols but lacking deeper understanding. Seeing another opportunity for profit, the young man feigned profundity and declared, "The marsh reflects the fire. Clouds and rain meet for the first time. The 3 yangs flourish, and the 2 energies intertwine. The wild geese take flight, their calls harmonious. A gentleman and a lady are well suited for home and family." He elaborated, "Dui represents the marsh, symbolizing joy. Li embodies fire, representing brightness. The marsh water nourishes below, while the fire blazes above. While water and fire do not naturally clash, the divination suggests a steamy interaction, transforming into a misty atmosphere. This signifies that though the man and woman are embroiled in a life and death struggle upon their first encounter, an unspoken affection begins to blossom. Pei Xiaoye tossed out a third pouch of gold, his calculations astute. Thus, it could be inferred that the Taoist priest would not contest Pei's claim. Xinzhou, however, failed to catch this remark, for a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, trousers in hand, cursing vehemently. He laughed boisterously, inquiring, "How does it feel? Is it delightful and tender?" Zhou Feng, overwhelmed with fury and on the verge of tears, retorted, "I told you. How could you possibly let such an opportunity slip? Did you see this coming all along?" Xinzhou, with a playful gesture, indicated their surroundings and remarked, "Everyone here is not blind. That pronounced Adam's apple is hardly concealable." Uncle Fu interjected, "There is no shame, but you must understand this. Neither the young master nor I indulge in such matters." Zhou Feng, at the peak of his despair, exclaimed, "Neither do I. You nearly scared me to death. Who would have imagined a grown man would don a white veil?" Xinzhou nodded towards Pei Xiaoye and then whispered, "To what stage have we progressed?" Zhou Feng nearly choked, expelling 2 streams of snot. "Damn it. He is even larger than I am. What a fright." "Well, you are indeed fortunate," Xinzhou replied. "I shall kill you." Just as Zhou Feng lunged forward, a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth from 1,000 meters away atop Turtle Mountain. A leaf crafted from pure gold pierced both the wooden plank and saddle before Xinzhou, accompanied by a woman's voice drifting through the air. "The Taoist priest shall also assist me in divining." Pei Xiaoye smiled knowingly and warmly responded, "Miss Su, it has been a while." The woman's voice, devoid of emotion, declared, "Today, you shall perish by my sword. Should we meet again, it may be in another life. Alas, does that not imply you would have the chance to call me mother?" Upon hearing this, Xinzhou nearly rose to applaud, taken by the spirited nature of the young woman. Chapter 90. An unfathomable bloodlust. The crowd was taken aback. Was it not said that the female sword immortal of the Shiyu sword court was the epitome of emotional detachment? Yet, she seemed contrary to the rumors, akin to a wild creature of the woods. Miss Su remained steadfast in her temperament. Pei Xiaoye chuckled, "I just bestowed 3 pouches of gold upon this Taoist priest. The first 2 were for divination, not only to seek favorable words, but also to ensure you discern this individual. As for the final pouch, it was a ransom for life." A heaviness settled in Xinzhou's heart as he meticulously searched his memory. He had only just met the man before him and bore no grudge. The youth yearned to flee immediately, yet the opponent's aura bound him tightly, instilling a sense of inevitable entrapment. Resolutely, he pointed at the copper coins on the ground and proclaimed, "Li above, Qin below." Fire blazes upward while water nourishes downward. Yin and yang diverge, unable to merge. Li represents fire, known for its brilliance. Qin represents water, known for its treachery. Fire ascends while water descends. Despite being within the same hexagram, they are at odds, akin to mixing ice and coal, resulting in torment. Pei Xiaoye's eyes glinted with intensified malice. The Taoist priest did not convey such sentiments to me just now. Xinzhou maintained a demeanor as calm as a clear sky. Since his opponent had boldly proclaimed intentions to take his life, the youth saw little reason to engage in empty rhetoric. "For you, this may indeed be a fortuitous match." However, for Miss Su, the outcome was entirely different. A toad yearning for swan flesh, who truly stands to gain? Does it require my humble words to clarify? In the distance, the woman gathered her internal energy and proclaimed loudly, "Your words resonate deeply with me, Taoist. This ungrateful son has long coveted my beauty. Today, let me sever his head, and you may depart at your leisure." Pei Xiaoye, disinterested in a war of words, smiled as he approached the precipice of Turtle Mountain, cleaving through the thin morning mist with his heavy sword. Before the blade reached its target, an ancient pine on the opposite bank had already been sheared of half its crown, its needles cascading into the river, startling a flock of gulls. Su Yuan, the disciple of the Shiyu sword court, scoffed, "Truly worthy of a disciple of the sword sect. Your presence is formidable. Yet your aim is as lacking as that of your inept master. One must still show respect to their elders." Pei Xiaoye steadied himself, allowing the sword tip to trace a line across the green rock, creating a shower of sparks. "I seek guidance from Miss Su." Having observed the tides with a single sword, with a relentless momentum, the heavy sword swept across, abruptly creating a 3-zhang-wide arc in the river's surface. From the mountain across, the woman's laughter rang like silver bells as Su Yuan descended like a flash, using her slender sword to pierce through the curtain of water. With each step her toes touched down, the river would freeze, the frosty sword tassels trailing behind her like crystalline remnants. The fragility of youth is known even to the tides. How could my foolish son fail to understand? The man leaped down with his sword, and at the moment their weapons clashed, a towering column of water erupted in the river's heart. Frost clung to Pei Xiaoya's robes, yet his heavy sword remained a force to be reckoned with, forcing the woman back several paces. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Su Yuan's embroidered shoes sparked against the turtle-backed stone at the riverbank as she suddenly twisted her waist and countered. Receive this move, shattered jade and scattered pearls. Instantly, the river was filled with a whirlwind of sword energy. Onlookers felt the ground shake and erupted in applause. This was the martial display that the Central Plains should embody. Zhou Feng, concerned, urged, "Aren't you going to run?" "I doubt that this Miss Su can match Pei Xiaoya." The pain in Shun Zhou's brow persisted, and he raised his hands in resignation. "If I show any signs of retreat, I fear the next moment I shall be greeted by a blade's energy. Would you be able to defend against it?" Zhou Feng glanced at the deep sword marks etched into the cliffside and shook his head. "One stroke of sword energy would suffice to slay us three. What on earth have you done to earn such enmity? Does it involve the lady as well? You truly are a troublemaker. See how I've been beaten along the way." Shinzhou, unaware, mused that a month prior in the capital, he had no connection to the martial world, let alone any grievance with Pei Xiaoya. Thus, he speculated, perhaps this wretched creature envies my handsome visage. And coupled with an inability to win the heart of a beauty, jealousy has bred resentment. "Blame it on me," Zhou Feng exclaimed in frustration. "You still have the presence of mind to jest. You should be worried." The youth's mindset mirrored the tumultuous river before him. Yet, fretful thoughts served no purpose. It would be wiser to contemplate ways to assist the lady in gaining an advantage. Su Yuan's sharp sword strikes cascaded like hail falling to the ground, targeting vital points with precision. Pei Xiaoya shifted from defense to attack, swinging his heavy sword in a wide arc towards his opponent's sword spine, aiming to overpower with sheer force. The clash of metal reverberated incessantly, as Su Yuan's slender sword arched into a breathtaking curve, its blade reflecting her cunning smile. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the fine sword rebounded with remarkable agility, its tip slicing towards the man's left cheek with lightning